What up, little G? What up, everybody?
Yo, what the fuck is going on? Yo. Hello?
Hello.
Yo, why you all muted?
Because we're not
Hello?
talking.
Why not? Like, what are you guys waiting for?
Chilling. I was in another server and got sick of listening to somebody, so I was listening to quiet for a while.
Oh, man. What's Dicelo streaming? Oh, he left.
I don't know. I didn't know he was streaming.
It looked like porn, bro. I don't know. You gotta talk to your mans about that. It's a porn-free server. So
You say
what's good, man?
porn?
What were you? Yeah, porn. Pornography.
That's what he was streaming?
Yeah, it looked like Asian girls or some shit. Dicelo fucking freak. No, I'm playing. I didn't even look at it. I don't know what he was streaming. But I think Dicelo would be the Asian girls, man.
Yeah, what gives you that impression?
I don't know, man. Just the way he talks. Sounds like he like him some Orientals, you know what I mean?
Which is it, Asian or Oriental?
It's both, right? Oriental, I mean, it relates to being Asian or some shit.
Which one's politically correct, Nate?
Is Oriental politically incorrect? Is it a
I'm not
slur?
sure. I don't know. These days I have no clue.
I don't know. I have no idea, man. I don't think it's a slur. I have no idea, bro. I have no idea. Oh, yo, what are we going to argue about today, man?
What do you want to argue about? Whether or not Oriental or Asian is the preferred nomenclature?
I think Asian is more preferred, but I don't know if there's anything wrong with the word Oriental.
All right, I'm gonna look it up to see.
Okay. So I think Oriental speaks to a specific type of Asian, like you wouldn't call someone from the Middle East
Apparently,
Oriental.
Oriental rugs are Oriental. People are not. Whatever that means.
What? That made no sense.
Here we go. The LA Times. The term Oriental is outdated, but is it racist? Question mark.
Hmm. Are you racist, Napalm?
Nah.
How
Why?
many non-white women have you knocked boots with?
What's that?
How many non-white women have you knocked boots with?
I don't know.
Hmm.
Don't ask me these questions, Nate.
That's what a racist is for. But okay.
Um, multiple. Is that satisfactory?
Multiple. That's a good answer.
Is that satisfactory for you?
It is. It is. You've proved you are down. I bet you support Black Lives Matter. You know, I can tell you woke, bro. Yeah, Nepal. You work within accounting, right?
Uh-huh.
That's basically the same as auditing and whatnot.
Accountants do audit. Yep.
Yeah. So I was speaking to a friend of mine who's in, they call it a CA, whatever the fuck that means. And she was explaining something very interesting to me. She was saying when auditors go in and audit the books of a company, right? All they are doing is providing reasonable assurance. They are providing certainty because they don't have access to all the information. They just have access to what management of that company gives them access to. And based on the financial records they're given by the management of, you know, of Walmart, for example, right? So you go in and you audit Walmart, and
Uh-huh.
Walmart then give you their financial records. And based on what they've given you, you need to provide some sort of assurance to anyone interested in Walmart's affairs that their financial affairs are handled um, in as required by these different accounting and auditing standards and bodies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what you are providing is just assurance, and that's a type of science because you don't have access to all the information. You can't make certain like definite statements. You can't prove anything. You can just provide evidence to give an opinion because that's what they
Mm-hmm.
give within the audit report, right? An opinion on whether or not these financial statements are true and accurate. And they even
Mm-hmm.
put a disclaimer there that it's just an opinion.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, but you would agree that that is a form of science, right? Like auditing and accounting, it's a science within itself.
I wouldn't say it's necessarily a science. No, I wouldn't
Oh,
consider it a science.
it's not a science.
I don't think so.
Interesting.
But yeah, assurance is what you're offering people. Funny enough,
Yeah.
typically within the accounting industry, um, the lines of service within firms that are auditors, they're usually called assurance, right? So I work in tax. I've also done tours with assurance, which is our auditing line of service. But yeah, you can only as as an accounting firm, you can only do so much, and you're not guaranteeing everything because you don't want to be on the hook legally or be liable for something that your client is withholding from you, right? So you're a third party coming in to um, help compile and ensure some sort of accuracy to financial statements and things like that, right? But
Mm.
if you're unable to get the full clear picture of no fault of your own, you also don't want to be liable should somebody have some sort of claim to
So
the
they find.
financial statements, right? So, like Enron, perfect example. So, you have a company like Enron who is manipulating the system through a process called external confirmations. External confirmations were like, say you run a business and you're compiling a like you're getting your financial statements, and in accounting everything basically has to balance to zero, right? But you need to pick one specific day to be able to figure out where everything stands, because in a large business you might have outstanding purchase orders, you have monies coming in,
You
money's
mean
going
like
out,
the year end, right?
right? So monies that you owe, and there'll be checks throughout the year, right? And we'll put financial statements or balances out as of a specific date. So, like external confirmations, you may be tasked for a client to contact companies that they are doing business with and to confirm a balance as of a specific date. So say we're trying to get our financial statements and we're trying to get a picture by September 1st. An audit company will come in and contact all of the companies that there's outstanding POs with, or any company that you might have that your client might have like a loan with. So you
Or
have
even like your bank, right? To just
correct.
confirm
Yeah,
how
what
much
was
money.
the balance of this account as of September 1st,
Yeah.
right? And we need to know that specific date for everything that we're trying to confirm so that we can get a clear picture as to whether the books balance on that specific date. Because if they give you something, a month ahead, 2 months ahead, 2 months behind, what the balance is, then you're going to see discrepancies, right? So, yeah, so a company like Enron was putting out this picture as if they have all these like outstanding POs, right? Money's that's being promised to them, meaning that they've rendered service and they're still awaiting payment, right? And through fictitious third party confirmations, external confirmations, people were confirming balances that were completely incorrect. Oh yeah. We owe them as of September 1st. We are outstanding. What we owe them is $1 million, right?
And
So if
that's
you
seen
have
as an asset, right? Because it's your
correct,
money. Yeah.
correct.
But how is the process of performing an audit or doing the accounts for somebody? Not science in itself. It's the way she was explaining it to me. It sounds very scientific. Because what you guys do is, let's say you're looking at Enron or Walmart. These companies are too big for you to look at every single transaction. So you have to select a sample for testing. And you
Yep.
expose these samples to tests, or you could even call them experiments. And you see, do they pass the test or not? I don't see how that's not a science.
Uh, I don't know if I would call that a science.
But it's the
I
exact
mean, if
same
you
thing.
wanted to
Like
call it,
that's the exact same thing I do at work. We test samples, and based on the results we get from those samples, we come up with an opinion, with a conclusion. But all we say is that the conclusion is that this evidence supports the original hypothesis. It doesn't prove it or anything because we can't test all variables. We don't have all of the information.
yeah,
But the little
in
sample
that
we
way, it's
tested,
similar. Yeah,
yeah.
you're just offering assurance that based on your parameters or how you're doing the sample test. And I can't really speak too much to the audit side because that's not really what I deal with.
Nothing.
My father would be better to answer this question because that's what he did for a living for a very long time. So, but yeah, you're just, I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily call it a science because you're really not trying to
All right, I'm here.
test or find an effect of something within the natural world, right? You're not dealing with material. You're not dealing with anything of the natural world. You're dealing with money, fictitious things, accounts. It's not. I
Your
don't know.
daddy's here now. What can I answer?
Apparently you were streaming porn, Daiso. That's what's going on.
No, no way, dude.
Yeah, someone
Nate's
said you were streaming Oriental DP week. Like you was wilding, bro. What's going on?
Did we determine that Oriental was the preferred nomenclature, or is it Asian
I
American?
don't know. Isn't that the tag they have for it in porn? Or what do they call it in porn? Asian?
It was Japanese bukkake.
Yeah. You a freak, Daiso, damn. No, I'm playing, man. But what way you stream? Like, it wouldn't load for me.
It was Chinese snot porn. No, it was just typical old wheeler.
Oh, okay.
He was talking about a cold cathode.
Mm. Mm.
He was talking about how I don't know if you've ever done it where you take like a rubber band and kind of like stretch it across your skin or your upper lip, and as you pull it you can feel the band heat up, and then as you release the tension and let it contract you can feel it cool down. So he was just like kind of getting into that.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, I didn't like complete the video, but he was talking about that. I guess the video was about disembodied beings, i.e., ghosts, and the metaphysics behind it. He was comparing it to a like a handwave radio or just a radio where the signal's coming through the radio, but the signal's not within the radio. There's like no X, Y, or Z coordinates that you can pinpoint the signal to be within the radio, analogous to the spirit or the soul consubstantially animating the psychophysical. So when you turn on a radio, there's no signal in the radio, but the radio is being what's the word I'm looking for? The signal's being animated through the radio, but the signal's not in the radio. I don't know if that makes sense to you. Like if you destroyed that radio, that doesn't mean that the signal's destroyed.
The signal is not contained or substantiated by the radio. It's not a part of the radio. It's external to the radio. It's only being decoded by the radio.
Right. And that's what he uses like an analogy to explain the soul or the spirit and the body.
Is he kind of saying like the soul is your specific, individual, unique frequency of energy or something like that that your body antenna is decoding based on its DNA?
Something along those lines. Essentially, he says that water is a dipole antenna, which is the receiver and modulator of that signal with the psychophysical self. So without water, we wouldn't have that modulation of spirit and body. I thought it was a pretty ingenious way of explaining consciousness and matter. If you want, I can share the video again. I never finished it, but it was really good and pretty enlightening. I don't know if you guys are interested.
Yeah, I never understand that stuff. You know, I'm stupid or something. I don't know.
Are you streaming it again? Oh. So this is day 2 or day 3 of Glober's trying to call me a scientist. Nate's trying to call me a scientist because I'm an accountant. Dr. Bob
Yeah.
says I'm a scientist because I look at birds.
Yeah, I mean, there are different ways of doing science. You know, science can be applied to different fields. It's just a tool that you can use in many different fields to reach objectives and produce results, you know?
I would say science would be the retroductive analysis of reality and how to accurately and logically explain said phenomena.
Yeah, you could also put it that way.
Like if you don't have a concise logical explanation, you're not doing science.
Yeah, I feel like you need to have some sort of natural phenomena to begin with, right? That you're starting with, and then you need to
Yeah.
have. I mean, really, the scientific method. I know everybody likes to say that that's just one small portion of science, but anything outside of that, I wouldn't necessarily consider science, at least not to me.
Yeah, I mean, I almost agree with you. It's just that's just like a basic standardized method, you know? It's like a guideline, but it's not a be all end all rule because there are times where you could come up with a hypothesis or a theory before seeing the phenomenon. And a few years later, the phenomena happens. But that hypothesis or theory you came up with is based on previous phenomena. You know, that
I'd,
can happen. You
Yeah,
can
I
use
would
the past
say
to predict what
sure,
might happen in the future, even if no one's seen it yet.
I'd say
right? I would
science is a logical deduction at formulating an explanation, and that's the ultimate crux of science is to get to a concise logical explanation about a said phenomena.
yeah, I would I think we have a big problem nowadays with like everybody just basically like saying they're scientists, right? And we have people that like if you're a chemist, you're a chemist. You can be a scientist, you can do science within the realm of chemistry, but not all chemists are science, and not all scientists are chemists, right? Now if you're formulate
Are
like
there
if you
chemists
see
that
something
aren't
happening and you
scientists?
formulate a hypothesis and you're trying to figure out the cause of the effect that you're seeing within some type of reaction or whatever, and you're trying to properly explain it, then you would be performing science. But if you're just doing like standard chemistry, like known shit, you're a chemist.
I
Same
think
with like
today's
biology and shit like that. Like, I don't know. My wife has a degree in chemistry. She's not a fucking scientist.
Your wife's a
I mean,
scientist, bro. What do you mean? How is a
She's
chemist not a scientist?
quantifying the material isn't doing science by any
Like, like,
means.
like when you ask your wife if she's a scientist, does she say no? I'm not a scientist.
she's never even worked in the field, so she would never answer that she's a scientist. No.
Oh, she doesn't work in it. Okay, then how's she a chemist? I'm so confused.
If you get a degree in chemistry, you'd be a chemist, right? She
Would
has the
you?
credential. Aren't you guys all about credentials?
Yeah, but I mean, experience matters as well, right? Like you need some sort of experience in the field. So
Ah,
it's a lot of people
so let me ask you
with
a question.
degrees that they don't end up using. Right?
Let's say hypothetically, like my wife has an accounting degree, but has never ever worked in accounting at all whatsoever. And let's say I don't have an accounting degree, but I've spent years in the field.
You're an accountant. Your wife isn't. Like, I
Okay.
don't see how that's
Am I,
controversial.
but am I qualified?
Yeah, because you have experience. You if you've been able to do the job for 20 years, maybe when you started year one, you wasn't qualified, but through the experience, you know, you've gained those levels of qualification. You're definitely an accountant if you can keep a job in accounting for 20 years. Your wife is not, though. She hasn't done any accounting. She just studied it.
So
There's
what do
plenty
you
of
think?
people that have a degree in something they don't end up using.
So what do you think? In these rooms when people may or may not be putting forth a decent argument, and the rebuttal tends to be, you know, do you have a degree in whatever? Where's your education in X, Y, or Z? And they're looking for
Yeah,
formal credentials.
I think that's a dumb rebuttal. I've literally never said that to anybody. I've definitely questioned people's experience,
Do you
but
think practice
your
makes
level,
perfect? Nate?
yeah,
What if I were to tell you? What if I were to tell you that you've been practicing it wrong the whole time? Do you think you'll ever achieve perfection with that through those means?
I might become perfect at doing it wrong. I don't know.
Wouldn't it be far more efficient to say that a perfect practice makes perfect?
Perfect practice makes perfect. Yeah, sure, sure.
Yeah, yeah, because experience
But
isn't.
that's not how practice works. That's why it's called practice, because you have to become better at it. If you could practice perfectly all the time, then I mean, you're just literally doing it.
What
Right,
Practice
about
right.
is
doctors?
that
They
you can't
practice.
do it. Yeah, that's why as a doctor you got to practice. They have practices. Yeah.
Yeah, but the point is if you're perceiving reality wrong the entire time, no matter how much practice you put into something, you're never going to achieve perfection.
Maybe I don't know, but I think you would first have to show that reality is being perceived incorrectly first, right? Like, well, why do you say that? Well, why do you think that?
That is a good point about proper practice, Dyslo. I haven't even really thought about that, but
Yeah,
it's very very
somebody
true.
calling me.
Because
Yeah, I mean, it's you have to get down to the base root of what it is you're doing and be able to differentiate what's accurate and inaccurate. Because if something's inaccurate and you're asserting it to be accurate, therefore you're basing all your practice and experience off of something that's completely inaccurate, you're never going to achieve what you set out to achieve. You might be perfect at doing something inaccurately, but that's not necessarily going to get you to to the goal that we set out to achieve, which was being perfect at a particular practice.
yeah, that's a good point. Because I train uh, I train kids to be goalkeepers in soccer, right? So if I was constantly running through drills in training that weren't putting them in the proper position or the proper technique, then I would be doing them a disservice and they would be basically wasting their time because they're not going to improve overall because they're practicing the improper techniques.
Correct. Yeah, and and
Yeah,
and
but
for science, if you're perceiving all reality as these particle interactions, and all of your discoveries and inventions are being critiqued in that regard, and reality is not comprised of these particle interactions, are you ever going to get to the epitome of what it is that we're trying to decipher? Probably not.
yeah, probably not. If we're wrong, then we're wrong, which is cool. But you gotta show us that we're wrong
Well, there
first.
was an
Well,
example last night
real quick,
on. Go
real
ahead.
quick. We know that realities, there's fields that are within reality, and these fields is what determines the phenomena and how we perceive it and the outcome of it and the results and the interactions. So if everything is based on fields and particles are not fields and fields are not particles, but everything in your paradigm is based on particles, then you're never going to see the field for what it is. You're only going to see the interactions of that field. I don't know. Maybe that was a little confusing. Sorry. Go ahead, Napalm.
No, that's really along the lines of what I was going to say. I was in a different server last night, and there was a younger kid in there, and we were talking about gravity and the graviton, right, and gravitational waves and all of this kind of stuff, and even one of his fellow Globers was disagreeing with him when he was basically trying to say, well, we know that gravity would have a particle, we just haven't found these particles yet, and we'll find the particles when we see the particle interactions. And I think the guy that was a little bit older and more seasoned was kind of like slightly disappointed with this kid's outlook on it. But the funny thing is, both of them had never heard that LIGO allegedly detected gravitational waves. They both thought that once that gravitational waves are detected, then yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
But
like LIGO's a multi-billion-dollar paperweight.
yeah, but it was just one of those things where like this obviously young kid who's very intelligent, obviously interested in science, he's already convinced that gravity is comprised of some sort of particles, right? So he could spend the rest of his life looking for these particles
Called
and
gravitons.
right, gravitons, and trying to find particle interactions, and is that a life well spent if he's trying to pursue this based on assumption that's completely false? I don't know.
Right. Yeah, this is the problem with science, man. They're literally mathematicians looking to quantize all interactions rather than get down to the base root of what's happening. It's a
Why?
problem, dude.
Why do you think they want to do that?
Do what? Quantify everything?
Yes. What's the purpose of that?
What's the purpose of quantifying the material?
Of determining the particle interaction and quantifying them. Yes. What's the purpose of that?
So that they can try and understand things better, I guess, is what they would try to tell you.
I mean, that's one. I guess that's one possibility. My answer would be that if you can quantify it and determine the particle and the interaction, you can actually engineer it. You can actually engineer things around that particle and interaction.
Let me ask you this. Can you ever quantify the immaterial?
I don't know. I hadn't thought about it.
So if the immaterial supports the material existence, don't you think it would be far more suitable to touch on the immaterial versus the material?
I mean, if you can, how would you do that?
Well, this is why we talk about fields and ether field theory.
I mean, if it has some sort of effect on the area around it, I mean, I guess, sure.
Yeah, it's what supports all material existence and interaction. So if you don't understand it, then you'll never get to the end of the road, so to speak.
But that goes to what I just asked, is if the ether field theory is there and it's somehow affecting it, there's some sort of particle interaction. I mean, first of all, is there a particle interaction? The second thing is, can you make use of any kind of ether field theory interaction? Can you design a machine to use that or do something with it?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay, like?
Well, for example, the AC generator that Tesla put forward was based on ether field theory. His understanding of light is what spawned our entire electrical engineering department currently.
So if I don't understand or have any knowledge of ether field theory, could I build an AC generator?
Currently, yeah, because it exists, but without the prototype, no. You guys would have been still stuck at square one.
Well, that doesn't really make so. It was built based on the theory, but now that it's built, it no longer works on the theory.
No, you guys have just basically reverse engineered things to paradigm rather than understanding what the fundamental roots were that spawned that invention to begin with, which was the dielectric field.
What is the dielectric field ether field?
Yeah, the dielectric field is the pure potential. It's the impotency of energy, which is magnetism as manifest.
Which is somehow related to the ether field.
Correct. Yeah, the dissipation of that dielectric field is what breeds the magnetic field.
I mean, you're not using the word ether field in any of those statements. You keep saying magnetic field, dielectric, whatever. You're not using the word ether field in any of what you just said, except it is the ether field. But then none of the explanation uses that term.
If the dielectric field is what breeds magnetism, and magnetism is prevalent within every phenomena and every interaction, then it's fair to say the ether field, being that the magnetic field is based on the dielectric field, and those two fields is what makes up the totality of the ether field. It's the toroidal and hyperbole geometries.
You cut out.
You have another, and they're reciprocating. And those two geometries are expressed in such a way, centrifugally and centripetally, which define that magnetic. So if you were to look at the hyperbole geometry within that toroidal field, that three-dimensional force vector, it appears to be like an hourglass shape. However, that hourglass has a small space in between the top and the bottom voids where that sand is able to pass through. But when we're talking about the dielectric hyperbole geometry, it's literally at like a 0 point in between those two voids. So everything's going into this counter spatial realm, not in a physical realm. I don't know to digest, but yeah, and that's how we get 0 point counter space.
You did ramble a little bit there,
Wow.
but well, I was going to say that I don't really understand most of what you said, but you sound like you kind of understand it and you know what you're talking about. So my question would be, can you yourself, or with the help of others, put together some sort of actual demonstration of how all of this works together? And I mean, like, hopefully with some sort of blueprints, diagram, expected input, expected output. I mean, you kind of got to have all that stuff if you're going to make something practical out of your understanding.
Right. Well, that's how Maxwell and Hertz and Heaviside and all these guys were able to speak on this topic was through this understanding.
Right. And you said that the AC generator or whatever, AC motor, whatever you said, the generator, I think, it was originally developed using this understanding. But you also said that it's no longer the case because we've just reverse engineered it. So my question is, could you go back to the pre-reverse engineering stage and build something from this ether field theory from the ground up without reverse engineering anything?
Yeah, certainly.
I mean, you yourself, not can it be done? Can you do it?
Me. I don't know if I would be as qualified to take on that endeavor, but I could definitely facilitate in helping.
So you're saying it could be done. Somebody else could do it, like you and a
Yeah,
group of others.
for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, the next revolutionary technology to come about is going to be based on this understanding, which is 0 point technology, uh, implosive rather than explosive combustible devices.
So do you have a time frame for that technology? Are we talking 10 years, 50 years, 100?
I mean, I could only speculate, and if I were to speculate, I would say, a lot of this slowed down by the powers that be so that they can monetize things in such a way. I would say the technology is already there. We just haven't see it manifested into the public sectors um, due to that fact alone. Um, I don't know how you feel about UFOs per se, but I would say all of that would be 0 point technology. I wouldn't say it's extraterrestrial rather than terrestrial, being that it's military industrial complex technology, MIG tech.
So you're saying it already exists.
Yeah. A lot of these things already exist. We're not aware of it.
So I mean, you're saying people would hide the technology in order to monetize it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, or
it's
to keep some of the reins of the control, right? So you can
right,
see
right.
the broader implications should some sort of technology that much easier taps into energy um, that can be harnessed by the average person as being life changing, to say the least, for every individual on Earth, if they were able to easily tap into kind of an unfettered energy. And there's a lot of people with a vested interest in ensuring that that doesn't take place, right? Because there's large industries built up around energy, including, fuels, fossil fuels, um, electric grids, all these things, large county monopolies on power distribution, the amount of revenue that's generated via taxation through all that stuff. There's very large implications for the average everyday person having the ability to harness large amounts of energy, basically at a very, very low cost.
How do we do it then?
Oh, I was actually going to ask if the fossil fuel companies, if they are the one, if they are the ones that have this technology, then if they just replace their fossil fuels with this technology, they can basically replace the revenue and not lose any money. So they'll have the same amount of money.
I think they're trying to figure out how to monitor that, right? But if it is a simple or a technology that, when it's understood, it's very easy to be able to create or engineer things that have the ability to tap into this energetic realm, then you kind of lose the reins of control, right?
Well, I mean, the whole idea of the entire the idea of fossil fuels is a pretty easy thing. I mean, it's just now finding them, engineering, getting the actual wells, all that stuff. That's a little complicated. But if you actually just have that, if you can get the gas and the requirements or the materials, then you can make the different fuels pretty easy. That part's not that hard. Now, access to the fuels, I guess, that may be a little more difficult.
Right. That's like saying, it's very easy to tap into this energy. It's very easy to create the devices necessary to be able to harness this energetic geometry. But getting to that energy is tough, right? But here's the thing: what if that energy is all around us? It then doesn't become some sort of finite resource that one or two big players can hoard or monopolize, right? You see what I'm saying?
Can I ask you a question, Dijslo?
Yeah, of course.
Do you have any idea if we have been living in the Piscean age in what Walter Russell calls a lower feminine period, which of course would have influence on the electromagnetic? What kind of influence that would have on the ether and all what you talk about? I am not a very technical person, but my attention is into that direction. The Kali Yuga, the four yugas, the Kali Yuga, and the lower feminine being something that exists, right?
Oh, you're talking about the energy field of the body?
The energy field of the universe and the body. If when I look at it, I think mechanical it will work, but informational there could be something different going on.
Yeah. Yeah, how we perceive information and decode that is separate from energy itself. Not that there's not an intrinsic connection between the two, but yeah, energy and consciousness are.
Yeah,
I
especially
don't want to separate it too much, but it's definitely a separate thing.
Yeah. Especially consciousness. Yeah.
What was Russell's idea of, what did you say, lower feminine energy?
Lower feminine yeah, he calls it the lower feminine, but I would lower feminine and another period. Let me think. He does it is called lower feminine, and that would be correct. But it is also called a higher male period, but that would be incorrect because it concerns a part of the electromagnetic in probably information-wise that works different. It's also called the Piscean lower feminine age is also called the age of man. Can you still manage? Can you still manage? Or and when the feminine is full, it's called the era of sun.
Okay, interesting. I mean, I've heard like the concepts of like negative, positive, like inward flow, outward flow as being defined as like masculine and feminine being the inward or negative, masculine being the positive or the outward flow. Even somebody like Keeley, who dealt with implosive energies, was calling that a feminine type energy because it's an inward implosive way of harnessing energy as opposed to an external masculine explosive release of energy. So that's interesting. I'll have to try to look into that lower feminine with Walter Russell.
So as this full period with four sources comes back again, I can imagine that total different technologies can be developed. Yeah, and because what the direction I'm thinking of, the ether will be more full of information that reaches us and fills our space, the direct space around us, not outer space. Space. Because basically electromagnetism creates space, right?
Yeah, the magnetic creates space for sure.
Correct. Yes. The magnetic field is the basis and creation for space as we know it.
And the male is more directional, facilitating electricity generation. Yeah. Do I say that correctly? Can you explain to me what the difference is between dielectric and electric in a simple way, please?
Yeah, the dielectric would be one half of the electric field, the other half being the magnetic. And where these two fields meet is where you get your ideation of an electron.
Hey, can you guys, are you or Napalm, because I never heard that before, and it sounds interesting, the magnetic field or the magnetism creating space. Could you elaborate on that? Because, like I said, I've never come across that, so I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, no problem. Let me get my Bible out here. Bear with me, I'm just pulling over here. Okay. Let me dig through this and find okay. Okay. The attribute of magnetism, such that it is force and motion itself, is the creation or wake of the divergent magnetic field that manifests space, and further, therefore, the measure of which is time. Space nor time are things themselves whatsoever, despite ignorant humans' endless attempts to reify these phantasms. They're ultimately nothing more than what a shadow is. Okay, so that's the space and time are the mirage of power, inertia, and dielectric found in the wake front of a divergent magnetic toroidal centrifugal field. Magnetism, in short, is energy as manifest, whereas the ether is energy and potential, and the dielectric is energy and torsion. So magnetism is literally that which gives shape to shapelessness and form to formlessness. However,
Fucking,
what's that?
I don't understand anything that you're saying. What are you reading from?
Oh, I'm reading from my definition list.
Did
Ken
you
Wheeler
write that?
definition list. No, I didn't write this. No. This is
What
just
is it?
what I've. This is Ken Wheeler's PDF. You can download for free on his definitions of how he asserts ether understanding.
My God. Where does he get off?
Charles Proteus Steinmetz. This is in his book, Discharges, Waves, and Impulses. He says, in electric circuits containing energy stored in the magnetic and the dielectric field, the change in the amount of stored energy occurs by a series of changes from the magnetic to the dielectric and back again from the dielectric to the magnetic stored energy. He also says that the magnetic and the dielectric field of the conductors are both included in the term electric field and are the two components of the electric field. So if you think you're smarter than Charles Proteus Steinmetz, you might want to go get looked at.
I can tell nonsense when I hear it.
Sure thing, Don.
Are you familiar with who Steinmetz is, Don?
No.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
you can thank him and Tesla for the fact that you and I are speaking right now.
He told me that
And you should
comes from Ken Wheeler.
definitely go smack your college professor for never teaching you who Steinmetz was.
Well, why does it matter? Who was he?
This is the guy that
Just quickly tell
perfected
me.
our entire electrical system as we know.
What? And you reckon that's the quote from him?
And what?
Literally from his book.
He said it was from a Ken Wheeler PDF.
No, I read you a quote. I read you a quote from Charles Proteus Steinmetz's book that he made on electrical waves, impulses, and discharges. I think he's got about a 42-page mathematical equation. So yeah, the guy was pretty fucking smart, I'd say.
What does that relate to, though?
That relates to the fact that you have electricity. If it wasn't for this guy doing what this guy did, you would still be there twiddling your thumbs, not having Discord or your computer that you think you're so brilliant because you're able to use.
I don't feel because I'm able to use a computer.
You think you're sophisticated because you have computer technology, even though the basis of your computer technology was supported by this very man.
Well, I don't know about that statement having anything to do with computers.
Okay, you wouldn't. All right,
Like
go pull the magnets out of your computer and tell me how well your computer works. Then go and plug it and tell me how well it works after that as well. Yeah, that part, bro.
Yeah, I know a lot of people like to shit on Ken Wheeler, and like that's fine, but most of what Ken Wheeler is saying is just drawn from other individuals, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So
He's standing on the shoulders of giants, and his understanding of magnetism is I think probably the best we've got so far. But as far as everything else goes, like, yeah, he basically built upon what they've already laid out. Sorry to interrupt you, Napalm.
So back to what you said a second ago.
you're good.
Does my computer, if I don't have a hard disk drive and I have a solid state drive, do I have magnets in my computer?
Yeah, anytime you have an electric field, you have a magnetic field associated with that because the very fact that
not a magnetic field, a magnet. Do I have a magnet in my computer?
Yeah.
Not a magnetic field, an actual magnet somewhere in my computer.
Yes.
Where?
What computer do you got?
I mean, it's a regular laptop, but it does not have a hard drive. It's got a solid state drive. So it's not one of those platter drives.
Okay. So then it's Apple, because I think Apple owns the patent on solid state drive.
They don't.
What?
Anyways,
But to the best of my knowledge, the only thing that uses magnets in a computer is the hard drive. I don't think anything else uses a magnet.
I don't know about that.
Well, that's why I said.
You knew a
that's
minute
why I
ago.
asked.
You knew a minute ago when you were telling me.
Yes, that's why I asked, because I was pretty sure that the only thing that uses a magnet in a computer is the hard disk drive, the spinning platters. And if you don't have one of those, I don't think you have a magnet in the computer. And therefore, I can use this computer and not base it on any kind of magnetic. I mean, it might have a magnetic field because it generates electricity, but there's actually no magnet. And that's what you said. There's a magnet in it.
Yeah, there's a magnet in there.
You just said it again, but you haven't given me an example.
Okay, well, bring your laptop over. I'll pop it open for you. And we'll
Okay,
start
okay.
dissecting it.
No,
I mean,
you
if you're-
over. You open
How
it
can you
and
tell me there
show the
is
magnet.
and then not give me the example? You mean we're just going to look for it, but you don't know where it's at? That seems a little.
All right, let me see if I can. Let me see if I can find some blueprints on a solid state drive laptop. But I'm at work right now, taking a piss.
Actually, this one. Actually, you know what? Well, it doesn't matter. Go ahead.
What were you gonna say? Go for it.
Well, I was going to say I'm on my laptop. This particular laptop has a hard drive, but it's older. I'm talking my desktop that I'm not on has a solid state drive, but that's neither here nor there. There are computers. My point being, there are computers that don't have a magnet. I don't think. That's why I'm asking. I mean, maybe you know more than I do.
I'm no computer fucking scientist here, but I would definitely assert that there's a computer in each and every computer. Or sorry, a magnet in each and every computer.
Yeah, don't think that that's true.
I know you're saying that. I've heard you several times repeat it.
Well, you're saying it's true, and I'm saying it's not. So now the question is, which one of us is correct?
So you want specifics? Like we're specifically pointing out a solid state drive computer not having a magnet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think. I mean, the processor don't use magnets. The video card doesn't use a magnet. The hard drive doesn't use a magnet. Now, maybe I can't remember if the fans do, maybe. The fans, I don't think they use magnets. Now, the only thing that I'm not sure about is possibly the motherboard in some effect uses a magnet. I mean, there's a battery on there. So, but I can't think of any part of the computer outside of the platter disk drives that would use a magnet. But I may be wrong, which is what I'm waiting for.
So it says here a solid state drive does not contain magnetic coatings. So that's the first thing that I got popping up. Let's dig deeper into this.
I don't want to get pedantic, so I won't. Yeah, I won't. But I will say this, which is also pedantic. You don't need. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not going to say the thing I was going to say, which is also pedantic. This thing that is also pedantic, I am going to say, which is you can. You don't need electricity or magnets to make a computer. Because you make a computer with anything like water and valves and pipes. You don't have to have electricity or water. I mean, electricity.
Abacus? You can have an abacus.
Abacus, sure, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, then we go back to what defines a computer to be as such, and I think colloquially,
I'm specifically talking about a what do you call that? What was that called? What was that guy called? A Turing complete computer.
I don't know if I've ever heard that term, Turing complete computer. I don't know what you're talking about.
Like it's basic. It's a basic computer.
Can you have a computer without electromagnetism?
Yes.
You can.
He's talking about like
computer.
he's talking about like a mechanical computer, like an abacus or something like that.
Well,
And that's why I said now we start getting pedantic into how do we define a computer, and I think modernly, in a colloquial sense, it's has nothing to do with what you're laying out, Kosho.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm like I said when I say Turing complete, like it's able to calculate functions and follow rules and follow instructions. So it's an actual computer. Like it's not. I'm not talking about something that you have to actually, do the computations. The computer will do the computations.
Let me ask you this. Can a magnet wipe out information or store data on a drive, like a what do you call those old school tapes?
You're talking about the you're talking about for the Turing machine, like those old
I just remember how we used to listen to music back in the day before CDs.
cassette
They were
tapes.
cassette tape. Yeah, like a magnet it'll wipe the information off that, and your computer as well. If you put a magnet, strong enough magnet too close to your computer, it'll just start wiping fucking information out.
No.
Probably
What about a record player? What about a record?
And
no.
that was what I was saying about the solid state drives. They're not vulnerable to that kind of interference.
So okay, because Google had something here. Let me see what it said. It said, can you break a SSD with a magnet? SSDs don't store data magnetically, so applying a strong magnetic field won't do anything. Spinning hard drives are susceptible to physical damage, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is backing up what you're saying here.
I mean, if you throw the magnet at the solid state drive and hit it with a hard magnet, then you can break it with a magnet. Yes.
Okay, I'll say my pedantic thing now, because once you brought up fans, it reminded me that there are actual. I mean, because a fan it has to use magnetic fields to spin, so because it has a motor in it.
That's kind of why I was going component by component.
Yeah. That's why I didn't want. That's why I didn't want to get pedantic about it. But regardless, so just so you're clear, or just so we're all clear, a Turing completeness is the ability for a system of instructions to simulate a Turing machine. A programming language that is Turing complete is theoretically capable of expressing all tasks accomplishable by computers. Nearly all programming languages are Turing complete. Yeah, so and a Turing machine is a mathematical model of computation describing an abstract machine that manipulates symbols on a strip of tape according to a table of rules. So it doesn't have to be a strip of tape, but as long as it's able to, to follow like logical instructions based on rules, then it's considered a Turing machine.
It took me a 30-second search to find magnets in computers. I mean, seriously, guys. Seriously.
Most computers.
My God.
If you read what you posted, SE, read what you posted.
Yeah, read it, man. Read it.
To store information. I specifically said you don't use those kind of hard drives. You use
do you have problems with your eyeballs? What does it say there? Magnetic or non-magnetic? These plates can be made magnetic or non-magnetic. Hello?
Wait. So if they're non-magnetic, do they have a magnet in them?
Magnetic or non-magnetic? Do you understand English?
That's our. Should I say
it in Chinese? Ping lai fai pong tai lo.
You know Chinese?
Is that better for you?
Ho Chi Minh.
SE, you're arguing his argument. That's what he's saying. He's saying that there's multiple types of computers, and your thing says that there's two types. Some can have magnetic, and some are non-magnetic. Obviously, extremists is talking about the non-magnetic ones.
No, it doesn't say non-magnetic. It says the plates can be made magnetic and non-magnetic to store information. It doesn't say some computers have magnetic and some don't.
It does.
It talks about the hard drive.
It says the hard disk inside of a computer is made up of metal plates. Tiny areas on these plates can be made magnetic or non-magnetic, creating a code. Oh yeah, you're right. My bad. Regardless, this post you posted, it says most computers. And those are the for the ones that are not solid state drives. Solid state drives don't use that.
Until the solid state came out, all computers had hard drives, right? So all computers use magnetics, bro. Simple.
No, but solid state drives don't use this. The mechanism that you're being posted are not solid state.
I didn't say solid state. I said hard drive.
No, I know, but extremists invoked the solid state prior to you maybe joining the room. That's kind of why he found a little niche in my words, so he's trying to throw it in my face.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm not trying to piggyback on all that because I do think it's ridiculous. I see what your point to Don was about, them have electricity and are using computers. That's why I said it was going to be pedantic. I'm not trying to prove a point with it.
In other words, Kosho, without Steinmetz, Tesla, Hertz, none of this would be possible. None of it. Without electromagnetic energy, what we call electricity, none of this would be possible. These guys are the geniuses, the giants. Yeah.
Well, it was the dielectric field which they were perplexed by that, and they all alluded to having this causal link between the electric and magnetic field. That's what was that's what kind of derived this whole understanding. So we have to remember that.
Well,
You know that Tesla, he was testing out Hertz's theory, right? And he found it not correct. That's how Tesla came up with his ether flow energy, radiant energy. He found out when he was testing out Hertz's, I forgot what it was that he was testing out, some sort of field that he was testing out, and he found that he wasn't exactly correct.
Wait,
Tesla
so wait,
did.
hold on, because now you're talking. This is what I was asking before. That you said I had to watch an hour video, which I haven't taken the time to watch yet. But that's what I was asking you about, that plasma flow. Like, does it go by any other names, or is there something else?
Yeah.
I know most specific. So when you say radiant energy, I am familiar with Tesla's radiant energy, and
that's it. The ether flow and radiant energy.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I think he was just using. Wasn't radiant energy just background radio waves that he was trying to capture?
No. There's two types. One he created using electric field, running it through a magnet, and the other one is he says it comes from the sun and from cosmic rays, like directly from. It called it the ether, directly from space, I would imagine.
Well, those come from the sun. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Not just the sun.
It's protons.
Well, all that energy, radiation, that cosmic rays, he calls it, stuff like that. A lot of it is produced in the sun, but he also says he can make the machines, because he made a machine to capture this. He also said that works at night, but it has less energy than in the daytime due to the sun.
Because it's protons, that's why. Protons from the sun.
I don't think he said protons. I don't think
he didn't know. He did not know that it was protons at the time, but we now know today that they were just protons. I mean, it's a mix.
No.
It's a mix.
Protons.
So there's obviously some high energy particles from space, cosmic rays.
Yes.
So you get less. Sorry, you get less at night because most of it is protons from the sun.
Yeah, he didn't call it protons, but yeah, okay.
He did not know it. He did not know there were protons at the time.
Well, he called it ether. He called it ether. So, ether energy, radiant energy. You are aware that he was able to reproduce this using electric current through a magnet? You're aware of that?
Hey, SE, I don't know if I saw the same video that you're talking about, but I saw something you recommended. I looked for it because I heard you talking about it. And what I remember from it is it was an ether fountain, and it was coming up from the ground, not from space.
That's another one. Yeah, that's another one.
Yeah.
So check this out. Yeah, there's many. It's freaked out, bro. Like, picture the Earth as negative, right? And the rays, he calls them as positive. So he had a contraption that could take him out right from the air. But he also had another thing which he envisioned, that because they're stored in the earth, he figured you can put a rod in the ground and get that ether flow, what you're saying. That's another thing that he was working on.
Probably depends on where on Earth, because what's probably coming from the ground, the so-called radiant energy from the ground, is none other than radioactivity, radioactive decay.
No, bro, no, that's not how he explained it. He explained it as those cosmic rays coming in from space and from the sun are being stored, are positive, and the Earth is negative. So they're being stored in the Earth. So we can tap into it like putting a rod in the ground, he said. And the beauty of this is this battery keeps getting recharged constantly.
Was this before or after the time of Marie Curie?
Oh, when was Marie Curie? In the 30s?
No, turn of the century. This was also the turn of the century.
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar when her date was.
His
Marie
patent, well, there's the turn of the century. His patent for the radiant energy was 1901. It's around this was like right around the same time as Marie Curie. Before, really.
So you think Wheeler just put out the core, the center of the Earth? Is that what we're doing?
Wheeler just Wheeler just put out a video on Tesla's ether. I don't know. You might want to check that out.
Oh yes, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can post the patent for the radiant the radiant energy. He talks about what he suspects the cause is. He also talks about how it's already kind of talked about that it's that it comes from charged particles from space. So, or that it's coming from something from out from space hitting the atmosphere.
Yeah, from space and from the sun. He says, "Yep."
From the atmosphere or from space?
No, it comes into it affects the atmosphere from space. Comes into the atmosphere from space.
Or from the sun?
Well, that would be included.
Well, yeah, but not if it's a flat Earth and it's close. I mean, I guess technically still be in space, whatever space is, but yeah, different definition. I don't think it's protons or radioactive decay or any of that. I think it's the ether, which may not be either of those things.
It is definitely the ether, according to Tesla. It's not known energy like we know it. It's not electromagnetic energy.
But he's saying this.
It was not known.
Yeah, he's saying this with ignorance. Like he's saying this.
Well, you could say that he might have been ahead of his time, and now he's defined as having ignorance, just like Michelson Morley's redefined and fitting the whole idea that it got rid of the ether, which is totally not true either. So,
and all that stuff is true. It's not redefined. That the Michelson Morley, Michelson had considered that test a failure and was ashamed of it. To the end of his life. So, yeah, I mean, he was
ashamed of it.
Yeah, like it bothered him that it was a failure. Yeah.
What do you mean?
That's just what he was affected by.
Yeah, it was a failure to show the Earth moved around the sun.
No, it was seen as a failure of a test, even though it wasn't. It technically was insightful.
Yeah, so the Earth didn't move at all, or length contraction bullshit.
Did you know that Tesla did X-rays before X-rays were invented?
That's why they're called X-rays, is because.
They were called Roentgen before that.
That's what I'm saying. Because people didn't know what they were. So.
I just posted the lamp that made it possible, the tube.
William Roentgen was the guy that discovered them.
He must have made those X-rays out of ignorance.
Absolutely,
yes. Yeah, he did.
Pure ignorance.
Yeah,
that's why they were. These things were like these things that are you're talking about X-rays and him trying to come up with what was causing the radiant energy. These are things that were thought about before they were known. Now that we know the answers, you can say that they came to those conclusions based on ignorance at the time.
Here's one of his patents.
Yeah, you say that. You're such a lawyer. That's so funny because you just use the word in two different contexts to make it work for your side of the argument. First of all,
how did I use it?
First he said, well, he made those statements in ignorance as if he didn't know what he was talking about to begin with, and then he discovered things also with ignorance because he didn't know what's going on. So you figure out, you just try things.
They miss identified these things because of ignorance. That's what I said. Yeah.
Misidentified X-rays, or as X-rays? You mean? I mean, he didn't know what he had. Is what you're saying?
Well, yeah, they didn't know what that was.
Right. I see what you're saying. Okay, never mind.
I mean, we know what it is now. They still call it X-rays, just because. But so it would be like dark matter or dark energy. When they find out what it's called, they might still call it dark matter or dark energy.
Instead of just saying we screwed up badly, we just invented this shit. So we don't look like idiots.
Calling things dark and black, it just got it. That shit has to end. Okay, we got to get over that shit.
Right. Well, why was somebody like Wilhelm Röntgen, labeled as the discoverer of X-rays in like 1895 when Tesla was already utilizing X-rays a decade before that? Like documented.
Yeah. It's all it can.
What was he utilizing them for?
He was able to see bones, right? Same shit that X-rays are used for now, right? He was just experimenting with them, but allegedly his experimentation with this was not the discovery of it.
I mean, it depends on what because I thought it was Röntgen who was using it to see bones.
Have a look at live tech stream. I don't just talk, bro. I give you evidence. Have a look. 1895. X-ray image. Tesla. Wham.
I mean, I think isn't that the same year that Röntgen discovered the X-ray?
Or stole it?
Do you think he stole it from him?
Or stole it. I just said it was question mark. I don't know. I mean, all this shit. His lab was, destroyed. All this shit was taken. So, anything.
His lab was destroyed in 1895.
But let me read you something from.
Who knows what the rewritten history even is telling us now?
Yeah, let me just read you something from PubMed, entitled "Nikola Tesla and Medicine." 160th anniversary of the birth of the genius who gave light to the world. This is an excerpt regarding Nikola Tesla and the discovery of X-ray radiation. Tesla pioneered the use of X-rays for medical purposes, practically laying the foundation for radiology. Namely, since 1887, Tesla periodically experimented with X-rays, at that same time still unknown and unnamed, which he called shadowgraphs.
Yeah, but wasn't that 2 years? Oh no, that's not 2 years. It's 7 years before. Yeah, let's say he's been using them. I don't know why. If he's been using them 7 years before Röntgen.
Moreover, at the
end genius, bro.
18,
that's why.
So at the end of 1894, they conducted extensive research focusing on X-rays, but unfortunately, it was interrupted after the fire burning down his laboratory in 1895, and in 1896 and 97, Tesla published papers on the biologic effects of X-ray radiation. So his laboratory burned down in 1895. When was Röntgen credited with discovering?
1895,
yeah, there you go.
Coincidence, I'm sure.
Well, where was his lab at? In Germany?
No, it was in the States. His lab.
His lab at that time, I think, was in New York.
Because this guy was in Germany, but still, I mean, I don't. That is odd that it's the same year as his fire burned down his lab. But that picture though is not 1895 though; it's 1896. The image.
Look, the man was a genius. A bona fide, certified freaking genius. End of story, man. That's it. There's nobody like Tesla. Nobody.
But it just proves that what you call radiant energy or ether is just a mix of either protons or high energy particles from space or just radioactive decay.
Yep, that's all it is. You're right.
Going back to that. You're just going back to that. Like, simple, I don't get that. Radioactive decay or protons?
Close up the conversation.
No ether to This is not the ether you're looking
No,
for.
but this is no. But hold on.
Move along.
This is what we're saying. Like it's true that Tesla had like experimented and he'd written about the same thing that later became X-rays. But I think the difference between what Röntgen, and the reason why he's probably known for it is because he correctly identified what it was. And Tesla, I think it says he called it radiant matter when we know now it's not matter, right? So it's like he experimented with it, but he didn't really identify what it was, know what it was, and that could be the same with with the radiant energy. Like it's true that he had a way of capturing it, but identifying what it was, he was probably off. And as we know now, he was incorrect.
No, you're absolutely freaking wrong. He had all kinds of machines that worked on it. You can't be more.
I just said that, dude. I just said he was able to capture it. So yeah, he was able to capture it. He was able to capture this energy while at the same time falsely identifying where it was coming from.
Well, you should just listen to the video that we're referring to, Kosho, before you comment on what exactly
I'm reading
happened.
his patent right now. Okay.
No. I'm talking about the video that that SE recommended that we both watched. It doesn't seem to really depict what you're saying happened as far as.
I'm reading his patent, so it's like.
Okay, whatever. But I'm saying the video we're talking about is off base from what you're saying. That's all.
Well, that's fine, but that's a dude describing it, and that dude has the same bias you have. But I'm saying I'm reading the actual patent.
Do we have a bias?
That's in lieu of watching the hour-long video.
What bias, bro? What are you talking?
He's got a bias towards the ether being real, so identifying it.
He just said what Tesla was doing and what he had actually was able to manipulate. It wasn't any kind of interpretation thing. It was the ether. It was like an ether fountain. He describes it.
Yeah, but we're able to accomplish the same thing, just knowing it as something different, and the different thing that we know it as seems to be the correct.
What's the different thing?
You're talking out of ignorance, bro. First of all, you haven't even seen this ether energy. You haven't even looked at what
I'm looking. I know because I asked you what the ether
thing?
flow was, and you didn't tell me. But now you're saying it's radiant energy. Radiant energy, I do understand.
No, you don't.
Yes,
Obviously, the way you're talking, you don't, Kosho.
Yes, I do. I've seen several of his patents. The one where he's transmitting energy over the air without wires, and one where he's capturing radiant energy. And I have that one open right now. That
one. Tell me the difference between radiant energy and regular electricity. Go ahead, tell me.
What do you mean? What's the difference? The radiant energy is just it's not different than regular electricity. It's just a.
Yes, it is. Oh my God!
It's not different. It's just talking about the source of where it's coming from.
It's just
energy. It's energy that's already in the in the atmosphere.
You're missing the whole point, bro. You're not. You're skirting the whole point. Like, will it kill you to watch the freaking video so you can understand? Why don't you just tell
me what your criticism was a second ago? If you're saying it's different than regular electricity, what's the difference between it and any other energy captured energy like electricity used for energy? Right.
I must have explained it 100 times. I'll do it again, bro. It's completely different. First of all, let me tell you how he found it, okay? He ran an electric current through a high-powered magnet, powerful magnet. And he noticed the flow of electrons, which were sparking in blue, but he also noticed on another side, he noticed this white flow, a different kind of energy, cold, right? Not harmful to humans, completely different than electromagnetic energy. This is what you have to understand, bro. Are you with me so far?
You've told me that. I'm reading his. But it's not I'm reading the patent, and the patent doesn't talk about using a magnet for that. It doesn't say anything about.
Because you haven't looked into the whole thing. Watch the video. The guy explains it. He goes through the whole thing. He even shows you a light bulb, right? Made that produces this energy. You can see it with your own eyes, man. You can see the different characteristics.
What's powering the light bulb?
The light bulb that produces this energy, it's a cold energy.
I know, but what's powering the light bulb?
A DC motor.
Huh?
Hold on, I gotta take a call. Hold on.
I can't hear you. Hold on.
He said he had to take a call.
Oh, my bad, my bad.
You know, you could light up a light bulb by holding it near a Tesla coil, right?
Oh, yeah. Me and my brother made one of those, a Tesla coil. The other thing is a lot of people get mixed up the two ideas of this radiant energy and the and those towers that he was going to use to transmit energy. But the energy that he was going to transmit wasn't free energy or anything like that. It was energy that was, gotten in some kind of way. It's just a way to transfer that energy. Was what the those towers were for.
You know, Mary Curie didn't know what she was doing was harmful to human health.
Yeah, and at the same time beneficial too, though. But because like, what was it called? Chemotherapy or whatever. Whatever kind of therapy uses radiation. But at the same time, yeah, it was very harmful to her. She used to sleep with radium under her pillow.
How long did she do that for?
Years and years, I believe. It was something. And I think she like her. I don't know if she gave it to her kids or whatever, but it's just because it would light up at nighttime. So she thought it was cool, but it's, before she thought it was harmful. But I think she did it for a while.
Sorry about that, Kosho. Take a call, man.
Oh, you're fine. I forgot what was being said.
We're talking about the radiant energy, and somehow this is what you got to understand, bro. Like, do yourself a favor, watch that video so we can be at par. You know,
Well,
I'm not
read
saying
this. Read this patent, and we'll be at par.
certain things you need to know, bro, before we have this conversation. And certain things you have to see for yourself. Like, for example, the radiant energy light bulb, right? It doesn't behave like a regular light bulb. The light is not the same. It's like a whitish, glowish light.
And that's what I was asking you, was what was powering the light bulb?
Okay, from what I know, right, he uses a DC generator. But now, the trick here is, if I understood it correctly, it's very complex. The secret of the power is it goes through a gap, right, and it breaks when they shut the power off. It like crack. Think of it as cracking the electricity or some shit like that, if I understood it correctly. So it's that abrupt power surge that creates this shit. You got to see it to understand it. It's very complex and at the same time not complex.
And at the same time, is the power input to the light bulb, is there more power after this? He does this thing with this light bulb.
What do you mean?
Like he put power into lighting the light bulb. Was the power output greater afterwards? Because if it wasn't, then there was not really any energy being created, right?
I'm not sure if the power was greater or not, but that's not the issue. The issue is that it's a different kind of power.
You know what I think is going on? I think that light bulb has a gas in it that, if it's under the influence of enough, voltage in the air, it's going to start glowing, just like a fluorescent light bulb. That does it when you have light bulbs near Tesla coils, they will glow like that, right? And if you try to put the power, you got to think about the current running through these coils. If you suddenly try to break that circuit, all that current is going to try to keep going. It's going to create a spark, and those sparks is going to generate radio waves, and probably got this burst of radio waves that are lighting up the light bulb at the end there. It's not something you don't understand today.
Let me answer that. That's the beauty of the bulb. It doesn't contain gas like a regular bulb. It contains a vacuum. This is part of the trick. That bulb has to have no gas in it. It has to have a vacuum and a single coil.
But it's not a perfect vacuum, right? It's not a perfect vacuum.
I didn't say it was perfect.
Hang on. It's not a perfect vacuum, right? You can't really have a perfect vacuum. So even fluorescent lights, it's low pressure gas in there. It's very low pressure. So, gases, when you lower the pressure, they glow more easily under the influence of electric fields.
Yeah, but there was no gas in this. That he specifically states there's no gas. The reason why it works is because it's in a vacuum.
He's probably wrong about that.
Sorry?
He was probably wrong about that. He probably thought it was a perfect vacuum.
No, man. Bro, watch the video. Watch the video that I posted, that Show reposted, and you will see that bulb in action. This has been reproduced. This is what I'm trying to tell you guys. This is not pie in the sky ether. This has been reproduced by what's his name?
Eric Dollard.
Dollard, yeah. Watch the video, man.
Yeah, I know, but here's the question, though: is it doesn't matter what color the light is. That's cool. If it shows up magenta, that'd be awesome. But the question is there more energy afterwards? What is this special energy? Right? Like, is it special in the sense that it's just a different color, or is it actually creating, a positive energy output?
Okay, let me give you one characteristic that they found. This is gonna blow your mind. They found that with that energy, let's say you're running something, you're running a circuit, or you're running a light bulb, and if you turn it off, right, you cut the power. He says, now I haven't seen this, so I don't know if this is true or not, but this is one of the characteristics of this power. Apparently the light bulb will stay lit for a while, even after you shut the power off. Now, I've never seen this done, so.
I mean, okay. For how long is it kept on after it's powered?
I heard, was it 15 minutes or 15 seconds? I don't remember. I think it was 15 minutes. I find that hard to believe, like, really.
Well, no, I mean there's a lot of LED lights like that are part of. I don't know. I have tons of stuff like this power outlet thing. Like you unplug it, it still lights up for like 20 seconds.
Yeah, you know that thing in Egypt that that we keep posting. They say it's a lotus flower and it looks like a light bulb. That
No.
looks very similar to what has a single coil.
I just posted a bunch of
Yeah,
pictures that
that's
match
why it
that.
came to
Right?
mind. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Are you
yeah.
talking about the Baghdad
See
battery?
in the picture there? No, it's like
No.
it's like two. It looks like flowers coming out of a little circle there. See on the picture at the last one I posted, in the picture on the wall, it looks
Like a
like that.
hookah.
It looks like they're using like it's the same kind of thing with their like maybe siphoning from the ground, making an ether fountain, possibly.
Well, it's crazy they couldn't use that to make like I don't know computers or something or pictures. They had to like draw these pictures on the wall.
Well, it would explain a lot of tunnels. You see, they have these tunnels in the pyramids, and
Yeah.
they
There's a
need
huge
lighting,
underground
right?
complex. Yeah.
Right? They need
Yeah.
lighting. So they say if there was lighting torches in here, they would be like scorch marks. And there's absolutely no scorch marks, no lighting. So this would explain how the hell.
Well, I heard
It
Imagine.
looked like
that.
they were all about controlling the energy, and they knew how
Yeah.
to siphon it, how to tap into it, how to use instruments to energize themselves, maybe
Well, if you look at
through
the
their
actual
bombs
complex
and stuff.
in the Great Pyramid, there was like an opening at the top or whatever, and so I've seen somebody show how they could have basically mirrors that would be oriented in such a way that would allow them to see down in there.
Oh, you don't think they had light?
Electrical light? No.
You don't think they were using those Baghdad batteries to make light, like the depictions in the hieroglyphs look like the light bulb?
No.
You don't think that's
No, I
you don't
don't
think
think
that's
so.
the case? You just kind of go with the mainstream on that.
Yeah, so to make a light bulb, you also need what else? Somewhat of a vacuum, right? You'd have the glass to make the container to contain the coil and all whatever you're using, the filament that you're using. So it's more than just having electricity. There's a lot of stuff they didn't have
Or we were told that.
that would allow them to have light bulbs.
Yeah, that's the bulb. New Perspective just posted it. Check it out. It's exactly a freaking Tesla bulb. One coil in the middle and a bulb. Look at that.
How do they make the glass?
I don't know. How'd they build the pyramids?
With
They
hands,
poured. It seems like it's poured.
hands, and will.
No,
Sure.
those things were geopolymer. Those things were poured.
Those things were what?
They were poured.
The pyramids?
Yep.
The Egyptian
Yep.
pyramids.
Yep. It was geopolymer.
Isn't that? Don't they already know for sure that it was limestone? Or that
Who's they?
no, that was that was outside. But what was the what were the
Who's
main
they?
rocks out of?
Who knows? Mainstream doesn't agree with a lot of
Yeah, but you can
alternative
actually go there and you can see what material it's made out of.
Yeah, they can pour. This geopolymer matches the limestone perfectly.
And see, why are you
can't-
posting a chip and a pyramid next to it?
I'm just putting out stuff for people to think about.
You don't think it was possibly a power unit?
I mean, that's
I think it was a grave. No, wait, do you think they actually made it for somebody to be buried in? It was just a grave.
I didn't say that.
Oh, you think? Okay, because that's the main.
How about this? I'm not going to straw man you. Just don't straw man me, okay?
No, I'm just saying if you're going along with them on the other things, maybe
That's not
you're just
the mainstream
thinking-
doesn't think that.
That's one of the mainstream lines is that it was made for his sarcophagus.
Well, that's not the mainstream narrative. The Great Pyramid was.
What is the mainstream narrative now?
They actually know that it wasn't a tomb.
For what reason? What did they say it was?
They didn't find any bodies in it. They didn't find any hieroglyphs.
No, I know. Well, what's their theory about what it is then? If it's not that,
There's different theories. I mean, there's people who think ridiculous things, and there's people who think practical things. I mean, it could just be a symbol of, their greatness. Who knows?
Alien landing strip.
So you're gonna look into the ether flow radiant energy. You're gonna watch that video, Kosho, or not?
Well, I'm already familiar with radiant energy. I'm watching the video right now by Eric
Good
Dollars.
stuff.
Okay, but I recommend you read the patent if you want to be.
I've read it.
Read the patent? Then you do know that it has nothing to do with what you were saying.
Well, in the patent, he's more general, but like that's why I tell you, look into these guys that broke down all the stuff that he says, and you'll see that this is a completely different form of energy. I want you to understand that. If nothing else, I want you to understand it's not electromagnetic energy.
Wait, what? And
This
it's not.
energy, it's not electromagnetic energy. Yeah, you heard me correctly. I know it sounds crazy, but that's what the man says himself. It's not.
That's what Eric Dollar says.
Yeah.
Yeah, not Tesla though.
Tesla as well. Tesla as well. I believe he. I don't want to put words in his mouth because I've read like 100 things the past few months, so I might be confused on who said what. But he definitely thought it was a different form of energy. That is a fact.
So you're saying he thought it was, or he knew it was?
Tesla knew absolutely 100% that this was not electromagnetic energy. Different energy. He called it blue. He called it a white ether flow radiant energy. Yeah, you're trying to you're starting to catch on, extremists. But think of that not like smart alecky. That is exactly it. I know you think you're smart. I know you think you know it all. I know you think everybody has figured it out, and there's no way they could be hiding this. But you got to do some research, bro.
In the end, it really doesn't matter, because if you can't make any practical demonstrations, inventions, applications, it doesn't matter. And if they're hiding it and you steal from it because they're hiding the technology, it still doesn't matter.
Here's why it matters. Because people will be duped. They want to be duped. You want to believe some shit instead of know for yourself. That's why it's a problem.
But it doesn't change anything.
It'll
No, you are the
eventually
problem,
ruin everything
extremists.
if people like you continue.
Yes, you are the problem. Don't take this personally, but you are the problem.
Okay, so if I'm the problem,
Listen,
what's
it's a
the
gullible
solution?
thought process. If you're gullible, you're gonna fucking ruin this world. It's that simple.
If we are the problem, what's the solution?
What?
Knowledge.
Just don't be gullible. Just don't fall for bullshit. You know, smell
Knowledge.
it better.
So now that we have the knowledge, we know this exists. What's step two? Now what do we do about it?
No, you don't know. You
No,
don't know.
You know. That's what I'm saying. You know. So somebody knows. So what is step two?
You are already convinced that it's wrong. Why? Because it came from me.
You are not. So somebody knows this is real. Somebody knows that this exists. It's being hidden from us by the people in charge. So now what do we do about it? By, you, that's true to you. What do you and people that believe the same thing, what's stage two, step two? Convince, do you have to convince everybody that this is true, or can you do something without everybody else knowing? Without the help of the mainstream.
Well, with people like you blocking the way, it'll never get anywhere. Because, see, I just told you this. Instead of you going, let me look into this and spread it, you're blocking it. Kosho, the same thing. So you and Kosho times 1,000 times 1,000,000, that's what we live in. People like you.
We're not, I would encourage you to follow this up. I think you should. If this is revolutionary. This will change the world as we know it if it is true. I would encourage you to follow it up and prove me wrong. I hope I'm wrong. That would be awesome. I am not standing in your way.
But you're not even taking step one. You're not even looking into it.
What do I need to do? I don't need to. You should be. What do I have to do to help you out? Do you need help from me to further the
Brother, that's the problem. We're here to help you, my brother. We're here to help you. So it's however we can help you come to grips with your reality, admit that you've been duped, at least about space, right? And planets and the globe and stuff. And then we can move on.
But I'm okay with things that they are. I'm okay with that. Now, if you are not, you think this is true, why do I need the help? Can you not do this without me is my question. What do you need me to do?
Without you. I'm here. Listen.
You'd be the last person we'd want
hold
to
on.
think tank about this.
Please hold on. I'm here as a favor to my fellow man. So I could easily do all of what I'm doing in my life without you. But I love you and I want to help you.
That's fine. Now this, if you did demonstrate this, that would go a long way toward convincing me that you're right. Now, I will admit I have my doubts. I don't see it happening. But obviously you are convinced it's true. So my question is, why do you need me to help you? Can you not do something with other people that are like-minded to prove me wrong?
Hey, I don't think anyone's asking for your help. I think you might be one of the last people that would be productive to have.
I totally agree with that.
But I also don't think that they're going to allow it. If this is as powerful as as liberating as harnessing the ether could actually be, they say, it's not something you should even talk about if you're actually going to do it. To be honest.
So that's kind of my point.
It does seem like something you don't want people known. Yeah, they don't want it known.
If only a small people know about this and only a small percentage believe this is true and this is revolutionary, then the people in charge, they are able to hide it. But
Shemesis. Well, they are counting on people like you. They know that even once somebody like me gives somebody like you the information, you're Stockholmed. You're going to go against it right away. So they're counting on people like you. You times 7 billion, that's how they control us.
But the thing is, again, it's not about just the information. You have the information. I believe it. You don't. I'm not stopping you from doing anything with it. In fact, like I just said, I would encourage you to make something practical, demonstrate it, show it off, to show the world.
You see, there you go. I have the demonstration. Hold on. I have the demonstration. I posted the demonstration, but it's people like you that even refuse to spend 1 hour of their day to see this revolutionary thing. That's what they're counting on. People like you, extremists, Stockholm individuals. That's how they win.
So you're saying
I'm the
one, people like me are keeping this from being in the mainstream, from going public.
I put it in your lap. I said, here, extremists, spend 1 hour of your time. It'll change your whole world. You refuse to do it. 1 hour, bro. That's how they win, with people like you.
Hey, extremists, I sent you those comps from Michael Brenner, and like 4 of them are all about the ether and how it would change everything,
How many have you watched? How many have you watched of those extremists? Zero.
He's sending a bunch of little memes. They weren't videos. They were little meme, text stuff. And I actually looked into them. I will say this. I did look into them. You're seeing it's funny how we draw 2 different conclusions. It's our totally different mindset. You're saying they're revolutionary. You know what I see? The first thing when I thought is, and again, it's almost a conspiracy theorist on my part, is that when I looked up that guy, he said he speaks Russian. And he's from he studied mechanical engineering in Vienna.
And linguistics at the University of Vienna, yeah.
Right. When it said the words, he speaks Russian, he understands Russian, the very first thing I thought of, this is some Russian guy's attempt to spread misinformation against the United States. That is
the hell?
My God,
that would be your
Oh my God.
That would be you. Okay, so you admit that you were just completely ridiculously strawmanning him in your mind when you
Well,
first.
no,
When you
I mean,
first read it.
I didn't even read any of the article. I just looked at the guy, saw
Well,
his
that's what I'm saying.
credentials,
And
saw
you
his
just
post
assumed
Russian.
without even reading anything he says. You
Hold
didn't
on, I
take
didn't
into
finish.
account
Let me
anything he
finish
said.
what I was saying. Again, I jumped to the conclusion. Yes, I admit that. Looked at his profile, looked at he speaks Russian. That's the first thing that came to my mind. Now, after I did that, then I did look into a few of them. And I didn't, you sent me like 10 of them. I maybe looked at 5 of them. And the more I looked at them, the more I thought, this guy is batshit crazy. I mean, completely
Well, you have
nuts.
either
He
he's
doesn't
crazy or you are, right?
understand anything about science. I
Either he's dumb or you're
tell
dumb,
that.
right?
Do what?
Either he's dumb and crazy or you're dumb and crazy because you think
That
he's
is
wrong.
true. One or the other. It's all relative. That's correct.
Right.
Hey, SC, I watched the video long enough to find out what was really being talked about. I should have read the title, but those longitudinal waves, right? Those were what he was basically. That was what he was utilizing in his transmission towers, which is why the patent that they introduced in this video is about the transmission. His transmission patent, the patent that he had for the transmission of electrical current, which again is just utilizing these what he calls longitudinal waves. But that's not that's not like a foreign or novel idea at today's stage because the longitudinal waves that what he calls longitudinal waves are not really longitudinal waves. It's just caused by I think it's like electron density, which acts in one axis instead of both of them. All right, instead of like the perpendicular axes.
Yeah, single. You can point it. Did you see the light bulb when it goes to the light bulb part?
I saw the light bulb, but the light, that's all he was doing was he was using that energy to power the light bulb and to see the difference in it. But it wasn't some special kind of power. It was just like it was almost like using a coaxial cable to power something versus a regular electrical wire. You know what I mean? So I don't know if it's not, there's no energy that it's creating from anywhere. And also his idea about how it would be transmitted on Earth, that only works because Earth's atmosphere works as an insulator, which he wasn't considering, right? So it's not that like the same atmospheric energy that Witsit talks about and that we brought up earlier. That's the energy that he's talking about. He's just talking about
Obviously you didn't. Obviously you didn't watch the whole thing, or you weren't listening. No, it's not that.
it is.
It's cosmic rays.
Yeah,
coming from
those are
space
caused by
and
cosmic
from the
rays.
sun.
That's how that's created. The field on Earth, the charge, the current that's on Earth is created by the cosmic rays. That's why we have that.
And that's what he taps into. He taps into the cosmic rays.
Yeah, but he's not tapping.
But that's different than what I'm telling you. You see, you're trying every which way you can to poo-poo this.
No, I'm telling you that this stuff that you're saying is foreign or unfamiliar. This stuff is already understood. Like the patents he brings up, like the transmission, which is not the same thing as the creation of energy. That transmission that Tesla was trying to create with those towers, that's something different than anything that has anything to do with ether. That's just him talking about how energy is being transferred through the air, or not through the air.
You have no clue, bro. You still have no clue what you're talking about. It's amazing. It's truly amazing.
Can I interrupt for 1 second? I want to ask something like different.
Of course, go ahead.
Does anyone here know about radio transmission, like transmitting on large distances?
Well, this is part of what we're talking about. In one of his experiments, he showed that he was able to use the Earth. He went where Marconi did the transmission thing, and he was able to use the Earth as an antenna, and he caught China.
Okay.
From where exactly?
From where was it? It was in Canada where Marconi did it, right? In
Got it to Canada from Scotland.
yeah.
Canada to Scotland or Canada to China?
No, from Canada, from the east coast of Canada, he caught China.
Yeah, but Marconi's wave, the same waves that Marconi had done, that's possible with Skywave.
No, using the ground. Using the ground as an antenna.
Skywaves, they propagate to the ground. What are you saying using the ground? Like they obviously, if you're shooting,
check out the video, man. And you're behind.
If he's shooting radio waves, if he's shooting radio waves, he's not doing it on the ground. Like he's not doing it towards the ground. He's doing it.
He should stop talking and check out these videos. Do some more research before you continue, bro. It's like I'm talking to somebody that has no clue.
Radio waves do use the ground.
I know. That's what I'm saying. They use the ground, but they not without the sky, though. You can't just use the ground. Is what I'm saying.
Yes, you can, and he did. That's what I'm telling you. But you're not listening as per usual. I'll post you the video once again. Hold on.
This is gonna be juicy. Does anyone here know the distance from like New Zealand or South Africa to Antarctica, South Pole?
I mean, you can look it up.
Here you go, Kosho. Please have a look.
And
listen to
Eric
the
Dollard
genius.
again?
Yeah, this guy's a walking genius in electromagnetic radio, whatever you want. This guy's the man right now, alive. Nobody knows more than this guy here. So I suggest you listen carefully to what he says.
This is hour and a
well,
half.
I have a question.
Just why don't you timestamp where he's doing it in this video? Okay, because this is an hour and a half video. All I'm gonna see is how he uses only the ground to get a signal.
I ain't gonna timestamp shit. The video is
I'm
there.
not gonna watch an hour and a half video to find the one piece of evidence that you're saying. You're saying this he can use only the ground to transmit a radio signal or to receive a radio signal. And I'm saying that you're gonna need more than this to ground, obviously. Like you can have a wave propagating from the ground to the sky and like bouncing up and down, but you can't just use the ground to do it.
That's what he did. He used the ground as an antenna. He explains everything in this video here. If you want to see where it fast forward it to a part where he shows like this big disc on the ground. That's where he talks about it. Like a coil.
There are two. I don't know if I'm getting through, but there are two ways of using antennas. You can use a direct line of sight or a ground plane. And yes, the radio wave is literally traveling through the ground much farther and faster than it can through the air because we're actually receiving the positive charge from the air. But I do have a question about the radio waves. Somebody mentioned that somebody knew a lot about radio. Well,
what did you mean by positive charge, though? Radio waves don't have positive or negative charge.
Yes, they do.
They don't?
Perhaps you should radio a little more. But yeah, you have to have a positive and negative.
Yeah,
light knows a lot about radio frequency.
Light doesn't have a charge.
But my question.
That's stupid.
And
when we get off of light moment, I do have a question that I would like to present to everyone. It's about the 2-meter radio, actually, a specific type of radio, and it's the only one that they claim that they can talk to the ISS and the moon and stuff on, right? So if we look at the maximum wattage allowed by the FCC to operate a 2-meter radio, I may be wrong about this, 100, maybe 5,000 miles, but I think it's 500 watts. And it's to maximum radio range, it'll go farther, is to have repeater towers. Just like what you might be using right now, like your cell phone or something. That's a 2-meter radio. It's actually a glorified one, but it's basically a 2-meter radio. That's all it is. So in order to have that much distance, in order to talk, whatever they say the ISS is, 250 miles. In order to talk that far, there would have to be at least 2 repeater towers in between the ground and the ISS in order to make that connection with a 2-meter radio. Because with the maximum amount of wattage, will not go the distance. It won't even go half the distance.
What would you say if I told you that?
You're on to something here, man.
What would you say if I told you that I read that Tesla claimed that the transmission that he could do with this ether flow, this radiant energy, is instantaneous and it doesn't matter on distance? What would you say to that?
That's not the same type of radio. I'm talking specifically a 2-meter radio. Now I think that Tesla used I think a 20-meter radio, but I'm not sure about that. 2-meter. It's the only one that makes that it can penetrate the ionosphere, and it's the only one that NASA claims to use when they communicate with Earth from the ISS, or vice versa.
Right, I see what you're saying, but this is not that kind of an energy. This is not an electromagnetic wave energy. This is different. This is what I'm trying to tell you guys. It's blowing my mind. Like I wish I knew more about it, but my knowledge is limited. But it's not electromagnetic energy.
Protons are not electromagnetic energy.
So would you say the ether tech that Tesla is talking about, would you say it borders on maybe the spiritual realm more than even the physical? Like maybe there's a spiritual perspective that can help explain it better?
No, it's not spiritual. He separates it from a current. Think of it as splitting electricity, man. Think of it as splitting electricity. That's what it is. It's crazy. I don't know how else to explain it.
The protons, electrons, and maybe some alpha particles and muons, which are not electromagnetic energy. They're charged particles.
I think he referred to it as a type of gas. He referred to it as like a pulse energy. The closest I've seen to it is dullard. He explains it with the lamps. It's produced in a vacuum tube, no gas in it, with a single filament. And this energy, when turned on, it just grows and grows. Like, man, it's hard to, it like, think of a bulb, think of it producing like a round energy all around, like a bowl, and think of it as you leave it on, this glow goes more and more out and out and out and out. I know it's crazy. I know. And once it's everywhere, then you can just tap into it. You don't need a plug. Once you turn on the generator and the energy flows and it spreads out, then you don't need wires for it. You can power a train, a car, a boat, anything.
That's so funny. I see you were so anti-ether just a little bit ago. You were like, "What the hell are you talking about?" Now you're like, "You gotta see it."
Yeah, well, I was anti-ether, the stuff that you guys were talking about, like out there, out of nowhere, right? But then I found something tangible, something something there, something real. I mean, you can't you can't unsee something.
That's totally different. Yep.
Maybe it's not as like woo-woo paranormal as we think. It's just since we don't understand it, it's just like sorcery.
Well, the best way to put it probably is nothing can't exist. You can't ever have nothing, right? Like in between all the things that we know are somethings, there can't be a nothing, like a literal nothing. It's a background medium. It's like you can't have a painting without a canvas, right?
The nothing like in a never-ending story.
No, I mean you could compare it to that because there's probably a lot of metaphors or things that were. I mean, you guys would probably call it space time or quantum foam or any of these kind of things that are talking about the ether. It seems just putting a different word to it to fit the mainstream narrative.
So antimatter would just be the the inverse of material, then, right? It's not nothing.
Antimatter, I think, is bullshit, but that's just me. Show me some antimatter.
Think of it as Wi-Fi. Think of it as Wi-Fi, but power being transmitted instead of radio signals. Think of Wi-Fi power. That's what Tesla had in mind.
Wi-Fi does transmit power.
Well, it does, but this is like real power, not like just singles. Like in other words, Wi-Fi can't power your car, but this can.
You've heard of a crystal radio, right?
I made one when I was a kid. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this could be similar to that, but just on a next level with the technology we're not familiar with.
Yeah, I guess you can think of it as that. Waves and the crystal picks them up, yeah, but much more powerful.
Well, it seemed like they had whole cities lit up, I mean, you've seen the videos of the cities with the walkways and all the lamps with no wires. It was just all lit up.
And the World's Fair, there was also people would have testimonies of Tesla would be able to like have an orb of glowing light and like set it on someone. It was safe, but it was electric.
That's the one. Yep. That's the ether flow. This is the cold energy that I'm talking about. Look at some of these apparatuses that he was thinking of building. Look at that. It's like crazy, man.
You guys have probably seen the video of ball lightning, one to surface recently, but I'm going to post one just for speculation's sake.
Here, Kosho, read this, man. Read this. What he was, what he wanted to do. He can power boats at a distance. Read this, you freak. Like, I'm not saying this is true, right? But I want to bring this out for people to check this out because this is like freaking amazing, man. Changes the whole world.
It would. That's the reason they don't want you to know about it. I mean, you're talking. I mean, it's basically the same kind of concept that we've all learned about with Tesla. That he wanted to have this, AC or as opposed to DC, free power for everybody. Whether it was the ether that was causing or utilized in that, or not. Whether it's actually that tech that whole thing referred to, it doesn't even matter because it was all about giving it to the people for free or charging them for it. And obviously charging them for it was the better option for the powers that be. So, and that makes sense, right? So why would they? It makes sense they would want to hide it then as well, right?
Absolutely. If you can't put a meter on it, I don't want it. That's what he was told. Yeah.
Yeah. Although in that interview, it's interesting. The guy did mention that even if they were using that power, that there could be a meter put to it somehow. Remember? He said that there was.
Yeah, I heard something. Yeah, I heard something. I don't know how they would do it.
A meter being able to be applied somehow.
I don't see how, bro. Because look, the power is there in the air. You can buy like a, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why they
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way. I mean, this isn't like a signal where like a Wi-Fi signal where you need a password or anything. Like, you can't put a password on electricity.
No shit, Sherlock.
Look at these things I'm posting now. Imagine if all this was real, man. Imagine a personal car like that. Imagine a train like that. No fuel.
Hey, whenever I look at a
Who said no shit, Sherlock?
let's say an icicle, Can you guys hear me?
Is somebody talking?
Yeah,
Oh,
mic's
whoever,
kind of
I
way
think
down.
Glat Globe, I think, is that Glat Globe? Trying to talk to you. Really, we can't hardly hear you.
No, that's not me.
Whoever that is.
All right. How about now?
No, not really. You're really, really low.
Oh, I got it right here. Look.
Oh, it's Globe Daddy. Flat D. Go ahead, Flat D.
Jeremy,
Say it with your chest.
Jeremy,
What's up?
were you the one talking about the Wi-Fi password?
What's up?
What?
Were you the one talking about the Wi-Fi password?
Yeah, I said something about Wi-Fi password. Why? What's up?
Okay.
Just look at some of
Okay.
this shit I'm posting, man.
Yeah,
Just look at this stuff. Imagine having one of those in the city, and that's it. That's all you need. No wires, no nothing. Just that one thing, bringing out energy, and everybody could use it. Just imagine. Oh, and another thing. How could I forget? One of the properties of this ether flow is it kills germs. So imagine what has been going on in the past couple of years, right? Imagine one of these in each city turned on at the frequency of that germ, and it's gone. Just imagine the possibilities.
Just so you know, the fun's over. Xanax here. I mean, you guys should.
Oh,
You guys
man.
are gonna. Well, I mean, people are gonna love this because there was a lot of people that had a Xanax goofball event, and he had total mute powers, total mod control. He could mute anyone he wanted. People loved it. There was tons of people there, so it should be great.
Yeah.
How good would that be though if you had some sort of power that could kill all germs? Because wouldn't that be detrimental in the end? Because then your immune system would have nothing to practice on, and then any sort of germ that would come along would really cause some trouble.
Yeah, now the beauty of this ether flow, this radiant energy, right? It can be controlled. You can control the frequency of it. So you can make it go through steel, you can make it melt steel, and you can also tune it into a certain germ. You can kill germs in the air, man. Imagine that. Like just
but he
that
asked you a
alone.
question, Enzi.
Yeah.
Did he ask you a question, John? How good? Can you repeat your question? Because I had the same thought, but
Yeah, how good would it be if you got rid of all? Because you still need bacteria to practice. Your immune system needs bacteria to, to
strengthens itself.
Yeah, it needs
Agreed.
to practice. It needs to like. What's the point getting rid of all germs? Because then what would you need your immune system for?
Yeah, maybe I should recount that. I didn't mean all germs. I meant the main germ that was going around because I don't want to mention by name, right?
Yeah,
What's
I
been
get what you're
happening?
saying, but with that, you could then tune it to any germ and all germs, and then you would have a totally sterile world where your immune system has nothing to do.
Yeah, that wouldn't work. Yeah, it would have to be regulated for sure. Yeah, you definitely need some germs, right? But I think you can like check out the frequency of that particular one and kill just that one. That's the beauty of it.
But I mean, then you start thinking about it.
I'm
Go
going to
ahead.
send. Well, I was going to say I'll send you this. I don't know if you've watched it yet. That biochemistry debunks Freemasonry, chickenpox, and what's the other one? Anyways, it's a Space Busters did it, and he even questions whether it's basically germ theory, terrain theory, right? But it's the germs maybe don't even exist the way that even our immune system may not be what we're told in the way
I
it
mean,
works.
yeah,
You know,
a lot of hypotheticals. But now let me ask you this: I mean, would it be such a bad idea, a bad issue if we don't have any germs at all? I mean, if your immune
I don't think
system
that'll
works,
work. I don't think
would your
that'll work.
your immune system only works because there is germs to fight, and you have to have an immune system to fight them. But if there's no germs to fight, then you stop losing energy in that system and probably use those other energies for something else.
Well,
I
it's more
agree. I
like
agree. Yeah.
well, it's more like if you
Real
don't.
quick, you
Sorry, go
go
on.
ahead. No, I was just
Oh,
gonna say if you have this going, if you have this
God.
thing going where it kills all the germs, and then we end up our immune system goes to shit, it gets weak over time or whatever, hundreds of years, and then the machine gets shut off, and then we all die because we can't defend ourselves.
right, because we've had years and years of not our immune system not being used, all of the germs being killed, but then all of a sudden this machine gets turned off, and then all the germs are back, but our immune system hasn't been used to working.
Yeah, but you
I mean,
guys
but
are
why,
going all or nothing here. That's not what I'm
yeah.
proposing. Yeah.
No, we get what you're
but I
saying.
mean, we're just speculating and going into other means of logical thoughts, right? I mean, why
No,
would
and
you
you're
turn it off? That's
absolutely
the
right.
question. Then why would you turn it off? That's the other thing. I mean,
But what
and
if
your
it
immune
gets turned
system
off?
will learn to
What
fight
if it runs
again, right?
out?
Well, I think we would
Or if
use
a
it for
terrorist
only
attack,
like
or
real.
there's like so many ways it could be turned off.
It's not a matter of turning it on or off. It's a matter of using it wisely, right? You're not going to use it for the common cold or a flu broke out this winter. No, you're going to use it for what happened in the past couple of years, right?
Well,
You're
I
gonna
think it's
for an
negative
epidemic.
ions,
Yeah.
right? Like there's ionic energy, ionic waves which are bad, and then I think the negative ions are supposed to be, um, you know, healthier or the opposite of what the positive ions are doing. I don't know. That's the theory.
Well, funny you mentioned that because another thing he noticed when he turned on that machine and it created the ether flow, that white energy, he noticed that he was sharper, that it makes you sharp, it makes you think
Right.
clearer. Yeah.
hmm Right. It's like
Like
the energy
my
you
stuff,
can
I can't
use instead
remember
of
it
the
all,
energy
man.
that drains you.
But is there
Yeah.
things that could possibly interfere with this and then make it unstable?
No, it's a stable form. It's safe to humans. It's
No,
like
but I mean,
he was
like
able to
introduced
use it like
into
to
other
melt stuff.
fields, or like if it was introduced into I don't know, some other, I don't know, like if it would to interact with something the wrong way that would make it dangerous. I don't know. Like,
Could be, yeah. I mean, it's obviously that all those things would have to be worked out, and they'll probably come up with some kind of danger to it, like they did with hydrogen. They'll make some psyop. Even Mary Curie could have just been like a made up character, Mary Curie, right? And that maybe what is it? What she was using the radon. There's a whole thing about radionics that was kind of demonized too. Maybe that was something that was very useful in the same way. I think the radionics was using the ether to like light up rooms and stuff. Like the fireplaces had these little spouts that weren't like didn't look like a fireplace. It didn't look like it was used for a fireplace, but it was similar to a fireplace. You know what I'm talking about? They had those little metal rods instead of
radon, yeah.
yeah, it was radon, and they would use that stuff all over the place. They even put it in chocolate bars and all kinds of stuff. Maybe it was really bad for people, but maybe it was demonized the same way. Maybe mercury is demonized, and some of these other things that aren't as bad as they say because they're actually useful. I don't know.
Just
But yeah,
This is not
I'm
help.
not saying that they
This is
would
not
like.
medical advice. Don't go out and start drinking mercury. But
just to
Yeah,
be clear, did you
I'm not
associate
saying that
Marie
they would
Curie and
use.
Mercury?
I don't know who's
that's one
talking.
of the
They're
theories.
really
I'm not
quiet.
saying that's true. That's one of the theories that it was Mercury. It was her name was actually just like a way of saying Mercury, and that there was a made up character. Is the idea?
Oh, I get it. Okay, because I'm like, she didn't have anything to do with Mercury, but I got it now.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Are you sure she had nothing to do with Mercury? Because I thought there was more of a connection with her and Mercury for that to
Nope.
be even entertaining.
Nope. No connection to her and Mercury. She was all about radiation, and Mercury is not radioactive.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I'll have to figure out what the connection was, if there was more to it than that.
Some isotopes might be, but as a general statement, it's not radioactive.
So I just posted a picture of what this energy might look like or behave like? It's almost like a gas. You can almost think of it like a gas or a cloud of energy, a gas, like something like that. It's freaking freaked out, man.
So it's completely safe with whatever it interacts with. Is that what you're saying? There's nothing that
Well,
if
that's
you
the
put
theory.
right.
No, you
'cause-
can make it safe or you can make it harmful.
right. But I mean, like, instead of trying to make it, I'm saying, would it just naturally, react with something in a wrong way? Not because you've done something to it, but just naturally, like, if you put this near it, then, it's
Well,
gonna.
that's what they did though. Didn't they say? Didn't they do that with like an elephant? They killed an elephant to try to make it all look dangerous.
No,
That was
this
one of
has
the
nothing to
psyops
do
they
with
did back
this.
then.
No. The elephant has nothing to do with this. That has to do
Well, I'm
with the
saying some of his stuff.
AC/DC.
Right. So that's what they did to one of his things. They could have used in some other way. So yeah, they could strawman it. Who knows if that was even? I think that was a psyop. That was just a way of making one preferred over the other, making one seem dangerous, even though it maybe wasn't. And they do the same thing with the ether harnessing. And there actually is a concern that if you're using frequencies to manipulate things, like he supposedly put some box on a building, was able to crumble the building through a frequency, right? So if that technology was available to everybody, you could have like everyone walking around with their, weapons of mass destruction. And that could be part of the reason they justified hiding it to this day.
Yeah. One of the things he made, he created like a mini earthquake.
Yes, that's
Telling you,
dangerous.
goes way beyond freaking normal. Yeah, he had this device which he can fit in his pocket, and apparently he can through the different vibrations, he could you can drop a building with it or bridge or whatever.
Yeah. So yeah, it makes sense they would want to hide that.
Yeah.
Everybody knowing about that shit.
Yeah, this if this is true, man, this is one freaking genius of geniuses, like way above his
Well, what does it
fucking.
take? What does it take to do what Eric Dollard? I didn't watch that whole thing with the Eric Dollard part. It was pretty bad quality, actually. But
Yeah.
it didn't seem he didn't seem like very together. It was almost like he was the psyop. Like he's there like fooling around with his shit. It almost seems like he's doing it poorly, even though he might be one of the only people that knows what to do. I don't know. It just didn't seem very like demonstratable. Like you could follow along step by step with what he was doing.
The one
Maybe
with
just
the
like
light bulb?
fiddling around with this.
I
The
just
way
watched.
he hooked it all up. Maybe I
The
was
one where you
losing
build the
connection.
apparatus, the light bulb?
Yeah. No, I thought he was doing some ether stuff, recreating Tesla stuff.
Yeah, you'd be surprised what sort of stuff they were doing if they were doing ether stuff, because
Is it
I just
repeatable? Do you
watched.
think it'd be easy enough to do at your home?
Yeah, I do. I was just watching, because I mean, like I said, all you have to do is wrap a single coil around a rod or whatever. This is the basis of his technology. But then regardless of that, I'm going to talk about the second video that you sent me to, SE. And once again, I was disappointed. Mainly in you for recommending this to me, because I don't want to be discouraged from looking at the things you recommend. But this is poor evidence for what was suggested. And it's exactly what I said it was, which is anytime you're receiving a signal on the ground, right? Especially the signals they were receiving, admittedly, they didn't admit that they were shortwave radio, but the stations that they claimed to picked up are shortwave stations, like the China radio, or Radio China, and what's the other one they said? The WWV or whatever. Those are both very famous shortwave broadcasts. So
Okay, and he caught him through the earth, is what I said. I didn't say nothing different.
they claim Eric Dollard may be claiming that, but we know that shortwave radio is utilized because it bounces from the sky back to the ground. You can receive it on the ground. It doesn't mean it's traveling on the. It doesn't mean it's traveling along under the ground or along the surface.
I didn't say that. What did I say? Hold on. I said
Whenever you
he
said that,
caught
I literally
China using the ground as an antenna, is what I said, and that's exactly what the video says, right?
No. He claims
What do
there's
you mean no?
he claims there's no antenna at all involved. He claims it's a totally different type of what does he say, dielectric magnet, whatever.
Yeah, the ground.
It's just a shortwave radio broadcast he's receiving. He's receiving it on the ground because shortwave radio, you can receive it on the ground. It bounces from the sky to the ground, back to the sky, back to the ground.
Okay, that's what I said. I said that he used the ground as an antenna, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, but he specifically says that he's not doing that. He's not. He says it's not an antenna. He says it's not electromagnetic in nature. It's It's I forget, it was dielectric magnetism, something like that. I forget what he called it.
Whatever it is, it's the ground.
Yeah, that's what he's claiming. He's claiming it's coming from the ground.
Loopholes here, bro. I don't understand why you're trying to do that.
Because he's wrong about what he's saying. I mean, it's clearly this
Dollar
is known.
is
Shortwave radio is known.
That's freaking funny, man. That's freaking funny. If you think you're smarter than Dollar, man, oh man, yeah.
I didn't say I was smarter than him. I said he was wrong.
But what he was demonstrating there was just a shortwave radio, right?
Yeah, he's only the only stations he's receiving are shortwave broadcasts.
Yeah, by tapping into the Earth. So why does that matter that it's shortwave?
Shortwave is known for being able to go from the sky to the ground to the sky. It doesn't have. You don't have to have elevation to receive shortwave radio.
What is your point?
That he's not tapping. His claim of tapping into the Earth and traveling, what he says is inside of the Earth, is it's not true.
But
so your claim is that he's using an antenna?
You said smaller waves can travel through most things, so you basically did say it's true.
No, I'm saying he's using shortwave. Shortwave are very big. They're actually big, like what, 10, 20 meters.
But you said you don't need height.
Yeah, you don't need your you don't need to have a
So
high.
that would imply that it can penetrate.
No, it implies that it bounces from the sky to the ground. The sky to the ground. That's why they travel long distances.
Read what I just posted now. Instant transmission. See what you make of that.
I know. These are his claims. I know that.
So imagine if that's true. Instantaneous transmission. Instantaneous, without distance. No, distance doesn't matter.
That's a claim, all right. What's your point? He's claiming that he can have instantaneous travel. I mean, has that been seen? It hasn't been seen.
It's not travel, man. How can you have instantaneous travel?
Yeah, it's not travel. That's right.
Well, that's what you just said. That's fine. But
well, I misspoke. It's not a travel. It's, think of it as a perturbation in the call it ether, call it whatever you want. It's not travel.
And whenever in the actual video, he doesn't say instantaneous. He says he's infinite. He says it travels at infinite speeds, and that's only when it's because he showed like the diagram of the Earth. He says when it's perpendicular to your point, so 90 degrees perpendicular, it travels it there at infinite speeds, and then when it reaches the other side, it slows down to, I think he said, pi/2 times the speed of light.
Let me read what it says. Yep. But it is somehow arranged that the longitudinal oscillations are aligned and focused in a certain direction. The whole energy of the transmitter oscillations is transported to a receiver without major losses and without diminishing with the distance. That's pretty plain cut, man. And then it goes on, if Tesla intended to drive his death rays with such longitudinal waves, blah, 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 that's another issue. But instantaneous transmission. You know what that means, right?
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is we should be looking into this stuff and not just putting and throwing it aside, because it's called ether, quote unquote.
Well, no, if it goes against their bias, then it's not, it can't be examined, bro. Sorry.
Yep.
This is the
Seems
part
that
where
way.
it gets nuts
Or they
and
already
gets
know
wrong.
about it, right? Like, oh, we already know about that.
So we're not talking
just
about
call it something
microwave
different.
technology. So we're not talking about
Yeah, it's
microwave.
just radioactivity. It's we got a bunch of different interpretations. It must be
Protons
radiant
from the sun.
energy,
Are we talking about
protons,
microwave?
particles. If it's not something
Hello?
like in this materialistic world you guys
Hello?
imagine.
Yeah, it's just like if you show them like
They don't want to
superluminal
answer. They're
propagation.
scared of the
Well, we
truth.
just don't like talking to you. Do you notice that everyone in the room didn't want to talk to you?
Well,
Yeah, but
I
you
said
guys are
one
having
word.
a conversation, saying what we think and what we're saying. What instead of having a conversation with us, so we can
Because you
share
don't
our
know.
own
All
opinion.
you do is just say that you know things are
I know
wrong.
you're
That
you're
everything.
doing it again.
Now you're just interrupting.
No, I said,
Oh, now
could
it's
it be
Xanax's
microwave?
turn. Coach interrupts, so now it's Xanax's turn. Got it.
Why not have a
We should
conversation?
You
maybe
guys
we
are
should
like,
give him.
I thought you
Maybe we
wanted
should
to.
give.
You want to have the
Maybe we
echo
should.
chamber? Or do you want to talk about stuff?
Yeah,
well,
maybe
I
we
want you
should
guys
give
to not
Xanax.
interrupt.
Maybe we should
Let me
give
just
Xanax
read
total
one more
mod.
thing,
Maybe we
guys.
should.
Let
Can you
me
guys
let me
hear me?
read this. Let me just read one more thing. Check this out. I was telling you about cosmic rays before and this and that. Check this out. A coupling to a new and clean cosmic energy source, as Tesla has mentioned over decades, means a coupling to the hypothetical longitudinal oscillations of the cosmic rays which reach Earth each day and night from all directions. If these oscillations really exist, it's not known, but if they exist, then the author is convinced that they can be used to tap new energy source from the Earth, blah, blah, blah.
Yo, if there's a problem with Xanax, we could just do what they did at the goofball event last night. Everyone seemed to love that, right?
Are you kidding me? I'll just leave. You're gonna give
Well, I mean,
Xanax.
everyone.
Don't leave with
Everyone
you're
went.
so
Everyone
valuable
went
to
to
the
the Xanax
conversation.
goofball event last night over at the other place, right? Heads were loving it. I thought you
You're
were
gonna
there.
give Xanax mute power. I was there before Xanax got there, and I was setting up my stream. What does that have to do with? Why would you give Xanax mute power?
He had it last night, and everyone was loving it. I thought you guys wanted that.
Who said everyone loves it?
Let's get back to the ether thing, man. Stop talking about people? Like, who gives a fuck about Xanax?
Let's talk about microwave. We have a way of transmitting energy.
This is why no one likes talking
No.
to Xanax.
Oh, would you
because
stop?
Xanax
You're like,
keeps
oh, no one
propagating.
likes you. No one likes you. What's it like a
No,
little
You're just
girl?
trying to divert.
Jeremy,
Like a little
Jeremy,
fucking
just so
girl. That's what you are.
Jeremy, just understand the reason people ignored him is
If I
because they
saw
knew.
you in person, I would have
Please
rearranged your
shut
face
up.
right now.
See, Xanax, this is a problem. Everyone ignored Xanax because they knew that he was going to jump in and knock the pieces off the board and just conversation rape us and say whatever he wanted to say, whatever he wanted to talk about.
Yeah, we're not talking about microwave. Get that out of your head, Zanuck. If you want to engage in the conversation, we're talking about Tesla, ether flow, radiant energy. You got anything to say about that? If you don't, please don't ruin the conversation.
Yeah, because that's quite interesting. And then we started talking about Xanax, and it got a bit boring.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he does. Witsit is right. That's what this guy does.
SC, real quick comment. I'm not going to bring it up again, but you understand how microwave technology works, right? We have a way of transferring energy. No, but how is it different?
Hey,
How is it? How
Xanax
would you
is like
transfer
you're
it
a
differently?
pro. He's such
How
a
would you
pro at being
you
like,
like
So
okay,
let's not
here's the
interrupt that.
criticism being made of me.
Hold on, let's
Now
not
I'm going to
interrupt.
do exactly
How
what
would-
they said I was going to do
I
and
can't
be
even
shameless
ask
about
a
it.
question. So how would it be different?
Zanuck, we're not
I know it's
talking
Xanax,
about
but
that.
we still hello. I know it's Xanax, but we still shouldn't interrupt each other. So let's try to not.
Thank you. So I'm
This
just
is
asking,
why
how would the
this is why
transmission?
people's
Again,
not
you can't
leaving
help
this
yourself,
room,
SC,
just
can
so
you?
you know. Because then it gets
Whoever,
to come in the middle of a conversation and then
No, I'm
just
asking a
blatantly
question. Jeremy,
You want
would
to
you please
leave? If
monitor
you're
this
gonna
guy?
hold on.
He's out of
Well, okay,
control.
Jeremy, just so you know, it's not just going to be me that leaves,
He's
buddy.
out of
Just
control,
so you
really.
know.
Bro, if you want to leave, then go and shut the fuck up and leave. Don't just sit here and
You're
say I'm
not
gonna leave.
tough,
I'm gonna
Jeremy.
leave.
You're not tough. You're not tough. You let Xanax conversation
I'm trying to
rape
be
us
tough.
every day.
I'm trying to get the
Stop
room
whining
organized.
about me. I have a
It's not.
question.
It's not.
I'm trying to be tough. I'm trying to get the
I
fucking
want a
room
question to
organized.
SC. I
If
really
you're
am
gonna
curious.
Still got to give everyone a chance
Let
to
me go
talk.
on mute
Whether
and let
it's
He
Xanax
won't let me.
conversation
He's just
rape
gonna
us.
fucking.
Let's let Xanax conversation rape. I'll go on mute and let Xanax conversation rape me. Sorry.
whether it's Xanax or
stop
not,
trying to
everyone's
be.
still got the right to
Hold on a
fucking
second.
talk. And C Montreal asked him a question, and we all want to know his answer. So we still let him talk.
We don't want to know his
It's-
answer. Sorry, I had to mute you temporarily. We don't all want to know his answer. Everyone started over talking him. If you're gonna fucking leave, then go and leave and shut the fuck up and leave.
Hey, just
goes
so you
with
know,
you?
you're soft, Jeremy.
Dude,
And
I
what
don't care
actually,
who goes
hey,
with
I'm
you.
gonna respond. I'm gonna respond. What actually
Come on,
happened
stop
was that
interrupting people, bro. You're not the king of flat Earth, dude.
we weren't interrupting, Jeremy. Zanuck interrupted you, dumbass. Zanuck interrupted the conversation, you dumb motherfucker. Zanuck
Panel. It's an open panel. Anyone can join.
Nobody gives a fuck, man.
Anyone can join. It's an open panel.
No, what does that have to do with the middle? Someone was in the middle of speaking and he interrupted.
In the middle of
he was
speaking, and
ignored.
everyone interrupted him.
You jumped in and said, "Let Zanuck talk. Let Zanuck interrupt everyone and change the subject, or he's the victim."
He's asking about
just
I
stop
didn't hear him
screaming
interrupt
like
anyone.
a bitch.
I didn't hear him interrupt
God,
anyone.
hell,
It
you
sounded like he was
people.
mid-sentence. Like he was mid-sentence, and everyone started over talking him.
That was after he interrupted. So
Let's try not to interrupt, guys. Zanuck draws a big crowd. They loved it at the Goonball Zanuck event last night. So let's just try not to interrupt.
Zanuck in the goofball event, bro. Fuck that, bro. Come on.
Zanuck disperses the crowd, bro. Literally.
I think Zanuck was trying to ask about the
Flat
topic,
Earthers,
though.
hold on, man. Every time a
Not a
Glober
separate
talks, they
topic.
do us a favor. So whether or not you like it, temporarily, long term, anytime a Glober speaks, it's doing the truth a favor.
Regardless, it's so boring to talk about other people and say what other people are going to say. Let's just talk
Anyway,
about the subject.
These guys are such a
Where's
problem
the
with
curvature?
me.
Go ahead, Zanuck. Where's the curvature?
Thank you. I don't want to deal with what's he's got such a problem with me. I don't know what his deal is. But anyway, the question was to SC. I want to just know how it is different. How is the mechanism different from transferring energy from microwaves? If you start looking at cosmic energy or Tesla's ideas, how is it transfer energy instantly? How does it do it instantly?
Stop talking. Stop talking. This is a
Wow.
different
You guys are
form of
rude.
energy,
So why are
Zanuck.
we over talking people, guys? Please.
It's unbelievable. You're so fucking rude.
Jeremy, he asked him a question.
My apology. Go ahead. You asked me a question, and you kept asking. Go ahead. Ask it again.
I wanted to make it clear. I heard what you're talking about, and I wanted to see what the similarities were or differences, disparities or contrasts is between microwave technology and transfer of energy as we know today, and what you're talking about harnessing cosmic rays and Tesla's ideas of instantaneous transference of energy to people driving a car or a train, for example, like you showed in your drawing. Thank you.
Is microwave instantaneous?
Okay, are you done? Can I explain to you now?
Yes,
All right.
please.
Okay, so Zanuck, listen up. This energy is completely different. It's not electromagnetic energy. I'll explain to you why and how. Tesla found when he drove a current through a powerful magnet, he noticed a separation of sorts. He noticed the electrons, which form blue sparks, went one way. Then he noticed another form of energy, which he called ether flow, radiant energy, a white, cold energy, completely separate from electromagnetic energy. Do you understand now?
I don't think anybody really understands, but I'm interested in the dialogue and what you're saying. Do you know what it means? What does it mean? What is cold energy? What is white energy? What does that mean?
Well, nobody really knew at the time what it was. It was a new thing. Now, I posted some videos. What I suggest, I'll post them again and you watch them. You listen to Dollard. You listen to the guy that did a thesis. I forgot what his name was. And they explain everything. They explain the properties of it. They explain how they make it. They explain that they use, it's called like splitting the positive, some crazy terminology like that. But it's a completely different form of energy. So Zanuck, please learn about it. Don't come in and throw the pieces off the chest like Whitsitt says, right?
I'm not
Just
no,
learn
there's
about
no
it, bro,
following.
before you
He's
talk
the big
about
bully.
it.
He's the big flat Earth bully in the room. He doesn't like me because I ask questions. He knows he's threatened, and he's obviously he starts whining and screaming at the top of his lungs about how I'm the problem, and everything in his life is his own goddamn fault. I'm not responsible for his problems. He's got his own problems.
Forget about
Let's be part of the
individuality.
solution,
Let's
Zanuck.
not do this. Are you going to watch?
Anyway, so thanks. Which Essie, thank you. I'll do some research on it. I'll look at it because it is interesting. I mean, some of these concepts. I don't know if anyone's put it into practical use yet, or have any ideas about how to put it into practical use. But I'll look into it. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to post you the video right now. Please don't get involved unless you get more knowledge. Okay, Zanuck, just do me that favor, man. and
Oh,
we'll
you
be
have all
cool.
the knowledge here. Is that what you're saying? You're the knowledgeable one
No,
here
but
about
at
this
least
technology?
come equal to us. At least become equal to the knowledge we know. Then we can talk.
Have I said anything about me knowing anything about this topic at all, other than I
Well,
know?
what actually happened? What actually happened? And we
Okay,
all
now
know
here
what
comes Whitsitt. Thanks. Save the day, Whitsitt. Go ahead.
Well, I just patiently listened to you say nothing of value. Okay, so this is what I knew was going to happen, which is he wanted to change the subject to lecture us about microwaves. Since he got called out, then he didn't do that. He just said,
No, I wanted to know
having...
what he was talking about, Whitsitt.
Oh,
You're
Jeremy, where
lying.
are you at?
You're a
Jeremy,
lying
where you
sack
at?
of shit. You are.
It's funny that
I only
Zanuck is
wanted to know.
allowed
I'm
to
seriously.
literally
Oh shit.
dump it
Why are you
every
talking over? Come on, someone mute him.
Okay, I muted him. I'm right here. Right here,
Okay,
driving my car. I
okay.
muted him right away.
Okay, so the only reason I got frustrated is because I was going to actually say something relevant to what he's talking about, and someone comes and knocks a piece off the board in the middle of someone talking. It's stupid, okay? But yeah, he's actually talking about the polarization of the pure potential. It becomes manifest. It's the polarization of the background medium. That's what Tesla's talking about, radiant energy. The polarization of the pure potential state. Nothing to do with the microwave. That's why he also talks about superluminal 1.5C, superluminal longitudinal propagation later on when he talks about his death ray, right? And then you have experiments now that have shown 3C propagation, right? 3 times the alleged speed of light, which is longitudinal propagation in coaxial cables, which directly refutes relativistic applications, but can be experimentally validated. And then many years later, the same guy who experimentally validated that came up with some way to say, oh, it's our inability to fully interpret it. It's based on the process of interpretation and detecting it. And basically, we live in a simulation because they're doing anything but acknowledging that the energy is already there and there's an infinite pure potential state of it, and that it becomes manifest via the polarized relationship between the material world and the background medium. Okay, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah. Now, guys, if you guys want to learn more, this is the dude that brought this all out, Jerry Vasilatos. This guy did a thesis, a research paper on it. I highly suggest you watch this, Zanuck. This guy explains just about everything. Like, this is for real shit, man. This is not pie in the sky stuff.
Yeah, Zanuck, just to be clear, in that, sorry, so I clicked on that video. All right, there. Yeah. So, what they said, Eric Dollard, what he was showing with the sky, with the wave propagation through the earth. He said it wasn't electromagnetism. The term that he used was magnetodielectricity. He says, which is different.
It's a different form of energy. Yeah,
I'm letting Zanuck know.
It's mind blowing. Like it's out of this world stuff, man. It's beyond like simple shit. This is life changing stuff.
Yeah, well, he's basically saying that you can tap into the pure potential inertial state before it's manifested as energy.
What the fuck does it even mean?
It means that you can get cosmic rays from the sun and from space. He invented a machine that can harness this energy. And he also invented other machines that could utilize this energy. I don't know if it's true or not, but if it is, just imagine. Just imagine.
Basically, the world is a canvas, and if you have the right paintbrush, you can harness the energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not terrible. Yeah, like the canvas would be the pure potential state of energy. Like before it's manifests as energy, it's in pure potential. That would be the canvas. He's saying that you can kind of glimpse into the canvas.
Haven't we progressed far enough to like at least have some understanding to harvest the energy from the ether or something like that? Like, are we still that fucking stupid?
Do you not know what
I
the
just
Casimir?
go through the schematics. Anybody can make this that knows about electricity, man. Anybody could do this.
Yeah, that's from his patent for the what do you call it? Radiant energy.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but that's, like I said, that's basically just capturing, utilizing the energy that's in the atmosphere from the.
No, you're wrong.
That's what the picture that patent came from says that.
Dude, he's not talking talking about the atmosphere when he talks about radiant energy. This is why it's frustrating, because as he said, why don't you guys go read about it? How about you guys go read about it?
I'm the one who posted that patent. Okay, I told him to read about it because I had already read about it.
Tesla writes about radiant energy has nothing to do with the atmosphere. Literally not one single thing to do with the atmosphere.
It said that's the first part of his paper says that. It says that's what it's known as, and then he just says that
No,
it's actually
no.
something else. Yes, it is. That is exactly what he says.
So,
I'm
so the
looking at it
problem
right
is,
now.
part of the problem, Kosho, is at the time upon Tesla's discoveries on a lot of these things, we didn't have linguistics to associate with the said phenomena. It was only until later time where these things kind of evolved and they were able to pinpoint and accurately depict certain things within linguistics. So you have to understand that he was kind of fighting an uphill battle in that sense, in
Yeah,
that
but
regard.
that's not okay. Okay, but if you actually read it, if you actually read what Tesla said about it, which SC brought this to my attention. Okay, then I went and read it before I decided to talk about it. I don't even fully understand it yet.
Yeah, neither do I. This is crazy stuff.
Okay, so here's the first part of it, what it says is these radiations are considered to be vibrations, extremely small wavelengths, and an explanation of the phenomena noted has been assumed by some authorities that they ionize or render conducting the atmosphere through which they are propagated.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? You don't know, you don't understand what you just read. So can I please finish what I was saying? Okay, so one of the things he put forth was a patent utilizing the understanding of the new discovery of radiant energy in the background or in the ether, that you would be able to accurate or more efficiently harness energy from the atmosphere. It wasn't that the radiant energy is the atmospheric energy. That is not what it is. Okay,
I didn't say it's atmospheric energy. I said it comes from. It's in the atmosphere. It's
literally
not in the atmosphere.
It's ether refraction is what it is. It's the longitudinal propagation of this coaxial geometry of the compressing and rarefying of the ether itself that creates this phenomena that we call light. And all of Tesla's understanding upon the ether was discovered based on his interpretations of what light is.
Well, this is where you then get into Tesla talking about. So then Tesla says that electrostatics is the ether under strain, magnetism, electricity is the ether in motion, and that basically there's this source of energy, and it's just it's basically like this all-encompassing compressing background medium, and that based on the motion or the strain within that, we see physical manifestations that we call energy. And that if you are able to tap directly into it, like as in if you take a needle or something and you directly stab into the artery, then you can pull energy straight from the background. And this is what he calls radiant energy. So it's fundamentally different than anything in the atmosphere.
I know he's not stating it's coming from the atmosphere. He's stating that that's what it's known as. He's stating it's known as it's in the atmosphere. And then he goes on to explain what he thinks it is.
No, he clearly states that it comes from space and from the sun. And he says that even at night, there's less of it, but it's still there. He clearly states it. It's not anything to do with the atmos.
Yeah, dude, he doesn't believe the mainstream. He doesn't believe. He's saying specifically that he believes something different. That's clear.
Well,
however, the mainstream explanation about it happening in the atmosphere is from cosmic rays.
Okay, anyway, he goes on to explain that, yeah, the sun is a big part of it, but that in the grand scheme of things, the amount that comes from the sun is minuscule compared to the rest of the energy that comes from, like, what maybe you would call cosmic rays. The idea is that this energy, this, like, say the sun, right? So there's like this, whatever the sun is within, it's in a medium additional to the ether, but its presence alone is because of an interaction happening within the background. That's how you have the sun, right? And that creates a ripple resonance within the background, and that you can harness this energy, and that it's not just the sun, it's everything above us.
So. Yeah, definitely not just the sun. Definitely.
I'm going to post a link to what Wheeler was saying in regards to what Tesla was saying. It's Ken's interpretation of Tesla. I'm going to post it in Livestream text 1. It's his most recent video. I highly suggest you guys watch this video because it kind of sums this whole conversation up to a T.
Nice.
I've seen this
Well,
one.
we need to run it by. We need to run it by Zanuck.
Yeah, yeah.
Is it the bald guy?
Here's a quote from
this guy,
Tesla.
bro.
Here's a quote from Tesla from one of the things I posted from Brenner, the Brenner compound ether. He says, Nikola Tesla says, nature has stored up in the universe infinite energy. The eternal recipient and transmitter of this infinite energy is the ether. The recognition of the existence of ether and of the functions it performs is one of the most important results of scientific research.
That's right. That's why to understand you have to understand like the basic framework Tesla operated from to kind of understand his subsequent work, which is that there's a luminiferous ether, there's like the ether, and then there's an energy source that's independent of the ether. Like those are two different things. Like the energy isn't the ether. The ether is what holds and sustains the energy and he called it the prana because he was into Eastern philosophy. So we call it the life-giving force or the prana. And that sets the ether into motion. The ether is like the canvas, like the guy said. And then there's a life-giving force that's within that canvas that allows you to mix your paint in the first place.
You guys want to watch this video together? I'll share my screen.
I don't think they'll get them to.
Folders don't have time, man.
Just like the other time, I don't think it's going to work, but you can try.
All right, I'll share my screen. If you guys want to chime in, cool. If it gets boring, I'll pause the video and stop it. Just let me know anytime.
Yeah, the only thing with sharing videos, Dyslo, is that it like literally makes the server go quiet on like YouTube or anybody comes into it if they don't click on your stream. So
yeah, we can all watch it on our own.
We're
But
gonna watch the
how long
bald
is it?
guy.
It's like a 1 minute thing, and we could talk about it right away, or 2
It's
minutes.
23 minutes.
Hey, who is this guy that just comes in just to poo-poo on the combo every time?
Fuck you, Witcher.
Yeah, who is that? I'm just curious who you are, man. I mean, you don't have to get
This
mad.
guy. Let's see, who is it?
Because like the first question I heard from that voice was, "Don't you think that by now we would have, with all the technology, known how to use this if it was real?"
I love that impression.
It's a fair question.
It's like the Eeyore of physics. Like,
is it Turtle Plane?
Yeah, he trolls. It's Turtle Plane.
His voice is like a turtle for sure.
he's like MC. It is very turtle-like if you think about it. If you envision what a turtle would
Turtle
talk
Plane.
like.
Did you just used to go by Dragon or something like that? Dragon 1 or 1, something like that. Is that you?
Are you talking to the turtle?
Yeah, you. Talking to you.
No.
No, he refers to himself in the third person.
Did you used to have talking to the turtle? That's funny. I think this guy can be funny.
I don't think he was saying
he's
that. I was
trolling.
saying he was trying to say, have you talked to a turtle before? How would you know what they sound like? Which isn't funny.
Don't scramble my words, Witsit.
That is what
Were
you
you
were
trying to-
saying. Now you're just trying to hijack
No,
the
you're
fun
scrambling
joke
my
and being
words.
misinterpreted.
Were you trying
Okay.
to? Were you referring to yourself in the third party?
More like
Turtle?
a fourth one.
Anyway,
See what
you're
I'm
trolling
saying?
a little
You
bit.
see what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
you're turtle.
Like,
He's turtle trolling.
Yeah, basically, because I said, dude, if you think about it, that is what a turtle would sound like. He's like, have you talked to a turtle? That's what happened. Anyway, yeah, okay, just deny it.
It
Yeah,
would
I
be
don't
funny
care.
though. You talking to the turtle? You smell like
That
the
is
rock was
funny. That
cooking.
is
Kind of like
actually
that kind of
funny,
thing.
right? Yeah, I
You mess
agree
with
that
the
that's
turtle,
funny.
you get the shell.
Yeah, the third person thing would be funny. So he's like, wow, they laughed.
Oh, you want to
I
talk to
must
the turtle,
pretend I
huh?
said third person. I must pretend I said that.
Imagine
anyway.
if I was a ninja.
You know what's funny though, man? It's like if you actually look into it, like that question is a great point. Just like Coach said, that's right. He's making a good point though. Like, dude, are you guys completely unaware of like physics in the modern day or what? Like, you have the Casimir effect and 0 point energy and vacuum energy. So yeah, we have actually discovered that there's this infinite source of energy that's not limited to the material world. We actually have discovered that, just with a different paradigm of interpretation restricted to relativistic application.
Which means it's going to go nowhere.
Correct. It's just sitting there and sinking sand or whatever it's called, right? Like it can't go anywhere.
Isn't modern day, isn't like the current quantum physics totally reliant on the ether as part of the whole?
Well, yeah, but they
MO?
so okay. This is why it's at a standstill though, because they know that there's an ether. Like I just got my book from Frank Wilczek, who's one of the guys, right? Nobel Prize winner, and he talks about how there's an ether, but they're like at a standstill, which is why in his book he says, I suspect that the coming years will be like a new golden age of physics. Because he's kind of naive and thinks that people are actually just trying to figure out the truth no matter what the philosophical implications are, but they are not, right? So you can't actually adopt the ether with relativity. It's just not going to work. So you can pretend there's a relativistic ether, which is how they, like Robert Laughlin will explain that, that we use relativistic ether for our interpretation of the vacuum every day. We just don't call it that because of the historical taboo nature of it contradicting relativity, right? So like ether's taboo, so we don't call it that. But we use a relativistic ether interpretation for the vacuum right now. But they can't fully move forward or progress because relativistic ether, what does that mean? What does relativistic ether even mean? It means the same thing
talk like
Einstein
10%
said.
slower, maybe?
It means the same thing Einstein said, which is, I don't really know, but yeah, there has to be an ether in the sense there's physical qualities here, but I don't know anything outside of that. We just can't say there's not an ether because there has to be physical qualities. That's all they can say. It's not because Einstein was stupid. It's not because Einstein was stupid. It's because there's no way to move beyond that because you cannot invoke a substantive substrate.
All right,
Relativity doesn't allow it.
All right, yeah. So that relativistic ether is obviously just a contrast from what the main aspect, or really one of the main components of what ether was, was supposed to be described as, was as a stationary, reference frame, like a background reference frame. So if it's not a background reference frame, if it's not a background reference frame, a stationary frame that everything else is in reference to, then relativistic ether would be obviously opposing that.
No. See, this is the people, the Globers love to pretend they're going to teach us, but you don't know what you're talking about. There's been historically like 30 different ethers proposed. There isn't like an ether and then the relativistic ether. That's not how it works.
What I said. I literally said it was a contrast.
Yeah, exactly. But
I brought up the one that was specifically contrasting it.
Okay, see, you don't understand it. All of the previous ethers contrasted relativity, but they're different kinds. And no, it's not just a stationary ether. That is objectively not true. There are many. There's a dynamic neo-Lorentzian ether. There's all kinds of different ethers. And
I didn't say that's the only ether.
Okay, you did talk about it.
No, I literally said that is contrasting the stationary background, that ether, that specific ether. That's one of the main attributes of it, is that it has a stationary background. And it's
you said relativity is different than what ether used to be, which was a stationary background, and that's not true because there are many different ethers proposed long before relativity, not just a stationary absolute frame of ether.
If you're just strawmanning what I said, I did not say there's only one ether. I'm again for the third time.
Oh my God!
I said that what he's contrasting, what the person you're talking about is contrasting, okay, is the ether that was proposed in the Michelson-Morley and that they were testing for. That was the one that stationary background that every other reference frame is in reference to.
It doesn't have to be stationary.
At that time period, they had an atomistic perception of what the ether was. It was they perceived it, whether it be Hertzian or Maxwellian, as being this material, physical material, having like an X, Y, and Z coordinate, which ether by definition doesn't. So
correct.
There's been a million postulations as to what the ether was since the dawn of time. They don't all coincide. So you have to remember that, Kosho, is applying retroductive logic and deducing what something is, following those principles is key to differentiating reality from fiction. And if you can't do that, then you're always going to be stuck in a
It's like no matter how many times I say something, you still want to use the opposite of what I said. I specifically, I even made it adamant that I'm not talking. I didn't say that there's only one type of ether. I'm talking about what this person is contrasting when he says relativistic ether.
What
He's
person?
talking about the ether that, but literally the ether
What
that they were talking about during the Michelson-Morley test that they were testing for. They were using a inertial reference frame. That was
What person?
That's how they described the ether during that.
When you say this person is talking about, what person are you talking about?
You were just quoting.
So you don't know his name and you haven't read it, but you're telling us what he meant.
Because you said specifically what he says. You said that he says that it's taboo because of the history between how relativity had gone up against it, but obviously now we use ether with relativistic, or we use relativistic ether.
Okay,
that's all he's talking about.
Okay,
Is that relativistic ether obviously means?
Why
that
are you telling me what he's talking about? I
frame.
read his paper. I read the paper. Okay, so what he said was that we don't use the word ether because of its historical opposition to relativity. Okay, that's it. And yeah, he did explain that they adopt the way that he said basically the way we interpret the vacuum already is a relativistic ether that's pretty much undefined. We just don't call it that. Okay, whatever. The point is that the reason I apologize for like raising my voice earlier, but the reason I get frustrated is I jumped in. I'm like, bro, we're talking about something dope. And then I'm like, oh, bro, I want to throw in what I know so I can listen to the other people in here that's actually researching this so I can hear what they think or what I can learn from them. And I get frustrated when people come knock the pieces off the board. The truth is that we are in a beautiful time of physics where we can make huge strides because just like Dyslo said, the older interpretations, plural, of the ether were all limited to this materialistic Cartesian understanding. And we now know, or at least many of us know, that is not the case, which means there's this huge need to reintroduce an accurate definition of the ether. Okay? Just like Einstein said, he said, the most recent interpretation of the ether, he says the ether has changed forms many times. And the most recent interpretation, okay, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to memorize it, but basically he said, the ether has changed interpretive forms many times, and it's no longer considered a medium made up of particles, a background medium made up of particles, effectively. But the story of ether, by no means finished, is continued by relativity. So that just goes to substantiate what Dyslo is saying, which is they had a materialistic, atomistic interpretation, a particle physics interpretation of the ether with Cartesian coordinates, and they thought that everything permeated through an ether. They thought that light permeated ether. I don't think the evidence says that. So, we're in a new paradigm. That's why it's an exciting conversation. I don't want to talk to ballers about it, though. But, light doesn't permeate.
I didn't jump in to naysay anything that you said. I jumped in to answer the question that you asked. You literally said that nobody knows what it means. It's a nonsense. Even you quoted the guy saying that no one knows what it means. And it's clear what it means. It means the contrast against the stationary ether.
That's not what I said.
Relativistic ether is obviously a contrast versus a ether that has a fixed frame.
Can I read what Tesla said to the Brooklyn Eagle? Can I read what he said to the Brooklyn Eagle in 1931?
Sure, as long as I can just please say this. So, the problem though, Kosho, is that he's saying they don't know what it is. And I explained specifically, I didn't say, oh, they just don't know what it is. I explained specifically, you can't invoke a substantive substrate. You just buried that point. The reason that they can't understand it is because you can't invoke a substantive quality, a mechanical quality, where motion can be applied to the ether, because that is
the reason why
contradictory to relativity.
The reason why is because they want to be able to quantify it. And unfortunately, you cannot quantify the immaterial. And ether is not a material, it's an immaterial. So they're trying to perceive everything through these foggy lenses, and that's why they're skewing the results.
So it doesn't exist because they can't count it.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, it's non-quantifiable. Correct.
Yeah, but
correct.
This is do you guys see kind of, Dyslo, do you see the point? Do you agree with what I'm saying? Because I value your take, right? So, the reason that they're at a standstill is because they cannot invoke substance. They can't invoke a substantive quality to the background, because then You have to reinterpret Michelson-Morley, and it means the Earth's not moving. And so what we need, what quantum knows is that we need an ether that motion can be applied to. Motion can be applied to the ether. That's what they need. But they cannot have that because relativity specifically prohibits it. So that's why they're at a standstill. That's why Frank Bogoszek said it'll be the golden age of physics, because there's going to have to be some major shift to be able to explain it. I just hope that makes sense, because this is like the real foundation starting point moving forward.
Right.
You
Let
see
me
what I'm
read
saying?
what
Like
Tesla said.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You make a very good point there. Let me just read what Tesla said. In 1931, Tesla announced in the Brooklyn Eagle that I have harnessed the cosmic rays and caused them to operate a motive device. More than 25 years ago, I began my efforts to harness the cosmic rays, and I have succeeded. Electric power is everywhere present in unlimited quantities. No, actually qualities, he says. Yep. This new power for the driving of the world's machinery will be derived from the energy which operates in the universe, without the need for coal, gas, oil, or any other fuel.
Yep, which is why it's hidden.
Just to touch on what you said, Witsit. Yes, they want to try and quantify everything, and when they can't quantify everything, they presuppose quantification with mathematical assertions, and this is why they're lost in the sauce, because to them everything is particles, and even when there's not an associated particle, they have to invoke some sort of a format by which they can perceive things, which is always based upon quantification, and that's how you get into virtual particles and photons. Even though they're not inputs or outputs or perceptionally witnessed, they have to be ever so present in their minds, because everything to them is governed by mathematics, and that's the problem.
Well, this is why Henry Poincaré, who is like one of the most brilliant mathematicians in modern history, it's not even close, he came up with the math for relativistic spacetime, right? Like, he explains very thoroughly that math doesn't mean anything if you don't have a logical foundation, and that unintelligent people tout their ability to work out an equation even though they're actually not very smart. And I actually agree with him 100%. And this was one of the most brilliant mathematicians ever. But like, I think the reason he says infinite qualities is because everything's an ether modality, meaning like literally based on everything we know, like the ether has infinite qualities. It can be everything that we see, everything that we observe is a version of the ether. So it has infinite qualities. If we were to understand this, then we would know that light and matter are intrinsically tied together. They're different versions of the same thing. That means that the quote unquote electron and the quote unquote photon are the same thing, right? There is no massless and it's just different versions of the same thing. And this is an entire new framework. And again, the reason that I'm explaining the motion thing is because that's why they can't make progress. They can't have an ether with substance that motion can be applied to, okay? And now QE is then going to define the word substance and say it's material and say I'm stupid because he doesn't understand it. He doesn't understand what I'm saying. But the point is that Einstein, and I'll stop rambling, but Einstein makes it very clear. He's like, yes, there must exist an ether because space without ether is unthinkable, because we would have nothing to measure against with our measuring rods and clocks. That there must in fact be an ether because space must be endowed with physical properties. But this cannot be thought of as a substantive medium that motion can be applied to, because relativity prohibits it, right? So this is the standstill, because when they look at the Casimir effect and the vacuum energy, the 0 point energy, they start looking at the quantum field theories, they start looking at the Higgs boson. They can't figure out how to marry the two because they need a substantive background that motion can be applied to, and relativity strictly doesn't allow it. That's why we're just sitting here for decades now, not doing anything, right? Because they can't, and this because they are smart enough to know in their mind it's not even an option that there's a substantive ether where motion can be applied, because that means the Earth isn't moving. That's why. They don't look at it that way. They look at it like, well, we wouldn't be able to explain Michelson-Morley if there was a substantive quality with motion applied to it in the background, right? How would you ever explain Michelson-Morley? They'd have to go back all the way to 1887 and restart. So they don't even look at that option, and that's why it's not making any progress. Okay, sorry, I was talking to you.
Read what I just posted. What's it? Read what I just posted.
I'm driving, bro. Is there any way that you can read it?
Yeah, okay, I'll read it for you guys. Let me just make it bigger. Hold on. Damn it, I can't do both on my phone.
Yeah,
Can
sorry,
anybody
Sam.
read
I'm almost done driving, so.
Can somebody do me a favor and read what I posted on 148? I would really appreciate it.
Says
I
ether
can read
drag
it.
was detected by Michelson in 1925.
Nope.
Not only that, but ether drag was also detected by Nobel Prize winner Albert Michelson in 1925. Michelson was ignored because 2 or 3 years earlier, Einstein had been deified by the media. Most likely, Einstein had been deified by the media because Tesla was close to perfecting a way to create, quote, free energy. And the energy companies and banks were not happy about that. And then next paragraph. But if ether drag exists, then ether exists. Tesla physics was correct. That's a quote of Kerr, Kehr. And he says, this next paragraph, in fact, Einstein's 1920 version of the special theory of relativity is really nothing but a mathematical model of ether drag. Ether actually provides the causality to explain why Einstein's 1920 version of relativity is mathematically correct. Without ether, there's no causality for Einstein's special relativity. As far as I'm concerned, though, that is a modification to how Einstein is being taught to physics, or how Einstein is being taught to physics students. However, both writers are along the right lines with their attack on Einsteinian physics.
Yeah, this is the most ironic part of all of it, is that special and general relativity require an ether. That's the
Crazy,
funniest
huh?
part. Yeah,
Yep.
Einstein admitted that, dude. Einstein admitted that, but he couldn't marry the two, and he couldn't explain it. So he just kind of like acknowledged it and then moved past it. But
Well,
now
they
you
brought
have like
quantum
the
foam. No,
Lovers.
they brought out quantum foam for their fantasy to persist.
Yeah, but like even just on a fundamental like philosophical level, like relativity needs physical qualities, and that requires an ether. Meaning ether just means that there's something there. That's all that ether means. You know,
Yep.
ether means there's something there. That's it. So in order to have physical quality, something has to be there. Nothing doesn't exist, much less is it physical. But then he kind of so what Einstein did was he claimed that it was nothing, which is space, right? It's the absence of anything, matter. And then we have a coordinate system that we use to quantify the idea of space and volume, but it's like nothing, right? But then it's physical at the same time. So it's like, oh, well, there must be an ether in the sense there's physical qualities because nothing cannot be physical. But then they simultaneously attribute physical qualities to space, which is nothing. So really it all lays on the back of time, which is that time somehow it merges with space, makes a space-time baby, and then all of a sudden space, which is nothing, can be physical.
Why are you saying
And
space is
that's what
nothing?
happened. Because space is the absence of matter. It's nothing more than a coordinate system. So
Yeah,
math is abstract.
not in this definition, though. This definition, space is not the absence of matter.
Yes, it
It
is.
is the coordinate system, but it's not the absence of matter.
Coordinate systems are abstract.
Well, yeah, right. That's right.
Okay, so can
Abstract.
abstractions
But
have physical properties?
that doesn't mean that it's nothing.
Yes, abstractions can't have physical properties.
Well, the space is like we think of them in terms of location and position and length and all that type of stuff. And these numbers are abstract, but those identities are actually real. Positions and locations and distances are real things.
Those are all concepts. So like space itself, you have mass that's in the space. The space is nothing. The space is the absence of matter. The space is the absence of matter and energy. Space is neither matter nor energy, right? It's just what the matter and energy is within. It's just a coordinate system. So it is by definition nothing, which is again why it had to be married to time. And now they say space-time is different than what space itself is, and that space-time has physical qualities. And Einstein said he can't really explain how. Just trust me, it has to be the case.
But nothingness would be void of space as well. So if you have nothing, you wouldn't have space in it.
Well,
Wrong. I
no,
think most of the time
space is not a
defined.
thing, dude.
Yeah, most of the time people define space solely based on things being within something, right? So you have two objects required to have space between them, right? Space is nothing in and of itself unless you have something of material to be able to define it as, right?
Yeah.
You can't have
Yep.
a point. So if you're using like a coordinate system and like Kosher is saying that space is a thing and it has locations, well, you're using that as a point, which is a mathematical concept. A point is not a thing in and of itself. It's just a concept.
Yeah, but it has
Correct.
very real truths. Like it's whether there's a thing in that spot or not, or if there's nothing in the distance in between two things, or there's an empty giant area or volume, regardless if there's anything there or not, that is a very real volume, and that volume that volume can only fill.
Not in
You can
Narnia.
only be filled with
Hold on.
things that are smaller than that volume.
Oh
Kosher,
my God,
it only has a truth in relation to something material.
This is why I always invoke the Henry Poincaré quote where he says, "It is not the universe which imposes space and time on us. It is us who impose space and time on it."
Right,
you can really grasp that concept, and it's pretty much over. Debate over.
You can have a point that relates to a place on Earth, but the point again is the concept, but it can relate to something real.
Right. It's a description of something else, right? Like,
That's my
you
point.
can say,
Pun intended.
so like it's crazy because then you get this circular reasoning where they're like, no, space actually is something. You're like, no, it's just a coordinate system. It's a construct. It's an abstract conceptual description. It's not something in and of itself. And then they say, no, there's location and volume, and that's very real.
Yeah, volumes are very real. It describes a limit. Even if there's nothing in that volume is going to be consistent with what you can possibly fill in there.
Yeah. What's the limit of space-time?
That's regardless of whether there's things in there or not. So
What's the limit of space?
just to say it's a concept is sort of I mean, there's something
objective.
lacking there.
Yeah. What's the limit of the universe? What's the limit of the space in the universe?
Yeah, where's the edge?
The current volume of it.
What is that?
Where's the edge, Glovers?
The current volume of the universe? It'd be
where's the edge?
4 pi or 4 over 3 times pi times 46 46 billion light years.
But where is it?
No, that's the visible universe.
That's not the visible. That's the entire universe. The visible universe.
So you're saying that? So the universe is the universe infinitely expanding?
Is it infinitely expanding? It's expanding, accelerated. I don't know why you threw an infinitely, but it's accelerating.
So you think it has a finite edge? What's outside of it? What's outside that finite edge?
Well, they've calculated the size of the universe to have a radius of about 46 billion light years. So,
what's outside the edge?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that there is an edge. I mean, like if you went somewhere that was 46 billion light years away, they would just see us on one side and knows what on the other side. But I don't think that it's
so it's a finite volume with no edge.
Well, no, if it's flat, then it might. If it's flat, then it might be. That's the problem. Is that if it's flat, then it might be infinite. Is what they've thought about, but they don't know. They don't know that it's flat. It could be curved, and the measurements could be off. But if it's curved, then, like I said, if you're looking in both directions on a finite sphere, for example, there's nothing wrong with it.
Well, like let's use a really simple analogy. You have a garage, okay, and then you can have a volume of the garage, and you have a car in there. Then you move the car. You got nothing else in the garage, okay, and then you say you try to make the garage a vacuum chamber, right? And then we pretend it's an actual vacuum, which doesn't exist, okay. Now we have a volume of quote unquote space in the garage, but actually we just have a mathematical description of the volume within the walls, the physical walls of a garage. The way that we use the coordinate system within that garage to explain the volume doesn't mean that there's that area or volume inside the garage is an actual physical thing in and of itself. It's not.
Well,
right?
you wouldn't be able to point at a particle of air, but you could still point at a coordinate system inside of that physical location and say that point XYZ axis is there. Like I could see it.
Point being is you can draw lines on a piece of paper. Is that what you're saying? You can draw lines and call it a
coordinate system? What do you mean that the volume isn't actually real? I don't know what you mean.
I mean, I feel like if you guys actually just watched maybe like 10 minutes of this video, like it would literally wipe away a bunch of these like apparitions you have in your mind of like fallacious ideas, and like really solidify logical order in your mind of how things work and don't work. Like this guy's simplified things down to the point where you can literally look at any phenomena and make sense of it and not need all this overcomplicated, rigorous math to like formulate any logical framework.
Well, this
I
is why
mean,
Tesla immediately came out and refuted relativity, right? Like he said that space cannot have physical properties because it's nothing in and of itself. It's an abstraction. You can't attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions. So that in and of itself, he said relativity is wrong simply because the fact that space cannot have physical properties, right? And then he said that today's scientists substitute experiment for equation or for mathematics, and they stumble off through equation after equation until eventually they have no relation with reality. And this is the same problem, the same critique. Tesla refuted relativity did.
I had that conversation with Kosho yesterday or the day before, talking about the properties of space, and he attributed properties being analogous to attributes. And I tried telling him that
I didn't
that's
say
not
they
what he
were. I
meant.
didn't say they were analogous. You said they weren't, and I told you that they have the same meanings because you said
right.
You said you said you're saying these are properties, but they're actually attributes. And then I went off to say, well, actually, those definitionally mean the same thing.
Well, I was trying to tell you that there's a difference between principle and attribute, and what Tesla meant in regards to properties was aligned with principles, not attributes. Like, I don't disagree that space has attributes. It does have attributes, but it doesn't have a principle. There's no principle to it because it's not a thing. Only things have principles, and space is the absence of a thing.
What do you mean
That's
by
why I was
principle?
telling you that it couldn't be. That's why I was telling you it couldn't be bent. And that's why I said you should really
What do you
look
mean by
into what's
by
meant.
principle when you use principle?
Exactly, and that's why I told you create principle versus attribute, and I don't think you've ever done that, and that's why I was trying to lead
Yeah,
you
I
down
know,
that
but
road.
that's because we were talking about properties, but you're saying principles. That's what I'm saying. When you use the word principle, depending on how you spell it, I know several definitions, but none of them. I'm trying to see what you mean in this case. When you when you say space has principles, or or space doesn't have principles, what do you mean? About, like, what definition?
It's a problem with materialistic definitions, man.
Right. Well, it's a problem of logic, right? I try to explain this. I think it might be the same conversation that Tyson was talking about. You know, when you talk about things that are conceptual that have utility, right? Something like length. Length is not necessarily a thing, right? Length in and of itself is not a thing. It's how we define material things in and of themselves, right? So you can measure a length of something, but you can't hand somebody a length.
Yeah,
a length is just a way to describe something that has 3 dimensions.
Yeah,
Right, I was just
that's
about
fine.
to put witness to
You
it,
can
though,
hand
because-
somebody a length, but length is literally a physical property.
Well, that's the thing. I was just about to pull Witz up on this because he was talking about with the garage, and the volume isn't actually a physical thing, right?
It is it's also a physical property.
Well,
It's only defined by the physical, right? So within the garage experiment, without the garage, you don't have a volume, right? So the garage is what defines the volume in and of itself. So you need the material in order to actually have some sort of definition or reference.
Right. But once you've measured that volume, you've got a physical limit, right?
Yeah, but you don't need the garage. You don't need anything.
That's my point.
You can describe a volume that there's no material involved at all. I don't know why.
You can conceptually make something up that has no relation to reality. Exactly.
No, you don't. It doesn't have to be concept. You can talk about the Earth, for example, and say like there's a satellite 20,000 miles up, and you can describe the range of the range of a complete area that has domain over the volume between here and there from the surface to 20,000 miles. You can describe that value of the volume, and there's nothing enclosing it. There's nothing out there. You're describing something, and it's not just conceptual because you can define exactly where the points of that limitations are. So like you can actually.
I used an analogy. I used an analogy to help you out yesterday, Kosho, with the race car driver versus the mechanic that works on the car. The mechanic would be well based in descriptions, being that he understands the quantification of that vehicle, but doesn't understand the essence of that vehicle. Where the race car driver, the vehicle is literally an extension of himself when he's behind the wheel of that, and utilizing what a race car is, rather than quantifying what it does. So there's a big difference between explanation and description, and principle versus attribute. And you really have to understand those things in order to like deduce anything accurately, Kosho.
I understand your analogy, although it's whatever. I'm asking you, what do you mean when you say principle in this case? Like, just tell me what you mean. That's all. That's all.
It's like the reason why or the essence thereof. It's not a
Like a
description
rule.
of its characteristics, rather than talking about the very thing in contention within its complete totality. See, a description is just like an extrapolation of something, whereas the principle or the essence of it would be the full essence of that thing. It's not what something does, it's what something is. That's what we're trying to get to. And you guys only want to touch on what things do, not what things are, and that's the problem.
Yeah, thinking about the definition of energy, eh?
I mean, this is applicable within many things like space, energy, time, you name it. All of the very things that they've blinded humanity and themselves with are the very things that they can't explain. They can only describe within its characteristics or attributes, and quantify the means of how by which it works, but never the reason as to why or where it came from or where it's going to.
I would say a tilted, spinning, wobbling, pear-shaped spheroid flying through an ever-expanding universe that they call space while hurling around other planets seems pretty legit regarding the stationary foundations that we experience every day. Yeah, I think a spinning ball
A bit
must be the
contradictory,
answer.
isn't it?
We don't
Yeah,
experience
no,
that.
not at all, man. Not at all. I
We
think
experience the sky moving every single day, all the time.
yeah, I
So
wake
you
up
can't
and
say
I
you don't
feel like,
experience it. Yeah.
Kosho, I wake every day. I wake up and I feel like, man, this spinning, tilted, wobbling space ball flying from an ever-expanding universe is so cool. I love living on it. No, man, it's just
Yeah,
not
that's
realistic.
because of your
Doesn't
belief.
exist.
You have a belief that the Earth is not moving. However, you could to say that you don't experience
It
it.
doesn't, man.
To say you
It
don't
literally
experience it
doesn't.
would be a bit
Kosho,
whatever. You
it doesn't, man.
literally
It doesn't
see, you
exist.
literally observe it every time you see the sky moving.
So Kosho, what you
Just the
did
sky is a
yesterday.
perfect clock, nothing more, man. It's there for us to have a clock in the sky. That's it. It's perfectly made for that.
Really quickly.
Oh,
Yesterday,
sorry.
Kosho, you hid behind the word physical. In the
Hid
sense
behind the
that
word physical?
you hid behind the word
So
physical.
I
when
used
we
the
were
word physical, and you asked me to define it. That's what happened.
right.
Okay.
Right. Well, I was just saying, like, your understanding of physical, based on the definition you gave, just seemed very vague and intentionally. Because we were talking about the bending of space. I asked you if space was physical, and you said it was physical. And then when you define physical, you said that it doesn't necessarily have to be physical in the sense of material.
No,
But
I didn't say that.
but
What
the fact that it
I
can
didn't
act
say that.
upon
I
the
didn't close it.
material.
I said that it's not the same thing. Material and physical don't mean the same thing. So I didn't say it doesn't technically have to be. They're just not the same thing. Things that are material are physical, but it's not not the other way around.
Right. And that was the problem, because with that understanding, you can bend something that's not material in your mind and act as if it's acting upon things. And anytime you invoke the unmaterial acting upon the material, like, you have no basis in reality.
Right. Well, if you made a hot pocket anytime recently, you probably used a microwave. And if you used a microwave, you had something that was not material heating up your food, and you ate it. So what you're saying things without really thinking about what you're saying, because there's plenty of things that are physical that are not material.
Yeah, forces can be
waves aren't
physical and
physical.
immaterial.
Radio waves and electromagnetic waves aren't physical now.
No, they are physical. They're not material.
Yeah, but that's the problem is how do you differentiate that as being accurate when you haven't defined what light is at all?
I have. Not only to
Well, you
you,
think you have.
not only to the room, but specifically to you several times. You just have this rhetoric where you say over and over again how people don't define things, and then they define them, and then you say the same thing again the next day. I even said to you yesterday when we had the conversation that you're going to say the same thing tomorrow, because you say that all the time, that things have never been defined, even though they've
because
to you.
Because you have nothing to base it on. There's nothing to assert what you're saying other than just a concept, and that's not how we associate things to be as or not in reality. Maybe within like a school of thought, but not within reality, Kosho.
What is it about light that you think hasn't been defined yet? Because like we've described the wavelength, we've even demonstrated the wavelength from all spectrums of visible light and outside the visible spectrum, right? So I'm not sure what aspect that you're saying is not defined.
Wave of what?
Exactly.
Wavelength
You're
of what?
invoking a wave as a thing, and there's nowhere that you can validate a wave being something rather than what something does. That's the problem.
It actually is both. You look it up in the dictionary, I'm sure there's a verb definition for the word wave and there's a noun definition for the word wave, because it can be
Yeah,
both.
I got that, and that's a problem. Is there's nothing that you can do to support wave being a noun other than conceptual just dogma.
If you can talk about a wave, then it's a noun.
Conceptual dogma. I'm asking for empirical validity to support your claim.
Waves even have properties, the same properties light has.
Oh God! See, we're going on a circle ride.
It has troughs. It has wavelength. It has frequency. These are properties of waves. Properties
Those
of
are
a thing.
characteristics.
Thing that is a
Those are
noun.
characteristics.
Well, how are you
ever been to a
measuring a
football
peak and a
game?
trough if you don't know what it's comprised of?
Who's saying that we don't know what it's comprised of?
What is it comprised of?
Well, they call them photons. It's what's
No,
it's what's
you got that wrong.
That's waving.
Yeah,
So what?
a photon is not a wave, and a wave is not a photon. And when a light is in its photonic state, it's not in its wave state, and vice versa. So you kind of you're kind of merging things together.
What you observe when you see like an interference pattern or any sort of detector that's you're using to detect this, you're seeing the wave that was propagated, and that propagation is the photon, which is the energy, right, from the usually electrons emit or atoms emit from electrons, right? So it's not that a photon is a wave, but the propagation, the interaction between you and your detector and the photon, it's going to be in the form of a wave, because that's how it travels. That's how it propagates through space.
So I guess you just didn't hear anything I said. I just told you that when it's in its photonic state, there's no wave to be measured. You're measuring the photon, and when it's in its wave state, there's no photon to be measured because it's in a wave state. It's not a photon traveling in a wave-like pattern. It's a photon that's blipping in and out of existence, and every time it blips out of existence, there's a wave associated with that, and vice versa, Kosho.
This is the real problem.
About? What's a photonic state? Describe the photonic state.
Why are you so worked up?
That would be perpendicular to the propagation of light. That's what rises out of its propagation. So there's two phenomena that are manifesting perpendicular to one another. You've got the wave that's propagating, and then you've got the photon perpendicular to that wave. So anytime you're measuring a photon, there's no wave to be had. And anytime you're measuring a wave, there's no photon to be had. They're never simultaneously existent. That's what I'm telling you.
This is what the truth is. So, like, you have an oscillating magnetic field and you have an oscillating electric field, and they intersect. And then the place where they intersect, modern science calls that a photon. Okay? That's why they claim it's neither electric nor magnetic, because it's not actually anything. There isn't actually a particle there. There isn't a massless particle, which is stupid anyway. Okay,
That's not
it's where
true,
they
though.
intersect. It's actually an event. It's an event of intersection of the oscillating magnetic and electric fields. That's what
Yeah,
it
but that's
actually
not
is.
true, though. Where they intersect is not where the photon is. The photon can be anywhere in that wavelength.
You see what you say? It can be anywhere, as if you actually just reach out and grab it or something. That's not how it
No.
works, though.
Hey, when you detect it, when you use a antenna or when you have a detector, it can show up. It can show up anywhere along where that wavelength is. Just like
You
if
think?
you have Wi-Fi, you can receive signal at any any range of that
Oh
wavelength.
my God! You think antennas? Okay, tell me how an antenna detects a photon.
The radio wave will there's got to be the same, what do you call that, the same like modulation, so it's got to be a multiple of the same size, and it just has to
Yeah, you don't have an answer.
Yeah, it has to hit the fucking antenna.
You guys,
It
oh my
has to be
God!
multiple of the same size.
I asked you, how does an antenna detect photon? And then you just said, da, 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 you know.
Yeah, I said it
antenna.
has to be a multiple of the wavelength, right? And then it has to interact with it. Like it has to fucking run
Interact.
into it. Yes.
Run into it. Okay, so
So
you're saying
the
that
antenna has to be able to the
Oh my
antenna has
God.
to be anywhere in that wavelength.
You're saying the antenna proves the photon because the photon runs into it. Is that right?
No, I said the antenna has to be somewhere within that wavelength. So that if the wavelength is if it's propagated like at a big enough range, right? If the antenna is there, the antenna is made as a multiple of that wavelength. Otherwise, it's not going to receive it.
Okay, how do you actually prove that it's a photon?
What do you mean, like prove it's a photon?
In reality, the truth is you can't isolate.
No, but say what you mean by prove it's a photon.
I'm okay. You said I was wrong when I said that it's actually an oscillating magnetic electric field.
No. I didn't say that was wrong. I said it was wrong. What you said about it's the intersection of that. That was wrong.
Are you gonna stop?
Well, then, if you're going to say what I said, just say it correctly, because I didn't say that it's not. It is an oscillating electromagnetic field. It's just not the intersection of it.
Oh, I was in the middle of talking and was about to say when I said this, you interrupted the first few words and then proceeded to debate against it. What a joke! And then pretend I'm strawmanning you or something.
No, but you were wrong. What you said was wrong. It's not just intersection.
Stop? Are you gonna stop or no?
Yeah, you stopped and said something, and I responded to it. So
no, I was in the middle of talking, buddy. Okay, so you said I was wrong when I said that there's an oscillating magnetic and electric field that intersects, and then you call the intersection a photon. The problem is that you said that I was wrong, and that's not the only place it happens. That's not the only place that there are photons. So I said, okay, yes, you said that.
And again, dude, you misheard what I said. I heard exactly what you said. You said that it's an oscillating magnetic electric field. That's true. And you said at the point where they intersect, okay, that's where the photon appears. That's what you said.
I just said that.
I said that's what's incorrect. Yes.
I just said that too. You're just like Zanuck. You download your bot script and you don't listen to what the other person says. You're just ready to respond. Okay, so I literally just said what you jumped in, interrupted to correct. I literally just said, I said that there's an oscillating magnetic and electric field. They intersect. You take the intersection, which is an event. It's a process. It's not an actual individual physical particle. It's an event. And you claim that's a photon. You said I was wrong about that. You said that it doesn't only happen there. I said, okay, how are you verifying that? How are you isolating a specific photon that isn't in the intersection? You don't have an answer. You said antenna, and then you just rambled on and then said antenna at the end of your explanation. You don't have an answer. I've looked into it. There isn't an answer. You can't isolate a single photon. The only way that they allegedly determine photons are electron dot patterns on like a receiver plate, right? You don't actually go grab a photon. You don't see it. You don't physically grab one outside of the field somewhere. None of that happens. That's not how it works. So if you want to tell me specifically how you can verify the physical actual location of a particle called a photon that's not in the intersection, then that would be great, okay? If you want to specifically answer the question.
As I said, when you're saying that's two oscillating fields, that's correct. Where they intersect at would be at the center line of where both of those fields are.
or waves are, which is not going to be the extent of both waves, which is actually where you can find the photon. So that's what I'm saying to you, is that it's not just where they intersect at that center point. It's
You see what he said again?
anywhere along any part of the of either wave, which is why when you get a detector, which is why when you detect it, even if you detect one at a time,
oh my God,
you're not going to get it directly. Like if you detect an interference pattern, you're not going to get it in a straight, a straight line, or whatever. You're going to get it at different points that represent different parts of that
I think that
wave.
doesn't refute me at all. So, like you just said it again, you said that's not the only place you're going to detect it. When I specifically asked you to tell me how you detect it, you just go back to saying.
And then you were interrupting me while I was telling you how you detect it.
Can you shut up?
I literally was doing that.
Can you shut up?
No, you interrupted me. You're interrupting me to tell me that I didn't answer your question.
Actually, you paused and then you started talking again right through me. So
Hey,
the problem,
you're getting all triggered, Kosho. Just chill out, dude. We're trying to help you, bro.
and I already said what you said, which is that you have to use a receiver plate. So basically what you're doing is invoking the double slit or something like that, where like, oh, we have an interference pattern and the dot pattern that's recognized, which I already stated, is in different locations, as if the fact it oscillates and so it's in different locations somehow proves that the physical particle isn't where the oscillating electric and magnetic fields intersect. That makes no sense. If I have a plate right here and I quote unquote shoot light at it and then the light is registering different dot patterns, how does that verify where along that path that the actual alleged photon is? That's the actual question.
Because you can fire, as I was saying when you were interrupting me before I was finished, if you fire one at a time, you can fire it at this, let's say the double slit experiment, for example. You can fire them one at a time, and you can receive them at different parts on the receiver plate, different parts that don't just represent the center point or the part where they would have reflected off of the sides and bounced off, but actually different parts of the the wave of the wave of where it would have traveled, of where the waves would have interfered with each other. So
Yeah, you're
it's not just representing one straight path and the center point of where they intersect. It's representing the entirety of that wavelength.
This is so bad.
When you talk about, you're saying you're plinking one particle at a time. You're not just pressing. You're just not just holding your button down on the laser beam to see the distribution pattern. You're saying you're pressing go each time to get one dot on the receiver pattern that is in like a shotgun-like pattern, right?
You actually believe that? You believe that?
It's actually true. So you can do it. You can do it with a wave. You can do it with the.
You want to bet money?
You ask me a question and then you're just talking to the answer again.
Do you want to bet money on it?
Weren't you Christian with it?
Please save your.
You can take it out for the 20,000. But yeah, I mean, they've done it to where they've shot single. They've done it where they've shot in single electrons at each other, and they've done it where they've shot in.
Boy.
Like first of all, why are you talking about electrons?
Because I'm talking about the ones where they shoot single particles at each other.
Oh, so we're not talking about
when they shoot single. So
we're talking about electrons. Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm talking about the double slit experiment. We're
talking about single photons.
Yeah, I'm trying to respond, dude. Okay, they've shot in single electrons at each other, and I'm trying to remember if they shot single photons or what the claim for that was.
Okay,
I don't want to get those confused.
So, okay, well, don't worry, I got you. So, first of all, electrons are not photons. Okay, of course, to even claim the photon, they have to reify the electron, which is hilarious, and you can't prove that either. But anyway, they admit they don't actually know they shoot single photons. Okay. They just think they limit the probability distribution of the photon enough that it can be reasonably assumed that you're isolating singular photon. That's what actually happens. So when people say you shoot a single photon, they don't actually know what they're talking about. You don't do that. Okay. But the point that I'm making is, yes, there's an oscillation, right? Oscillation. So we have a wave-like function, right? A wave-like movement, because waves are movements, not things, right? So yeah, then we have electromagnetic propagation. It has a wave-like movement. And then in the double slit, we have a certain pattern. We have an interference pattern that's observed. Okay, so meaning that there are little dots that are registered. And now how are the dots registered? You guys think that when I shoot light, little physical balls come out of the light and start like ricocheting off of the panel, off of the plate, right? Like I'm shooting a paintball gun at the plate. That's literally what you guys think that is evidence and proof of a photon is you see little dots and you're like, oh, we're shooting a paintball gun of light at the plate. In reality, you actually have an electric interaction with the plate that then registers the image. That's what actually happens. And this is why I can invoke Cambridge University's textbook explaining like quantum assumption of light, where it explains specifically that the dot pattern cannot be interpreted as proof of the photon because it could simply be an electron dot distribution. Of course, this is reifying the electron. The point is that it's known that the plate is just an electronic receiver. Okay, it's not like I take my paintball gun and I shoot at the wall and I'm like, look, we know a physical paintball hit the wall. Look at the freaking pattern. It's not the same thing. It's not what happens. It's an electronic plate. Okay, so it registers an electronic interaction. That's all you're doing. And yeah, it's all over different places, right? That doesn't prove that it's not intersecting. I don't understand. Where's the disconnect here? How does that prove that it's not intersecting? How does that prove that?
No, listen, dude. No one's saying that they're not intersecting. You said that it occurs at the point of intersection. Like if you put these two waves together, they, you've seen the image where they have one going upward and the other one going horizontal, and they intersect at the center. The photon is not only found at where they intersect. That's my point.
The photon isn't found anywhere. I don't know why I have to keep saying the photon isn't found anywhere. It's easy. It sounds good to say that, right? It sounds good to say the photon isn't just found there. It's not found anywhere. So like if I have two strains of spaghetti, okay, and I overlap them, if I put one to the left and then one perpendicular to it, they intersect. You point at that point where they intersect, so that's a photon, okay? Now, if I keep on lapping it, so I keep on overlapping them back and forth, two lines of spaghetti, right? And then I start to wave the strains of spaghetti up and down. That's what you call light. You understand that them intersecting isn't the wave. They intersect and then there's a wave with like both of them wave together. The intersections wave, right? So the fact that you can get a dot pattern at different plates on the different locations on the plate is completely non sequitur to us stepping in orthographic, looking along the actual like oscillating fields and pointing at a place in that field and saying, oh, that's where the photon is. That's two different things. Are you following what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm following what you're saying, but this test has been done with single photons. What you said about the not knowing if it's an electron or not, but we happen to know that that's what electrons emit, like photons. And we know this because the relationship between them is there's a relationship between them. Like I think it's the radius of the electron. The radius of the electron in the atom is I think it's like h times the speed of light or something like that. H over the speed of light. Regardless, they have a direct relationship with one another.
Okay, that's what you think.
You can test this.
It's called the photoelectric effect.
You can test this, and this is exactly what the one I'm seeing from Harvard, where they did single photons. They determined they were single photons by the electrons that were being emitted.
That's right. So they assume an electron, then they assume a relationship with the photon and the electron, and then they try to say that they shot a single one. If you actually go read the paper from Harvard and any other university or any physicist that's ever done this test, they know that they don't actually isolate a single photon. They have a probability distribution. They think that basically if you turn that light on and off quick enough and it's a dim enough light, that the odds are that only one photon would get through. And they think, oh, well, technically we don't know that, but it's good enough. This is literally what happens. You have a really dim light, you turn it off very quickly, and then it goes through some obstruction, and you say, well, look, if we do the math here, the probability of more than one photon getting through is low enough to assume that one gets through for intents and purposes. That's what happens. You don't like actually pick out some physical ball and like, oh, there's only one here. Nothing like that happens.
Yeah, I know, but that's
just do one photon.
That's how photons are defined as. So if you can make the energy from a single, if you can see that there's the energy that you've hit something with, let off a single electron, that energy would be a single photon, because a single electron, when it goes down a step, emits a single photon. Right? That's the definition. That's how much energy is there.
Kosho, if you're so understood upon this topic, can you explain to me how wireless power induction works within a vacuum?
wireless power induction.
Yeah, of course not.
You're just talking about literally just using like electrical, electric fields that are close to each other. Because
Electric fields that are close
Tesla's wireless transmitter just used what is it called? What he called longitudinal waves, right? Which
What?
are
Oh, man, just admit when you don't
basically
know.
one coil, one
Timer
wire wrapped around a rod, right? Which would create a field that would propagate. If you have them close enough, they would certainly.
What sustains the propagation of electricity?
What do you mean? What sustains the propagation of it?
So
It doesn't need a medium to do that.
Okay, so there doesn't have to be something physical to have power induction over distance, huh?
Not if you have like you said with the induction. If you have these two fields close enough to each other.
Dude, he thinks that they shoot single photons, Dyslo, and you think you're going to get like a substantive response.
I mean, that's the definition. So, I mean, you can use something different than what the definition of it.
I know, Dyslo. I'm just saying. Like, obviously, the real value of your question is not going to really be absorbed. Like, but yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to. I'm trying to.
The value of this question. I'm not sure I've ever heard Dyslo ask a valuable question.
There you go.
Let alone that one.
Emotional ad homs will probably make
no,
your
dude, you're sitting there talking about me, so I'm going to sit here and respond. If you think that's
I'm
emotional,
saying
that's
that your inability to understand your pseudoscientific reification fallacies renders your ability to understand the value of his question useless and futile.
Yeah, what is the value of his question?
Yeah, because wireless power induction automatically shows you that there has to be an ether, but you don't understand that.
Oh, it doesn't.
I know you don't understand that. I know
it does. That's what I'm saying. It does not. The magnetic field.
What I'm trying to tell you,
quantum fields don't need an ether.
Oh my god.
Quantum fields don't need an ether.
Dude, basically what you're saying is that a wave is a thing that exists on its own. And we ask you, well, what is the wave? You say it is a wave.
No, listen. Instead of telling me what I'm saying, I'll tell you what I'm saying. That way, it's going to be correct. Okay. I'm not saying the wave itself is the thing that's propagating. The wave is the propagation. The propagation is happening through the quantum field. Okay, this is what's happening.
Through the quantum field.
What's a quantum field? I'd like to hear. Yeah, I'd like
to
to hear about
say
that
it's math.
thing.
He's going to say it's just math.
No, it's all the points in space, and they're going to have they're going to have different values for the intensity at that point.
Point, space, and values isn't math.
You think a conceptual Cartesian system is equivalent to a quantum field existing in nature?
No, they exist in nature. Whether the way we talk about them being conceptual or not, these things exist in nature. They're testable and observable.
There's nowhere in nature you can point to show me quantum, because quantum does not invoke a thing rather than the amount thereof. That's all quantum is. It's an amount. It's not a thing. There's nowhere in nature you can show me quantum.
He said he's not going to invoke math to define the quantum field. Then he said a point in space and values.
I didn't say I'm not going to invoke math. I'm saying it's not just math. It's not just.
Then why is your definition consist of math then?
They're points that have identity, and those points can be defined by the intensity at that point. So
I mean,
the same thing can be done with the magnetic field. Magnetic fields are defined by the intensities at different points.
You're going back, Kosho, to invoking that the immaterial can act upon the material, and that's illogical.
Well, it happens all the time. Last time you heated up a hot pocket, that was something immaterial interacting with the material.
And didn't you hear the guy ask you? Didn't you hear the guy ask you if light was non-physical?
Yeah, it's physical. It's non-material.
So I didn't say material. I'm saying something immaterial can act upon something that's material.
Yes.
Physically.
Yeah. That's a problem, because now you have to say that electrons are not material.
No, I don't. There's no electrons aren't what's heating up your food in the microwave. It's the microwaves.
Okay. And what is light again? Because if microwaves falls under the spectrum of light, then again we have to go back to what light is. And if you want to equivocate an electron to associate light, then you have to invoke physicality and material.
Why do you keep saying electrons with light?
Because
that's what
Kosho
Kosho's
said.
associating light to be.
No, I said that. I said electrons emit photons. I didn't say that
Right,
photons
and
were
back and
electrons.
forth. Yeah, they're synonymous. It goes back and forth.
The only way we can, he said the only way we can prove the photon is to assume and reify the electron and say, well, we know the electron must create photon.
I did not
And
say
they
that. These
actually
are
claim
your
that
words. These are you. This is your words, dude. Don't ever
calm
tell
down.
somebody what I said using your words, okay? Because I
Okay,
did not. I
yeah,
didn't see
I
the
know that
only
you
way you can measure a
I
photon
get
is
it.
this.
I get it. You can give commands to me on the internet like you're tough. I
No,
get
dude,
it.
I'm
So
trying to show you how to be respected.
now you're
You
super
don't have to want to be
emotional.
seen as
Yeah, you're
with
super
respect by somebody.
emotional.
But if you don't, I mean, if you do, then yeah, don't use my
You're
words
telling me how to
in
be
your own
respectful.
way.
Emotionally raise your voice and talk through me. Wow. Okay, so the actual situation is that you guys claim that an electron is a point particle, so that the electron has mass, but it has no size. That's what you believe. Okay, will you go run over there with that belief, whatever you want to do? I just invoked Cambridge University textbook explaining that the electron dot pattern explains the double slit. The actual pattern, the dot pattern observed on the plate, isn't evidence that proves the photon according to your own quantum paradigm coming from Cambridge University's textbook, okay? You can assume it. So what they claim is that you have the photoelectric effect, you shoot light, and then the photons go and hit an atom, dislodges an electron. This is all just a conceptual model. The photon, which you assume and reify, goes and hits the atom, you assume and reify, then it dislodges an electron, assumed and reified, right? And then the photon that still has leftover energy after dislodging the electron, then it goes with the photon and they morph into each other and it becomes a photoelectron. It becomes a photoelectron and they can spontaneously disintegrate, pop into and out of existence, and they can become one another. That's what your paradigm says. And then you are starting to invoke each of them to prove the other. It's like a circular pseudoscientific cocktail of nonsense.
Yeah, so both light and electrons can be observed separately. So whenever you do shine light onto something and electrons are emitted, you can see there's a relationship between them. So you can see that they're two different things. You can see there's a relationship between them, and you can see exactly how much of energy the light needs at whatever frequency is needed to emit however many electrons or however much charge, which you use to measure the electrons. So,
are electrons material?
Yeah.
Okay. But light's not material.
Yeah, photons are not. But yeah, they say that all in quantum field theory, all subatomic particles are considered to be point particles.
I got a phone call, so I don't know what you just said, but did you just say electrons are not? Are you saying electrons are not point particles?
No, I didn't say that. I was talking to Dice Slow anyway, so it's not important if you heard it or not.
Okay, man. Why are you always like? Why can't we just have conversation without all the emotion?
Well, I mean, I just explained to you that if you wanted respect, right, my respect, then that's where me telling you how you can talk to me would come from, right? If you don't want to use my own advice on how to gain respect for me, you're not going to have my respect. So,
Oh, so you think that you're without any responsibility? Okay. Anyway, so this is the real issue that's frustrating, right? When you talk to the actual people that you guys like revere for doing all this stuff, studying this stuff, physicists and stuff, they know that we don't understand light. They openly admit we don't understand light. They openly admit that we have a construct of how we think we understand it, and that we refined it many times, and it works. It works very well for intents and purposes, but it's just a concept. Then we come in here, you guys act like it's scientific, definitive facts, and that's what's frustrating. And it doesn't matter. The point is that it's an oscillating magnetic and electric field, and you guys claim, oh, there's a photon there. I can't actually isolate it. It's massless. We have to reify the electron to claim that it exists. And then we look at stuff like the photoelectric effect, which reifies it and assumes it. We look at stuff like parametric down conversion. We look at the dot pattern on the plate. We assume that must mean that physical paintballs of light are hitting the plate. And it's all reification fallacies. admittedly that this is just a concept, right? Like within the very paradigm that you're touting. And we have all kinds of contradictions with it. You have the paradox of it being both a wave and a particle, right? You have the contradiction of how does the photon seemingly know it's going to be observed, so then it collapses, and how does it transcend time? How do you actually, you don't know if you're going to observe which one you're going to observe, so you take it out of your own mind because apparently light can read your mind, and then it still happens. So it can transcend time and its sentience, and it can read it's conscious and can read your mind before you do. And these are just like crazy ideas, and I know that it's a very crude representation of it, but that's the absurdity that people will go to believe in their photon, instead of just being like, oh, well, maybe that's not the case. And then they say that photon is it doesn't have charge, it doesn't have magnetic properties, when the reality, it's just nothing's there. So of course it doesn't have those things.
Right. And yeah, it's a problem because it's double speak. Like I can ask him if light's a thing and he'd say, sure, it's a particle. And then I ask him if it's material and he'd say, no, it's not material. And it's like coming from their own indoctrination, like anything that's a thing has to be physical. Otherwise it's not a thing. Like you have to be able to quantify it. So it's complete double speak. But going back to space where this all started, he's saying that space isn't a thing, but it can act upon things and also be bent. Like how can you bend something that's not physical? Like you're giving physical characteristics to something that's non-physical and saying that it can act upon the physical
It makes
furthermore.
sense why you would be wrong about that. I literally said the opposite of what you said. So that's your answer. I said it was both physical, and I said it was a thing.
Okay. And that's why I just said when you say something is a thing, it takes physicality in the sense that it has some sort of a material attribute to it. And that's why I say, like, you guys look at everything as atomist, and in that sense things have to be physically existent in the sense of having like a Cartesianal presence, in that it can be quantified based on its material existence. So when we get into things like space, and I ask you if space is a physical thing, a material, and you say that it's physical but it's not material, it's doublespeak.
Have you ever been to a football game in a stadium?
Yep. Right.
Okay. Did you ever stand up to do the wave?
Yeah.
So was the wave a thing that happened? Was it physical? Did it have points?
Yes.
In reality?
Yes.
Okay. Interesting.
Yep. It was material. It was my hand in motion. My hand was the wave.
Is it still the wave?
If I want to make it a wave, I can make it wave. But no, my hand is a hand.
Your hand can't be part of the wave that happened in that stadium. That was a point in time, but it's not physical, is it?
Yeah, it was physical material. It was my hand in motion. The material in motion is what you associate as the wave.
No hand, no wave, right? Come on now.
Correct. No material, no wave.
Think of it this way, right? Sound is considered a wave within the air. If you evacuate all the air from a chamber, or at least most of the air from a chamber, can you have a sound wave?
No, not a sound wave.
So why would you not be able to have a sound wave?
Because there's no material for it to compress against.
Right. Thus, the understanding that a wave can only be comprised of something
Sound
material.
waves. Yeah, sound waves. That's what we can define sound waves as. But there are different types of waves. Totally.
Well, we're talking in the scalar sense, pertaining to light and sound, because they kind of act in regards with a medium. So you have to have that medium to sustain the propagation.
If you're just gonna associate and say sound is the same as light, well then if sound needs a medium, then light needs it too. Yeah, You could do that, but you'd be wrong.
No, not at all.
So what is the light wave comprised of?
Like I said, when you're at the stadium doing the wave, what's it comprised of? And does it exist as itself, or is it a thing that's happening?
If you're in a stadium and you see a wave, meaning you see people going up and down to create a wave-like pattern, without the people, the wave would not be possible, right? Would you agree with that statement?
Yeah, have you ever seen the wave in an empty
Absolutely.
stadium? No, it takes
So
people.
that
Correct.
wave is analogous to the sound wave.
So within the idea of a light wave, what is that in which is waving?
There has to be material in order to perceptually witness that wave-like pattern is what it's telling you.
Well, that's the claim. I mean, magnets work in space too, but is it to say that because they're working in a vacuum that it's the ether that's carrying their field?
There has to be something substantiated in field, right?
Well, then what is it?
That's the question.
Right. So I'd like to see what it is before I'm told that everything else in reality is wrong, because it has to have this thing that I can't quite explain myself. So, but I need you to explain it if you want me to believe you. It's kind of ridiculous. What is this background field medium that's carrying all these fields?
It's a dielectric field. That's
okay.
To put it most simply, you have only one field, that being the ether field, and the ether is comprised of the dielectric field, and the dissipation of that dielectric field is what breeds the magnetic field, and the magnetic field is what sustains light and energy. And without that, then energy is at a complete impotency of an inertial state of rest. It's only the excitement that and the release of that energy that we perceive anything to be as.
Right. So if the ether is the thing that's making all light, electricity, magnetism flow through it, I should be able to manipulate that field and get a reaction in all three of those separate things. Why don't we see that?
Yeah, that's what we do see. That's exactly what we see. We see the disturbance of that medium being the ether, which creates a propagational pattern of light.
So why don't magnets shift light? Like, why can't I take a really high-powered magnet then and bend a laser beam?
What? Well, what's the
Yeah.
difference between no, that doesn't make no. What's the difference between
No, it
magnetism
does.
and light? What's the difference between magnetism and light?
Well, if you're telling me that they're both flowing through the ether, I should be able to use one to manipulate the other.
No, that's illogical. They're not flowing through the ether; they are the ether.
Well, that's illogical, I guess. I still feel like if you are using the ether and magnets and light are the same, you should be able to manipulate one with the other.
Well, they're not. They're the same way that ice and water are the same.
Right. We could say ice is the field of water.
Yeah, but you can manipulate water with ice. If you put ice in water, it changes the water.
How so? How does the state?
It changes the volume of it specifically.
Okay, yeah. So like that, these are material things. So they're obviously not directly analogous. The analogy is, yeah, they're different but the same. It's not as simple as saying, oh, they're different or the same.
They're in different states of modality, based on temperature and pressure, but they are one and the same thing. There's nothing different about steam, ice, and water other than its pressure and temperature. They're just different states, different attributional states of one and the same thing. So when I tell you that electricity and light are different states of the ether, it should be analogous to conclude what I'm telling you.
Well, think
right. So imagine a river as being the ether, and we have sand going down the river, and we'll say that's light, and we'll have I don't know, dye going down the other side of the river, and we'll say that that's magnetism. If I stick a board in this river of ether, we're going to see a result happening to both of those things that they're traveling through the medium with.
What would the board be, though? That doesn't even make sense. Look, can you name one scenario where you have light without magnetism?
But that's exactly the thing. If they're flowing through the ether, you should be able to use light to affect magnetism and magnetism to affect light.
Wait, I'm asking, can you have light without magnetism?
I don't know. I don't know.
No, because by definition, light is electromagnetic radiation. So, so you see the problem here is that it's the assumption that they're somehow different, which is what the photonic idea is, which is that, oh yeah, it's always within electromagnetic radiation, but there's actually a little particle there that's massless that we have to assume that isn't magnetic. Well, no, you can't have light. So the idea is that it's not that it permeates through. I don't know if that's what Dysler thinks. I don't think that. But it's like, it's just the ether's there, and the ether oscillates.
But if it needs the ether to go through as a medium, like a river, like you need the river. Well, okay.
No, I'm saying it doesn't. I'm saying it doesn't permeate through the ether. It is just the ether. That it's not like we put a boat in the creek. It just is the creek.
Can light exist in the same point in ether as like a strong magnetic field?
Yeah, why not? You can't have light without magnetic field.
Because then you should be able to use the magnetic field to bend the light.
They're the same thing. They're different versions of the same thing, though. So, once you shift to magnetism, right, then it's just a different modality of the same thing.
Oh, part of the problem too is you're associating light as being the byproduct of light, which is illumination, and you're making a conflation of, that byproduct, i.e., illumination, being affected by the very thing it's comprised of, instead of looking at the direct source.
Okay, light can only be seen with material, right? Like the only way that we see light is material.
You have to have a medium or a material, yes, or a matter.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean that there's no light there just because you don't see it, right? We have, in fact, the vast majority of the light spectrum is non-visible. So, like you said, there's a typical conflation between perceivable illumination and what light itself is.
Yeah,
because every square inch of existence has light, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the radio is light.
Yeah, exactly. So the darkest part of the ocean has light. So basically, we make what's already there perceivable by exciting it within a certain spectrum, what we call wavelength or frequency, and then we're able to see it, right? And so then and I will say though, you have to define magnetism as well to really you have to define both magnetism and light to ask the question, why can't magnetism affect light? And mainstream academia can do neither of these things. I would argue that Dysel and I can both define it significantly better than mainstream academia, who just basically says we don't know and throws their hands up. So that's the primary problem here. I said that the society suffers from physics aphasia. The inability to properly define and use terms.
Yeah, can I just kind of elaborate on what you said earlier, where you said, light's not traveling, light's already there kind of thing, to the gentleman we're speaking to. It's kind of conceptually the same way as I have a pool in my backyard and my pool has waves on it. And if I follow a wave from one side of the pool to the other, does that mean that the water somehow gets to the other side of the pool, or was the water already there?
Yeah, but in your scenario, if you're doing an analogy or at least in the main scientific idea of what light is and what's propagating, the quantum fields are expressed as everywhere, and the photon is simply a perturbation in that field, which is moving along it, which is the rate that it's traveling. So, and in the case of the pool, the photon is the wave.
So Kosho, what was the rate of travel of the water from one side of my pool to the other?
It was always there. But that's what I'm saying is that in your analogy, the photon is not the water, because in our description of what the photon it has this relationship with the field is everywhere, and the photon is the propagation through that field.
But the wave is the water, though.
No, the wave is the field, or not? I'm sorry, the pool is the field. The wave is the propagation.
Is the wave through the pool? Is the wave the water, or is it something else?
No, the wave would be something else. The water would be your background medium. What the fuck am I thinking?
Okay, so if I drain my pool, can I have a wave in the pool?
No, so like if you got rid of all the background medium and your ether, you're not going to have waves the same way.
Right, because waves aren't things; they're types of movement. So I can wave my hand. I can't hand you a wave. Something has to be waving. Waving is an action; it's a verb, not a noun. Right. So like the pool water waves. There isn't a wave in the water. It's just the water moving.
I think the problem is we like the word background quantum field or whatever, and you guys like ether. And essentially, it's trying to like they explain the same thing. Like you're
That's
trying to
true.
say
They
that
do. That's true. Yes, they try to explain the same thing, and they're very similar. But there is a huge fundamental difference, right? Which is
so like oh, sorry.
Well, I'm saying like the fundamental difference is quantum fields aren't really defined outside of mathematical description, and they're claimed to have no substantive qualities, whereas the ether is a substantive background medium that when excited, the perturbation becomes physically manifest directly relative to what that excitation is or how much excitation there is.
So the quantum field, we'll just say from now on that it's a well, how did you phrase the ether? It's a
substantive background medium, but they can't say that though. They can't say that though. They can't.
The quantum field is a substantive background medium. There you go. We're good.
Welcome to geocentrism, bro. Welcome to geocentrism.
I was saying that to Lemon when he was in this community for quite some time, that he talks about the ether a lot, and if what he talks about is very much in line with quantum field theory, and basically in regards of what he was saying. And he's basically describing quantum fields, and I think
they are very
just
similar,
like the physicists have kind of adopted the truths of what's happening in the quantum fields. I think the same. So if you're interested in ether fields and all that stuff,
I got to go back to work.
Quantum
so
theory is
sorry
the
to
same
interrupt
thing.
you. Sorry to interrupt.
Nice talking with you, Dyslow.
Yeah, no worries. I got to go back to work. I'll be listening briefly, but I just wanted to tell you that don't get it twisted. Ether's been around far longer than quantum. Quantum essentially just kind of hijacked the understanding and associated with like a materialistic ideation of how to perceive it.
Well, it actually stumbled its way back over to the. It just stumbled its way back over to the ether because in its origin, it actually was nothing to do with quantum fields comprise everything. Everything's comprised of little bombarding cult of particles. And since then, they've had to reluctantly walk their way back to an etheric framework, but they still can't say that it's substantive. So there's a fundamental difference. And of course, there are people in quantum field theory that are proposing like a quantum fluid theory where there's this all-encompassing fluid-like medium, and then the quote-unquote fields are within that. But that's not being given much traction because people understand that the implications are it's substantive. And if it's substantive, then you have a Michelson-Morley issue. So,
yeah, I'm sure it has nothing to do with the lack of experimental evidence. I think usually that's what's given credence in this regard is experimental evidence, not just because people don't like the idea.
The experimental evidence is the same evidence that you're using to have to acknowledge there are quantum fields everywhere. You have the Casimir effect, vacuum energy, 0-point energy. You have more effective propagation of light in a vacuum. You have free space impedance of 377 ohms. You have electric constants and magnetic constants in a vacuum chamber. That is the evidence. The experimental evidence is that the vacuum is not Newtonian emptiness. It's actually something. There's actually something there, an all-encompassing stuff. that when you knock it around sufficiently enough, that it becomes physically manifest, right? So like that is the evidence. The
Yeah,
evidence is the same for both sides. It's that your interpretation is pigeonholed based on, ironically, a relativistic heliocentric philosophical assumption.
Well, if it's not relativistic, then they're not the same thing, and the evidence doesn't suggest both things, because it would have to be relativistic if it
Why?
met the evidence. Well, things like that. What's it called? I forget what it's called, but where you have the two wires and one contracts, and if you're observing it from one frame,
Spooky action at a distance, quantum entanglement.
No.
Yeah, but the one where you're it's either an electric field or a magnetic field depending on which frame you're in or which frame you're observing it from. I remember the name of the test.
What different frame? Yeah, this is Oliver Heaviside originally postulating length contraction. But what exactly is in that the current basically causes the wire to contract? But what are the different frames that you can observe that from?
Well, whether you're moving with the magnetic field, or whether you're stationary, or whether the magnetic field is moving in reference to you, and so you're going to be experiencing the magnetic field is moving, or if you're in the same frame as the magnetic field and you see the electric current moving.
When do we move with the electric current?
I mean, you can do the test either way. What are you talking about?
How can you be in the reference frame that moves synonymous with the electric current? How could you ever do that?
Well, I mean, the way that they describe it is with the electrons. So they describe the electrons moving with it.
Yeah, so it's theoretical. You obviously can't actually enter the reference frame of the electric current.
Oh, it's been tested.
No, yeah, you're right. That the current will contract the wire. That's what was tested. That from outside the wire, you can measure a physical length contraction relative to the current. That's real length contraction. That's Oliver Heaviside, 1888.
Yeah.
That's real length contraction. But like when we're talking about, they take that and then apply it relativistically, that's totally different thing. None of the evidence of the quantum background energy is relativistic, right? Like it's actually contradictory to it. That's why we're at a standstill. That's why Frank Wilczek says we're on the brink of a golden age of physics, meaning there's going to be a major ideological and interpretive shift, because there has to be. So like that's the standstill. That's why they're looking for the GUT and the TOE, right? Because there is obviously something that has to drastically change. That something is the relativistic pigeonhole of interpretation. That's what has to change. So there's like Jace and I always come to this agreement, like that we agree quite a bit that there's a background where everything comes from, and that there's a perturbation or excitation within this background, and that we then get physical phenomena, right? We agree on that. He thinks that they're quantum fields. I say that it's an all-encompassing background medium. The difference is mine is logically viable, whereas his is undefined and undefined and untenable, right? Where you have substantive qualities, but you can't say that they're substantive. So like there's this like paradoxical, what do you do? Like how do you explain that? And so then you say, well, there's just infinite amount of fields within nothingness. But first they tried to say that it was nothingness. They tried to say the vacuum was Newtonian emptiness, like nothingness, and that there were little particles flying throughout it chaotically. They then had to come back over towards the ether where they say, oh, well, actually there are like these coherent fields everywhere that sustains everything, and then when they're excited we see them manifest. So but they can't go all the way back to the ether, because we come full circle back to Michelson-Morley, right, where the ether can't be an option because
Can I say
God
something
sucks.
real quick?
We can't have a God. That would be awful.
Can I say something real quick and let me know if my analogy is way off? So yeah, like Chase will talk about the quark field or the gluon field, and each little level as you go up or down within the size of the quantum particles, right, or the vibratory nature of each particle, they attribute each one of those levels its own field. completely dismissing the fact that it's one field in which all of this is residing upon, which would be called the ether, right? So think of it this way: if air is what propagates sound waves, and I'm just using this as an analogy, that would be like saying that each octave, if it is its own field, and
Yes.
it's completely different. The air is completely different for each octave, and there's no interaction between these two, but sometimes they interact at certain nodal points, right? Where you hit certain keys, certain frets, certain things, that you'll get a harmony. And that's when magically the quark field interacts with the gluon field, or whatever, however you want to define it. But they're looking at it from each octave being its own field, even though it's all contained within one field, which would be the air.
Yeah, but they interact with each other and they have distinct properties. So if they have distinct properties, and they interact with each other.
How many of my analogies are you going to steal? What's it?
I'm taking them, and I'm taking credit for it. I'm just kidding.
I'm playing.
No, that's a good point, right? Because Tesla said that light can be nothing more than a sound wave in the ether. Everything's a modality of the ether. And so, like, when people think that, like, sound is some, like, thing, physical entity that travels through the air, it's obviously just the air, right? So it's like a perturbation of the air, right? Just like light's a perturbation of the background. But like you said, what they do is they isolate. So, like, isolating different octaves, they say, well, each one's its own individual field that's moving through what we call the air. Basically, like, different versions of the air are, independently existent for each octave, when in reality, it's just all the air.
I mean, even if you were going to make the argument that both were equally applicable, which I think is not a very easy argument to make on either side, but even if you were going to try and make that argument, there's also a philosophical part of the whole thing that I think, conceptualizing, especially when we're teaching kids about science, conceptualizing our existence as perturbances in an ether is a philosophical discussion that it's a concept that needs to be presented to society. As a child, that gave me cognitive dissonance to accept the nuclear model as somehow a picture of reality. And I knew intuitively as a child that wasn't right, that we could never possibly state that we could never possibly assert that there is no background medium. And I think at least acknowledging a different framework is important for our society.
But that's the most popular framework, is that there is a background field, and that all matters are just perturbations in that field. That's what That's the most successful popular theory.
But it's not actual and substantive, because that would mean there's a God, and we can't have a God. That'd be terrible.
It has nothing to do with God. That's just talking about reality. It's talking about what we're made out of and where we exist.
It actually does have to do with God, though. You want to know why?
No.
You don't want to know? Because if there's an actual substantive background, it means the Earth is geocentric, which means there has to be a God.
And it's just an acknowledgement of our ignorance and our inability to fully measure what we exist within.
Yeah, also kind of acknowledging a God. Anything but there being a God, man.
I think that you're putting that in there where it doesn't need to be in there. So it's not like anyone's ignoring God in that instance. You're just putting it in there. It's not necessarily.
I'm putting in there to make the point that there's a philosophical bias, right? So.
But there's not. The philosophical bias that was just presented by Etherbird is a bias that doesn't exist, because that's the same framework that we currently, consider the material to be in. Like, material things, according to mainstream science, are perturbations in these quantum fields, which exist everywhere.
It's like you don't listen. That I said no. The difference is that you consider it to be not actual and substantive.
Yeah, the nuclear model is what is taught as an image of reality, at least when I was in school.
Yeah, but the nuclear model today is now known that, like, when you go below the nucleus, and so subatomic, and then the quantum, the subatomic, the fundamental particles,
In quantum field
Theoretical.
theory, they're claimed to be perturbations in these separate fields. And the reason why they're considered separate fields is because they are unique from one another. They have different interactions with one another, and they have very particular. That's why they're called quantum, because they have very particular values. So, I'm not sure if they could be the same field if they behave in this.
The framework that you teach, is directly going to affect the way people position themselves in their reality. So if you're only teaching a nuclear model, and if you're only teaching Einsteinian relativism and Einsteinian light particle duality or wave particle duality, then you are teaching cognitive dissonance to our society. Versus just admitting that making some assertions are, maybe not a good idea always. And also just acknowledging that our framework is actually pretty bad. Like, it's really bad. That's what's weird to me about like this discussion, is that why can't Globers, or just, it's like anyone honest will acknowledge how bad the framework is. But like whenever it comes to defending the globe, all of a sudden we can't acknowledge how bad the framework is. Or or just
what?
What's that?
When you said the framework, what are you talking about? Framework of what?
I mean, like the things I listed earlier, relativism, particle wave duality, which, like, this discussion just now, I don't understand. Like, I mean, can't you just admit that a dualism is a bad theory?
Yeah, but that's not that. The problem is not the theory. The problem is the people is misrepresenting or misunderstanding of it. Because when people say wave particle duality, they don't mean that this thing is both a particle and a wave. They mean this thing has properties of waves and has properties of a particle, and it's foreign to what we previously knew before. But they have descriptions and models for what these things actually are now, which is why I brought up, like I said, the quantum fields. It's because they're said to be these perturbations in these fields, which is why they have behaviors that are like waves, even though that they are represented, at single points with a discrete quantity, which is why they're said to have behaviors of particles. So it's not like there's not a contradiction. There's just a limit to what we previously understood. So we have these things now that are foreign to most people.
I don't understand the assertion of the particle. I really don't.
It's said to be like a particle. The property of a particle thing is the part that it has discrete values, and so it's like there's not an analog. It's like
How is it anything more than a measurement of an event?
Yeah, but those measurements come in discrete quantities. Is what I'm saying. It's like if you had a
wouldn't like all measurements come in discrete quantities?
Well, no, not really. There's like analog or how do you say, like, I'm trying to make the analogy of like a difference between like a flowing of marbles where you can stop the flow and there's a certain number of marbles that can be counted on either end of that valve versus something that's more fluid and where you can count you can have like a quantity of a volume of it or something like that, but you really aren't going to pinpoint the exact amount. And so they used to think light was like this flowing thing, like where it flows like a, like water or something. But they actually found out that it has discrete properties, like discrete energy values.
Still, I don't see where the particle comes in. To me, it sounds like a misunderstanding of the like the underlying geometry of light, or of, like, we're just missing something. I don't see why it has to be a particle unless you start bringing the Einsteinian cosmos in.
Because I always throw it in their face that if you have a substantive etheric background, that it refutes heliocentrism. So once I bring that up and kind of rub it in a little bit, they have to vehemently oppose the ether.
it's interesting to me that it comes down to light. For at least like that was one of the things it came down to for me. And I find it interesting that it's almost like, and I need to be careful with this because I got a little overzealous with this last week, but because I don't understand light at all. But it seems like they're blaspheming light.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You don't have to fully understand light to still use it to refute their nonsense. Right. I mean, ironically, I would say they kind of deify light in a way. Naturalistic, materialistic deification of light. Like they, like they say, because in the Devil Said, they basically claim that it's sentient because that it knows it's going to be observed and that it can transcend time. So instead of like God is light, light is God, right? So. I mean, yeah. Obviously, they are like materialists, so it's like kind of tongue in cheek.
Yeah, but you guys act as if these things exist only in the minds of people, when the reason why we know these things is because of the success of the tests. Like, I don't know if Etherbird, if you heard of what's it called, the ultraviolet catastrophe. Back when they still had the assumption that light was, was basically just continuous. Just like I was saying before, like imagining it like a fluid or something like that, not like something that had discrete quantities. And it was only in describing it in that way, in discrete quantities, that it solved that, which was thought to be a paradox, solved that problem. And that it's not just a random discrete quantity. This discrete quantity has a relationship to do with its frequency, and also a direct relationship with the electron. So that's
which was the birth of quantum. That was the and that was the birth of quantum, and that was the birth of quantum mechanics, buddy. That was the birth
completely blown out of proportion. There's like 5 different explanations within a etheric framework. So, but yeah,
that is prediction of light and energy, right?
Even just from my layman point of view, I feel like that could just be explained by a misunderstanding of, I don't know how else to say it, but the geometry of light.
Well, apparently, if you had an association to matter, if you had association to matter and energy in that matter, it's
so
about
Einstein
observing.
Intentionally grappled light to put his theory forward. That's my opinion.
Can anybody fucking hear me or what?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Well, what the fuck? But the whole point was looking at matter and how energy into matter created a coloration, right? And to put that on a spectrum. But the problem is apparently the information farther out wouldn't correlate to the matter there and the light that it projected, because based on the theory, you would have to have this exponential growth in energy, right? Between the point of observation and the point of where it was existing. And so the applied sciences to matter, spectroscopy here on Earth, doesn't match what's observed in space, right?
Yeah.
Correct. Essentially, the way energy and matter is transferred in the way that it's described in a spectrum, right? Am I wrong with this?
Distribution of color and heat. You're correct. That's right.
Yeah. So energy and fucking light, right? So if you want to transpose that effect and apply it to here, you could the mathematical equations weren't shown to apply in the same celestially. So quantum mechanics was birthed from this very situation, I believe. Am I not right with that as well?
Yes, yeah. Let me explain you down to the nitty gritty. You know those old bike lights where there would be a generator and it would turn your wheel and you would turn the little thing and it would turn the light?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you pedal slowly, you get a certain color. But the faster you pedal, the brighter the light comes, right? And that's where the ultraviolet catastrophe came in. They came to a point where that didn't correlate. The more power they put, they didn't get the equivalent of light glow.
Well, no, they thought that things that would be like black bodies, basically, that would emit all spectrums, would emit like even the ultraviolet spectrum, which should by their descriptions give off like a infinite amount of energy, and so should like burn anything that anything that was
found not the case. They found that not being the case. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. This is obviously not the case because things exist and all that type of stuff.
So instead of saying, shit, we got this wrong, what did they do? They invented the packet of energy.
Well, they found that to be true.
The quanta. Yeah. No, they didn't find it. They just invented it out of thin air.
No, they found it to be true. There was a direct relationship between the frequency and the wavelength of light, and also the energy that was given off. And Einstein used this when he was came up with the photoelectric effect.
And the photoelectric effect is bouncing light off a metal plate that, you know.
Yeah, no, but the exact amount that the energy that's expelled by by evidence of the electron is proportional to the frequency of the light, which was, like I said earlier, was proportionate to the energy. So the energy and the frequency of the light, it has to have a certain frequency to have a certain energy, and it's only in these discrete steps that they're able to emit photons. Like if you have a different frequency, a little bit less, even if you put the light super, like you put more energy in the light, but it's not high enough frequency, it won't emit electrons in certain materials. Like only some certain materials, you require certain wavelengths of light to be emitted. I mean, to emit a photon or to expel an electron. Sorry.
Guys, we're talking about waves and how they move, and I had a perfect video that I saw yesterday. Damn it, but I can't find it. It's this apparatus where it has these things going up and down. All they do is picture a thing going up and down like a lever, right? But they manipulate it in such a way that it looks like a wave, but it's not really waving. It's just going up and down. But because of the timing, they can actually put a ball in there and you see the ball moving. Now, I can't freaking find it. What an awesome explanation. But I just can't find it.
Yeah, like
you guys have an idea what I'm talking about?
No, it's happening. Yeah, I can't put my finger on it. But it's only an object? It's not in water or anything, you're saying?
No. It's a machine. Picture a flat thing, like a picture like a wall. Okay. Now there's levers in that wall, and all they do is go up and down.
Oh, right.
A mechanical, like a stump of some sort, right?
Well, I'm saying that because the wave pools, like the giant Navy wave pool they have, and different wave pools. If you go to the backside, that's what they look like. They look like a row of levers that just oscillate at different rates.
Yeah, but this, you gotta see it. It's freaking mind-boggling. Like, it's the first time I really understood what they mean by that, and I can't freaking find it. It's pissing the hell out of me.
It sounds familiar. See, I'll look for.
Yeah. And when you see it, you'll say, "Holy shit, man! Yeah, those things are just going up and down." But it's actually the timing of them that it appears that they're moving. And you can put a ball inside and you actually move the ping pong ball. But the levers are just going up and down. They're not actually moving.
Yeah, Ezzy, go back up to 27 after last hour in the text chat and watch that video that I posted there. You'll probably find it interesting.
What? Say the timing again?
27 after last hour.
Okay, thanks.
So I wanted to say this earlier. I was very busy. If you have space expanding, it has to expand into something. Like if you have a balloon expanding, there's an edge to where the balloon is expanding into something. You can't just have it. You have to have an edge of something expanding, right?
It would seem so. However, like I said, you can think of the question, like if let's say there was a beginning of the universe, or there was a there was a Big Bang, or there was some time that God created the universe, whatever you want to say. Then time is increasing all the time. Every moment is a new moment, and time is increasing. And to say like what's outside of space, or what's the space outside of space, is like asking what happened before time or something like that.
Yeah, what's time expanding into?
What did somebody ask about time?
What is time expanding into?
Yeah.
Are you guys gonna get me started with time again?
Listen, you're all
Haven't you
wrong
had
about
enough
time.
of me? Haven't
We
you had
have
enough?
We have. You're all wrong about time. It's not a man-made convention. Well, there is a thing called time that is a man-made convention: seconds, minutes, hours. However, there's another thing called time, which is the progression of events, which happened even without the man-made convention. Things. If all the humans died right now, trees would still grow. Time. There would still be a progression of events, a series of events.
Would they
it's
call it
also
the
something to
cycle of?
cook with.
Would they call it the cycle
Yeah,
of life?
how do you know that time
Yes.
expands?
How do we know
It's got
what?
a progression. It goes
So-
in. It's got a directionality. It appears, at least. We can think, or we can point to things that happened in the past. We can demonstrate things happening in time, but we don't ever see future time. So it must be expanding into something, into the current place. What is our current time
What?
location expanding into? Right?
See, time is conceptually linear, right? But like, yeah, that is a concept. It's like, sure, there is an actual passing that happens from our limited ability to understand, but to attribute physical properties and say it's expanding into the present, it's just, what?
No one said that.
Right? It seems
It said time is
that is what you.
increasing. It had.
No, the present time is expanding into the future.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
exactly. That's what
there
relativity
was a
is.
certain amount of time before, and the time now is greater than before. Like there's more time now than there was yesterday. As time goes on, there's more. If you think there's a beginning of time, that is, if time's infinite, then that's a different question. But if there was a beginning of time, but there's a time when
Take your time.
then time was increasing since that point.
Which time
Well,
should
that's
it
actually
take? Which time?
First of all, just to clarify, that's independent of like relativistic expansion. Like it's claimed that there's additional expansion, like the concept of it filling the present to the future is one thing, and again, like time is conceptually linear, which I actually don't. I think it's cyclical and not linear. But anyway, like the idea that it physically expands relative to mass is a totally different additional concept, and I'm
Yeah,
just
you're right.
wondering, like,
You're
where's the
absolutely right.
evidence of that?
And no one's brought that up.
Well,
We
I
didn't
did,
bring it up
but
yet,
I
but you could go to like time dilation.
Right. That's what expansion is. Like when your eyes dilate, when you're tripping balls. Okay, so I get that that's the concept. I'm asking, like, can you guys show me where we actually can isolate time and it physically expand? Or really, in theory, I should be able to physically expand time myself.
Yeah, I
This
don't
is where
know
it just
about
goes
that,
off
but
the
see where
railroad.
time. You can see where time has affected two different objects differently, or non-relativistically. Or is am I saying that they're relatively to their positions? Either way, when you take one clock and you send it in one direction, another clock in another direction, they'll come back and have recorded being at different times.
A clock is a physical method. You think it's just based on direction? Is that what you're saying?
It was
I think one of them was like in a plane going like around the world essentially, but it was time changing due to its speed.
Yeah, there was
Yeah,
two.
not
There was
direct.
two of them. There was two planes though, and one on the ground as well. And they were testing both gravitational and special relativity time dilation.
Okay. That's what's up. What's the difference in gravitational and special relativity time dilation?
They're going to be different rates. They're changing
Well,
different rates.
well, special relativity only makes a claim to time dilation like as a byproduct, like as an inevitability that if you make a claim to length or distance changing with the same speed, you have to invoke time.
Yeah, and in general relativity, he claims that mass distorts space-time, so distorts time as well, and that distortion is supposedly measured in that test.
Yeah.
Oh, time doesn't have any physical properties. That's just ridiculous. It's just something that's happening, like an event or something. Then I wouldn't even know how to phrase it. But definitely no physical properties.
It's hard to nail down
of time, right? Right, Kosha?
I mean, I wouldn't say so, but
it's hard to nail down because it doesn't exist. It's a concept.
Yeah, there's like a
no, it exists.
No, see, Jeremy's correct in the sense that there's like the phenomena of passing is real. Time is our conceptual attempt to describe it. To attribute physicality to it is insane.
Like what actually passed? If it's it's not something that's happening to us, it's just a concept.
It is a concept because time didn't pass. An event happened. And because it's not here anymore, you're thinking it's time, but it's not. It's just an event. You're just walking. You're walking, and that's all you're doing. There's no such thing as time.
Yeah, but you can order events. You can put events in order, and they're always going to be in that order. So
yeah, I mean, I can write
there's a linear progression, and that linear progression has distinct, like a distinct order. So,
dude, I can write a comic book, dude, but that doesn't mean Superman's real. Like, no one disputes that we have a linear concept to describe what we call time, but we're asking, how did you somehow verify that there's a physical entity that expands?
Exactly.
We gave you the name of the experiment.
You talked about clocks. You talked about
the
clocks
in
changing
two planes.
based on the.
Right. That's what was tested
Yeah.
and verified.
What's the explanation for that if it's not real? Like, why would the clocks come back at two different times?
No, yeah, super easy to explain. So that actually uses like the degradation of cesium atom. It's like the oscillation rate. So basically, the groundbreaking discovery is that the oscillation of cesium changes if you speed up. Oh my God.
But the planes were going the same speed.
But it only happens when you apply speed. Interesting.
There's dual effects. It's not just speed that affects the fantasy. It's also gravity.
Well, no. In our description, but he's asking in y'all's description, how would the effect this happen? Because we have to remind you guys that there was two planes. There was three sets of clocks. One of the sets of clocks was on the ground. The two planes were flying the same speed in opposite directions. So if there was a speed thing, it would have acted on both planes identically. But the planes that were going opposite directions had different times, and I also had multiple sets of clocks on each plane, and the sets of clocks on each plane were consistent with one another.
Yeah, and I have an explanation, right? There's actually an ether field that has a geometric expression, and we have centrifugal translation of forces from the sky. But the real problem is that I acknowledge that is physically affecting, there's just a physical effect with the actual cesium, right? Like the oscillation rate of the energy changes. There's an energetic change, right? Because then you have to figure out, well, what is oscillation? What is energy? What is an alleged atom? What is cesium? What's its relationship with the ether? Blah, blah, blah. But my explanation is saying, oh yeah, look, the cesium has a different oscillation rate. It's a physical phenomena of the cesium itself relative to it being within a background medium. You're claiming that time, something outside of the cesium atom, physically expanded, and then that this clock that we made was able to measure it.
No, that's not what's happening. See, it's the same thing we're saying before. Is we're just replacing the word ether with quantum field. Okay, so it's not time is expanding the oscillation. It's that the oscillation is happening at a different speed relative to the other clocks. It's still for the cesium atom. It's still oscillating at the exact same time, but relative to the other ones, it appears. No, okay.
Well, I'm saying they're fundamentally different, dude. Like relativity claims time is a physical entity that expands.
Yeah, space.
Okay. And of course, he got this idea from Henry Poincaré. That's where he got his relativistic math. And that's why I invoked him earlier. He said it is not the universe that imposes space and time on us. Rather, it's us who impose space and time on the universe because they're conceptual. So there's a fundamental difference. There's a fundamental difference here where you guys are claiming time is a physical entity that's physically expanding and dilating. The ether's not claiming that. That's absurd.
You guys should really check out Ken's video on gravitational time dilation. It's pretty good. And he shows the magnetic field and how you guys attributed this Doppler effect with this red and blue shift, and he's got a really good. You guys should just Google it, or sorry, YouTube it. Ken Wheeler, or his channel name, gravitational time dilation, and take a few minutes out of your day to watch that and try to make sense of what's being said.
I also pointed out
So when you got a guy,
I don't know if you guys caught it. I pointed out a few times. I'm not sure it went through, because they claim that time dilation, when you move, when you go fast, right? Things contract. Now, they also claim that when you travel at the speed of light, things expand exponentially when you travel near the speed of light. So you have two contradicting theories right there.
They don't contradict each other. The understanding of it seems contradictory in your brain, but they're not contradicting.
Oh, how so? Please explain that to me.
Okay, because a piece of matter that has mass will never reach the speed of light. So it's never going to do what you say it does. Yeah.
That's what I said. When it reaches, and you know why?
Well,
it won't reach the speed of light? You know why they say it won't reach the speed of light?
Because it'll become infinitely massive.
Yeah.
Because
exactly.
E equals MC squared. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes. Absolutely.
And the other theory says that what Whitsitt just said, the contraction. Movement causes contraction, right? So we have two things that oppose each other.
Right,
Get
but
what
the
I'm saying?
movement, yeah, I get what you're saying. They, in your mind, they oppose each other, but I'm going to attempt to tell you that they don't, and that the movement is not. I'm not sure if I'm going to get it right. I don't believe the movement is contracting the cesium atom, making it appear like it's counting less time. It's that its relative position to the other clocks is in motion. So that's what's being changed and altered.
Well, I think you should look into it, because it's both based on movement and it's a contradiction. It's a blatant contradiction
based on
right there
relative
for
movement.
anybody to see.
Not just movement, movement relative to something else. Because, like you said, the contraction isn't apparent to the attraction is not something that the cesium atom itself is experiencing. It's something.
So you can put them both.
That's something that is only in reference to the other reference frame.
So what? You can make the other thing to relative to another reference frame. What are you trying to say? You have two contradictions.
Movement is not contracting the cesium atom, where the cesium atom feels like it's getting smaller. So that's what it seems like you're saying. Okay, but I don't want to get you wrong.
No,
okay.
Incorrect. Incorrect. In the case of the cesium clock, there's a difference in time and the amount of ticks, right? There's a crystal. You know how a cesium clock works?
Yeah. The amount of clicks recorded is it's gonna click at the same rate for each cesium atom, but relatively one will have clicked more due to its relative position.
Well, that's an assumption. See,
Yeah.
You just assume that the oscillation rate doesn't change. That's what you just did.
And by fact, it does. It has to, because they say it's slower. But listen to this nonsense: by 1/1000th of a second, something unimaginable, right?
Well, it's not unimaginable. I can imagine that. I can imagine that number. Yeah, so it's not unimaginable. It's not unimaginable.
1/1000th of a second. You can imagine in your brain.
I can even write it. I can write that out. Yes, I can imagine it, and I can write that out. Please don't say it's unimaginable.
It's incomprehensible.
Wow, man.
That would
Unbelievable.
be the word.
Incomprehensible. It's like 0.07 microseconds.
Oh, I didn't even hear what the number was. I'm just saying, like, you never say unimaginable. You should just say incomprehensible when you refer to numbers.
Yeah, incomprehensible. Yeah, I guess they get triggered. Yeah, they can imagine these crazy things like easily.
Oh, they're gonna get triggered. I'm a Glover. I can imagine lots of things. I got a crazy imagination.
You believe in dinosaurs, dude.
Anyone who's used to stopwatch can comprehend, the differences of a microsecond.
A billionth of a second.
No, it's not. It's not 1 billionth of a second though. It's more like I think like 70 up to like I think one of the differences was 150 or it was 150 nanoseconds, which is about 0.15 microseconds.
Yeah, just rename them and put points there. You think that's gonna make it any better, right?
If you don't say it in an incomprehensible way, then it's a lot less incomprehensible.
Bro, anybody with half a brain, when you say 1 billionth of a second, that guy does a Snoopy Doo. What? What'd you say? But you guys, what do you mean you can't imagine that? Of course.
0.15 microseconds. He's like, oh, okay, it's like a 15% of a microsecond. Okay.
Okay, so we got two guys. One of them leaves Earth going the speed of light. For him, 5
Near
seconds.
the speed of light. Yeah.
Near the speed of light. For him, 5 seconds passes. Let's say 5 hours, whatever. 5 hours passes for that guy. Another guy on Earth, I don't know, 30 years pass. Right? So this guy is now in a different time than the other guy.
Yep.
Are they in the same time?
Yeah, I mean they're in the same universe, but relatively time has passed. So get this though, the guy that went away almost at the speed of light, as he's reaching forward in those 5 minutes to bite his apple. For him, do you think he's like just moving really, 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 really slow, or do you think for him he's just reaching forward, biting the apple and putting it down, and then turning around and coming back?
Well, I don't think that goofy shit happens. I think everything's
Well,
moving
then we
at the
can't
same time.
continue this thought experiment if you can't imagine the thing I just put forth.
No, we can, but just answer my question. Has
Yes, it's the same time. Now answer mine. Is time moving really slow for the guy that's moving away, or does it seem and appear as if he's just moving away?
In that thought experiment?
Yeah.
The guy from Earth would see him moving super slow.
Oh, actually,
No, the guy from space would see the guy on Earth moving super, super fast. Oh yeah, sorry. No, you got it right. My bad.
So if in that idea,
I know your hypothetical thought experiment. I'm familiar with it. The point is, they're still. Hold on. The point is,
traveling away from each other, and the guy's going at a constant velocity. Then the only way for them to be relative to each other is maybe to communicate something or something like that. And from both of their perspectives, the other one is the time's going to be moving slow. Time's going to be moving slower for the other in both cases.
No, it's going to be moving fast for the guy in space and slow for the guy watching it from the ground. Like if you had a video camera. Oh, sorry.
So I'm saying, like, you guys kind of walked all over Jeremy.
It happens, dude. You know what it's like, bro. This shit happens all the time. Anyways, it's fine. It's an interesting topic. So, the guy that traveled 5 hours, compared to the guy that stood on Earth, and now it's 30 years later. Right. They are now are they in the same time still or no?
Yes, they're still in the same time. It's just that time flowed differently relative to them. Like for them though, that's what I asked. The guy that was in the spaceship, for him, it was only 5 minutes. For him, did it appear only as 5 minutes, or for him, was it like a really, really long 5 minutes?
Okay, so they're still, when the guy travels away, they're still in the same time, but time went differently.
They're still in the same universe. Yes.
Time. We're talking about time.
Still in the same. Yes, they're still in the same space/time. Okay, it's just that relative to each other, time is going to move differently. But they will both experience. They will both experience the movement of time at the same speed.
Okay, so they're both experiencing the movement of time at the same speed.
Yeah.
Except they don't, because this guy's moving slower. So
No,
they don't. They do and they don't at
each other. So you're not listening.
I'm listening.
Okay, but then answer this question. So the guy that's in the spaceship, does time appear only like 5 minutes for him, or does it appear like it takes a really long time just for that guy?
In the hypothetical,
both guys don't experience anything different.
That's what I think. But in this weird hypothetical, then the guy would be moving.
No, that's only if the guy is looking at him. So let's say you have a video camera in both places.
the guy that's on the spaceship can look at the video camera and see the guy on Earth. Except to him, the guy on Earth looks like he's moving around super fast and growing a beard and everything. But the guy on Earth watching the spaceman looks like the spaceman isn't moving at all. However, they are both watching the monitor, and in both instances, they're breathing, blinking. To them, it appears like time is flowing at the exact same rate. It is only different relatively.
People believe it.
So,
Go ahead, Jeremy. Well, I was just saying. I mean, I don't agree that happens, and if they're moving at a constant velocity, extremely fast away from them, I think they would both look at each other and both see each other moving slowly. But
Kosho disagrees with your thing. So
well, no,
it's not apparent. It's not apparent. It's actual and physical.
You want me to break it down to you in a real life scenario, and you'll blow your mind?
Yeah, blow my mind.
Well,
all right.
Go ahead.
Time for us, right? The way we started time is we witnessed the movement of the sun, right?
Yep.
So now I'm gonna go in your fantasy now. We'll just pretend that the Earth revolves around the sun once. Oh no, hold on. How are we gonna do this? We're gonna say that the Earth revolves once every day, like in your fantasy, right? We're gonna go with that. So the Earth revolves once a day in your fantasy. Now, bear with me here. The guy on the spaceship, right? To him, when he looks, because you said about the camera, right? Now, the guy on the spaceship, when he looks back at the Earth, right? For him, it's one day. He's going to have to see the Earth turn 30, 40, 50 times in that amount.
Yes.
This is the craziness of it.
Yeah.
You can understand
so, Kosho, let me address you, Kosho, when you said that you wouldn't, you'd think that they'd both be seeing them move fast. But the difference is that the person on the Earth is in this reference frame now, moving at this velocity. Time relatively slows down when you apply speed. The person on the Earth isn't speeding; they're not changing their velocity. It's only the person in the ship that's changing their velocity.
Well, yeah, changing their velocity. You're right, but if the other person is only moving at a linear velocity, as I said, because you're right, if he's changing his velocity, but if he's moving at some fast rate. Like he was shot out of a catapult that started going really fast, but it maintained that speed. In that case, then both observers would experience the other's time as moving slower.
So that'd be a paradox. So that'd be a paradox because the person that was gone for only 5 minutes would come back and see the guy with the beard, but yet you're telling me the guy that with the beard would experience the guy coming back to have the beard. So one of them has to have a beard. Which one is it?
The guy who comes.
You got a problem there, exactly.
The guy who comes back is the guy who does not have the beard. But it is it's a twins paradox. But it is a paradox until one of them turns around or changes direction or speeds up or.
You're not getting it. One is stationary, man.
I think you got that wrong.
You're way off the field here, man. You're just mixing things up.
I personally don't believe that you guys are unaware that this is pseudoscience.
That's why I started in your fantasy, if you remember. Yeah.
I didn't finish my thing. The guy's going near the speed. What's up, man? Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say go on. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So there's a guy moving at near the speed of light. He's gone for 5 hours. The guy on Earth has 30 years. So once he's 5 hours out, are they in the same time or are they in different times?
Okay, so I'm going to answer your question, but I'm going to answer it with the understanding that you know that when I say time and space, that they are linked together. So they're like, no matter where you go in the universe,
no, they're not.
You're still okay. Then I won't answer your question.
We're just talking about time, dude. The passage of time. This has nothing to do with
well, you're not gonna pigeonhole me into giving you a specific answer. That's fine.
Well, yeah, Jeremy, you have to understand the religion, right? So, like, space and time had a baby and went Super Saiyan, and Gohan transformed and then overcame physical limitations.
Exactly.
Okay, link it in with space and time. All right, link it in with the space thing then. We're going 5 hours. The guy passes 30 years. Are they in the same time when that trip is over with?
Yes, it's all the same time.
So time never changes.
Time isn't like a river thing
wait
you're
a
thinking
second,
of. It's
wait
not
a
like you
second,
can't
there-
pick time up and hold it and be like, this is the same time as the other time. Time is just the effect of of time. Like it's so hard to use. It's so hard to explain
Time is
time
the
without
effect
using
of
the word
time.
time. Yeah, I know,
Time
right?
is the
It's hard
effect.
to fucking talk about.
It's not hard to talk about. You could say
It
time is the
is.
passage of events, and I didn't use the word time at all.
Good job. You're better than me.
Anyways, so they're in the same time. 5 hours goes
Yes.
by for the one guy. 30 years goes by for the other guy. They're still in the same time. You're saying?
Yep.
So time. So
Yeah,
are you saying there's an absolute time frame reference?
I don't know what that
Absolute
means.
time. Absolute time reference frame. I don't know if you're saying time change. So time's going the same. So what's the problem?
I'm saying there isn't like a physicality of time. And I think that's what you're trying to get me to tell you there is, and I just don't believe that there is. So,
Well, your religion
regardless of
says
how
there
much,
is.
What about this?
well, that's fine.
You have to
You
have
can-
a physicality of it because. Go ahead.
Dude, you're a heretic.
Go ahead. There has to be a physicality of. He is a heretic. This is heretic shit. There has to be a physicality of time. We've got the cesium atom.
Hold on. I need to cut in here. I rarely speak on here. All we have is now. Now. Everything that I just said, the nows are something in our minds. There is no real physicality of now. We might have things where it's
Thank
like,
you.
somebody wrote a book and that had happened in the past. Like you can say that's a physicality of the past, but it's really not. It's still just a physicality of what's happening right now. There is
Right,
no
so it's still
future.
part
There
of
is
this
no
time.
past. It's all in our mental. Future and past is all in our mental, and now is what is happening now. Everything else is in our mind.
Yeah, but
I don't agree with that.
But this all comes down to the assumption that if you travel near to the speed of light, then time slows down. That's where all this bullshit's coming from.
Which means
And
if you
it's
go the
listen.
speed of light, then you
Bollocks.
experience timeless.
Yeah, but here's
They're
the thing:
trying to
actual
manipulate time.
data, actual data of space, low orbit Earth
Imagine
data.
believing that if you
Apparently,
go the speed of light, that you'll experience timelessness and that your length will contract to nothing, and
so they already
simultaneously you'll
have
have infinite mass.
6
my God.
months.
Based on an
6 months.
arbitrary measurement of time. It's insane.
6
Well,
months, 7
Let's
months,
let
low
the
orbit.
woman speak. She doesn't really come in here a lot. So, what was your name, ma'am?
I come in here. Yeah, I come around a lot.
Oh,
People know
Shine.
me. It shines. Yeah. I
Yeah, you don't
haven't
talk a
really-
lot. Go ahead.
I haven't talked a lot in here. No, all I'm saying is that there's only now. We have now. Anything else is in our mind, right? There's past. That's something that is mental. Future is something that we are predicting for the future, or we have memories of the past. And just because we hold something like a book that somebody wrote years ago, it is still only in the now. It's not like it's holding some part of that memory. Like it's just right here. Yeah, you're able to write your thoughts down and it can like being remembered, right? It means something to people. It's still only now. Everything else is either a memory or predicting the future, period. And you can't manipulate that shit.
No,
This
thank
whole
you.
time
That
dilation thing
also
all
falls
comes
into
down
yeah.
to the idea that the speed of light can't be broken.
No,
Well,
it's
I don't
common
agree with
sense.
that.
It's an arbitrary measurement of light. It's like the speed of light itself is an arbitrary measurement because you can't even prove the actual speed
I know
itself.
that. I'm just saying though that's the why we have this idea of time dilation is if you travel fast because they can't allow things to break the speed of light.
That's right. You have to assume a finite constant speed of light, which obviously assumes distance that's traveled over a certain time. And we've actually experimentally disproven this with superluminal propagation, and they just do mental gymnastics to say that actually it just appears to go faster than the speed of light.
Well,
but it
the
doesn't
problem is we have all this scripture. Okay.
I know, man.
That we can point to.
Well, here's conflicting data because they say that at low Earth orbit for 6 months, the arteries will harden anywhere from
And then we have a bunch of glow
17%.
heretics on Discord.
You keep
Can
interrupting me.
anybody? Yeah,
Oh, wait,
why do you fucking keep
maybe
interrupting me,
I
dude?
didn't hear him.
Yeah, so apparently they have data for 6 months low Earth orbit, and your arteries would harden about 17 to 30%, right? Which age you about 10 to 20 years. And apparently, how fast is the ISS supposed to be going? really, really fast, which is the closest, closer to the speed of light, right? Which means you'd slow down. But yet the arteries are sped up and aging is sped
Does the
up.
globe model depend on this time dilation nonsense?
Hold on, just real quick. I just want to see if Kosho agrees with the other guy when he said they're in the same time. Do you agree, Kosho? There's an absolute time reference frame.
What do you mean by that? Absolute time reference.
He said they're in the same time, so you'd have to have an absolute reference frame for time for that to happen, right?
Universal clock.
Yeah, I don't believe in a universal clock. There are universal.
No, an absolute time. Like, you know how we try to use an absolute reference frame, and you say there is none when we do Coriolis.
I don't think that's what he was saying, dude. I think what he was saying.
He said they're in the same time.
No, but he's saying it's time.
Like he's got some
time the
absolute.
same. He said they're experiencing time the same. Like if they both had watches on that were perfect watches that don't break and they tell you the exact time.
Then how did they age differently?
5 minutes would feel like 5 minutes.
How did they age differently then? If the time's the same, the question is on the table: how did they age differently?
I'm not saying that time's the same. I'm saying that they experience time the same. However,
then how could they age differently?
The clocks in reference to each other are not going to move the same. But in their reference frame, 5 minutes.
How can one? Hold on, man. How can one guy age different than the other if the clocks and the and all this bullshit is the same? How could that happen?
I just went over that. I just said that they're not. The reference frames are not agreeing with each other. However, in each reference frame, let's say they have they're smoking a cigarette, a real cigarette. It takes the same amount of time to get through the entire cigarette in both cases, in reference to them. But their clocks might not agree with each other when they, reference each other.
That's a lot more.
Okay, so you're saying
cannot happen. What you're
hold
saying.
on, real quick. You're saying the reference frames don't agree with each other, but then if the guy travels another 5 hours and goes back to Earth, they're now agreeing with each other. And you know this isn't direction specific.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm actually saying that he'd be experiencing time dilation. Just like that. That's why I posted those pictures. I posted those pictures because you can see like the orange. The orange is a dude going and coming back, and him doing that is actually making the same amount of time increments for him. They're actually less than the other guy. Like 8 units would have passed the same time that 10 units would have passed.
This is revisionist hereticism. Neil
This is
deGrasse is going to
bullshit,
burn
man.
you guys at the stake.
Kosho, are the clocks ticking the same for the two people? And then I have a follow-up question.
I know,
yes,
listen, that's the problem with that question is that there's in relativity there's not the same thing. There's not the same thing as simultaneity or simultaneity.
Yeah, so the clocks are not ticking in the same way, right?
Things don't happen at the same time. It's the same reason why on New Year, when you're watching the fireworks and you're closer than somebody else might experience the sound and the explosion at the same time.
Don't shoot off into craziness. Just stick to this. Okay, the two clocks are not ticking the same. The guy in the spaceship and the guy on Earth, correct?
In reference to one another, they're not.
Okay, so now you have two brothers, right? One is aging faster than the other one, correct?
In reference to each other, if they're traveling away from each other, yeah.
So what you're saying in essence is that the aging of the brothers are changing, but the clocks, the time is not changing.
No,
this is what
you're
you
not
just
paying
said.
attention, SE. The clocks.
I'm not paying attention.
That's what I'm saying. Pay attention because I think that maybe it just got mixed up. The clocks, they work the same. Okay, so that means that if it says 5 minutes on your clock and it takes 5 minutes to smoke a cigarette, that's how long it's going to take, no matter where you are with that clock that's on your wrist. Okay, so the clocks, the time is going to be running at the same rate in both cases. However, in reference to each other, the clocks are not going to be agreeing with each other. Meaning that if somebody had traveled and came back or accelerated, whatever the case, their clock is going to have appeared to have moved slower than the other one. That's only in reference to the other one.
You just said two things again. You said the clocks
you told
are
us
ticking
earlier.
the same, but not ticking the same, appearing not to tick the same. That's what you just said.
He just disagreed, Kosho. You just said earlier you didn't agree with that other guy when you said it would be looking like it's moving slower or faster.
No, I disagreed when he said that one would be looking like one would be appearing faster and the other would be appearing slower, because when they're observing each other as they're moving away from each other at linear velocities, depending on which where you were looking from, the other would always appear to be the slower one. But however, that changes when you become the one who's accelerating or you're turning around or whatever the case is. But if you only went away from each other at linear paths, just like how we look at stuff in the universe, if we look at someplace really far away, it looks
Holy
like this
crap,
far in
man.
the past, and if they look at us, we're like we're far in the past.
You let him get off the rails there, Jeremy.
All right, go
Back
ahead.
to
My bad.
reality, Kocho. Back to reality. We have 2 clocks, one on Earth, one on a spaceship. Theoretical crap, right? Those clocks, are they the same? Are they ticking the same? Yes or no?
Yeah, in their reference frame,
not.
in
They're not.
reference frame, they're taking the same.
But they're
But
not. So if we're even being
them,
honest, Kosho, if you're being honest,
Yeah,
a clock
I gotta
that is
interrupt
in different pressures, right? An atomical clock, like whatever, there is still going to be variables that are going to be working against that clock that could make that clock run a little bit slower, run a little bit faster, depending on what the pressure is, depending on all kinds of different variables, the energy, the this, that, whatever. To act like, oh, it's just magically there's different times. It's silly. Like, come on, be open.
But do
Think
you
with your
guys
head.
actually believe this stuff, though? That's what
It's fucking crazy to
personally
me.
don't think you do.
No,
The
I
thing is,
always
there's not
premise it
different.
with in your fantasy.
They're never in different times though, because even when the guy comes back, if the guy comes back to Earth, they're now in the same time.
Your mental game is
Yeah.
not reality. It's not reality. You're playing a head game and it's fun to play with. It's cool to do this little paradoxical thing. You know, everything in this world is a paradox. And so it's cool to create one and say, oh, blah, blah, blah. But if you take the variables into account, like this isn't actually happening. So
Yeah, I
don't
know. We're
pretend
just
like it
playing
is.
along.
Yeah,
No,
don't
it's
pretend that it
playing
is.
really
along.
happening.
There's only now.
It's okay
There's only
to
now.
it's okay to be upset that it's actually happening, but it is.
No, it's
Well,
not.
I don't agree with
You
there's
haven't
only
even
now.
been able
It
to
is.
articulate what you believe is happening yet. How could you possibly jump to the "you know it's happening" bit?
I know it's happening just because I know it's happening. I don't know how to. I don't know enough to tell you how you're wrong. I just know you're wrong.
That checks out. Yo,
Hey, I
listen,
got
we know that's not,
Look, the
happening.
craziness of this is, you just say this, right? The guy, I'll make it simple as you can to show the ridiculousness of it. Okay, the guy that's traveling in the spaceship, right? He'll see one day pass by. Think of it as one sunset, right? The guy on Earth has to see 50, 60 sunsets.
No, the guy in the spaceship will see the 50, 60 sunsets as well. No, he will see those as well. Like if he has a camera pointed at the, yes. So he's going to see the Earth appear to just spin, and like the closer he appears to reach the speed of light, he's going to see things around him, not in his motion, accelerating. Like the Earth is going to start spinning faster and faster. Yes.
Exactly.
He will see all He will see all of that happen. But for him, it will like Coach was saying, his watch. He's going to smoke a cigarette for 5 minutes. His watch is still going to tick away at 5 minutes. For him, it will only appear to be 5 minutes.
Yeah, but on Earth at the same time.
Yes.
The
No,
Earth
not at the
has
same time.
20 days. Yes, that's what you're not understanding, bro.
It's relative. It's relative to them, though.
No, you're not getting it, man. You almost got it
you
when
are
you
not,
said you're going to
you
see the
literally
Earth.
are not getting it. You literally are not getting it.
Try to let me finish the sentence, bro. And then I'll do the same for you. You said in the spaceship is going to see the Earth spinning quicker and quicker like a top, right? That means what you don't understand. That spinning means a day and a day, each second. That means...
I do know that, yeah.
So then...
I do know that.
What are you not getting then?
That is what I'm claiming. I'm claiming the guy in the ship will be able to see the Earth spin faster and faster because for them, okay, time is moving slower, essentially.
Both reference frames. Coach just told us both reference frames look like they're moving slower.
Yeah.
I know Coach said that. Coach was wrong. Coach was wrong on that. That's fine.
Hey, can I add something here? Okay, the thing is that this is designed to cause this argument of confusion that is never ending, right?
Well, let's get it clear.
Hold on, don't interrupt me, please. It's as if Einstein and Minkowski it is that's part of this construction of this deception, right? There's a dinner party, and it's like the movie Clue, you know, like there's all these other people there, and there's a murder at the dinner party, and there's cameras, right? And Einstein says to Minkowski, like, look, what are we gonna do? If they check the cameras, they're gonna see that we murdered. We totally. How are we gonna get away with this? Okay, we'll go get all the cameras. We'll destroy the evidence, the objective evidence, right? And then we'll talk to each and every person at the party and make it about their subjective interpretation of it, and confuse them so they can never agree upon with each other upon what they saw, right? Because it's all relative to their point of view. Science has nothing to do with the observer or the person measuring it. That's not what the whole science should be about. There is an objective reality, regardless of what the measurer or the observer interprets it as. So that's where the confusion is. We'll make it all about relative to them. It can't be proven, right?
Well,
And
yeah,
always
it
about
makes it
the observer and the
unfalsifiable.
reference frame. There's no
All right.
objectivity to it whatsoever. It makes it completely unfalsifiable and completely ridiculous to go over and over again as if, oh, where's the objectivity? Oh, it's always subjective. Oh, then where's the objectivity? Oh, it's always subjective. That's going to be the back and forth continuously with this forever.
They dang it's right,
So
it's
we
right
look
in
at
your
the-
face. They dangle it right in your face. It's relativity. I mean, it's
Exactly.
the name of it alone is
Ridiculous.
enough to get the point.
Let
Like
these guys
it's
escape. You're gonna let these guys escape.
Wait,
No, they don't
wait,
escape.
Jeremy, you
I just
understand
changed the
that
whole
Demon
the
Stride
deception
and
based on that.
you understand
go
that
ahead.
Demon
Yeah,
Stride and
I
Kosho
agree.
just have two different denominations.
Yeah, he's a different sect.
Yeah.
Okay. So Kosho, the guy in the rocket looks back at Earth. Does he see it Earth
cares?
moving faster, slower, or the same speed relative to him?
Wait, the point I just made, Jeremy, is it doesn't
Dude,
matter
you
what he
told us
saw.
a story and it was boring and not even. Yeah, it's confusing on purpose. We know.
Okay, then why are you
You
going
took a
back to the
long time to
confusion and
say a
being like,
very little
okay,
bit.
Kosho, what do you think this guy saw, or what do you think that guy saw? Who cares what the guy saw? What's the objective point? What's the what objectively is happening? And if you can't answer
Trying to get
that,
their
then who cares what he thinks about what guy thought this from a certain reference frame? It's just going to keep going in circles, Jeremy.
Well, Jeremy, just so you
trying to
know,
get their
though, he's
time
making,
dilation story straight.
yeah, but Jeremy, just so you know,
ahead.
like they keep on basically explaining an apparent effect when relativity very clearly states it's an actual physical effect. So what the observer sees is not synonymous with the actual physical effect. It's not like one thing happens, but it looks different from all these different places. No.
Yeah, I know, because they sync back up and the clocks tick different. It's an actual physical thing. I know, but I want to know what the guy sees because Kosho said it looks like they're moving slower from both frames.
I could bring it to
I
a different
care.
analogy that Kosha would agree with. So imagine there's two astronauts. They're both in space. One astronaut is going around a black hole, and the other astronaut is falling into the black hole. There will be a point in time where the astronaut in the spaceship appears to see the other astronaut just stop moving, whereas the other astronaut that's falling into the black hole will continuously just fall to the black hole for him, and he'll see the spaceship all the way until he dies. He'll be dead
Dude,
at
we
the same
already had
point.
it.
At the same point that the guy in the spaceship is still watching his body just stuck there. So he will see him move extremely slow while he's actually in reality, relative to him, dead.
See, it's hard enough dealing with these guys alone. So I already had a scenario on the table that was easy to understand and everyone could follow. And you just changed it and didn't answer the question about my scenario. Does the
Well,
guy
I
from
think
the rocket
Kosho could
ship,
have-
I'll say it again. I'll say
Yeah.
it again.
Here you go.
From the rocket ship who's going near the speed of light, does he see the Earth moving faster or slower or the same speed?
He sees the Earth moving faster. Everything to him is
Hey.
moving faster.
Kosho. Does he see the guy on Earth moving slow? Does he see the guy on Earth moving slower or faster? You see, you guys gave Kosho time to escape.
No, think about it this way. In order for him to get back and the guy to be 30 years older, time on Earth would have to appear to have moved faster. How do you go into the future without time appearing to have at least moved faster for the one person?
Dude, this isn't. I don't know. This isn't my make-believe fairy tale.
Well, I'm asking
story.
Kosho right now.
They
You
let
talk
him
about it like
escape.
it's so real. It's so weird.
Yeah, who cares
You
what
know,
the relativity of it is? That's the whole
I
point.
It's as real to me as a religion is, okay?
Okay, I'm being honest with you. I don't believe that you truly think that this is for sure happening. Like, I don't believe that. So,
What makes
you
you think that?
because I think that as I hear you guys talk about it, I know that I can tell that you guys want to believe it, but you're still trying to lifetime wrap your own mind around it. So if you're still trying to wrap your mind
No, no, I'm
around
not.
it, you couldn't possibly have a justified belief yet.
He said
No, no,
I'm not.
I've
Wait a minute.
literally, I've been
It's not
trying to
even
explain
about
my
asking
position.
them. Wait, it's not about trying to pin them down on what's actually happening, because according to what they're talking about, it's only relative to one thing or relative to another. So you're never going to be able to get the objective, sense of anything from it. So
Okay, yeah.
it's not
But
about them
I don't
like
want to speak
believing
for
it
you,
or not,
Deems.
because they believe that relative to one thing is going to look different than the other thing, right?
That's
So,
the
right?
what it looks like is independent of the actual thing. But I don't want to speak for you, Deemstar. Maybe you truly, it makes sense in your mind, and you think that you really know what's happening or something. But as I hear the flip flop, double speak, paradoxical
I haven't
disagreements
flip flopped
within
yet.
the revisionist hereticism between the two denominations here, I can't help but think that you guys don't actually. It's like you think it may
Well,
be
I'll
happening.
put that on you guys. Since none of the flat earthers can come up with a cohesive argument and y'all have different positions on it, I guess I can't believe that any of you actually believe the thing you're saying.
Well, no, the
Well,
difference
Demon
is though
Stride. Wait,
that
the
you have
question
to all
is there an
believe the cult.
objectiveness to it?
The difference
I
is
Is
don't
you
there
know.
an
guys have to.
objective thing to it? Is there any objectivity to it? Or is it all about the relative perspective
It's
of
all
the
about the
reference?
relativity because time is going to be moving all differently all over the universe relative to whatever it's
Right.
relative to.
So take the
Yeah.
observer and the measurer out of it, and then do the
Sure.
science. Talk about it without anybody's perspective involved. Right? Now what's happening?
I don't
What's
know.
actually happening?
Nobody's talking. I can't tell. Nobody will explain it. What do you mean?
Well, that is the
Take
question. I
the
actually
Talking about
agree.
a God, like a God presence that knows what's happening without any kind of reference frame.
An absolute
Totally
time reference
objective.
frame.
Sees
That's what
everything.
I was asking about earlier, the absolute time reference frame, which they have to have because when the guy goes back, he's now in the same reference frame of time. So he left that reference frame of time. Then when he went back to Earth, he's now back in that guy's time reference frame.
Yeah,
Well,
so
it's designed to
you're
confuse
thinking
you.
of
That's the
time
whole
like
thing.
a
It's designed to have no objectivity. That's the
you're
whole
thinking
point.
of
So if you're
time
trying
like
to
a
get
suit
something
somebody
objective
wears.
out of
Designed to be
relativity, you're never going to
confusing.
get it.
Bro, it's designed to be confusing and shit. We know. Trying to
Well,
get
then
down
why
to the
go
bottom
on?
of it, though.
Why care what
But like
Koshal thinks
literally,
about
I've
certain perspectives of somebody in a certain reference frame? Who cares what Koshal thinks about that? It's going to be
I
the same
care.
answer that relativity gives, which isn't an
no,
answer. It's not an objective
no, it's
answer, so
not.
who gives a shit?
Well, actually,
Well, Kosho
relativity
understands
claims
it
an objective
differently.
answer, though. Like they just don't. They don't really understand the belief. So that's like relativity does
Next
claim
time
an
you're in the
objective
middle of something, I'm gonna remember this the next time you're in the middle of something. Like, who cares what he thinks? Who cares?
Well,
Just to
it was
interrupt
on
your whole
it was on top of the point I was making, which was that at the dinner party, there is an objective truth to who murdered somebody, and they're going to confuse everybody by saying it's all about your perspective and you didn't really see this and all that. And then as soon as I was done with that, you go, your story's boring. What does Kosho think about the relative perspective of this person from their reference frame? Which was my point all along, that there's no objectivity. You're hoping for an objective answer. You're never going to get it if you're talking to someone that's talking relativity. That I'm not saying don't say it. I'm just saying maybe listen to the point. You're never going to get it.
The guy objectively would see something happen if he was looking from the spaceship.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get to the bottom to. Just stop, bro, please. I don't know why you guys do this to me all the time.
Wait, now there's an objective reference frame? I didn't get that. Where would that come from?
Each person has their own objective reference frame. But to say that they both fall into one objective reference frame would be, you'd have to point to God and be like, God's the only one that can look at everything objectively.
But if it's an actual physical thing, what Jeremy's trying to figure out, if it's an actual physical effect happening, okay, then what's actually happening? How can multiple
I get the
physical
question.
things be happening to one singular physical thing?
Yeah, no, I get it. It's confusing to think about. I completely get that.
Oh, it's
So
paradoxical.
this isn't as bad as the Lorentz contraction thing, but this is still very awkward.
Well, it's totally tied to that, though. That's the whole thing.
conceptually
It's
the same,
directly
yeah.
tied to that.
It's the same
because
relative.
okay, listen. if Michelson Morley was determining that there's a really good possibility that it's showing that the Earth isn't moving, or we could start making up these confusing things about reference frames or contractions or time dilation and all these things that are interpretations that you can imagine that you could never, that are totally unfalsifiable. So let's keep asking each other about those rather than using Occam's razor that the most direct answer is the Earth isn't fucking moving.
Well, I thought it was the Michelson Gale that was attempting to see whether or not it was the Earth moving, and it was the Michelson Morley to attempt if it was moving through or rotating through the ether.
No, two different motions. One's orbit, one's rotation. They're just two different motions.
Orbit would be motion through space, though.
Yeah, but
basically,
it's two
right.
different
That was
motions
Michelson
fundamentally.
Morley.
So, like, it wasn't used to determine if the Earth is moving. It wasn't used to determine there was an ether. It was trying to determine the velocity of light.
Yeah, but they were using an orbit to do that.
Yeah. And then it got
Yeah, so the
debunked,
orbit
and
would
then they
imply
made up a
that they are
fairy tale
going.
They made up a fairy tale that in 2023, you guys still can't agree on. I'm just saying, like it's that's what happened.
Well, what they can agree on is that it totally nullified the ether. Like there is no ether, is what they agree on, which is the total
Actually,
misinterpretation.
Einstein didn't even say
That
that. Though.
Coach
He
was
said
still
there
saying
actually
earlier
is an
today.
ether. Einstein said there is an ether, but it just can't
Yeah.
be what we previously thought because it would mean the Earth's not moving, right?
I mean, so
But they
the whole
continue
thing.
with that. Can we just get rid of that interpretation? Can we have all the ballers to get together and stop saying it disproved the ether? Can we get
Of
that
course
from
not,
them
dude.
at
Are
least?
you asking the NPCs to abandon their script?
Oh, I'm just saying. I'm calling them
There's
out.
Look, I already
There's
got
a
it
Michelson
laminated and
Morley.
everything. I don't know, man.
See,
Does
I
the
like
Michelson
Demon
Morley
Stride.
thing? The Michelson Morley thing tell us anything definitive, or is it all based on some kind of whatever presuppositions you have?
Well, it's all misinterpretation and a cover-up act. It's like that. Well, we're going to say this thing's contracting, but you can never measure it because you're in the reference frame that it's contracting in. Does it really contract? Well, not from that reference frame, but it looks like it does from the other reference frame. Who gives a shit about the other reference frame? Does it actually contract is the point. And it does. You can't measure it, so why make that up? It's an obvious cover-up for the results that show that most likely the Earth is not moving around the sun.
It's like, okay, this is the thing, right? The Globers don't know the history of it, which is that there was an absolute frame of reference of the ether with Newtonian physics, and all of the physicists agreed, okay? Then Einstein stumbled his little, like, eugenicist, incestuous, pedophile self over here with his crazy hair, and he's like, oh, relativity. And then in the Royal Society's like, you're a psychopath, please leave. And then Germany was like, can we kick this guy out of here? He sucks. But then Michelson Morley happened, and they're like, oh man, maybe we need the crazy fuzzy-haired crackpot that's a pedophile. Maybe we need his explanation because now we have a situation, right? So then they came up with special relativity at first. So Einstein came up with special relativity after Michelson Morley and other situations, right? And to explain how the Earth is for sure orbiting, the heliocentric model and the Copernican principle is true, and here's why. And then special relativity evolved into general relativity, where he was then forced, because he realized, oh, if I'm making these claims within special relativity, it actually has a domino effect to gravity. I have to also change gravity. So then he had to start general relativity, and by the end of it, he was forced to reluctantly concede that the first objective, which was to show that heliocentrism is the only viable option, actually forced him to concede that actually geocentrism is equally valid. That's what happened. By the end of it, to general relativity, he ended up having to concede that the whole motivation that he set out to achieve was futile. It brought him full circle back to conceding that geocentrism is an equally valid response, and he had to admit that briefly everything occurs as if the Earth is at rest, and that on the Earth it's always going to appear like the Earth is at rest. That's what happened. Really really broad meta.
There's
And
nothing
totally
that'll get through to these people. Absolutely nothing. They just there's no hope. You tell
No,
them
man,
that.
we got faith. I have faith. The ball is what it is, and I don't have any enough evidence to tell you that you're wrong. I just know that you're wrong.
Right. So,
Yeah.
but when
This
here's
guy's
Einstein,
playing
right?
like he did with 9/11. He's just playing that role, the baller role.
But no,
You're
he's
trolling
actually
us.
cool, man. In perspective,
I
he's
know.
actually cool. So,
I know he is.
here's Einstein. But when I was a student, I saw that experiments of this kind had already been made, in particular by your compatriot Michelson. He proved that one does not notice anything on Earth that it moves, but that everything takes place on Earth as if the Earth is in a state of rest.
Who was that quote from?
Albert Einstein. So
Oh,
that's clear cut, right? Like that's not, they want to say, oh, he's talking about orbit, he's not talking about rotation. No, he's talking about a state of rest. Everything occurs on the Earth as if the Earth is in a state of rest.
Like
Why
this
did
would
he
be
use
the
the words
absolute.
as if?
Because
Hold on,
he
he was
obviously has a
essentially.
religious belief antithetical to actual evidence.
So he was actually saying Earth is the absolute reference frame.
Well, it always occurs that way, yeah. It appears to be the case. And he
Can use
thinks
Earth
that
as that.
we live in a big illusion. His actual way he described it was a stubbornly persistent illusion. And that's why Hawking titled his foreword that, basically, because that's what Einstein called it.
Yeah, but from what you just said, where everything happens as if Earth's stationary, that would mean, to me, that sounds like you could use Earth as an absolute reference frame, according to Einstein.
From the Earth, you can, yeah, but that he's saying it isn't actually an absolute reference frame.
Yeah, here's a good way. I just reposted the Brenner comp about quantum, the biggest holes in quantum theory. And he says at the bottom of the first line there, the 20th century is pure science theology, and as much as it, like theology, separates the believed from the believer, the observed from the observer. And like in religion theology, you can never fathom the ultimate, i.e., God, because you have been separated from him. So in science theology, you can never fathom nature because you have been separated from her. You therefore have to make a leap of faith to bridge that gap, and that makes all science today. That all science today is faith and knowledge, not knowledge per se. The same goes for relativity, which separates the observer from the observed universe by defining him as being by default stationary, and all movement relates to him as observer, which is of course not how nature works. And the deceptive sense of success, relativity, is again only the result of mathematical imaging. And then Lewis Eason says, if the theory of relativity is regarded simply as the new system of units, it can be made consistent, but it serves no useful purpose. And then there's another good quote by Einstein that says, I consider it quite possible that physics cannot be based on the field concept, i.e., on continuous structures. In that case, nothing remains of my entire castle in the air, gravitational theory included, and of the rest of modern physics. So basically, it's like they're admitting that it's all about the reference frame. It's totally unfalsifiable. It doesn't really serve any purpose, but mathematically, we can show that it works, mathematically only, but it's not representation of reality, which is the whole point.
Oh, this is something else too. This is pretty interesting. However, a basic aspect has been overlooked. I'm going to read, just bear with. So, such premise is essential to properly frame the Michelson-Morley experiment in the history of physics. We're going to go over here. All emphasis is now on the modern versions of these experiments with lasers stabilized by optical cavities, which apparently have improved by orders of magnitude on these original measurements. They assume it's an old, well understood historical chapter of which there is nothing more to refine or clarify. However, a basic aspect has been overlooked by most authors. The various measurements were performed in different conditions, i.e., with light propagating in gaseous media or in a high vacuum or inside dielectrics with a large refractive index, and there could be physical reasons which prevent a straightforward comparison. In this case, the difference between old experiments in gases and modern experiments in vacuum or solid dielectrics might not depend on the technological progress only, but also on the different media that were tested. Then, if the small residuals of those original experiments were not mere instrumental artifacts, there would be substantial implications for both physics and the history of science. So, they haven't even gotten to where they precisely look at the differential of the interferometric measurements with the mediums, right? And this is 2023, man, and this is because they just assume that it's been answered. It's unquestionable, and it would change all physics, right? So,
Yo, what does Einstein say about when you're looking back at the fucking guy, the two guys on the plane, on the one in a rocket, one in Earth? What does Einstein actually say the guys will see? Is he going to see the Earth rotate faster or slower? Or like, you know, does anyone know?
Isn't it more important about what's actually happening than what the guy sees?
It's all about the hijacking of the speed of light, right? Because basically what they propose is that once you start going faster than the speed of light, you are now like moving through time or at a different rate than the other people. And so
No, you just got to get near. You just got to get near the speed. You just have to get near the speed of light.
Okay, well, yeah, which itself is an arbitrary measurement because we can't actually isolate a one-way speed of light, let alone properly account for
No,
tools.
they say that.
That is
they
a problem.
say this is happening. They say this is happening even if
let's
you just
not-
walk away. You don't have to be moving at near the
not to go
speed
too
of
far
light.
down
You
that.
can just walk.
The point just being that it's a hijacking of that. And so instead of admitting that you just would lose sight of it and whoever was in that vehicle would lose the ability to perceive light outside of their vessel. Instead of admitting that, they actually have to say that person is now moving through time at a different rate.
Hey, what's your name? I like what you just said. I like what you just said because I'm gonna go. Hold on. That was a great point that guy just made. You wouldn't even be able to see the light. Oh no, yeah, you would because you're not going as fast as the speed of light. My bad. Never mind.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. Is the light would actually, like Star Trek gets it pretty good when they go into warp speed. All the lights turn into like a line, like a rainbow-colored line. That's what the relativistic theory predicts.
Yeah, but they're going faster than light speeds in that. We're talking about just going under
They're
the speed of light.
They're going warp
Light would
speed.
still
Yeah,
be able to-
technically.
Speed of
But
light
you
would
would-
still
it
be
would-
able to reach you.
Yeah, it would. It would just be chromatic.
What's that mean?
It would. So
So
as you
light
approach
is
the stars, they
contextual.
would change colors and everything because you are.
It would be redshifted. That's what he's saying.
Yes. Yes.
My point just
And-
being
and
it's
they
a
would-
it's a
and they would-
hijacking of perceptual light is my point.
Yeah, but
All
does
right, guys.
anyone know what Einstein?
I'm gonna head out. It was fun talking.
It doesn't
Okay,
even
good
seem like it's more just another theory to make sure the previous theory is right.
That's right, exactly. Patch up on top of patch up. How many repairs can you do on a flat tire on your bike before it
Like
becomes
100.
one big patch?
Infinite.
Yeah.
Yo,
What are you saying?
what did does anyone? We got to figure out what Einstein actually said because, like, yeah, whatever these guys just have contradictory statements or whatever. Let's just see what the guy
What did
himself
you
said.
guys ask? What did you say?
Oh, here we go. He's back.
What?
Back.
Wait, what are you asking?
Give Jeremy
What is
5
the
minutes,
guy-
please, guys.
What is the guy on the rock? Remember the scenario? You
Oh
gotta go
my
through the whole
god.
thing
Yeah, what
again.
about him?
So there's a guy on a plane.
On a plane or a rocket?
Sorry, there's a guy on a rocket.
Okay.
He's going near the speed of light. He looks back at Earth.
Okay.
Earth moving faster or slower or what?
Slower.
Slower. Okay,
Yeah,
there's
if
this
he's
other
not
guy.
accelerating, if he's moving at a linear velocity. Okay. He's moving at
He's
a
just
linear
moving
velocity.
near the speed of light at a steady speed. Yep.
Sure. And he's moving away from the Earth. Okay. I don't know if you know this, but relativity is all about relative velocities. So at a relative velocity, he's moving near the speed of light from the other observer. And from the other observer, or from his perspective, the other observer is moving near the speed of light from him. So from both their perspectives, they're identical in that case. It's not until somebody turns around or accelerates or something like this that you can identify which one is accelerating.
Okay, so how does the guy move faster in time if the Earth is moving slower?
What do you mean?
I don't know. That's that other guy. I'm trying to steel man that other guy's argument that was here. I
No,
think
but
he just left.
he might be thinking about
I love how you waited till he left to come
I
back.
said a specific scenario. I said a specific scenario, which is the twins paradox, which is they're moving at a linear velocity away from each other. But in a scenario where somebody leaves and comes back, or somebody accelerates to near the speed of light, In these cases, these aren't the same scenario. So he might be talking about one of those.
Okay, so time's moving faster for him, but he sees the Earth move slower.
No, what? No,
The guy on the rocket looks back. He sees the Earth moving slower, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be rotating, doing everything slower, orbiting. Everything's going to be slower.
Time's moving. Time appears to be slower. Time on Earth appears to be slower from his perspective, just as time from where he's at looks slower compared, or from the guys on Earth's perspective. They both have the same perspective as the other.
Which is they're both going to be moving slow.
Slower than them.
There was a I don't remember what it was, but I was watching a video and this guy was describing how if you were near a black hole, which is kind of like going the speed of light for all practical purposes. If you're near a black hole and you're not in it, so you can communicate out. You can talk to somebody, you could be on a video board, whatever. If you're talking to somebody that's, away from it, then you're going to see their speech all sped up. But they're going to, you're going to see one of them, they're going to be like, and talk real fast, and they're going to be real fast movement. But the other one will see the other person as going real
that's
slow.
not what Kosho.
Dude.
That's not what Kosho just said.
No, dude. First of all,
Kosho
this is a fourth scenario. This is a fourth scenario, different than the three scenarios I brought up. He's talking about gravitational time dilation.
Right.
Clearly, one of the persons is in the the more accelerated frame.
By the way, Jeremy, the guy you like the quote from didn't leave. It's Etherbird. He's the one you were trying to steal, man. He's here still.
Oh, I didn't realize I was being stolen.
So that scenario where the guy's on the rocket, he looks back, he's going near the speed of light at a constant speed. He sees the Earth move faster.
From what I believe, if I were to believe in a universe like that, I'm just saying that the whole trick of general relativity is to hijack the perceptual speed of light and say that somehow makes allows you to make claims about reality itself and the movement of time.
Special relativity.
I had a simple question. Does the guy see the Earth rotate faster or slower?
From his perspective, the Earth would
the
be
rocket,
slower.
Not you. We already know what you think.
So if you're going faster than the speed of light, what you would perceive...
Close to it, not faster. Close to it.
All right, close to it. So then you would see exactly what you saw when you left.
Wait, what?
Right, you're going the same speed as the light that is behind that. The light you're perceiving.
This scenario.
Or I guess you wouldn't. You wouldn't perceive anything, right? If anything, you would perceive a frame of the moment in time when you started moving at the speed of light, but it would actually be warped because it would be like an amalgamation of the warping of the time of the speed, right?
You're going 99% the speed of light, so you're not going faster. You're going almost the speed of light.
We almost got him, SD. We almost got him. Hold on, SD.
But here's the thing. Though.
Unbelievable, bro.
Here's the thing. If you're going at the speed of light, whatever you're looking at in the distance is going to disappear quite quickly. So you're not really going to see anything, are you?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably not. I mean, I'm not like, and this isn't even like my point. My point is just that is what they're trying to do with special relativity. I'm not trying to like say that special relativity is reality. That's for sure.
Let's do a thought experiment, okay? But we're gonna have to use our brains for this because it's the thought.
Oh boy.
So, if you have two trains that are going in opposite directions and they have enormous clocks on them, giant clocks. In this reality, let's just say that the speed of light is a thing, so that it takes time for light to travel. So the time that it takes for the light to hit the clock that's traveling away from you, and from your perspective, and the light to hit the clock that's on your train to get to the guy that's moving away from you, it's going to take longer and longer as you move further and further away from each other. You understand? You're not going to see the clock.
But it's not dependent on how close
the clock is
to another train. It's dependent on how fast you're going, right?
So what?
But it's not dependent on how close the train is to the other train, is it? It's dependent on how fast you're going.
Right, exactly.
Make clear, all I was trying to do is make estimations of how one would perceive light if you were somehow moving at its speed. That's all I'm.
It's not an estimation. It can be calculated. I mean, you can get an exact number or almost close.
All right. So the guy in the rocket sees the guy on Earth. Earth's going to rotate like not even one time. But you're saying this guy, while Earth has only rotated one time, this guy has aged 30 years.
Depends how fast he's going. That seems a bit extreme. I'm not
I
sure.
don't know about numbers. I don't know about how fast he's going and how many minutes, but let's just say that is correct. And he travels for 5 hours. The guy ages 30 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
This actually happened.
No, hold on. If the guy travels for 5 hours, from his perspective, he's only 5 years older. Sorry, 5 hours older. He's not 30 years older to himself. He doesn't have gray hair. In 5 hours, he didn't get gray hair and a gray beard.
Yeah, those that didn't apparently.
Nobody said that.
experience
Nobody
that
said that.
speed.
I just want to make sure you're clear on what you're talking about.
All right, guys, can I have like 5 minutes? Because this is almost over right here. We're almost done with this.
Jay's
Yep. 5 minutes. We are rewriting the laws of physics as we speak.
We're almost there. Five minutes.
Not all laws apply, right?
5 minutes starts now.
Okay. So the guy looks. He's the guy in the rocket. He's watching Earth. The shit didn't even spin one time, but the guy on Earth aged years and years, right?
Depends how fast he was moving. If you want to think about it intuitively,
near the speed of light. Whatever it takes for the shit to move faster.
I'm trying to tell you, dude. Speed of light. So the time it takes light to travel. The guy on Earth, the Earth spins around once in a day. The guy who's traveling very fast away from Earth, looking back at Earth, when he sees the light when he left, and he's looking to see when it's going to be back at the same. So when it does one full rotation, as he moves further and further away because he's moving fast away from the other object, it's going to take longer and longer for that same light to reach him. So he's going to appear, no matter what, he's going to look back and time's going to appear slower for him, slower for the other guy than for him. That's just what it's going to appear like no matter what.
Yeah, it's going to appear like to this guy, Earth only rotated not even once, but the other guy, it's going to appear like he rotated, thousands of times or however many years it was, right?
It depends. Yeah, depends how fast he's moving. But yeah.
We're just going, okay, come back with some numbers. That way we can have the numbers right. But I don't know why you want to get bogged down in specific numbers of how fast and how much time it would be fast. Yeah, the guy's traveling near the speed of light for 5 hours. Time would pass on Earth. I mean, you want to have the exact number? Can we just say it's 30 years? Or do we need to talk about the exact? I know you want to get bogged down.
Just say 2 days. Just say 2 days.
I do know why I lied earlier.
Let's call it 2 days. Just say it's
when I
double
said I
time.
didn't know why you want to get bogged down on this detail, I lied.
It just seems unrealistic. That's all.
Guy's traveling near the speed of light for 2 days, and the guy ages 30 years. You're cool with that?
Because I posted that too many times.
In this scenario?
Yeah, it depends.
You want to change it to 2 days? It's important for you that we change it to 2 days instead of 5 hours.
Yeah, I mean, let's just call it. Let's just say he's traveling at 99.9%, the 99.9% of the speed of light, and he travels for 1 day. But time on Earth looks like it's been 7 days. Oh no, I'm sorry, the other way around. But when he gets back to Earth, it's going to appear that he's actually aged 1 day when Earth is actually aged 7 days. That's because he's accelerated back to Earth. Like I said,
Jace, new perspective detailed earlier.
Right?
Jace had posted a diagram, and I posted one as well. And you can see that the second one I posted, it shows you that depending on which frame that you're looking at, if they're both traveling away from each other, then to both of them, they're going to have the same experience when they're viewing the other one. But it's when they actually have to communicate with each other, or they actually go back. So if he goes back to Earth, he's
I don't
accelerating.
know. Why are you talking again still? Somebody else went and then you went. That's what happened, isn't it?
What? What do you mean?
Wrap it up, B. I'm trying to get through this with you. I gotta go on break soon.
Kosho, is there any objectivity to it whatsoever? Is there anything objectively statable about everything you just said?
Yeah, time is relative, depending on your reference point.
That's like saying there are no absolute statements, which is an absolute statement, right? But the opposite.
No, it's not. It's not a paradox at all. It's just a statement.
is.
Time is relative.
No, well, I said, is there any objectivity
yeah.
to it? And you said the objectivity is that everything's relative. So it's kind of a paradox because it's like saying, you know, there is no objectivity.
Well,
But,
I didn't
but the
understand your question about
objectivity
that.
is that everything's relative. The only thing you can say about it is that there is no objectivity.
Right.
The
I
only
didn't
thing
understand. I didn't
objective
understand your
about it
question.
is that everything's relative.
I
The
didn't
only
understand
thing
your
about
question. My bad, man.
Anyway, is there any what objectively is actually happening is the point.
The
And it's always
information-
about reference frames. It's
Yeah.
always about reference frames. So you're never
Right.
going to get that answer.
Information
So it's
travels. Information travels through space time at sea at the speed of light, when unimpeded. So that's a fact, and because of that fact, depending on your velocity in reference to somebody else, sure, things like space and time are going to be relative.
Okay, AC is not a fact. Okay, they've done measurements. It's not conclusive that C is a fact. Second of all, the guy on the rocket sees the guy. He only rotates once. On Earth rotated. What was the numbers you wanted to use? See, just forget it, man.
Let's do 7 days with 1 day. Who knows?
No, I'm good.
To 30,000 years in one.
It doesn't matter. This is why you wanted to get bogged down with this, how many days it is and shit. I'm good. I don't even care.
It's fruitless because
It's
it's
a
always just
hypothetical
about
with
the reference
Narnia
frame.
anyway, so I don't know why we're wasting time with it.
Yeah,
Well, so just
it's
really
just
quick,
about
if the universe were like they say, and we had like an Einsteinian cosmos, but let's say that we somehow were to magically throw out relativism, and general relativity, what I think you would be moving faster than the speed of light. You would then start not being able to perceive what's outside of your vessel, and then as you near the Earth, your light would catch up with you, and in a flash, you would see objective reality. The same amount of time that had passed within your vessel would have passed on Earth. That's what I think should happen without a relativistic framework.
Right,
Can
as
you
far
say
as the
that
first
again?
spanner in the works,
Can you
then. So
re-explain
you've got
that?
So you
As
would
you
lose.
move-
So as you would move away from Earth, you would start to move faster than the light, or your perception of light. And so then, as that would happen, your frame of what you would see behind you kind of warp, and then you would eventually just lose perception of light outside your vessel because you'd be moving at the same speed as it, or you wouldn't be able to perceive anything. Maybe you'd see flashes or something. And then, as you came back to, so let's say 3 days pass for you as you're traveling super fast and you can't see what's happening on Earth. As you came back to Earth, although your last image of it may be, from 3 days ago, as soon as you slowed down and light was able to, or actually as soon as you started flying back into the light, you would just have white. I presume you would just be traveling through light, right? So you wouldn't be able to perceive anything. But as soon as you stopped, as soon as you were back to Earth, your 3 days would pass, and you would just all of a sudden, the flashing would stop, and you would just see Earth 3 days later. It would just be the same for you as it was for the people on Earth. But the whole perceptual issue gets hijacked into this, like somehow they're going faster than time, and then to me that just seems really wacky.
You just described a whole bunch
here's the
of
thing.
movies
Like,
that had
here's-
time travel in it. The time travel scenes for movies,
It
bro.
gets you worried
Listen,
about
Well,
what
here's the
reference
idea,
frame
though.
you're
Like,
talking about.
what if you were to put like a surveillance satellite, yeah, right close enough to Earth, so you've got this streaming to your rocket ship, yeah. So you can see what is happening to Earth while you're going whatever speed you're going, and you're going away from Earth, so you couldn't see it anyway.
How are you getting the
right?
signal?
Say again.
The signal. How are you receiving the signal? To the
Well,
satellite.
Let's say you somehow had a quantum
wire, and it's connected by a wire, right?
Well, let's go better. Let's go one step better. Let's say you somehow have some kind of magical quantum communication device, and that it's instantaneous. Is that what you're getting at,
Well,
right?
if we're talking about not reality anymore, then we can.
Well,
say
we weren't
any
talking
answer
about
that doesn't make any sense, right?
Well, we're trying to measure. Well, what we're trying to measure. We're trying to in this framework, in this conceptual universe, we're just trying to measure a objective time.
And that's what needs to be made clear now, is that this is exactly what the problem is that it takes time for information to get from one place to the other. So
That's why I'm saying let's just imagine a theoretical quantum device that uses some kind of quantum networking to get from point A to point B. It's kind of irrelevant, because as soon as you get back to Earth, if 3 days pass for you and 3 days pass for Earth, the perceptual light issues are irrelevant. The time, in my humble opinion of how I perceive the world, the universe I live in, or the reality I live in, it doesn't follow for me that just because you go faster than the light you can perceive, that you're somehow going to adjust the time you're moving in. That's crazy. You would come back to Earth, you'd have a flat, and then you would just see, oh, it's been 3 days. And if you could somehow magically communicate with Earth, I don't see where you would get the time difference. That's crazy to me.
If you can magically do something, then anything can magically happen. But in reality,
I'm just talking about a theoretical measurement of objective time, which you still come face to face with that theoretical you still come face to face with objective time when your theoretical spacecraft comes back to Earth. But I think everyone's exhausted with this conversation, so I'm sorry, y'all.
Yeah, I just
Can I
posted
just
the
say
other
one thing?
Brenner. I
gotta go.
the dilation, the time dilation, and the theory of relativity, that comp that I put together, that Brenner talks about, the hilariousness of this. He says it is irrelevant to physical reality what an observer outside this moving system thinks or measures. It is also irrelevant what a passenger aboard this moving system can measure or not. As long as mass energy is conserved, that's all nature cares about. It is a hilarious consequence of slapping an absolute velocity onto a framework based on the relativity of velocities, that the energy of the booster rocket of a spaceship would not be expressed in the motion of the ship, but in the distortion of the space and time around the ship. It's a patch job. Go ahead, Essie.
Yeah, thanks, bro. Just keep their feet to the fire, right? Just keep it down to basics, right? Time dilation, right? In order for one brother to age slower or faster than the other, this is what needs to happen, right? The spaceship that's out, this fantasy thing, right, is traveling along. So just think of one day as one sunset. Okay, that's a concrete thing. You cannot change this now, right? For this to be true, the guy on the plane experiences one day, one sunset, and the Earth guy has to experience the sun going up and down 50 times. That's it. It dies right there. Nothing needs to be said. No mathematics, nothing. In order for this to be true, one guy has to see one sunset, and the other guy has to see 50 sunsets.
You're exactly
Plain
right.
and simple.
Yeah, it's really that plain and simple. If you are on a train moving away from somebody else, and on his train, he's at the station and there's a clock, okay, and you're looking at the clock, and light has a speed, meaning that you can't see things instantaneously, meaning that things can't be communicated to you instantaneously, meaning that it takes time for the light to travel to you. Then as you look at the clock, the guy sitting at the station may see the clock go around one time, or go around 10 times, however many times he sees it go around. But as you move further and further away, because you have a relative velocity that's going against his, it's going to take longer and longer for each of those seconds to reach you. And so, from your perspective, his clock is moving slowly.
Kosho has nothing to do with seeing. It's actual sunsets. Don't try to play it off as seeing. No.
You just said seeing, SE.
actual sunsets.
You
Never
just
mind
you
how he
just said
sees
seeing
it.
actual sunsets. That's what you said.
Actual sunsets, yes.
Yes.
One sunset, one day happens on the spaceship, and 50 actual sunsets at the same time happen on Earth, Kosho.
It's not at the same time.
Yes,
This
it's
is
at
the
the
part that
same
it keeps
time. You're wrong.
getting confused. They're in general relativity. Two simultaneous moments no longer exist. There aren't
You're
things
wrong.
happening simultaneously anymore.
You're wrong. So how could a brother age different than the other then?
Because their
If
time is
the
not
actual
because time is
days are not
relative.
moving on Earth, how could the brother age slower in space and faster on Earth? How could that happen?
Because their
If
clocks
it's not
move
actually,
differently.
the days are not actually going faster. How
I
could
didn't
that
say
happen?
their day. Okay, listen. I didn't say their days aren't actually going faster. I said there aren't actually simultaneous times anymore. When you say these things are happening at the same time, that's no longer a thing.
What are
So
you
the days
talking
aren't
about?
actually
There's
going
there's
faster.
no like you can't say simultaneous things happen at the same time anymore. In
He's
relative,
gone into the
that's
future.
different.
This rocket man.
This is
He's not
fantasy
in the
what
same
you're talking.
time
You're
anymore.
making
He's in
no
the
sense,
future.
bro. Absolute no sense.
So the days aren't actually going faster. So there's an absolute time frame that they're in.
That's double speak.
Jesus.
No,
Hold
that's
on.
not double speak.
Hold
This
on,
is y'all
man.
speak. Y'all are saying things that haven't been said, and you're not listening to
I use
things
the
that
word
are being said.
actually. When I use the word actually in the Coriolis example, you say there is no actually because there's no absolute time frame, reference frame. But here you are using the word actually, and I'm wondering why, because you said earlier there was no absolute time reference frame.
I'm not using it in here either. In actuality, in perfect actuality, both things in the Coriolis example are happening. It's curved and it's straight. And actually, the clocks are moving at the rates they're moving at, in this case, in either reference frame. It's also true that when you compare those clocks to each other, or you compare the time that's elapsed in both frames, they don't agree with each other. So things that could have appeared to happen at the exact same time from one observer are not going to appear to have happened at the exact same time to another observer. I mean,
So how does the
in the
brother age
Coriolis,
then? How does the brother age?
What?
How does one brother age different from the other, bro?
Because time elapses at different rates in relative and respective to one another. We just went over this.
So different. So different, not the same.
In respect to the other.
Oh my
reference
God!
frame,
You
that's
know
right.
what? Forget about it, man. Believe whatever you want.
I mean, this
Besides, I gotta
this
go.
can be
That's something
shown
else.
to you to be the truth, dude. This can be absolutely represented to you.
You're delusional, man.
I even told you about the firework, dude. If you see
You're
a fire,
delusional,
if you
bro.
see a firework go off, right, and it goes off right near you, from your perspective, simultaneously it went off, and there was an explosion heard. And if you're observing it from
Negative.
some
There is
distance,
nothing.
those two things are not simultaneous anymore.
Negative. Say what you want. Do as many calculations as you want. There is nothing that you can show me that one brother is going to age faster than the other one. It's all in your head. It's all a fantasy. You live in a fantasy, bro. It's as simple as that.
In my fantasy, right, GPS works, right?
I don't care about
In my
GPS.
fantasy, GPS makes corrections for time dilation.
Show me two
Right?
people aging differently. Show
No,
me
but
two
I'm just talking about
people
my fantasy.
in
I'm just talking about my
history of
fantasy.
the world that have aged
I'm
differently.
just talking
Go.
about in my fantasy, because in my fantasy these things work, and in my fantasy these things are utilized to work. So in my fantasy, there's got to be some relationship with what I'm fantasizing about and what's actually happening.
Yeah, and it's not time dilation. I assure you, 100%. I'll bet my life on it. Time is not dilating. It's
So what
all
kind of
in your
error?
head.
So what kind of error would be caused if they didn't account for time dilation?
So how would we prove you right or wrong, I guess, SC? How would we do that?
Wait a
We've
minute.
already shown you the
The
articles,
onus is on
the
you.
graphs. We've already shown you the evidence that we have. I mean, we've shown
Yeah,
you
you've
the
shown evidence of
articles,
something ticking 1/1000th of a second slower
but I'm
than
saying
something else.
we've
That's
shown
what you have.
GPS,
That
we've
is
shown you
all you have.
articles, we've shown you graphs. You don't accept any of that. So my next question is, what would you? I mean, do we actually have to go send a guy at half the speed of light or whatever, and then he comes back, and then he's older? Do we have to do that to prove you wrong? Is that your standard of evidence?
Yes.
Well,
Well,
look,
that's
if
the
you
claim.
claim that
That's
you
the
have a
claim.
unicorn, then yes, I would want you to go in the barn and get me this unicorn and show me. Say, here I
Walk his
see.
ass out.
Here's my
Wait,
unicorn.
wait, real
Yeah.
quick,
That's
SE,
right.
SE. Wait, hold on. Let me clear something up. SE, are you saying that you don't think what they're saying is actually happens? Because I don't think it's a matter of questioning whether it happens or not. Because when you're talking about relativity, it's just the time relative to the other time. If those people were in separate reference frames, which they would be, they would have a different perception of the time in the other reference frame. There's
No,
nothing
that's all
abnormal
bull.
about it.
No, there's no different times. That's all bullshit.
No,
There's no
in their
different
own
times.
reference frame, it's the same, but relative to each other, it's different, which is true.
No, there's no such thing as relative to each other. All
There
clocks
is.
tick.
There is.
No, they
It's
just
just
made
not
you
important
convinced
to
of that,
point
bro.
out.
There's no such thing.
So what we've done,
there is something called relativity, but it's just the importance placed on it. It's because it's contradictory and it's designed to contradict if you want to have any kind of objectiveness to it. So if you think that they're actually offering an objective reality, that's just not what they're doing. They're always saying it's always dependent upon the reference frame, which means nothing. There's no importance to it whatsoever, other than saying that this time relative to this time is different, and we can use that for GPS coordinates because the distances can be figured out, and it's nothing like there's some practical uses to it, but it's not about the objective reality of what actually is or isn't happening that they have to either believe or not believe in. Relativity is not
I'm
about
not
belief.
telling you
It's
that
just
the
about
clocks are not
perspective.
actually ticking differently, if that's what you think. I'm not telling you that.
No, I know, but yeah, for them, they don't have to even believe in it because it's like a language of its own. It's relativity, right? So they can say what it is without necessarily, because it's contradictory in its nature.
Yeah, but
It's
bro,
not
if you accept their explanation, you're gonna have to accept all this crazy stuff of one brother aging slower than the other. It's all a scam.
Oh,
what we have done, hold on, what we have done, we have the ability, we have the technology currently to send a person on a plane and measure the time difference. That person on that plane is 300 microseconds or whatever older than somebody on Earth. We can measure that. We've done that. It's been done. What we
this is what you've done.
Hold on, I'm not done. Hold on. What we do not have the technology to do is send somebody at 9/10 the speed of light, have them go out some distance, come back, and they literally look 30 years older. We do not have that technology.
Exactly. And until that happens, it's a fantasy what you believe in. Let me tell you what you have at best. This is what you have. You have two cesium clocks traveling in a plane that, for whatever reason, were off by 1/10000000th of a second. Just try to understand that number. So that's what you have. You have two clocks that were off by 1/10000000th of a second. The conclusion you lay upon that is time dilation. That is ridiculous nonsense.
Okay,
You
this
have
may
to
sound
understand
crazy.
that. Yeah.
This may sound crazy. Is there an actual thing you could do? Like, if you did do that,
we have done it. I just said we have done it. We have sent somebody.
Hold on, I
on a
wasn't done.
plane. We have done that. We've sent somebody on a plane moving at 500 miles an hour, whatever, and we compare their age to somebody not moving, and they are now 10 thousandths of a second older or whatever number. So it's a very small number, but we have done that.
The telomeres or whatever that thing was we were talking about the other day, like how do they check how could you check someone's age?
I mean, you use a clock, and if one clock shows that if this clock shows I am, 1 day and 5 seconds, and that one shows 1 day and 10 seconds, that clock is 10 seconds or 5 seconds older, I should say, than this clock.
No, absolutely not. Just because clocks tick different doesn't mean they're now in the future or some shit.
So how would you measure a difference in the age without a clock?
Trying to ask,
you don't have a clock.
Trying to ask, is there some chemical biological process with the telomeres or whatever that thing is or something like?
Again, any of that stuff, anything biological is only going to work over the lifespan of the object. And that's the whole thing. You know, that whole muon experiment thing that we like to point at? Those things only last a fraction of a second. But because
So
they
you have
last,
two twins.
hold on, Jeremy, 1 second. Because they only last a few fractions of a second, if they last a few extra fractions of a second, then that is their lifetime expanding, or I should say, getting older. Now, a human lasts
Or the
60
conditions
years.
change.
Do what?
Or the conditions change. Dude, listen.
Okay, well,
is there any way?
but my
Go
point
ahead,
is
bro.
this.
Jesus Christ.
I'm not done. I was not done. A human lifespan is 75 years. So you can't really tell a difference of 10 microseconds based on any kind of cellular structure thing or anything like that. Now, you might be able to tell, you probably can't even tell much of a difference in a year, 2 years, 5 years. You know, at a certain point, you could probably tell, but you can't tell 10 microseconds difference in a human. You need something that lasts or lives, you know, on the order of microseconds. And that's sort of the point of the whole nuance thing.
All right. So if you had that, would there be a way to chemically or biologically tell that they were different with some kind of DNA thing, or like what would you do? I don't know why you keep giving me long-winded.
Go ahead.
It's so long-winded. It's like he's trying to make you forget what the fuck you were talking about.
Dude, what would you do?
Yeah, why is this question taking so long? Yeah, what's wrong with a cesium atom? Since you're saying that using something like a telomere or some biological cellular, molecule, the life of it is fine to use, but something that is not more exact and more precise. It just seems like the same. It seems like you're looking at the same sort of conditional.
You're fucking formulating a thought.
I don't see what the problem is.
Hey, Coach, the question is, could anybody without the measuring tools for these precise supposed changes that the cesium atom is, able to be measured, but could any regular person at all ever observe this time dilation?
You got to get 2 atomic clocks. Yes, you got to get 2 atomic clocks. Not those little $50, not those $50 ones that you buy on Amazon, and a legit atomic clock. Then you got to place one high up, like in your attic or a top floor of a skyscraper or something, and then you got to put one as low as you can get, and that should do it right there, right, Coach?
No, you can do a test with a laser in a tower, which has been done.
A laser?
They shoot a laser in the tower, and they see that there's gravitational time dilation.
Yeah, because it takes longer to get there, and it's just the difference of the time it takes to get there. It's just about the speed of light, then, right?
Well, it takes it doesn't. It's not that it takes longer. It's because of gravitational time dilation.
All right, here's it. Well, I got to go, but there's a quick question here. There's the thing I posted, just a couple close-ups of the Brenner comp. That there's a contradiction. He points out. I want to hear what you says. What your answer is to this. He says electrons store the kinetic energy of motion by becoming more massive, orbiting at a larger radius and emitting at longer wavelengths. As a consequence, a moving airplane would become more massive. It would grow bigger, not shorter, as relativity claims.
You want to know why that's retarded for several reasons?
That's what I was saying before.
Okay, I'll tell you several reasons why that's retarded. One is, why would something go faster as it got bigger? That's one. Two is electrons don't
Wait. Go back to the first one.
They'll emit radiation as they
I couldn't hear what you were saying.
from the nucleus.
Wait, go back to the first one.
Didn't you ask for my answer?
I wanted you to start over because I couldn't hear what you said.
Right. So yeah, they things that get bigger don't go faster for some reason. Things that or electrons that move farther from the nucleus of the atom don't emit anything at all. So for these things, they don't make sense. What you're saying, what he said.
True.
He says electrons store the kinetic energy of motion by becoming more massive.
If they can just regurgitate a surface level recollection and regurgitate, they think that they can say it as if they know it is definitive. That's a true sign of how you know someone doesn't actually know what they're talking about, because everyone that talks about relativity in the real paradigm that brought it to you, they admit that it could be completely wrong and that this isn't some scientific fact and that it's got all kinds of paradoxes and holes that we don't understand. But the people in this room, they say it as if it's so easy to understand and definitive and factual.
Why don't you elevate above attacking people personally and maybe just talk about the subject?
I'm talking about how you keep on.
Yeah, I know, but instead of doing that, just talk about the subject.
Ridiculing tone.
Talk about the subject, because I'm neglecting to insult you
I didn't
But
insult
because
you.
I don't want to act like you're acting. So instead, just talk about the subject.
Oh, I'd encourage you to stop mocking and ridiculing people implicitly, as if you know all this is some type of definitive scientific fact, when you don't know that.
Well, I'm
And
waiting
then
for New Perspective's response to my response
Well,
about the subject.
okay,
I
keep being
still couldn't.
derogatory. Then I'm sure that people will really like
I
you.
still couldn't get it though because okay, Essie, you said you were making this point earlier, Essie. Could you explain it? Your point that was.
Yeah, sure. I'll briefly, but I'm out the door. Sorry, if this is the
Okay.
best conversation, but I gotta go, man. I'll tell you what I mean. The contradiction is they say both that when you travel at a speed, you have contradiction, like Witsit talks, contraction, like Witsit talks all the time, right? At the same time, they say when you travel at a speed, usually they say almost at the speed of light or near the speed of light, stuff expands. You understand? So there's a contradiction there in their own paradigm.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Right.
And sorry, I can't talk anymore. I gotta go, guys. I wish
Yeah,
I
I
could
remember.
stay
I
longer.
remember from earlier now. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, no worries.
Have a good one.
I just think it's
Yeah.
like crazy where people were talking about stuff like concepts like if you go the speed of light, you experience timelessness, and then the length of the object contracts to 0, and simultaneously it has infinite mass. And they pretend that they fully understand. That's how you know they're being dishonest, because Einstein said he didn't fully understand it. The person that he got it from, Henry Poincaré, said he didn't fully understand it. All the professors and physicists from the top level of academia in your own paradigm say they don't understand it, and they debate each other, and the mechanism's not agreed upon, and it's a complete debate. But you let
Well, the
these guys in here
mechanism
tell it.
is
It's completely understood, and it's definitive, and we just are incompetent and don't understand it.
we haven't even gotten to the mechanism yet. That's where it's going to get fucking weird.
But he didn't even propose a mechanism, but I'm sure Kosho can tell us that it's actually.
I'm not speaking with you, Witsit, anymore. Yeah, do you woke up on the wrong side of the bed today, dude, or somebody pissed in your waffles or something like that, dude? But I gotta
did.
tell you, dude, people get annoyed when you do that, dude. Just stop talking about people and just talk about the subject. It's that simple. Yeah.
Why do you always
Yeah,
say
you
yeah
gotta-
at the end of when you say something like you like really smoked the person or something? Yeah.
With the our Kosho, you got a mechanism
A mechanism for what? What do you mean?
for why? I mean, you could pick speed or gravity, whatever. Why one would cause the cesium atom to move different?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you can just use speed, I suppose, but it is a similar effect. But yeah, I mean, I just like that GIF I tried to make for Don a long time ago. If you measure it with a very simpler clock, a clock that just shoots light, right? It just shoots light up and down. Like I've made this GIF. I don't want to go pull it up again, but you know, in reference, depending on which reference frame you're in. If you're in the reference frame that's moving with that light beam or that craft that has up and down light, or if you're in the craft that's watching that craft move past you, then from both perspectives, that light is traveling at different distances. Like the person in the craft, the light is traveling straight up and down, and the person who's watching it sees it traveling in some diagonal up and down, like diagonally down, diagonally up. And so if light has a constant speed, then both observers, if time is constant, I mean, if light is constant, then the thing that has to be adjusted, the variable, is space and time. It's just a necessary mechanism.
What? Yeah, you didn't say.
No, is what he's saying.
You didn't say fucking mechanism. You said something about reference frames. You said a lot of stuff. What's the mechanism?
I said the mechanism
Need something
is the constant speed of how do you say, like speed of what do you call that? Causality. So speed of light, speed of any information through space-time.
That isn't a physical mechanism.
So, yeah, what would physically make the clock tick at a different rate? Because we're going fast.
It's only the comparison. It's not.
What happened?
They're not ticking at different rates. It's only when you compare them that they're just ticking at different rates, and it's that comparison that that's causing that to happen. So
Bro,
it's
the
like
clocks are
same thing as with the Coriolis, dude. When you said earlier
The
about
clocks
the actual path, and one path is straight and one path is curved, there's no mechanism that's making like them one path straight and one path curved. The mechanism is the fact that there's two different reference frames that are experiencing this event.
Okay, the problem is with your time thing. they are actually ticking at different rates, because when we bring the clocks back to each other, we can now see that they've ticked at different rates. So I don't know why you even said that.
Yeah, because I'm saying in reference to their own frame, they're ticking at the same, like a regular rate. Like there's a regular rate of oscillation of a pendulum, whatever you want it to use, of the light going up and down, whatever
We
you
go
want it to
fast, and then we go fast, and they actually tick at different rates.
No, you go fast, and what actually happens is the comparison of those two rates of time are different.
Yeah, the
right?
clocks tick at different rates. Dude,
In
why are you
reference to
doing
one
it?
another.
You're not usually like this.
Because you're leaving out parts of it and then just acting like there's some confusing thing. And if the confusing thing is the part you're leaving out, it's not that they're something different is happening to them or it's acting differently. It's that what's different is the comparison of the two of them. So you have to add
when you compare them,
add in the fact that it's moving slower only in reference to the other clock.
Yeah, when you compare them, they've ticked at different rates physically. Actually, they've actually ticked at different rates. Being a weirdo today, bro. I don't know.
Why did you say it the
I
right?
did
Why did you
wake
say
up
it
on
the
the
other?
wrong
Say it
side
the
of the
other way,
bed.
then I would agree with it because you just say.
But you're being purposely like obfuscate. You know, you're being weird today.
They tick at different rates in reference to the other one. That's it. That's all you have to say. Just add that part in there, and then it's. I agree with it. But if you just say that they're ticking at different rates, that would assume that, let's say that you have something else that ticks at a normal rate, and you have it with the clock. It's going to also disagree with that. But it's not that the clock is ticking any differently. It's just that the two frames are, in reference to one another, are experiencing time at different rates.
So if they were cornflake bowls, one would get soggier faster. Is that what you're
So
saying?
you're don't respond.
One gets soggier
So you're
in reference to the other one faster.
Okay, so you're saying the clocks are not actually ticking at different rates. However, when we compare them, we can see that they've ticked at different rates.
You can see that there's a different. You can see that the rates of time have changed.
Which means they've ticked at different rates.
Yeah, but okay. So if let's say you have two different mechanisms for measuring time. You have like a cesium clock, and you also have, I don't know, a pendulum. Okay, and you trust one more than the other one. Okay, if the pendulum and the cesium clock agree with each other, they're going to agree with each other no matter what frame you're in. Okay, so time's going to move at the same rate no matter what frame you're in. However, the entire frame, so both the pendulum and the clock, when you compare it with the one that was on the ground, the pendulum and the clock, they're going to disagree with each other, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like,
which means they've actually ticked at different rates.
Yeah, but not. Yeah.
So we need a mechanism for why speed would make these clocks tick at different rates.
That's what I'm trying to say to you, dude. Is that's the reason why saying it that way is going to bring you to the wrong conclusion, because there's nothing about its speed. There's nothing about what's happening to it that's making its time behave differently. Time is behaving.
Okay.
Time is behaving exactly the same.
At different rates? Why are the clocks ticking at different rates?
Because of
what's causing the clock?
Because the relative time in reference to the other frame, they're moving at different rates. Okay, but the time itself in that frame is nothing different is happening to it because it's moving fast.
Saying time's ticking the same for everyone
in their frame, yeah. We're like let's say we're in the universe and we're moving like 1 million miles per hour toward Andromeda.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, dude. We already time's ticking the same for them, but then we compare the clocks. They've ticked at a different. We can see clearly they have ticked in actuality at different rates.
Yeah, but I'm trying to make it clear on what is being meant.
That's very clear.
I'm trying to be clear on what's being meant by when I say they're ticking at the same rate. I'm saying there's nothing mechanically different about it. There's nothing that's changed about it by the fact that it's moving. The only thing different about it is its time relative to some other frame. Okay, so just let me make that perfectly clear. If you have a question about that, just go to exactly what I said. Okay, because I'm not contradicting. I'm not saying contradictory statements. I'm saying that they are definitely they're definitely different than one another. They're definitely different than some other frame. That's true, but there's nothing inherently changing in that in the clock in that entire frame that is making the clocks go faster or slower. It's only when they compare them to each other.
Okay, when we compare the clocks to each other, we can see that throughout the course of time that they've been away from each other, they've clearly ticked at different rates.
Yeah, that's right. They've
Right?
experienced
You
different
agree
rates
with
of
that
time.
statement?
Yes.
Agree with that statement? I don't even know where I was going now because dude, you know what? Why are you doing this today? Did you eat bad Chinese food last night or something?
I had good Mexican food last night and today.
Then he blamed me for being in a bad mood or something.
Where was I going? Oh yeah. Okay, I got it. I did wake up in a bad mood. Anyways, what's the mechanism for making these clocks tick at different rates?
That's what I'm saying. That this is the reason why I said it like that. The mechanism is only the fact that the consistency between them is not simultaneous moments. It's not the rate that time passes, and it's not the length of space. The consistency between all those frames is the speed that causality moves through space. And so, for that fact alone, tells you that in different frames, things like time and space can vary from place to place. Simultaneous
What
events.
was the mechanism? I missed it. What was the
The
mechanism?
mechanism is the fact that it's not consistent. There's no rule that says that they have to be consistent.
Atomic clocks aren't consistent.
The consistency is the speed that light and other information can travel through space.
Atomic clocks aren't consistent. I don't know
No,
what
I'm
you're
no,
being weird, playing weird word games
no.
with
I'm
this.
saying
Is
that
this what relativity does?
time isn't consistent. Time doesn't have to be consistent in all frames. It doesn't have to be to move at the same rate in every frame. Like it doesn't. It
Dude,
doesn't
and
have
we
to.
need a
I mean, they don't have to
mechanism
agree
for
with
that.
each other. The thing that's
You need a
consistent in all
mechanism
frames,
for.
the thing that agrees with each other in all frames, is that light travels at the speed of light.
Do you realize something has to be happening in physical reality for these clocks to be ticking different at different rates? You realize that, don't you?
Yeah. Things have to be
Okay,
happening
what is
differently. They have to be traveling at different rates, or
that mechanism that's happening in reality to make these clocks tick at different rates?
well, one mechanism is their velocity and the fact that since they both
So
experience
speed.
since they both experience a constant speed of light from both their frames, since that's the constant, right? The other variables have to give, like in the equation for the speed of light, distance over time, right? So if the speed of light is the constant, then the equation of distance divided by time has to be different.
This is where we were like 10 minutes ago. So speed causes the times the clocks to tick different by how fast they're moving through space.
No, it's not. It's not just speed. It's the fact that they're. It's the fact that the speed isn't constant. The c is the constant.
Speed and the constant of c. The fact that because something else is traveling at a consistent speed, now the clocks affects the clocks. That combined with what was the other thing? This is weird. I told you it was going to get weird.
No, it's just like I told you with the if you're watching a train go across and there's a light going up and down on the train, the person on the train sees the light go one distance, and the person who's watching the train from the side sees the light travel a further distance. But in both their cases, light is traveling at the same speed. If they see two different distances, but they have the same speed, that means the other part of the equation, speed over time, that time has to be a different value in order for that equation to still hold. So in that case, from both observers, the time is not constant.
I don't know. I wasn't even listening.
Well,
it's okay.
I'll find my GIF and I'll post it, but you won't look at it.
I'm good on the GIF, bro. It's all. I don't even believe this is happening. So
I mean, it's a natural result. I made it for Brummy. That's right. I made it for Brummy.
Clocks may be ticking different. You got variables there that I don't even know how you would control. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Let me ask you this question on that thought experiment with the train. If it was true that light travels at the same speed, no matter what frame you view it from, if it is true that that it happens, and it is true that in both perspectives there is different distances. So if c is equal to d over t, and we already know the d is different, but the c is the same, that means that the t has to be different. I mean, that's just.
So you've got something traveling at different speeds in relation to each other, and the fact that c is a constant, that physically makes the clock tick at different rates.
It makes time.
That's your mechanism.
It makes time travel. It takes time pass at different rates. Yeah.
That physically makes the clock tick at different rates.
Yeah.
That C is a constant, and you're moving at a different speed in relation to the other thing. That's your mechanism.
If you want to call it that, I mean, it's. I don't know.
I
why
wouldn't. I wouldn't call it that. No.
That's what you're doing.
Mechanism, bro. There has to be something happening in physical reality to these clocks.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. That assumption is based on the fact that that simultaneous events have to be happening at the same time from multiple observers.
No,
if you see two things happen at the same time, then that means that I should see two things happen at the same time. But that assumption is wrong.
Already.
Jeremy, just ask me the question and I'll give you the real Glover answer.
Well, if you're increasing with elevation or moving quickly, or is anything ever happening at the same time? Dun dun dun.
In order for the clocks to tick at different rates, there's something physically has to be happening to the clocks. What is that? Just because you're like, what's the mechanism for that? I don't know where we were. I forgot.
The safest bet is for you to ask me what the answer is for the relativity, time dilation, length contraction mechanism, and then I can give you the actual answer. If you're going to ask a Glover, you're never
what they
going to get
say the
answer.
mechanism is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. What are they? That's what I've been trying to get at Kosho.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
They literally don't make a claim as to the mechanism, and to this day, it is debated.
Yeah, of course, because anything you're going to come up with is going to be fucking insane.
That's right.
That shit Kosho
They
said didn't
agree
even
to-
make sense just now.
Most physicists choose to not even answer the question because of the improbability of the few postulated ones throughout the years. And Einstein did not even propose a mechanism. He just said, we're just observing. This effect must be happening. Of course, it's not direct observation. And that we just know it's happening, and here's the math of how we can predict that it happens. They literally did not offer a physical mechanism for time dilation or for length contraction. That's the actual answer.
Yeah, I mean that's cool if they don't have a mechanism. I wouldn't have one either if I had some shit like that. So it's definitely not because C's a constant and they're like that's not a mechanism. Come on, Kosho.
Let's make it easier for them. In theory, that doesn't mean that it's wrong. Okay, so everyone call the ballers. You guys calm down. It doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong. It just means you don't even actually have a theory yet. So
yeah, because you'd have to have something actually physically happening to the clocks, right?
Yeah, like I said, that's wrong. That assumption is wrong. The assumption that things that happen for the same time for me have to happen for the same time for you, that assumption turns out to be wrong. Once you realize that, you realize that the question you're asking is nonsensical. It doesn't matter.
Cool.
There's no point. There's no point in asking for a mechanism when the only thing you're observing is that time relative to somebody else's time is what's different. Because assuming that it needed to be the same is what's wrong.
I got you. So these clocks are accurate and they tick at the same rate, right?
They're accurate. They don't tick at the same rate in reference to one another.
They don't tick at the same rate. So these clocks are just all over the place, not ticking at the same rate.
Nope.
We don't know how to measure time with a atomic clock.
We do.
We do. So we know how to make sure the clocks are ticking at the same rate.
Yep.
Yeah. So we move them.
They typically either account for their speed, and they typically run at least 2 or 3 atomic clocks together to make sure that there's not any noise getting in messing up the measurements.
Yep. So then we move them, and now they're not ticking at the same rate anymore. There has to be something physically happening to the clocks to make them not be ticking at the same rate.
Yeah, that assumption is based on. I mean, that question is based on the assumption that things need to be happening, simultaneous for every observer. And that's what I'm saying to you. It's this assumption that's incorrect.
No, that doesn't. That's
I'm
nothing
under
to do
the
with it.
assumption. Yeah, I'm under the assumption that you got these clocks ticking at the same rate. That's true, you said. So now we have them not ticking at the same rate. Something physically had to have happened to the clocks to make them go off sync.
This is what I'm saying, dude. The in sync, them have every click happening at the same time. I see 1 click, 2 click, 3 clicks. I see 3 things happen, and the clicks are following those things. I assume that yours did too, and then we put our clocks together, and it turns out you had 4 clicks and I had 3. That's because it turns out that we are not. Time is not the same for both of us. That's the thing that's
We got
happening.
2 clocks.
There's no mechanism that needs to occur. It's literally the fact that it's only time relative to the other that disagrees with
Yeah,
one.
but there's a physical relationship based on the reference frame relationship.
We got 2 clocks right
Oh,
next
God.
to each other. We got 2 clocks right next to each other. We can see they're ticking at the same rate. Right? You with me so far? This is the easy one. Move the clocks. They're now ticking at different rates. Bring them back. They've now ticked. They've ticked at different rates. We can clearly see. I know you're about to try to get semantical at me right there. Now something physically had to have happened to the clocks to make them tick at different rates, because we know they were ticking at the same rate a minute ago before we moved them. You're saying we can move things without anything physically? Like, I don't know what you're saying. Like, something happened in reality to make those clocks physically tick different.
Well, okay, yeah, the clocks experience time differently. That's what they're saying, right? So there has to be a physical mechanism from one reference frame to the other. There has to be a physical relationship that changes how time is experienced, quote unquote, or detected.
Yeah, when he first said it, I thought he was trying to say that the reference frames was the cause of it. And I was like, no, there's no way that's possible, because it has to be physical. Something physically, if you have 2 things and something's different about the other thing, something physically happened to one that didn't happen to the other one, or at a different rate or something. Something physically had to happen there. Do you not understand, Kosho? Reality got manipulated. Something physical had to happen for reality to get manipulated, right?
And whatever that mechanism is, it has to be happening like basically layered on top of each other with every reference frame relationship. That's why it's just like basically not even tackled for the most part, and it's still debated.
This is almost like the easiest part about relativity to understand. It's not even this is like classic relativity. It's not even difficult to understand. It doesn't matter if all you have to do is compare 2 reference frames. You don't have to confuse it and compare a whole bunch of them. Just compare any 2 reference frames, and the experience of time between them, just like the experience of speed between them, just like the experience of space between them, is going to be different than somebody in either frame. This is just how it works. The mechanism is simply erasing the part from your brain that tells you that they need to be the same, because there's no rule that says that. That was just an assumption.
And this is the you don't understand part of the argument, right? Where it's
that's what you guys are saying. This is
the
y'all's rhetoric
part
right
to
now.
understand about relativity.
Yeah.
They clearly don't comprehend it. It's like, no, we understand.
This has been y'all's rhetoric for the past 30 minutes, dude.
Give us the simplified.
That's y'all saying that.
They clearly don't understand the mechanism. They clearly don't understand the mechanism. I'll back off so you guys, because I know a lot of people want to get in. Go ahead. They clearly don't understand the mechanism, because you couldn't give me one. You did give me one, but it was fucking crazy. Not even a mechanism. You even said
told you that there isn't one. What do you know?
So wait, a reference frame's changing time now.
Dude, the only thing that's happening is that you're comparing 2 reference frames. This is the problem. The problem is not that something's happening. The problem is not that there's something that's physically changing about one, like about your body's going to physically change. The comparison of the reference frames. The comparison of the reference frames is what's happening. That's it.
You want to know what the problem is? You guys are talking to Kosho underneath this.
Here he goes again, dude. Here he goes.
Please stop interrupting me.
Dude, all you do is talk about me, dude. Just talk about the subject.
Can you please stop interrupting me? So you guys are pretending as if he fully understands it or something. It's not even like fair to him. He can't understand it, okay? Because it isn't understandable. That's why when I was talking to Jay Ace, when Jay Ace is in here, Kosho very quickly concedes to the floor to him, right? And he's like, well, Jay Ace knows more about it than me. Well, just like the other day when I was talking to Jay Ace about it, he very quickly agreed that I was correct, that they don't know the mechanism.
Well, with that point, there's no point
talking
to anyone about it, is there?
There's no way you could. Well, I mean, it's fun to think about. Is there any proposed mechanisms, like actual things, or
can I give it a crack?
Like,
Could
what's
I give
making
it a
it
crack,
physically?
Yeah, I'll give you an analogy so you can sort it out, because I think Witsit was perfectly right to say that it is an ad hoc thing due to the fixing of light, but Jeremy was also kind of right, because it's to do with the distance and the actual time interval and that fixing of light. If I give you an analogy here, and for it you have to step on the globe a minute. So you know that the globe's got time zones. And
Yep.
I don't know whether you know, but 0 is GMT, which is in London, and
All right.
that's mainly due to. I mean, I'm not going to shout him out. I've got to diss him really. The Pink Panzer. He's just said he's some guy, but the guy who actually invented the atomic clock, Lewis Essen, actually invented international time zones. So he put it this way. The analogy goes that I'm stood, or we're both, me and you are both stood on GMT. Now, if we just stand there, it will take an hour for us to get around that part of the globe. Yeah, an hour's worth of the globe. Now, if I was to stand still and you were to run against the spin of the Earth, yep, you would actually end up in a different time zone, let's say, but me standing still would still be in my own time zone. Now, there's been no physical time passed. However, you're now measuring that it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'm still measuring that it's 12 o'clock.
Yeah,
your clock's
but time zones are arbitrary. Everyone on Earth is still in the same
That's the
period
point.
of one sun cycle. So
Please.
It depends where you take your starting reference point from. That is your absolute frame.
Okay, so the guys' clocks tick at different rates, right?
No, that is a mathematical calculation. Nothing more.
But they say the clocks do tick at different rates with the cesium
They
atom.
can never measure
What
it.
do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, they can calculate it, never measure it. We're talking nanoseconds, fractions of nanoseconds here. If you're talking going to the ISS and back, you know, that twins thing. It's immeasurable. You cannot measure that. It is a calculation.
Kosho, can you measure it, or is it a calculation?
The last thing I'm
'Cause I
going to
thought
say,
they were
because
doing
I'm there's people in this conversation that I do not want to speak with any longer. So, but I'll respond to that. You can measure it, because the actual experiment where you're traveling in an airplane, it's more like fractions of a microsecond, and those fractions were measured and they were predicted, using both gravitational time dilation and special relativity time dilation.
From
And
what you were saying earlier, sorry, go on. You ain't finished.
and they turned out to be very close to the predictions
It
within
sounded like
margin of
earlier
error.
you were ascribing a different time for each reference frame.
Yeah, different reference frames experience different rates of time. That's right.
That's the point there,
What the fuck
Coach.
are you on about?
Exactly what you just said. There's the point. You have
You're
one
not even
single reference frame which you start from. Put it this way: if someone lives on a mountain on a globe, if someone lives on a mountain, they will experience more of the day than someone who lives at sea level.
Yeah, if someone lived underground, it still takes 24 hours for the sun to come back to the same point. It doesn't matter where the fuck you are.
Exactly. But if you were at the center of the Earth, there wouldn't be any rotation, would there? It would take 0 to do a full rotation. So that's the point. Any reference point from the core of the Earth.
What? So the sun doesn't go like if you're in the center,
Wait
the sun doesn't go round you.
No, hang on. Let's just concentrate on Earth's core. We take the starting reference point as Earth's core. Every meter, let's say, from the Earth's core, there will be a time difference or a dilation. Even though, yes, you're right, it takes 24 hours for the Earth to turn, because that's what they're saying the globe does. But every single meter away from the core, there will be a difference in time measured, because
Not really. It's just a difference in
moving.
the amount of sunlight they receive.
No, it was to do with the rotation. I get what you're saying. You're correct, because they will all receive 24 hours or just less than that, isn't it? 20.
So you're saying they can't even measure? Hold on, because we're way off now. You're saying they can't even measure it?
Me personally, no. You can't measure it.
They can't.
Yeah.
I mean, we're playing into their whole fantasy here that this is
the
an actual thing.
That's exactly what Kosho was on about. The Hafal-Keating, they flew 2 planes. This is a US Air Force, one going east, one going west. They brought them back together, and they did show a different time. Now, accounting for all vibrational things, because they had to settle on the runway for about an hour to make sure that they both got, let's say, stable clocks. Number one, you can't even synchronize the 2 clocks for a start. So they had to mathematically calculate for that. However,
wouldn't you go in the middle? Hold on, if you wanted to sync the clocks, wouldn't you go in the middle of the clock?
You cannot sync clocks. You cannot, unless, put it this way, if you can sync 2 atomic clocks perfectly, then you have just measured the one-way speed of light.
Okay, now hold on. What if I have 2? Okay, what if I have 2 atomic clocks and I get in the middle of them? Can't you sync it then?
Nope.
Why not?
No, because you require the speed of light in both directions.
EMR towards a mass causes temporal constriction, and in the opposite direction, away from a mass, i.e., a redshift, creates an increased time. This is all based on gamma radiation. Like, it's all well observed. So you guys are just kind of conflating this gravitational time dilation as being the bending and warping of space-time, which it's not. Gravity, by definition, is anti-time. I hope you got
I don't know. I forgot where I was.
I'm not anti-time.
Yo, so hold on. Yeah, I didn't agree with something Shine said earlier about there's only a now, because I know something happened before now.
That's your memory.
That's the whole nother story.
And memories are just are phantasms of recollecting the past, which is could be subjective.
So you're saying so if I go sweep a room right now, and now I'm standing out of the room's swept, you're telling me that's just a memory, it didn't really happen before that moment?
I mean, in all reality, yeah, it did happen. But what I'm saying is the passing of time, right? It's only
something happened.
You can
something happened. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can never go back in time. There's only the present, right? And you can only go forward in time, i.e., the future. So if the past and the future are phantasms, then all we have accurately is the now.
Okay, I don't agree with that. Before we go on to this, though, I don't know what you said. There is no you're saying it doesn't even happen, so there definitely wouldn't be a mechanism, but so there's no mechanism for this time dilation thing. Nor I think would there be, because I mean the fact that something different is happening to the clocks physically.
Well, it sounds like it would imply that a clock in here in England will tick at a different rate to a clock there in America. It's fucking absurd.
No, it's the opposite way. It's vertical, not horizontal. Because the sphere Earth.
Well, it's just in any different reference frame.
It's not, because you're in the same reference frame there, spinning with Earth.
We'll prove this bit.
The problem
wait there. No, wait there. Jeremy, you brought up a brilliant point there with the
Prove
old
the thing.
sweeping of the room.
You're gonna use that as your proof as to why we're in the same reference frame.
Yep, chill out. Either way, I'm not here to prove the globe. Put it that way. I'm here to just explain relativity. But on that one, Kosho, wait there, hang on. Can I just explain this, and then we'll move on to that one? We'll move on to yours, Jim Jam, in a second. Let me just get this out. Kosho, so you just swept your room. You've just gone outside the room, and that is a recorded event in history. Yep, you've recorded that event. You just done it a minute ago. Now, I'm standing on the sun, looking back at you, and I see that happen 8 minutes later because of the speed of light. Yeah, so for you, that event happened 8 minutes ago. For me, I'm only just seeing it happening now. That is time dilation.
Well,
no,
that's
so
time. That's time. That's time later.
You're looking at it from a relativistic perception, which is inaccurate in explaining. Your observation was correct, but anytime light moves away from a mass, right? You're going to have redshift, i.e. diffraction, which is time increasing. And when you have light moving towards a body or a mass, you're going to have, like I said, temporal constriction, where time is decreased. It's that simple. You don't need relativity to explain this. This is all pertaining to magnetic fields.
That's exactly where length contraction comes from.
So you're saying time dilation is possible, Dicelayer?
What I'm saying is I don't disagree with time dilation in the sense of time being an expression of mass and magnitude, but it's only existent conventionally, not ultimately, and all of this is based on magnetic fields. You don't need relativity to explain this.
That was where it was born from. Oliver Heaviside was the one that first said that he noticed a magnetic field in motion contracted in the line of motion, and that's where Lorentz got it from, and that's what formed part of the Lorentz transforms that Einstein nicked.
They were correct in their observations, and they were correct in what they were measuring, but they were incorrect in their explanation due to the using relativity to try and explain this. There's no bending of space to be had.
Can I add to that, please? Just one more thing. Yeah, thanks. It's just that, yeah, for example, the Hafele-Keating experiment is often cited and brought forward as proof for the time dilation, but I don't know if there are further experiments than that experiment, right? But this can be easily dismissed. There are several reports on data manipulation and forged results from the Hafele-Keating experiment proving time dilation. So I think it's not a credible. Sorry, what?
I agree. 100%
Yeah,
agree.
yeah,
I back
yeah.
everything
So it's
you
not a
just said there.
credible. Yeah. That's all. Yeah, thanks.
I
Jim
couldn't really
Jam.
make out what he said.
Yeah, he was just saying the Hafele-Keating was the one that I was explaining, where they sent two planes in the opposite directions, and he was saying that there was a lot of controversy and a lot of kickback, basically saying that they didn't do it accurately enough, their actual numbers were fudged and so on, as standard with everything, with every if you've got scientists that disbelieve that particular paradigm, so the space-time paradigm, then of course they will kick off about it. And I'm the same. It has been repeated once, but it's not a consistently repeated and done and confirmed over and over again. So I don't think it's a definitive experiment, put it that way. And I agree with exactly what AS1C just said. But what were you saying, Jim Jam, about the globe spinning?
Well, you were saying that was your proof as to why they're on the same reference frame. That was your reason for why they're on the same reference frame.
If
So
it
could
was
you
a
prove
flat
that
Earth,
for us?
if it was a flat Earth or a globe, it would
I'm
be
asking you
saying,
to prove the spin first.
no, that's what I'm saying. I don't need to, because it's exactly the same for a
But
flat
you're
Earth.
using it as
No, I was using it
a
as an
reason for
analogy.
why we're on the same
No, it was an
reference
analogy.
frame. Well, that is what you said. So
Yeah, it was an analogy.
So you've got to prove your claim.
No, an analogy.
If you're going
It's
to use the
different to
Earth
a claim.
spin as the reason why we're in the same reference frame, then you've got to prove the Earth spinning, isn't you?
No, that's the thing. It's an analogy. I said you have to go
So-
on the globe for this, which I know that
Oh, okay.
Jeremy's not a globe earther, and I am not a globe earther. So why would I need to
Fair
prove
enough.
something I don't believe?
I didn't know that, just the way you came
No,
in,
that's
man.
okay. Yeah, well, I did say, I prefaced everything with, sorry, Jeremy, you have to go on a globe for this.
Yeah, I got that. I
For
got
me,
that
yeah.
with the other, but yeah.
Yeah.
It just sounded
So,
like you were trying. So
I know,
so then
I know.
everywhere everywhere on the Earth is not the same reference frame then.
In both the globe and the flat Earth, it would be, because they are both following the same motion, let's say. They're both inertial frames.
Stand still.
So it'd be the same, basically, if Earth was moving or if Earth wasn't moving. If Earth was flat and stationary, it'd be the same as if Earth was a globe. There's no difference.
Hence
It's
why
relative.
movement is needed in these sorts of experiments, right? Apparently the movement is what causes
these clocks to.
Yes. 100% is motion. If there's no motion, there is no time dilation.
But who's to say that it's not who's to say that it's not the vibration of that motion that's just making the clock faulty, and it's not the actual speed?
Yep, 100% valid, and that was exactly what AS1C just highlighted. Before they started the half-Alk heating, they had to rest the actual planes with the atomic clocks on them for over an hour, just so they get a stable first initial reading before they take off.
Right, so they can see a reading while they're on something that's vibrating and see how it changes it.
Well, no, it's all switched off, so it's all silent. So if you think that they've calibrated it, let's say, when everything's switched off and no electrics are on, because any magnetic field can affect it. So they've calibrated it. They've so to say synchronized it with itself and made sure that it's all ready to go. Then you switch on the engine, and exactly that. That's what comes into play. Exactly what you just highlighted, which is 100%
it doesn't sound like
valid.
they've
you can knock it
they've
out.
controlled it properly, do they?
And either way, there could have been a bump on the runway going one direction, and not a bump on the other direction, or the one plane experienced the bump, and that could have explained it. So that's why I personally don't take it as rock solid, but I do take it as yeah. They definitely did it. They definitely tried it, and definitely did report a difference. However, me personally, looking into it, it was so minute that I've taken the personal opinion that that's not definitive proof, because it's a calculation in my eyes rather than a actual measured value.
How many millions of miles per hour is our solar system flying through space?
Isn't it supposed to be something like 2.2 million or something?
Is it?
I think it was 66 million
No,
miles per hour.
What? No, so the solar system is 500,000. The galaxy,
miles per hour.
Yeah, the galaxy is like 1.2, I think, million. Yeah.
So I'm just curious, like, if the whole solar system is moving in a single vector at that rate, and we were to leave the reference frame of Earth's atmosphere, other than the conservation of momentum, what would keep us within that reference frame and not separating from it?
What, keep us in the reference frame of the solar system?
The whole solar system is contracting.
It would be the sun.
So it's
just keep in mind
gravitational field of the... Is that what you're saying?
Just to keep in mind, the Moonlander had to leave Earth's reference frame and travel 40,000 kilometers an hour max speed to keep up with everything.
Yes.
I'm just thinking, if the entire solar system is moving in a singular vector at X amount of miles per hour, and you leave the reference frame of the Earth, what's gonna, other than the conservation of momentum, what's gonna keep you within the reference frame of the solar system? And Witsit said the sun. Is that what you said, Witsit?
Just a sec.
From a gravity paradigm, yes.
Yeah,
Dragged
of
along
course.
with it. Yeah, you'd be dragged along with it.
From their model.
From an ether point of view, you would be dragged along with the actual solar system's matter, let's say. So you're still a part of the solar system, traveling with it at the same speed, even if you're off Earth.
The background medium itself is moving as well.
Yeah, you become a planet basically, and you'll start orbiting the sun.
You're a passenger of the medium.
Well, I thought the underlying theory of light, well, at least when Aries and the Marcus and Morley, they thought the ether was stationary.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are kind of hodgepodging a bunch of different postulations as to what the ether was. Currently, the ether isn't physical, so just keep that in mind.
Einstein's was.
Yeah, there's nothing moving within the current understanding of ether other than the dissipation representation of it, which is the creation of a divergent wake front being a magnetic field, a three-dimensional force vector.
There was a great globe debunk that just got passed by there that I have to reiterate. I think it was Flat Earth Data. I've heard you mention this idea before, but it's better when you're talking about the leaving the reference frame of Earth rather than the last time. I think you described it as when you leave the moon and you're trying to get back to Earth. But this is better because once you leave the Earth's reference frame, you're going to have to go as fast as the Earth, and then also travel that much further, faster than the Earth to get to the moon, right? Because once you're outside that reference frame, you have to keep up with the orbit of the Earth. What are you? How do you explain
that was my argument with that was my argument with the moon lander, dude.
Yeah.
The moon's already going as fast as the Earth, dude.
No, when the spaceship leaves Earth's reference frame, now it's in space. It's not held by Earth any longer because it's going to the moon, right?
Yeah,
so now it has
I don't know.
In free space, it has to go as fast as the orbit of the
And
Earth.
surely the moon is going. Surely
the
the moon is going faster than the Earth to be able to orbit it.
The moon's going 2,000 miles per hour in reference to the Earth. Okay, so besides that 2,000 miles per hour, okay, it's going the same speed as the Earth, around the sun.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's no speed that it needs to pick up or lose other than that 2,000 miles per hour.
I'm talking about the
only
moon.
way to do that.
We're talking about the spaceship. Like, say the space. Like, imagine the so the 66,670 miles per hour that the Earth is supposedly orbiting the sun. So now it jumps out into space. The spaceship's out into space using, like, say, the first one where they're not even using any. I mean, what is it? Just whatever you call it. Their line of sight or something to figure out where the moon is. Regardless, they have to go the orbit of the Earth. They have to go 66,670
they already are
miles per hour just to keep up with the Earth to then go to the moon. Is the idea?
Dude.
But surely they do it during when the moon's coming towards the Earth, so that they don't have to travel as far.
Dude.
Well, they don't actually do any of it.
Well, we know that, but it would make sense.
Is there a gotcha there? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Dude,
They'd be slamming into the moon at 2,000 miles an hour. What, they got space brakes?
The moon's going around the Earth. Okay, so it's going to be moving further and closer and further every month. Okay, so talking about they should be going so they get in front of it or something like that. That's not really doesn't make sense. But it's going 2,000 miles per hour in reference to the Earth. It's also moving with the Earth. So if you reference it to the sun, the moon's also going 67,000 miles per hour, and so are we. When you leave the Earth, you don't lose that momentum. That velocity stays with you no matter where you go, unless you lose it.
I think the point comes with we're accepting that the moon could move with the Earth because it's in orbit around the Earth, somehow tied to it, even though none of that works mathematically anyway.
It's moving towards the Earth because it's orbiting it. It's moving as fast as the Earth because it has
constantly falling but not falling.
Regardless, yeah, but it's not moving. That's not why it's.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's not why it's moving with the Earth though. It's moving with the Earth because they're both moving the same speed. So the only velocity, the only reason it's in orbit is because it's 2,000 miles per hour is in reference to the Earth. So it's moving the same speed as the Earth around the sun, give or take 2,000 miles per hour.
I don't think anyone's disagreeing with that part.
Yeah, we're talking about the ship. We're talking about the ship that's now in free floating space, but not anchored to the Earth any longer, and it's going to the moon. It needs to be it can't be in both reference frames.
Dude, listen, I said this already. The conservation of momentum is the third law of Newton's laws of motion. Third law. It's a law, and it says that. No, I'm sorry. It's the first law of motion. The first law of motion says, you're not going to change if you're going if you have a momentum or you have a velocity. You're not going to change that velocity.
There's not a force acting
upon you. You're not going to change
your
velocity. You're not going to change that velocity unless a force acts on it. And so if you leave the Earth, it's not going to change your velocity. You're still going to be going 67,000 miles per hour.
Right, but direction would be ultimately important. It'd have to be aimed right at the moon. Otherwise, if it was in the wrong trajectory, since we know conservation of momentum works in straight lines, not in curved lines, it would go off in one direction and miss the moon and be completely gone forever, right?
Right, it's the passenger to the sun.
Yeah, you got to consider the fact that let's say you're traveling 2,000 miles an hour in Earth's atmosphere. isn't going to be the same as traveling that rate in space without something resisting you. Like you're
Well,
going
that's the
to
thing. It's like
no
you're going to
drag.
exponentially increase your speed.
Well, there's a difference.
No.
It's funny because this is this. Okay, so like, we accept that the Earth, that the plane that lifts off of Earth is no longer in the Earth's reference frame. It's in its own reference frame relative to the Earth, right? So
you
then
guys are saying
when
way
it
too
goes
many
outside
wrong
the
things. I
atmosphere,
can't
hold on, don't
respond to
interrupt me.
anymore.
When it goes outside the atmosphere, now it's going to conserve the 66,670. Like it's also moving that speed in orbit somehow because it was all moving at once together anyway. So then we're supposed to expect when it goes out of the atmosphere, then it's just moving along with the Earth because it has that conserved momentum as well. So funny. So
Dude,
ridiculous.
almost everything that you guys are saying is incorrect. It's impossible to respond to all of them.
We
You don't
know,
leave
we're
you don't
talking
leave
about
a
the
reference
globe
frame.
model. Of
So
course it's
you
not
don't start
correct.
off in a reference frame and then leave it. Okay? So the observer could, but the object itself, you can describe it from any reference frame. So if you're talking about the craft that left the Earth, when it was on the Earth, it was going 67,000 miles per hour, and when it went into the sky, it went whatever speed it needed to get into orbit. It just turns out that's really fast, and they're in orbit of the Earth. All they have to do is extend their orbit such that the other end of the orbit, so they let off their thrust, or they use their thrust, the other end of their orbit gets bigger and bigger. And what they do is they make that orbit extend into the influence of the moon. And all they do is just ride that orbit until they get to the other side. And it just happens that it's going to be where the moon is.
Question,
That's
Kosher.
it.
Question. There's an astronaut dangling on a wire on the ISS. His wire gets cut. Does he travel along with the ISS at the 17,000 to 22,000 miles an hour or something? Or does he stay where he is and the ISS goes zooming off?
He's going to move. It depends on how the wire was cut, but if you can say that there was no tension or there was no tension or anything like that, it was just cut. Yeah, there's no reason for him to.
He's obviously getting the momentum of the ISS while he's connected. You cut him. Does he carry on moving with it, or does he stop dead still and start dropping to Earth, or become?
Well, so technically, if he's with the ISS, then while he's tethered to it, there's not any tension because he's already moving with it. So if you cut it and make sure there's no tension in the cut, then there's no reason for him to separate from the ISS unless some force acts on it.
Wait, so it's being tethered. Yeah, you take away that tether, he's still going to be what?
Yeah, him being tethered to the ISS is not the reason why he's staying with the ISS. That's just to make sure that he stays with the ISS. But if there's no force acting on him, then there's no reason for him to separate from the ISS.
14,000 miles an hour.
At 17,000, that's right.
Oh, 17, oh yeah.
In my eyes, I'm sure I've seen this back in the day, that one of the old school ones, when they first done the actual spacewalks and actually dangled a guy out, and they said that if that was cut, he would never be seen again. He would just float off into space, basically.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If you add in things like any sort of let's say he pushed off against the ship and he was pulled in the string. There was tension in the string, and it lost. If it was,
I think you're making it too complicated. If I'm honest.
No, that's what I'm saying. There would have to
You're sounding crazy now.
there would have to be some additional force, otherwise he would stay with the ship. But yeah, if there was any movement or if he pushed off the craft,
I think
or
that's
anything,
the opposite, Kosho. There would need to be an additional force to keep him up with the ship. Not remembering or not forgetting that the ship has massive mass in comparison to the human.
Yeah, but they have the same gravitational effect though, like the same acceleration.
So you think the astronaut, depending on the cut and stuff like that, forget all of that. Let's say it was all perfect. So you would say the astronaut would just keep following the ISS, keep falling to Earth at the same rate that the ISS would fall.
And given that there's no other influence, yes.
So gravity would act on them the same, yeah?
Yes.
Well, if gravity's acting on them according to bending space-time, space and time will contract. They are gaining momentum, or they're traveling at 17,000 miles an hour, which means time should be slowing down for them. But actually, their arteries harden and their age increases. Can you explain to me the understanding of that?
I think that's more of an effect of them being in the environment they're at than them actually.
So there's no slowing down of time because they're traveling at 17,000 miles an hour then.
Well, there's no discernible the difference. Like you're not gonna, like if you had atomic clocks measuring the entire time, you'd probably get like a second difference.
No, according to space time, the faster you move to the speed of light, the more you contract, the more momentum, the more weight, whatever, the more force you have, right? More energy. And if this is the case, you slow down time.
Yeah, but the percentage of the speed of light that they're traveling, even at the ISS, is like a millionth the speed of light. So they're not going to very fraction.
They're not going fast enough to slow the aging process, and in fact, it seems that there's an increasing of age.
I said it's the environment that would be having those effects, I think.
Oh, okay, so there's no way to counteract those effects with speed.
Not the speeds they're traveling. If that's what you're asking.
Well, I'm just concluding. If you were to, it was to take you 7 months to go to Mars, and you were to age 30%, 20 years, let's say, in the worst case scenario, maybe even 25 years. I mean, if you do the math, what age would you want to be sending people to Mars to go there and come back? Because by the time they get there, it's just 7 months, they've aged 20 years.
You're not going to age 20 years in 7 months.
Yeah, that's what they say.
No.
Yeah, but wait, hold on. They're not even traveling that
That's
fast,
actually what the study says. 17 to 30% age increase. So it's 10 to 20 years. I'm just saying worst case scenario 20. Yeah. So there's data. There's data to show you that low Earth orbit, there is an aging acceleration of arteries, 17 to 30% increase, which increases the age anywhere from 10 to 20-year increase in age.
Yeah, but
this is 6 months. This is just 6 months in space.
30%.
We're going 7 months to get to Mars, right?
30% of 7 months is 21 days.
So again, in total, when you're in a duration of 6 months, the aging could be anywhere from 17% to 30%.
Yeah,
a 10 to 20-year aging process.
Yeah,
so if it takes you 7 months to get to Mars, well, you're definitely looking at least 20% to maybe even more than 30% aging, which is at least 10 to 20 years by the time you get there.
Say it was 100%. Even if it was 100%, it would only be, if it took 7 months to get there, it would be 14 months, not 20 years.
Again, 6 months is up to 20 years aging process in the arteries. That's what the study came back with low Earth orbit.
Again, what you say? Are you saying that within 20 years you will experience 7 months extra aging?
So in 6 months, you age 20 years, 17 to 30% increase in your arteries. 6 months in low Earth orbit. That's what the study came back showing.
What, and they say that they'll be traveling at a similar speed going to Mars?
Well, they tell you around 36,000 miles an hour.
Well, that's a lot faster than what they do in low Earth orbit, is it not?
You tell me. The point is, it takes 7 months.
They do in
So if you're traveling at a faster speed and it still takes 7 months, the point is, 6 months low Earth orbit, you have those symptoms. Imagine seven months at a faster speed.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Speed is relative. So they're not going to.
It's not relative. It's what's required theoretically for your duration of time between 2 points. So it's not relative. It's an actual quantified number that you have to make your machine operate in that field doing. And there has to be a way to measure that velocity. Now, that velocity is on an orbital track. So it has to have between 2 points along a foci, whatever you call that shit, along its path. There must be a way to project its trajectory. I mean, how do they do the fucking cars with Mars?
What I'm saying to you is that if it's relative, even if like let's say they have to speed up and then they get to speed and they have to slow down, whenever they're going at constant velocity, even if it's 30,000 miles per hour, that velocity is not going to translate to anything physical to them because it's relative velocity.
If you have a velocity, right, then you're having still a point between two spaces to acknowledge distance and that speed, right? You want to say that you have a variable change of rate, but yet you just want to call it velocity. Then I say, what working force do you have to have that variable? Or is that part of the presupposition of the orbital path? Like it's just, come on, man.
How do you sleep at night, Kosho?
His dreams contract.
See, they have to pretend that there's a tether, but there isn't one, and that's the problem. They pretend that the tether's there and that centrifugal force isn't going to, make you spin off.
A centripetal attraction.
Yeah, they can't work. It is contradictory, but totally not acknowledged, just denied.
There's observably a centripetal force.
What about the centrifugal?
That is observed. So,
what about the centrifugal?
When you observe the moon go around the Earth,
I know that's what you claim. That's observed.
You observe a centripetal force. That's how the centripetal force is
Centripetal force of what? Of what, Kosho?
It's the force that allows or whatever tether. It's a force required for an object to.
What creates the force?
Well,
Yeah,
that's the
where
question.
did you
That's
get
the
the
question.
centripetal force
That's the
from,
question.
Kosho? Where did it come from?
That's the question. What Isaac Newton had come
That's
up with
not the
was the
question.
equation for the force, not what it was that the force was.
A force is not a thing. It's what something does, and that's what I'm asking. When you're going to invoke a centripetal force, you have to be able to identify a force of what, by what, and to what, not just throw words around as if you're like confounded upon what you're discussing. When you invoke centripetal, what's creating the centripetal force to begin with? Okay. I tell you, can you tell me?
You obviously know what my answer is, dude.
What, gravity? That's what you want to invoke? Is gravity condensed at a central point? Is gravity increasing or decreasing towards the center of gravity?
In their model, it's increasing.
Is it really, though?
That's what they say.
Well, it's depending on how close you get to it, right?
Right, because it has the adverse effect depending on where you're at within proximity of the center.
Unless you're a galaxy and you need some extra stuff on the end, you can just throw in some dark stuff, dark gravity.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Sorted.
Dark gravity, opposed to the stuff we do know about, yeah?
Yeah, the luminous gravity.
I'm thinking it's just going to start calling it dark fluid soon. Or whatever. The combination of dark matter and dark energy is one.
That was Dr. Jamie Farnes from Oxford University. That was his idea, to combine the two and gravity and call it just one thing, dark fluid. Yeah. I don't know how far that's actually gone. I know that he done his paper in about...
Wasn't this dark fluid like 1938, something like that? 1929. No, 1938. I think 1938. Because 1929 was the Big Bang, right?
Yeah, it was about the 33, I think it was, Fritz Zwicky. And
okay, I'd have to go back.
Yeah, Jan Ort. They discovered that they weren't spinning right. And then it wasn't up until Vera Rubin, who actually documented loads of them, that were not doing it right.
Dark lives matter or what?
If you replace the word dark with imaginary, put it that way, that's all it is.
Dark lives matter.
That could still be misconstrued.
All right, dark matter matters in life.
Does it?
Well, apparently the technology that's coming out of the theoretical concept is pretty amazing, because I guess they're trying to, if you're going to proceed to the new energy world, harnessing that, I can't remember, it's related to quantum mechanics anyway, but imagine you had those two plates between it and you're getting an interaction between the two plates. There's an energy there. They were looking at a way to try to harness that energy for, future clean energy, if you will.
Casimir force. They're looking at that for propulsion, for space travel.
Are they?
Yeah, but it won't work. There's nothing to push off.
There's no it's not enough pressure, I don't think.
Yeah, it's a quantum effect, so it only happens right at the tiny scales.
I thought they were going to harness antimatter explosions as propulsion.
Apparently, they might be able to run like
same thing. Antimatter is the Casimir force. You've got little virtual particles popping in and out, and what it is you've got plates in a vacuum, two conductive but uncharged, so they haven't got any charge on them, and you put them close together, and the virtual particles on the outside should be hitting more than what's in the gap in the inside, and that's what pushes them together. So you can see that force and you can actually measure it. However, it's such a tiny force that you can't push a rocket off it or anything like that.
You don't actually believe in like virtual particles, do you?
No.
Well, apparently it has a charge, a very small measurable charge that if you compound the plates, you can get a bigger charge up theoretically.
Yeah,
well, so
just you probably heard of this as well. Eric Verlind, he brought out a theory called entropic gravity in 2016. It passed the first stage of peer review. And
so he's talking about entropy and gravity. What?
Well, no, this is it. Entropic gravity is what he started with. Is he said, I started from bottom up, working with the quantum realm rather than assuming that gravity is there in the first place. And he said, I can resolve to Einstein's field equations and remove all accounts for dark matter without any concept of gravity. And what his concept is entropy of thermodynamics based on these virtual particles that you're on about, where if you take a net C of all these virtual particles, there will be a temperature differential. And he is saying gravity is the result of these temperature differentials in the background quantum medium, and that is what causes gravity. Gravity is not real, basically. It's a second order effect from this background virtual particles. So that was his theory.
Still sounds a bit the same as, because what is energy, but E equals mc squared, it's the same shit.
Well, it's more they couldn't explain it. They couldn't explain it with just the mass and the matter. So that's why the quantum vacuum come into play, because anything traveling through and all these magnetic moment anomalies that we've got with the electron and muon and whatnot is all due to the background, the vacuum state they call it, is lending energy to whatever it is, the photon, the electron, whatever. And then that's what causes
cosmic ray.
Yeah, that's what causes them to, let's say, the antimatter that was just mentioned there. If an electron is fired at a metal plate and it picks up a particular additional charge from this background vacuum state, then the electron becomes what's known as a positron, which is an anti-electron, which is antimatter. And instead of spinning to the right-hand side, it spins to the left-hand side because it's completely oppositely charged. Is a positively charged electron.
Are they implying that they know how to make the background medium supply energy to vertical particles?
There is speculation that it's the Higgs field. So the Higgs boson is the main giver of mass, let's say.
Yeah, I remember that was the theory before they found it. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The Higgs field, which is what the boson is part of, the Higgs field is this background ether type thing.
Right, that's what they think is going on, that this background medium is the Higgs field.
Yeah. The underlining nature of reality, the background field which controls all gravity, electromagnetism, and all that lot is the Higgs field. Yeah. It's basically the ether field. You can see articles basically saying, is the Higgs field a reintroduction of the ether? Tam Hunt done it in the Independent. He done a massive article on that. He's wrote a couple of papers on it as well.
So to save face, they've named it something else, so that they're not going back on, you know.
Exactly. And Robert Lachlan says that. He says that ether is confirmed daily in CERN or in any particle collider, because you're always getting additional energies. And he says we just don't call it ether because it's got a connotation, an older connotation to failure. So we've just changed its name basically to the quantum background or virtual particles.
And then again, that was a bit of a. They said that backwards because it was a failing on. They're trying to make it out as ether failed, yet they had to create a whole nother bullshit to get rid of ether. And now they're saying, oh yeah, but ether has a connotation of failure to them. Yeah.
Yeah. The odd thing about it is that ether is the stable position that you could say that the majority of science has been built on. Maxwell assumed the ether to do his electromagnetic equations. Heaviside, Lorentz on the magnetic and electric side. Newton thought that gravity come from ether. So there's everything starts off with ether in science.
Correct.
So yeah, so it's not. It's total opposite to what any glober would want to say. I'm in a massive discussion with Fight the Flat Earth at the moment. Well, ruining him, not a discussion. But he's basically always said that ether was removed from science in 1887, when it absolutely was not, because Lorentz saved it by introducing those same Lorentz transformations. And then Einstein just took it and said, no, we don't need ether. We can just pretend it's all ponderable matter that fills every bit of empty space. So it's, I don't know. It's a massive misconception that ether was ever removed from science. There was only one type of ether removed from science. It's similar to saying the electron was removed from science just because we swapped over the meaning from a hard-shelled electron to a cloud, probability cloud.
Bubble.
Yeah, little bubble. Yeah, so it's never been removed. It's always there. I've just posted up about 6-7 papers of 2022 where they're still trying to resolve dark matter and dark energy using Einstein ether theory, which is basically space-time with an extra scalar field of ether, going back to the old days. The real reason for doing that is because gravity in space-time does not transform correctly, or you cannot use the correct matrix. In all other
Not
terms,
universal.
well,
Well,
it's
hence
more.
the three-body problem and all that.
Well, it's more how we analyze matrix and points in space. Let's say with Einstein's the diffeomorphic transform, which doesn't actually have a copy of what's known as the gauge on every point in space and time. Now, all gauge theories are things like electromagnetism and basically everything other than gravity, and that's what quantum gravity will bring us. We need a gauge theory of gravity where there is a gauge point on every single point in space of time, which is an exact replica of itself. Whereas in space-time, it is a through flow, let's say, and there is not a replicable point in space and time that you can have many degrees of freedom, which is what the quantum mechanics brings you, because it's obviously probabilistic. So that's the problem with quantum gravity. They need a theory which every point in space and time you can have a gauge metric which has all degrees of freedom, as opposed to it being straightforward diffeomorphic with space-time. But anyway, space-time's a load of rubbish. What you need to be looking at is the Kaluza-Klein theory, which is 5 dimensions. See, one more better. That is the gauge theory of gravity, by the way.
I say there's only 2, spatial and non-spatial, or counterspatial, or dimensional and non-dimensional.
That was the whole point with Minkowski space and why Einstein used it, because it wraps up the 3 dimensions and time into one bundle, one group. But yeah, I understand Theora's. It's basically going back to Heaviside Tesla and Steinmetz with the counterspatial. It's dielectric, isn't it? The dielectric medium as a natural.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to get to my phone here. I'm still at work. But yeah, essentially they say there's only one field, that being the dielectric field. And yep, that's the ether.
Well, I kind of agree with that, and you can trace that through history. You've got the likes of Lorentz electron theory, birthed into Lorentz ether theory, which Lorentz ether theory was just the whole of space is filled with electrons, and ions are basically the evidence of that. And then you go on to Paul Dirac, who had the Dirac sea. And his was a very similar thing. Every space is full with negative electrons. However, when you get a positive electron, that is a hole or a vortex in the field, in this electron field. And that's incorporated in quantum field theory now. They're mathematically identical, put it that way.
Yeah, it's pretty astonishing how they can just hijack things and make it their own without ever attributing the founding fathers of.
Yeah, the previous work that birthed it.
Well, that's it, exactly that. Everyone knows space-time for Einstein as Einstein's work, when it isn't. It's Poincaré's, it's Lorentz's, and Minkowski, you can say, but yeah, it wasn't him. And then vice versa, Paul Dirac, if you were to mention quantum mechanics nowadays, everyone says Richard Feynman. And that is because Richard Feynman particleized the ether, Dirac's ether. He basically said, I'm going to create these diagrams so it's much easier to analyze. But in order to do this, I need to, in order to do this, I need to consider it as particles. So it's exactly what you just said. The people who actually invented it don't get the credit for it. It's the people who follow up after and quickly modify it for whatever, I don't know. There is an obsession in science to particleize everything. Particleize a field, particleize everything. And it's just to do with quantification. And that's where quantum comes from. We can count the small. That's all it's saying.
Yeah, it's just unrealistic and improbable. You know, their explanations are.
It's
ridiculous.
understandable in a sense, because how do you quantify something you can't count? You know, how do you measure something? How do you science something? How do you show it exists? How you know what I mean? It's like they have to convert it to something that's physical, you know, or something
that is the
it's to do away with fields. It's to bastardize. Yeah, they're going against natural order completely.
It's too divine. That's what it is. It's too close to God.
Right.
That is literally it. You've got to bring it back to little molecules, which
It's like Yeah, it's like dreams. You can't science dreams and thought, really, can you? You can't. You know, you can science some thought, like he's behaving like that because he's angry or whatever. You know, not you can't even science that, but you can understand why, but you can't understand it. Like placebo is one thing that blows my mind because it happens, but we can't understand why. Like, and it's like the power of the mind thing, and like Dyslow was saying, I think that's got something to do with the non-dimensional realm, yeah, because you can't. There's nothing you can do to study it in a sense. Even it's like it's so.
There's been a lot of people that came through with this mind over matter thing, like you know, professors at Harvard and Nobel Prize winners and shit that are down with this mind over matter thing. Because, like you said, the placebo effect. I think there's other things that have this too, but I'm not sure. But yeah, it's like a real thing, so you can't deny it.
Yeah, it's not something that doesn't happen because it does happen, but yet you can't understand why and how. It's like it's a complete mystery. Yet it's like the other guy said, the other English guy, it's too close to God. It's too divine to for us human to dissect.
To think that our mind, I mean, that's as crazy as the mechanism for their time dilation thing. Which they don't have. I mean, I'd still like to. Go ahead.
Yeah, you wait until you go into the depths of dark energy, where for all of your life you've known gravity is attracting mass. Yet all of your whole life, the Earth has been moving away from the sun, the moon has been moving away from the Earth, and everything's moving away from each other. So it's completely contradictory. Yeah,
But
gravity.
it's funny because that's all they tell us, and that's their paradigm. You know, they're giving us these huge contradictions in their own paradigm. We just laugh at it as if to say, well, that goes completely against your whole paradigm. So what's going on here? You know?
Yeah, dark energy was some ad hoc shit they had to put in because they got the observation is that things were moving away faster. Well, their conclusion was that the things are moving away faster than the speed of light. You can't have that. You got to come up with something.
Oh, with the whole space being created, you know.
No, I'm just saying they took the readings from stars, whatever readings they get, and or galaxies or whatever, and they found out that shit's getting.
You're right.
Yeah, shit's moving faster away from us than the speed of light. That can't happen in their paradigm. They got to come up with something. Oh, we'll have space moving, expanding, being created. You essentially have space being created
faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, so I've always asked, is it empty space or is there something in the space? You know, because now there's that, because there has to be something in it, so you get something coming from nothing.
Well, what I was thinking is that I would be just sat here on my sofa and my table would just start getting further away from me because the space in between has just been created, right?
It is, yeah. What would you say, though, Gleam?
Yeah, it's exactly that. In Einstein's version, there is no part of space which doesn't have any matter in. And obviously...
Yeah, but if you have space... So now in that same paradigm, you have space being created.
From nothing, yeah.
In between the galaxies and shit, which gives us the appearance that it's moving farther away. It's not actually moving. It's the space being created. You have to have something in that space, so you're getting something from nothing.
Right, you can't create energy can't be created.
That wasn't Einstein's fault. Einstein was actually wrong about that. That was known as Einstein's biggest blunder. He set the cosmological constant to 0, thinking that the universe has expanded as much as it should. And before it's going back to its contraction, we're currently in a period of a static universe. So he set the cosmological constant to 0 in his field equations. Then in the 30s, Hubble, it was, measured exactly what Jeremy just said. It was distant galaxies are traveling or appear to travel faster than the speed of light. And then the resolution was won, Nobel Prize 2011. They basically won it for dark energy to say this is the measurement of the expansion. 2 years later, they find out that measurement is in conflict with another satellite's measurement. So it just got worse, put it that way. The measurements of it got worse, and now there's a massive conflict on how fast it's expanding.
How are they tracking something that's moving faster than the speed of light?
They're not.
No,
redshift,
they're
right?
averaging it. Well,
No,
yeah,
they're not. They're just
it's
claiming to be.
yeah, they're averaging it from closer. So they work it out with quasars. Quasars will give you a ladder of time, let's say, going back. So you look 1 light year, 2 light years, 3 light years, and what we're talking about there with the faster than light is like thousands of light years on the edges. And that's what made us look into it, basically. Everything else is looking reasonably normal. However, the further ones said, no, wait there, you're wrong. These are going faster than light. So that's where.
Is that only assumed because they're assuming that it's so far away that for it to travel this fast at this distance, it must be traveling even faster?
Yeah,
But
and that was the whole. The only thing that they could come up with is, yeah, space is actually expanding that fast as well. So not only is it the speed of light traveling at the speed of light, the speed of growth of space, which sounds weird as fuck, but
They're not measuring the distance.
the growth
First
of
of all,
nothing.
they're not measuring the distances that they're using to measure in their speed of light. That's the whole point. It's a snafu. It's a enigma wrapped into a scientific equation that uses ratios and unknown factors. It's ridiculous. I'll be here all week. Feel free to use it, Jeremy.
We went over that ratio thing a long time ago, bro. Come on. You were obviously here for it.
You mean when you brought it up after I had taught it to you? You mean that day?
Get him, Rakia. Get him.
We dig deep in this shit, bro. I don't know what to tell you. We go all the way. All the way here.
Flat balls deep.
Go hard or go home.
Have we measured the curved water yet?
Meniscus.
No, you can do it. You can actually do it if you make a baller cry. He's got tears on his eyeball.
Curved tears.
Added bonus as well. They're salty.
So yeah, no, we went over the dark energy thing in depth a few times. It's interesting.
It's dark energy and dark matter. No matter what anyone tells you, it's just a placeholder for. We don't know. God did it. That is literally it.
Well, if that's actually even what's happening, though.
I'm just waiting for someone to say it's racist.
If what they say is even happening, then yeah, it's a placeholder. But they might not even have that right.
Well, no, that's the point. That's the point. Is everything could be wrong. And the old measurement of the redshifts, the galaxy redshifts, Holton Up done extensive work back in the 80s on it, and he was saying that there's all madness going on with mismeasurements and our standard candles that I was saying that made this ladder. Some of them are actually showing completely incorrect data. But instead of investigating that, he was chucked off of his telescope time and wasn't allowed to pursue investigating it.
Oh, of course, yeah, you're getting blackballed. If you go against the paradigm and you let them know, like, you're gonna get fucking blackballed, dude. They do it all over the place. That's not the only field they do it in.
Yeah. archaeology. Loads of people have had their professor's title stripped.
Yeah, the harshest thing that Holton Arp's actual guy who banned him is S. Shakashandra, and he's one of the top physicists worldwide. He's sort of like Stephen Hawking level for black holes and stuff like that. So put it this way, anything he said would have gone. So as soon as Holton Arp got a bad name for himself through Shakashandra, it was literally game over for Holton. And it's so sad because he was genuine. He was genuinely saying, look, I found a problem. And then I went
So
to
that
him.
candle. Sorry.
Yeah, no, go on.
That candle thing you brought up, that was the ratio, right? This was a while ago, so just give me a little quick refresher with the candle thing.
Yeah,
Ken talked about that in his last video. You guys should check it out. He compared the candle to the sun, i.e. the Doppler red blue shift, and talked about that briefly, but it was prolific what he said. So
Who, Ken?
Yeah, Ken Wheeler,
Cool.
yeah. His latest video, check it out. Go ahead, Gleam. Sorry to interrupt you.
It's all cool. It's all cool.
Yeah, they were trying to use the ratio, and I feel like it had something to do with that candle. I can't remember their exact argument. They were saying because they had this ratio. I can't remember. Rakia probably remember. You remember Rakia?
Yeah, didn't he teach it to you?
No, you're right though. There is that ratio. It's the step ratio. I'll try and post something in general in 2 seconds that shows like a diagram of how the ladder.
Rakia, are you still around?
I still don't understand what you're going on with ratio though. I would have thought if you're talking about light, I would have thought it'd be like the square law that you'd guys.
This dark energy, the speed they say it's moving has something to do with a ratio and a candle. They got it from a supernova or some shit or something like that. What's a standard candle? What is a standard candle, first of all?
A standard candle is just a measuring stick. You know, like a notch on a meter ruler. For every 10 centimeters, there's a little notch. What they've done is they basically said in the depth of field, obviously going further in the depth of field is going older and looking back in time, so they say. So looking further into that field, you have certain distances that you treat as standard candles. Now, the standard candle is just basically, okay, there's a quasar there called NG6475. That is our standard candle for our 1 light year. And then we've got another quasar, which is NG657, and he is the standard candle for the number 2.
But wouldn't that also have to coincide with size?
Yeah, that's all calculated into it. Yeah, as if
Right,
they
and they
figured
don't
out
know any of
how
the sizes of the distances, so it's all.
Yeah, it's all
Oh, this is baked with assumptions. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all literally
doubt.
done by spectroscopy. You look at the matter, and obviously we found there's 80% of
Celestial
dark matter.
spectroscopy.
Yeah, but you just look at it and you say, yeah, well that's mainly hydrogen or that's mainly rock or something like that, and we add up all the mass what that would have been, and then yeah. But what Holton Arp actually found is that what I'm talking about with the candles there. He noticed that you had 2 quasars next to each other. And in the books, it said that the one nearest to you is the 1 light year marker, and the one behind it was the 2 light year marker. So there was, in fact, hundreds of light years between these two when we're talking massive distances. But what he noticed is that one of them that had a tail on, and it was getting sucked into the middle of the front one. So instead of it actually being one was really near us and then the other one was really far, it seemed that they're actually next to each other. And the reason why we got it wrong is because of the redshift, where one was redshifting a particular amount, and we said, okay, that's definitely X light years away. And the other one was slightly more redshifted. So we said, oh, that's X more light years away. And then what they've actually, or what Holton found out, is that they're right next to each other and exchanging matter. So they couldn't have this vast light years of distance between them. So we may have got all of our measurements wrong, and you can obviously see.
Well, it's already been.
Is that what QE?
Sorry, go on, Jeremy.
Is that what QE did a video on right there? That thing, the problem with the redshift?
I don't honestly know.
Well, they've already conceded that the redshift doesn't help to decipher distance. They already conceded that to bloody Mr. Sky at Night. What's his name?
Have you
Patrick
seen?
Moore.
Have you guys seen
Patrick Moore,
Ken's explanation on red and blue shift? And he actually shows it at 1 mile per hour using a ferrocell.
Well, how does he explain red and blue shift? Because the globe side have already conceded that it doesn't denote distance.
Yeah, he shows. He just shows like a ferrocell, like essentially a magnetic ferrocell, and in the ferrocell, he shows how you can have a red to blue shift within that magnetic field, depending on which direction you're moving that magnet. And I don't know, if you guys haven't seen it, you should watch it because it's pretty good. He explains it pretty well.
So we could have got the whole redshift wrong, which is likely because of this one issue that you're talking about, and everything could be wrong off of that, basically.
Exactly. And
is there other points where they found this problem at, or just this one spot?
We'll put it this way: if you look at the galaxy rotation curve problem, okay, and it's exactly what Jim Jam just mentioned there. How do we know how much mass is in these galaxies in the first place? Because we're assuming the distance, we're assuming the size based on the angular size, then we're doing the spectroscopy, finding out what materials are in there, and then guessing its mass. Now, to resolve dark matter, I've asked about 3 or 4 physicists, actual proper Sabine Hossenfold. I've even asked Walter Lewin this, and I've said, has anyone considered that these galaxies, the reason for the dark matter issue is that these galaxies are actually so much smaller and closer to us, and we've just made a mistake on their size and distance? Because if you imagine that the rotation curve that they're getting, they're expecting it to drop off because there is so much mass in there. Now, if it was a lot less mass and if it was nearer, then that would match gravity, let's say, without then even being the need for dark matter. So all you would need to do is draw everything closer to Earth, and then I wouldn't say automatically, magically everything would be resolved, but that would be a resolution. But of course you can't do that because then you become a flat earther.
So you're saying if we move the galaxies closer, we're good and we don't need dark matter, or
well, that's the thing. That is the whole reason why.
Wait a second, Gleam. Isn't it the idea that the gravitational force was coming from the center of the universe? Now they equate it to coming to the outside of the universe. Isn't that the issue too, as well? It's the Mund. It's the alteration.
It was the great attractor.
Well, isn't there now gravity on the outside of the universe? They're responsible for everything.
Well, you've got a push and a pull. So you've got a Lissasian model, which is more of a push gravity. So, a pull gravity. Where Einstein's was, no, I've got it the wrong way around, sorry. I was right the first time. So Lissasian model is a push gravity, which basically pushes on the top of our heads, and that keeps us on Earth, all from the outside inwards. And then you've got the bend in space-time, which is, so to say, the Newtonian.
I've not heard of that. So where would that source be? To push us down on Earth, if it's not from the center of Earth, where would it? Where's the idea that that's coming from?
Lesage was actually Einstein's competitor. let's say. Lesage actually used an ether model. And that's what it was. If you imagine a sea of electrons pushing down on your head, that is what's keeping you connected to Earth.
Right. Just like with the electric, what's the word?
Yeah,
Bias downwards.
Yeah. That's it. It's how they see it is a pushing ether, in as much as everything's getting pushed around rather than the object's mass itself is the thing that's governing what bends around it.
George Lesage.
But this is a weird thing
postulating
for me, because I don't like what I don't get is, like, if you've got a higher electric potential, the higher you go, would that not be the vector going upwards, not downwards?
Depends what you're putting in there, what charged object you're putting in there.
Right. Okay. How it reacts to the field.
Put it this way: it's positive at the top, and it's man-made anyway. This scale, but it's 0 at the ground.
Can I read something for a second? I don't know if this is in correlation. Mund departs from Newton's laws at extremely small accelerations that are characteristics of the outer regions of the galaxy, as well as for the intergalaxy forces within galaxy clusters, which are far below anything encountered in the solar system or on Earth.
Yeah, Mond is slightly different. Where Mond
No, but it's
is
It's like another alternative to dark matter, right? That's what they're saying.
That's it. No, that is the competing theory. So you've got dark matter and Mond. Mond is basically saying there is no dark matter. What it is that Newton's theories of gravity are not scalable. So the more scale that you get, as in the further away from Earth you get, gravity actually is not the inverse square law. So Mond is actually modified Newtonian dynamics, which is basically saying Newton's laws don't hold universally. And that is exactly what entropic gravity is. That is a Mond theory.
But does he say that in contrast to another theory, though? Is he saying that because he's talking about out there again in space, which is all theory, right? So again, he's trying to say Isaac's wrong because of my theory of out there.
Yeah,
is what he's saying.
Yeah, exactly what Einstein done. Yep.
Or they could all be wrong and just that the distance is different, and you don't need none of this goofy shit.
There's no objectivity with it.
Well, the difference being in Einstein's day, Einstein actually had a worse deal because he was going up against Newton's laws, and it was more seen as a high priest thing then. So Newton was actually laughed out of the Royal Society when he first presented space-time because everyone thought it was a stupid idea. And it was Eddington who took pity on him and said, "Yeah, mate, I'll do this solar eclipse proof for you, and we'll see whether it works." And it did. So
that was probably just because Eddington hated Tesla, and Tesla hated Albert Einstein.
Yeah, it was more who put it this way. Lewis Essen, even though he was against Einstein, was probably more a fellow of the Royal Society than Eddington. Yet, when he published his paper, Lewis Essen published a paper saying Einstein was wrong to introduce space-time. He was told, wind your neck in, or literally you're going to get your fellowship taken away from you. So there's a higher thing, something higher there, in as much as Eddington probably pulled some strings in saying, look, if we bring this new theory in, we could make a massive historical difference. And there was possibly something to do with the Jewish background, let's say, of Einstein, and giving pride to the nation, let's say.
That doesn't sound scientific at all.
It's definitely political. However, he was laughed out to start with, so you've got to say that they haven't just gone along with it straight away. He was literally.
They really do.
Yeah, but they've been infiltrated since.
Yeah, there's got to have been some backhander.
When you do science, it's supposed to have a cause and effect. There's a lot of causes and effect things happening here, and I feel like they didn't actually do science. They just did a lot of like how many assumptions are you supposed to have when you do that cause and effect thing? Just one, right? You assume what the cause of the effect is, and then you test it.
Yeah, you actually have to have the phenomena, though, don't you?
You have a phenomenon that, and then you test it.
Doesn't it seem like they kind of do that narrative on purpose, though, where like they're whatever big change they plan to make, they have to have the guy get laughed at it first, kind of like on American Idol or America's Got Talent, where you think the person's going to suck really bad, but then they're good, and it seems like they're all that much better because they were laughed at to begin with. You know, I mean, maybe the plan
for sure
of somebody like that, so then the impact of what they're saying, regardless of how fallacious it actually is much greater when it's accepted.
Yeah, I just don't think this. I don't think you're supposed to have any like all these assumptions when you're doing actual science. Maybe just one assumption, like I said, the cause of the effect, but all the other stuff, you're supposed to know if you want to do a heat.
Sorry,
if you want to do a test where you have heat boils water, you know what heat is, you know what water is, you know what I mean, you know what boiling is, like you know what all these things are, you can touch them, you know exactly what's going on there.
Yeah, they're actually real. You can't do none of that with this bullshit theoretical out there in space bullshit. It's all theory.
Yeah.
But yet people are winning Nobel Prize for talking about bullshit out there. So
what was it? 2022. Andrea Ghez got it. Is it 22 or 12? I think it was 22. I could be wrong. Andrea Ghez just won it for the black hole bullshit. Her and two other dudes, I think.
Hey, Gleam, are you still here?
What's it?
Yeah.
I heard that Tesla was one guy that refused the Nobel Prize. Who was? I can't remember who the other guy was though, and what it was for. But there was apparently
only
two people have refused the Nobel Prize. Apparently.
That's gangster, right? If you refused one.
Yeah, because it's bullshit. Tesla was.
That says a lot right there. That he refused one. Yeah, that's awesome. That's crazy. Doesn't it come with $1 million? Maybe not that much back then, but
yeah, he was probably just as rich then.
Tesla?
Have you read about Tesla's life?
Coming out of his ass and ear holes and everywhere, didn't he? So
yeah, he literally.
he was rich at then.
Yeah, he give it all away though. He lost. He used to go and play poker, and if people lost against him in massive amounts, like $10,000 back in them days, he used to let them off, and give them back to him.
Well, that's crazy.
Well, he was a humanitarian in a sense, wasn't he?
Yeah,
that's why I got a lot of.
Yeah, exactly that.
I got a lot of props for Tesla just for that reason. Like he didn't give a fuck about the money. It ain't about the money. I like that.
It was all about the knowledge. It was all about knowing.
He was aware of the karmic forces that are in the background medium of the ether that are keeping track of everything and making balance to everything.
Keeping track of his karma.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Gleam, real quick, I put in I reposted again the one of those burner comps and the screenshots that are close up, and I think I brought this up to you before, but it's a major point that if he's correct that there's three different realms that we're talking about. We're talking about the kinematics and geometry, and then dynamics, right? And then in those screenshots, he says there's three domains. The three domains are geometry, kinematics, and dynamics. And then he goes on to just describe that geometry and kinematics are mathematical fields. They do not deal with forces, but kinematics actually deals with forces in relation to each other in real time and in space, and the way that those relations would work. If they're not using dynamics, then they're not doing anything but mathematical masturbation. I was wondering if you can maybe extrapolate from that with your knowledge and try to come up with an idea of how that might be explained to somebody that has no idea what that would be.
I can only quote Tesla. It's exactly that. It's physicists tend to wander off in equation after equation and end up in a dreamland. And that's the thing, is you've got to relate everything to physical experiment. Physical experiment is king. If it doesn't match experiment, it's wrong. So says Feynman. So
Right.
I don't understand. Well, I do. The core thing I
So
don't
that's the
understand
problem, though,
why.
because they experiment with things that aren't actually real, right? That's
Hold on,
what they try to do. That's what they try to do. It's not an experiment.
his other
Experiment
point
with
is
maths.
Yeah,
hold on, real
so that's
quick.
what they do.
Well, what he's saying is
Feynman?
that the kinematics and geometry don't involve forces, and they're acting as if they do. That's a huge point. If there's no way, if these mathematics aren't describing what these bodies in motion would actually do, and they're using geometry as if forces are involved, and there's no force involved, that's a huge point.
You know what Feynman meant when he said experiment?
Exactly that.
Like, did he have an idea on what an experiment should be?
I will give him props. His experiment, I would say, is exactly as you would put it, in literal sense. Albeit
Independent variable manipulation, all that. All right.
Yep. Yeah. He's
So we didn't
definitely
make
on
that
it.
up.
However, there is, ever since quantum mechanics come into play, quantum mechanics is the maths, and it's basically saying that if I fire an electron or a photon, then it's got the possibility to take all paths possible. Yep. So it could go left, right, up, down, any direction whatsoever. I mean, we know we fire it out in a particular direction, so to say, but it has the possibility to do that.
To take infinite paths.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so when hold on. So when me and Feynman have the same idea of what an experiment would be, and I'm getting challenged on it, I should just direct them to Feynman?
Of course, surely they know deep down, Jeremy, that it's not an attack on us when they try and attack the scientific method, because they know deep down that that's how you fucking do an experiment. You know, you don't have to fucking give them any time of day when they try and speak about that, because it's just bullshit.
Yeah, don't quote Feynman though. Feynman is a theoretical physicist, and that's the job. Is put it this way: there is a massive necessity for it, in as much as if you're doing an experiment, let's say a basic pendulum experiment, forget about the rotation of Earth. We're just going to count a pendulum, how long it will swing if I release it from 45 degrees, let's say.
Yeah.
So
that's the phenomena.
Yeah. Now, in that, I didn't mention there that we're actually out in a field. Now, me dropping it 45 degrees, there could be a backwind helping it. Yeah. So what quantum mechanics attempts to do is basically say, okay, I'm going to write out a sum that tells me without any wind. I'm also going to do a sum that tells me with wind and a small amount of wind, a little bit more, loads more, and every single possibility of wind even coming in the opposite direction, to the left, to the right. And that is what quantum mechanics is. It basically analyzes the whole system of what is possible, and then the probability is that no matter what, that swing is going to go in the direction that I'm swinging it. Yeah,
Right, so because they can't put it in a controlled environment, they have to then account for all of the variables that they couldn't control, because it's not in a controlled environment.
Yes, spot on. And you cannot put it in a controlled environment when you're talking about electrons and stuff like. Well, you can control electrons, but it's so small that it has to be analysed with maths.
Sort of stuff you can't put in a controlled environment.
Yeah, we'll put it this way: it's fallen out of fashion, and it was more of a toy thing. But Feynman actually put across the one electron theory. I don't know whether you've ever heard of that, where all electrons are actually just one, and every time we measure them, it's the same electron.
Sounds like he wants to concede to a field.
Exactly. Everything is just the same. It's mainly because every time we measure the electron, it's the same measurement in as much as its charge. So he's saying that it's the same
Is there a way
electron.
of saying it's a field, but it's particles?
However, yeah, he's saying that it's the electron going forward and backwards in time. So if I was to measure it here and you was to measure it there, even though we're close apart, close together, we'd still measure it to be the same charge. However, you would measure it, let's say, in the present, and I would have measured it in the past. And in the time difference between us measuring it, even if we try to sync it up, it would be the same electron flying from me to you, and we'd be measuring exactly the one electron. But that never took up. But that was Feynman's genuine theory that he put in and published. He said it's possible that every electron is actually just one electron quickly whizzing around time. Funny. But yeah, it's exactly that. You can't physically experiment all different possibilities. You've got to calculate all different possibilities and then come up with a probability of what is likely to happen. And that was Ludwig's.
And that's all based off an assumption anyway. So
yeah,
yeah, but don't they claim in the double slit? They claim they're shooting one photon through the slit, right? Just one at a time.
Well, this is it, and that photon.
But it takes infinite paths. Remember?
Yeah, it takes both paths. It goes through both slits. That's what they say. Now, the reason why it does that is that's before observation. So before observation, and this is, have you ever heard of the many worlds interpretation, which is Sean Carroll's? So
no, I'm not familiar. But when we're not looking at it, it goes through different slits. It goes through both of the slits.
Well,
but then we look at it,
it's not even that. It's the known path. So it's not even. It's if you know, like if you've set it up to go a directed path, you already know the path. Then it's gonna not.
Well, it's more Schrödinger's cat. So you've got a cat in a box, and it's got a timer on there with some poison in there, and you don't know whether the cat's dead or not. And you only know whether the cat's dead or not when you observe it. Okay. So
yeah, when we observe the light, we can see that it's going through one slit or the other. But when we don't observe it, it goes through both of them, right? I mean, is that true or no?
No. You've got to understand it's a mathematical probability. Put it this way: when you've got your eyes closed, when you've got your eyes closed, you don't see any photon going through any slit. So what you've got to assume is that the photon going through both slits is possible. Now, we obviously know that we're sending one photon, so only one photon can go through one slit. However, we've got our eyes shut, so we don't know yet. Just the same as we've got the lid on the box with the cat. So until we open our eyes, we'll be able to discern and basically say, right, it went through the left slit. I know that because I've observed it doing that. Therefore, the right slit is not true. Now, where many worlds comes into play is it travels through, in the probabilistic terms, it travels through both slits. When you observe it, the wave function collapses, and then you know that it went through the left slit. However, in many worlds theory, that right slit is still an option in reality, meaning that, and this is where it gets really weird, a new universe is immediately created where that photon went through the right slit.
Yeah, but when we do this, it's not just mathematical, though, because when we do this is the first thing you said. I don't know. So when we actually do it, though, it's not just mathematical because we actually get a pattern on the back of the board indicating that it did go through both of the slits, right?
Right. You either get wave, what was it called? Not disturbance, but
it's interference.
Interference.
And, what that is the misunderstanding of the photon. We've particleized it, and we've been talking as the photon in a particle. That's all. It is actually a wave. So put it this way.
Well, then how do we get the different patterns, though? How do we get the different patterns if it's...
Well, that's the thing. If it was a photon, you wouldn't get that pattern, because photons, like hardball, as FED describe it, the buckyball type, hard particles.
They've done it with buckyballs.
Yeah. No, they say that
They
they are
say they've
hard
done it with
particles.
buckyballs.
Well, there's two concepts. You got to understand the two different concepts. You've got hard particles, as in point-like particles. That's the correct word for it. Point-like particles are the old traditional. We've got a atomic model where we've got a nucleus and we've got electrons spinning around it, and they're balls like the sun and Earth, yeah, orbiting around. And then there's a new interpretation, which is quantum mechanics, which is a cloud of probability, where the electron is somewhere in this cloud and there is an influence around this cloud, but there will be one point or an area
All right.
that we can say.
Well,
So
that second one sounds a bit more honest, as in they don't really know, and
well,
it
that is
leaves a
quantum
lot more
mechanics.
open. Yeah, it leaves a lot more open for more theory.
Yeah. Now,
Okay. What do you?
FED all go for the particle model, the old version. Yeah. Now, the new wave version, the reason why that interference pattern happens is that waves are hitting waves and causing the actual negation of waves. Whereas if a particle hit a particle, it wouldn't produce that effect. You would still get particles hitting the blank part. So that is just a conceptual thing that we were talking about photons as point-like particles, when in fact they're waves. They're acting as a wave.
But then you could also say that each photon is giving off radiation as light, which is sort of like a wave.
Yeah, it's an electromagnetic wave. Yeah, radiation,
So,
chunk of radiation.
okay, so what do you think's happening for why the pattern is different for when we view it or don't view it, or know the path or don't know the path?
You can do the same disturbance with a wave in a swimming pool, where it will hit the side of the swimming pool. If you make a splash up and down, up and down, up and down, it will hit the side of the swimming pool in the same way, where you'll get interference. You'll get a crest of a wave and a trough, and that's the trough is basically no wave
Right.
has hit me.
Yeah, it's about waves either cancelling each other out or amplifying.
Yeah.
Okay, so but when you do the thing in the pool, you're constantly getting the same pattern on the pool wall, right?
Yeah, and that's the same.
Yes, but when we do this thing in the double slit, we're not getting the same thing.
No, you are. It's just that if you now imagine that you're in that same swimming pool, but you're firing raindrops at it, you'll still get that same pattern because it's behaving
if you're in
like
the
a wave.
pool, look, if you're in the pool and you keep doing the same thing, you're going to keep getting the same pattern, right? No matter what you do in the pool.
You'll get the same interference pattern as the light, yes.
As long as you keep.
So we're in the pool. Hold on. We're in the pool. We're doing the same thing. We're getting the same pattern. And the double slit, they're doing the same thing and getting a different pattern depending on if they look at it or not.
No. That the collapse. I know what you're saying there. That it goes through one slit. That is not. Put it this way. That is a difficult part to it, where the collapse, whether we are involved in that. And I do actually lean towards we have a conscious effect on the experiment.
So do I.
Yeah.
But the thing is, how can you explain the thing going through? If we're doing the same thing in the pool and getting the same pattern all the time, and then we do the same thing here, but we get a different pattern, like how can you? I don't see how you can.
We deal with different states of matter for one, so that could be a difference. But again, it comes back to placebo, isn't it? It's almost like mind over matter. Is your mind having an effect on the experiment? I don't know.
Well, so I more believe we have an electromagnetic influence on it, as in there is some sort of interaction going on between us, which is weird. But
with our mind.
Well, we are.
With our mind.
We are.
Yeah.
We do. Yeah.
There is a guy who actually done a paper on it to say that are we affecting our experiments by looking at them, and it turns out that yes. What they done is they got a sigma 5, and it never really made it into mainstream, but they got a sigma 5 result where they were doing the double slit, and they told people to think that you are seeing the double slit. Now they stood in the next room and they actually made a measurable effect in as much exactly what you're saying there, Jeremy, that it stopped making the wave pattern and it collapsed. And that
just
was
from them
still,
thinking about which split it went
yes,
through. Go ahead.
yes, just
So real
thinking.
quick,
Go ahead.
I'll
what
find
Ken
that
Wheeler
for you,
says.
Jeremy.
What Ken Wheeler says upon this matter is the interference observed in the double slit experiment is the same exact thing seen in the ferrocell, and it's the same misinterpretation made by Faraday. It's constructive and destructive phase due to the spatial variance and or displacement depending on the subject observed, be it light or the magneto-dielectric interlacing of a palpable magnetic field of a magnet are the sources of these presumed lines of force and the absence thereof. The
So what
absence of
you
light, the absence
so
of
what
light
you
or
saying is the
assumed.
cause of the different results?
Yeah, I'm getting to it. The absence of light or assumed magnetism is destructive, or rather loss and self-canceling in the dielectric, which terminates in counter space. So essentially, what you're seeing is you're seeing these two fields interacting. You're seeing the dielectric and the magnetic field interlacing. So when you look at a ferrocell, if any of you don't know what that is, it's essentially just two optical lenses. And in between that, you have a minute amount of ferrosurfactant fluid. And then you have some LED lights, or you could even use a single source like the sun. And you're going to have this this extrapolation of the magnetic field, which is creating this this toroid and hyperboloid interacting with one another.
allowing to visualize the magnetic field.
Correct.
You're following this?
Yeah, so you could see the magnetic field right before your very eyes, and every time you see the light, that's the magnetic field, and every time you see the black lines, that's the dielectric field. And at the center of that field, at the very nexus, is the dielectric portal where the magnetic field is emerging from and going back into. And
could you pinpoint which effect is causing the collapse of the wave function and then the non-collapse?
Yeah, like Gleam told you, it's just constructive and destructive phase interference.
Yeah, but you're doing the
fields.
same thing every time. You're doing the same thing every time. The only thing that's changing is we know which path it went through or not.
What you're doing, Jeremy. What you're doing
you could look later. You could look later and see. You don't even have to be observing it in real time. You could just look later and see.
Something about what Dyslo said made me think of rainbows and made me think of like sometimes one person can see the rainbow, another person can't because of the angle. Is it something to do with that? Like, what are you on about? Because like Jeremy said, you're not doing anything different, so you should get the same result.
Yeah, there's no photon
That's what I'm saying. You're
traveling
getting
down a
two
pathway.
different.
Like you're giving sentience to light in the sense that it's choosing
So nothing's
this and that.
hitting the back. Something's going somewhere to where it's leaving an imprint on this film, right? Whatever they use to see the pattern, something is hitting the thing, the backboard, let's call it.
So again, you have to understand what light isn't and what light is. It's not a particle. It's not a wave. It's not a particle wave duality, and it doesn't emit. It's not an emission. So with that understanding,
all that doesn't matter.
With that understanding,
it don't matter what it is.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Like Jeremy saying there, it doesn't really matter because you're getting two different results.
It don't matter if it's a part of It doesn't matter if it's a particle, a wave, a testicle. You're doing the same thing every time and getting different results. Understand?
But mind you, are we doing the same thing each time? Because like we've said, it's either if you know or view the experiment or if you don't. That's how you get the different result. Again, like Dyslo said, then you're sort of, you're applying some sort of consciousness to light,
Right. Or you're falling into some sort of a paradox where it's like the observer can affect the light, whether it's in the future or the past. And I mean, this is ludicrous, dude. Like, you guys can't fall into that.
Let me throw something in the air. Has anybody had it where you've had the feeling, and I know this sounds really pseudoscience, but you've had the feeling that someone's staring at you. You've turned around and they are.
Yep.
Yeah, is that like a field thing though? More so than a philosophical, spiritual thing? Are you talking about it's just more of a feel thing?
I'm talking. This sounds really pseudosciency, but I'm talking that there is
You
an
can feel the
electromagnetic
laser eyes
radio.
on you.
There's an electromagnetic radiation coming from your eyes. Not
Well,
Yeah,
I've
but it
definitely
doesn't
noticed
matter
that,
though,
like,
because we could.
well, I was just gonna say, I've
Go ahead,
definitely
Jay.
noticed that. Like, if I've been like sitting in a car in a parking lot, like a big parking lot where there's a lot of people, and I'm in my car and I'm just sitting there, and if I'm looking at someone as they're walking, it's like sometimes they'll turn around and almost look directly, at the direction of my car, even though they can't necessarily see me. I'm just sitting in there, just watching them walk by. So yeah, I have noticed that. It's almost uncanny. It's like they know that I'm just watching, looking at them while they're walking. It's incredible.
Yeah, but this
say that
doesn't
in
work for the
science.
double slit though. But
It
this
does.
doesn't work for the double slit though. No, because we
does.
can look at it after. We can look at it after, and
it
you know what I'm
changes
saying?
it.
If you, yeah, it changes it.
No, the collapse happens when you're looking at it. That's the thing.
Or if you know the path.
But isn't it because they added the detector?
They don't even
though?
need to look
Because
at
they're
it.
not.
You just have to have a
That's
camera.
it. The detector is the eye, let's say.
Right.
Yeah, I know, but see, well, what is that changing though when they're adding that actual detector? Like, is that actually changing something in the field?
Yes. Well,
that's
No,
the thing.
because
You
they
get
did the
wave
quantum
collapse if it's
eraser.
on. You get wave
They
collapse
did the
if it's
quantum
on, and you
eraser
get
delayed
opposed
choice.
to wave collapse if it's not on. Is that right?
That was something they thought it was. They thought it was the detector, so they did the quantum eraser delayed choice and found out it wasn't the detector. They were like, "Oh shit, it's not the detector," because they did like a variation of the double slit to see if it was the detector, because that is an
Right.
actual.
Yeah, they sent it back in time, let's say. The mirror. They split it up.
So is that when? So like you say, they sent it back in time. Is that after they know the path?
They sent it down that path. They split a mirror in the quantum eraser. It's not like it's like a 2 double split where they split one part of the light. They'll
Path,
send one path of it down a longer stretch, let's say, and then they found that it arrives, so to say, at the same time when it should have taken a longer path. So it's gone back in time that they've said, or that was their conclusion. The delayed
But that
choice.
doesn't really make much sense because if light moves so fast, like a small extra amount of yardage is really not going to slow it down, is it?
Oh, it was nanometers. Yeah, it was
Right.
tiny amounts. Yeah, we're talking right at the small scale. But yeah, I mean, from my point of view, if I was to go down that wacky route of saying that yes, we've got electromagnetic radiation coming out of our eyes on call, so we close our eyes and we look away from something, it doesn't have any effect. You open your eyes and look at something, that is when it happens.
Dude, that doesn't work for this.
That would affect the experiment, though.
You don't have to have a guy in the room at all while you're doing it.
No,
You got the detectors.
I just put up that video. I'm in agreement with that. I think I'm saying that it's consciousness that is doing that. So
yeah,
even thinking about it.
Because I can remember, I think you were trying to pick up on this, Jeremy, about one that QE done where the guy's office burnt down or something. He had all the data on his
You heard
computer.
that? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the fucked up part. Yeah.
Yeah, but I haven't watched that for so long. I don't understand. I can't remember what the implications were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the interesting thing here is, hold on. The interesting thing here is the thing you said before about they had people in another room just thinking. So they got people in another room and they're thinking about the light being a particle or the light going through a certain path, or what do they think? What do they have these people thinking about?
Not even thinking, but willing it to go down a certain path.
Yeah, it's like that.
You guys were sounding so logical in the beginning, and now it's like you guys are just like coming up with all these like fantasies of light.
Yeah.
It's scary, bro. You guys are freaking me out.
Join in, Deslo. It's fun.
If you watch that, guys, I mean, Dean Radin is a Christian by heart, so he does have a God tendency to go down that way. But he's PhD and he's done he's got a Sigma 5 result for consciousness consciousness predicting the double slit.
Right,
from,
I'm
from another room.
going to announce my stupidity here. What do you mean by sigma 5 result?
Sigma 5 is just when you get a probability of whether your cause and effect relationship is happening. A sigma 1 is low, a sigma 5 is, yeah, that looks like it's definitely the cause.
What's the range? Sigma 1 to 10 or sigma 1
No,
to
I think
5?
it is just 1 to 5. Yeah.
All right.
I
So,
think
like,
you can get a
heat
sigma 6,
boiling,
but that's like a definite, which
like heat
I don't know.
boiling hot water, heat causing water to boil would be like a 5 or a 6 or something.
Yeah, sigma 5
Okay, so
is considered high, is considered, yeah, you're right.
okay, so they got people. They're going to do the double slit. Are they seeing which slit it goes through, or are they just seeing the pattern?
They are not seeing anything. They've done it in the room, next room, and internet. So even they done hundreds of people on the internet trying it, and then you obviously get all the statistical analysis back from that.
I know, but what exactly that actually reminds me of Lynn McTaggart and the attention experiments. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but let's just stick with this. What are so they do the double slit. They got people on the internet watching, thinking about something. What are they when they do the double slit? Are they just looking at the pattern, or are they looking at which slot it went through?
It's exactly how Jim Jam suggested. They are trying to force it to go through one slit rather than the other.
So everyone's focusing on the right slit or the left slit
or something like that. Yeah. It is along the lines. He goes into more detail, and it's not just one experiment. He's done like
they did it
5.
tons of times.
Yeah, and then the collective data from all of it produces the sigma 5. So some would have been sigma 3, sigma 2, or something like that, but collectively,
So does the will of the people mostly win out?
Sorry?
Does the will of the people mostly win out? Do they make it take a certain part?
That's what they're saying. They're saying that this is too much statistical correctness for it to be chance. That's what the
See, I'm with that.
I don't know, bro. The force is strong with you this one or something.
Diclow's pulling his
I know
hair
that
out right now.
it sounds weird. It sounds weird, and I hate saying it because it does sound pseudoscience. Like it sounds like, yeah, you believe in Superman.
No,
but
it sounds scientific what they did. That sounds scientific what he did. It's like the placebo effect, or
it's like as close as you're going to get to the placebo in science. That's as close as you're going to get. That's what it sounds like to me.
It sounds like some rock solid science right here. They caught these people willing it caused something to happen. No,
maybe we should just hold hands and sing Kumbaya, bro.
I'd have to look at the paper. Is there a YouTube video on it? I'm
Yeah,
not
they got a
big
video. It's a whole presentation, 41 minutes. He goes through the whole paper, and you can download the paper too.
Where's can you just DM me the video, please?
It's in general. I've posted it twice. Come on now, Jeremy. And Slickwid in the chat has just said that the actual institute that it's part of that he's presenting on is actually was formed by or co-founded by Edgar Mitchell, guy who walked on the moon. So you've got to believe it now.
Guy that walked on the moon.
New experiments show consciousness affects matter. Dean Radin.
That's him. Yep.
All right. Good looking.
And this is my beef that I've got with FED, really. Because they're what's known as realists, in as much as they'll see it as Newtonian photons with a corpulous shell, which is a long debunked idea.
Yo, this is from the Institute of Noetic Sciences.
The ions.
So what's your beef with FED? That basically they agree with.
Well, they agree with the debunked Newtonian model. Yeah, I mean, it's half and half. I'm not a flat earther and I'm not a globe earther, so I may have misled you earlier. But
No. You've been perfectly neutral.
should I say?
That's exactly.
Claims a weirdo. Listen,
yeah, I'm a weirdo.
What did they say? What did they say? What does mainstream science say about this? This is actually profound. I know I usually joke when I say that, but this is really profound.
They say, see the carpet. Has anyone got a brush? That's what they say.
I don't know what a carpet is.
They want to sweep it under the carpet. So they don't want.
Carpet.
Yeah, they're not trying to hide it intentionally, but it's more. If you want to pursue this consciousness has an effect on our experiment, then cool, you do it. We're not going to say it's pseudoscience, but we're not going to promote it.
A lot of.
So are you a hollow earther?
There was a lot of mainstream
Oh,
people. There was a lot of mainstream people that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of mainstream people that actually promote this mind over matter thing, like a guy from Harvard or Princeton or something, like one of the, not even a professor, one of the heads of the physics department. Then there was another one, a Nobel Prize winner, was pushing this mind over matter thing. There's a lot of evidence for it. I mean,
real, because otherwise, why would they give sick people sugar pills? They know it works.
You ever heard of Bullshido karate?
What is it?
Tim Mac is much better. Bullshit.
Yeah, YouTube it, dude. It's you got these grandmasters that can knock people unconscious without ever touching them.
Oh, that's just because all of their fucking followers just that's like that's sort of Stockholm syndrome. Yeah, they do whatever their master says.
Pretty much.
So that's not real
I
then,
do
or
think there is some truth to some of it, because I did see a clip years ago, right, where this guy, this monk, was supposed to like block this attack. Like his master was hitting him with a stick, right? Hits him with this stick, right, on his arm, on his right arm, yet he got a bruise on his left arm. So he managed to deflect it with his chi, but not properly. So he got a bruise on the other arm. Now that, I don't know. I can't understand that. I can't say how that happened.
I can.
I mean, Dyslow, do you not believe in this? Go ahead, Glenn.
I was going to say, there's I've done Tai Chi, or done it for years. In ancient China, and it is in medical history, you've got a flow of chi, which is it's called your 7 meridians, and they flow from arm to arm, from your chest
But does
down
that
to
create
each
a
leg.
field?
Yeah, 100%. That is the chi field. That is what they call chi in this energy field, and this is the thing. If there's another form of martial art called dim mak, which is basically a manipulation of pressure points. So you can basically poke somebody in the correct pressure point, and it will immediately relax their arse muscle, and all of their innards will come straight out. So it's things like that. There's particular
I
parts
wonder
on
if that's how D-Mock got his name.
Yeah, it would have been. I would have thought. There's someone else called Dim Mac. Yeah, go on, sorry.
Dyslow, do you not believe in this mind over matter thing, or what?
Well, to a degree, my dad's always kind of pumped that in my head, because I have done martial arts from a young age and stuff, and so I mean it was always kind of pushed around. I think it's like he's saying, it's pretty prevalent from the Orient, but I don't know, dude. I mean, I haven't seen much evidence to support it, personally.
The placebo
like
effect.
Anecdotal.
Yeah, the placebo.
The placebo effect.
All hospitals seem to want to expect that this works. That's why they feed people sugar pills when they're sick. So if the hospitals are doing it all around the world, then surely there's something in it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I do think there is something to mind over matter, but as far as like creating a diffracted wave pattern of light interference,
Like
or
on a grand scale. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like moving, like building the pyramid with with placebo.
yeah, you know
We're
what I
just
mean?
talking
Like,
about one little bitty photon here, not a pyramid stone. This isn't the grand scale. It's one little tiny little itty bitty photon thingy.
well, that's what I'm saying. You would have to associate and ascribe to that photon belief, right? And I don't buy into the photon.
Yeah, neither do I at the moment as well. That's another thing. Whereas it's like it already is a bit of a bullshit story on the face of it, because what are they shooting single photons, right? All right.
Well, I mean, just listen to the name, a particle wave duality, bro. Like, there's no fucking duality that exists in nature, dude. That's just a human conception, dude. Like, there's
No, but
and
if I was to be
concepts don't
really
exist
honest,
on their own.
but if I was to be really honest, and say and just say, okay, let's say that the photon is one particle, right? But it is emitting light. Then surely it would be a particle and light. I don't claim that it is a particle. I'm still sort of, I don't like subscribe to the idea of what a photon is, but in their paradigm, you can kind of get where it would be a particle and a wave, because if it's a particle and it's radiating light, that radiation would be considered a wave, but the particle itself would be a particle, right?
Well, I mean, it doesn't hold any weight due to the fact that it's logical on its face when you say that it's a wave is a thing, because there's no
Right, yeah.
example.
A wave
Yeah,
is something does. We all, yeah,
right.
yeah,
So,
of course. It's an
right,
attribute of something.
right. So they can't. Yeah, they can't say that it's a wave or a particle, because it's neither one or the other when it's in its each state. You know what I mean? It's the opposite of. So basically, when it's in its particle state, it's not a wave, and when it's a wave, it's not a particle. Like, as it travels down the pathway, right?
It's
And so,
more
like,
appropriate.
it has to be a wave of itself,
I
and
want
that's a
to see
problem.
this.
Like,
I want to see this magazine clip though, that they have like 15 photons. It's like, oh yeah, we've only got 15 in here. Like, make sure you don't waste it when you do these tests. Like, but it's not like that, is it? You're not loading up a magazine of photons. So
yeah, you can't isolate it. Yeah.
no, you can't.
They base it off of the what do you call it? A photon. What is it called? Photon electron. Photoelectron is what it's called. Yeah, which is the basis around where the
I
electron.
thought that was two different particles.
No, photoelectron. So it's an electron.
Photo.
An electron
Photo.
that's emitted from a could be from an atom or a sheet or whatever.
Photo.
That's how they detect that the photons hit that position. But they shoot very dim light, very very low energy light. So as low as they get, and then they confirm
a single photon, isn't it?
confirm
We
the
fire in a
single
dim light.
photon by the fact that the single photoelectron is what was emitted.
Sorry, I was talking a bit over you. Do you want to say that again?
I noticed
I was
that.
being a bit rude. But you know what I mean? You're saying that you're now changing it. You're saying that, oh, we're firing in dim light, but yet the claim is you're firing single photon.
No, you're not listening. It was because you were talking. No, what they do is they fire very dim light because they can't just fire one photon at a time. They confirm that what they so it's like they'll hit the detector, and the detector will emit a certain amount of electrons, and the way they confirm that it was one photon that hit at this particular time was
How
was
many
one
electrons were
electron
affected?
that was released from that body.
Kind of like an electrometer with when they were discovering radiation up high in the atmosphere with the gold leaf.
I mean, it's kind of like that, I guess. But what I was going to say is that when you say wave particle duality, it's probably more interesting to talk about the particles, which we know are particles, but also have this wave-particle duality, because everything, everything has a wave-particle duality, but it's just the wave, the de Broglie wavelength is proportional to, or it's inversely proportional to its mass. So the smaller the mass, the more present that wave is going to be. So something like an electron does exhibit both wave and particle, properties.
So you'd be able to differentiate between each wave, because, like me and Dicelo have already said, a wave is what something does. So that would be an electron wave, right? And that would be different to some other wave, right?
Well, a wave is a noun and a verb. And in this case, I'm using the verb. I mean, the noun, right? When we say like it's a wave, it's moving, it's propagating as you can say it's waving.
Yeah, but what kind of wave?
A wave is a noun.
Right?
So
you still have to be specific when you're talking about a wave, because it's what something does, right? You can have a water wave, you can have whatever, right? You can have heat waves, you can have shock waves.
Well, a quantum wave function, or I think it's called a Schrodinger
probability
wave function. It's a description of the subatomic particle. So it's an entire description of it. So it's a description of its velocity, of its
But so
position.
wouldn't the wave be like a signature to show what's waving, right? It would be different for any different sort of piece of matter that we're talking about, right? So electron wave would be a signature to let you know that that's an electron, right?
What I'm trying to say to you is that quantum wave function, they call it a quantum wave function because at a time of let's say it's moving, and so you don't have its exact position because you have its momentum.
It becomes then a probability of where it could be.
There's going to be different probabilities associated with different quantum properties, which is why an electron, for example, they can tunnel at close range. So if you have too thin of a wall or whatever, it's very possible to find the electron on the other side of that wall. If it's a small enough, if it's a small enough space you're talking about, which is why yesterday you guys were talking about
it can penetrate thin surfaces, but not thicker surfaces. Is there a threshold that you've identified? Is there like past 2 inches it can't get through, but below?
It's just its position, for example, will be like it's electron cloud, the electron cloud, like they call it. It's a probability of all its positions.
Yeah, of course, that's why they call it a cloud, so they can.
Yeah, it's a probability of where you can find it, and so obviously the further away from, depending on how much energy it has, the further away from the nucleus or whatever, you're going to be less and less likely to find it there. So, but like I said, the tunneling is one of the reasons why the Moore's law has, why they can't really make the same kind of transistor
That's
chip.
how you guys explain away the blipping in and into and out of existence as it travels down its said pathway.
No, that's something different. That's Heisenberg's uncertainty. Well, actually, it's also related to Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, but it's not. It's not electrons themselves that are bouncing in and out. It's just the energies at all the different points fluctuate from zero. It could be a positive number, and that would be the particles. But they're not. Complete particles. Like they're not. They don't have enough energy to be an actual electron.
Who wants to brief me on what was it you just said? What principle?
Heisenberg's uncertainty principle.
Right, is that similar to Schrodinger's dead cat?
I mean, they're both quantum ideas, but the thing with Heisenberg's uncertainty principle is there's like quantum pairs of properties. So like its momentum and its position, or its spin,
particle wave distribution.
It's the fact that you can't tell the exact position and exact momentum of a particle at the same time. You measure one or the other, and you will get a variable probability based on either. Heisenberg's uncertainty is basically similar to quantum mechanics. You've just got to calculate for everything, and then there will be a certain amount of probability that it will be in a certain region of space.
Right, they're dealing with something they can't put in a controlled environment, so they have to deal. They have to trial and error. Like every error, they have to account for, or every difference in variable, they have to account for.
Yeah, and it can be different every single time they go to measure. There'll be a slight fraction error in either the velocity or the momentum or the actual position. So you can only
then
measure
you say,
one.
right, yeah, like you say, they can't get both bits of information. They can only get one.
Yeah.
So the less you know about one, the more you know about one, the less you know about the other one.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the best way to put it.
But there's I forget the other ones. Let me see if I can find it. But there's momentum and position. That's one of them. And then there's a few other ones. Let me see if I can find them. Oh, here we go. So it's energy.
That is momentum.
No, energy and time.
Energy is the ability to do work, isn't it? Which is pretty stupid. Like I've heard Dice Low go on about this a lot of times, and it's just ridiculous. Like that everything else that we define, it's what it is, but when it comes to energy, we define what it does instead of what it is.
Well, it's not the ability to do work; it's the capacity to do work.
Right, but it's still not what energy. That's what it does.
Well, yeah, but capacity is
what actually is energy, though.
Like I said, it's the capacity to do work. So the magnitude.
No, but that's what it does. That's not what it is.
No, that's not, but that's not.
But this is all they give you.
Not,
like
no, it's not the ability.
You guys want to leave off with a vague description for everything and wipe your hands off and
You guys
and
are
go
talking
home
over
as
the
if
answer.
the job's
I don't know
done.
what to tell you.
No, you guys don't give answers. I ask you what.
I'm literally in the middle of
light
saying
is.
it. You guys are just talking over.
I ask you what light is, and you give me a description. I ask you what this is, you give me a description. That's not doing science, dude.
That's not even a description, though. It's telling me what it does, not what it is.
I haven't finished saying what I'm saying, man.
A description would be what it is, but you're not. You're telling me what it does.
Talking to you guys is a headache, man. Like I'm in the middle of responding to you, and you're complaining about my response, man. I haven't finished.
Go on. Sorry, bro.
Jesus.
Go ahead.
I said the capacity to do work is different than
That's
what you said.
it
Different than the ability to do work, like what it does. The capacity to do work is a description, a magnitude of.
What is it? Describe energy, not what it does. Describe energy.
That's what that is. What it is, man. That's the description of it.
No.
If you're not happy with it, if you're not happy with that, then that's.
You're telling me the potential of work it can do. You're not telling me what it is.
If you understand what work is, then it's a clear definition. I'll say that.
All right. What do you mean by work then? Get your thesaurus out. What do you mean?
Work is an amount of force over some distance. So
again, you're still not describing energy. You're describing what you can do.
Right.
It's like saying,
force isn't even a thing. Force is just an action done.
He's a human, and
that's the answer, though, man. That's what it is.
It's not a fucking answer.
Yeah, it is, man. If somebody asked me, if somebody said, "What's mass?" If somebody says, "What's mass?" You say it's a magnitude of its inertia. That is actual definition.
Why are you bringing it to mass? You want to run away from energy now because you can't describe it.
These are the actual these are complete definitions.
You want to?
Yeah,
I understand that it's not you that's caused this. I understand that, Kosho. I understand that we are giving this. We have been given this definition for energy, but it doesn't define energy. It defines what energy can do. Right?
No.
No.
It literally is the capacity.
No.
The magnitude of the amount of work you can do.
No, he says.
What it is.
So that's not what energy can do, no? So if the description of energy is what like the ability of work it can do, right? And you're telling me that's what the description of energy is, right? So oh man, this is stupid.
Let me ask you a question. What's a big toe? Is it the fucking biggest toe on your foot? Is there more of a description than that? Is there more of a fucking definition than the fucking biggest toe on your foot? Like, that's what it is.
This goes back. Yeah, this goes back to principle versus attribute, Kosho. You need to understand that it's a fundamental. It's fundamental in your decoding of reality and differentiating between bullshit and truth. If you don't know what principle and attribute is, then you need to go back to your professor and really ask him or her.
Here's my description of my big toe: wiggles. The ability to wiggle.
So which one?
The ability to wiggle.
That's not a complete description. So is there a different definition?
The biggest toe on my foot.
That's
a description, right?
Is there a different definition?
On my foot. There you go. That's a description.
I got it. You said it, man. You said it.
Wiggle.
Okay, so
not wiggle. You fucking idiot.
You said that already. You said that. We got it. But okay. So the what's your definition for energy then? You must have a better one.
Like, I understand that we can't really quantify it as a such. Like it's.
Well, I can.
The thing is that we've been given this description, this definition of it, as if it's like the best definition of it. You just have to concede that that's not very good definition. It's not. Oh, ask me for a better one. Like we all don't know.
Completely describes what it is.
We all concede that we can't really quantify what energy is. Or
what I just told you was literally a quantification for what it is.
We stop defining it by what it can do.
I'll tell you what it is. Energy is literally the ether, dude.
Yeah. So his description, right, Jim? I want you to tell me that his description was better than the definition I gave you, which is actually quantified. He said that energy is the ether. That was his answer.
What does definition mean? When you describe something, what do you do? Do you say what it can do, or do you say what it is?
Listen, when I told you that it was the capacity, when I told you it was the capacity to do work, that's not. Hold on, Jim.
Listen, when you define, do you say what it can do, or do you say?
You already said that. You're asking the same question twice.
You're not answering.
Yeah, you're asking the same question twice, Jim.
Okay. Describe.
When somebody says that, oh, this thing it can do this. That's a statement of that you're describing. Jim, stop.
That's a description of its ability. That's a description of its ability, not what it is.
That's what I'm telling you. I'm agreeing with you, Jim. Stop talking over me, dude. Stop talking over me, and you won't fucking say this dumb shit that I'm agreeing with you about that, Jim. Stop saying that.
So just concede that all we can do is define what it does and not what it is.
Stop talking, Jim. I just agreed with you about that, dude. Like, are you okay right now? I'm saying the same thing you're saying, dude. I'm saying if somebody were to say that this someone said, hey, define this thing, and you just say, oh, this thing can do this. Okay, that's not what's being said here, though. You have to understand that when they say energy is the capacity to do work, that's not the same thing as saying that energy can do work. They're saying that the amount, the energy is the amount of work that can be done, that this thing can do if it has energy. Okay, it's the capacity to do work. So it's literally an amount.
But that's wrong. That's actually backwards. That would be the dissipation of energy. So you already got it backwards for one. And for two, it'd be far easier for you to replace the word energy with the word field, because energy's at rest. Like pure energy, pure potential.
No, it's not.
It's impotent. It's in an inertial state of rest. It's only the dissipation of energy which can be quantified, analogous to, as I always compare it to, a softball lump size of plutonium would be true energy. But science today would say the release of that energy, being the explosion, would be the energy. And that release is just what it is. It's the dissipation of energy. True energy is always at rest. So to say energy is the ability to do work is inaccurate in the sense of what I'm giving you.
You said it's nonsensical.
You asked me, Kocho, for a better definition. Like, what I would give you, again, it's still vague though, is it cannot be created or destroyed. That's more of a description of what it is than what it does, right?
No, that was exactly what you complained about. That was literally of something that it does. That's like an attribute of it. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. Like, okay, that's fun fact. What is it? You know what I mean? Like, it's not.
Yeah,
I don't understand how. I don't
I'd have to
understand how
concede.
that
Yeah,
doesn't make you
no,
mad.
yeah, I'd have to concede there. But it is that sort of like. But that's the thing that I'm just trying to get you to concede that we cannot define what it is. We can only define what it does.
I have to
I just
remind
told
you.
you what it is, man.
Well, what you said was that it's the field and it's the ether and it's
Yeah, and what do I say the ether is?
Infinite potential.
and you said that it's an infinite when it's inert.
Well, he didn't say that. I said that. He didn't say that. He said it's potential.
Yeah, pure potential, and pure potential is always at a state of rest. If energy is the prime mover of phenomena, then that prime mover must have come from a state of rest.
Okay, so energy, like when they say like about quantifying something's energy, it's true that there's a massive amount of let's say like energy like in any material that it's hard to quantify exactly the total amount of energy because you have electromagnetic, you have the energy that's holding together the atom.
MC squared. I thought it'd be pretty easy to work
Well,
out.
that's only based on the mass though. That doesn't count for all the like I said, the intermolecular bonds,
Well, because they don't have mass. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's only an account of the mass.
But
right?
that's what I'm saying. Are you saying that the intermolecular bonds don't have any mass, so they're not?
No,
they're not
add to the
quantified
mass.
in the E equals MC squared.
No, they add to the mass, but it's like a lot of people don't know that if you have a atomic structure and you have all the parts separate and you have all the parts put together, it's actually more massive when it's put together because the energy there's energy in the bond itself, and that energy equates to mass. And
You're looking for synergy is the word you're looking for.
I don't think so.
Synergizes. Yeah. Anyway.
Well,
you're just in a
No,
disagreement.
it sounds like you're saying that if you had the atom itself without any energy, it would weigh less than if it had energy because of the molecular bond. That's what you're saying.
Yeah,
right?
the energy itself. Yeah, the energy itself makes it more massive. At least this
But
is.
the bonds. Are you saying that these certain bonds create this energy?
Yeah, it gives it basically that is energy. So there is energy in that. It requires energy to break that, and you can see this in like a chemical bond. Like any chemical bond requires, or most chemical bonds require energy to.
And a waste product.
Yeah, because there's energy holding them together, so you have to overcome their molecular bond. So that's why like burning anything is gonna bring oxygen and hydrogen together, and you gotta do electrolysis to break water apart and stuff like that. So it requires energy to do most chemical reactions.
Bonding or releasing.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But as I was saying, but then when you have done that, you've stored some energy. So in a chemical bond, there's energy stored there. But I don't know what we're talking about anymore. But yeah. So there's if you took an entire material.
It's about the definition of energy. That was what we were on.
Yeah. Well, it's crazy. I mean, just last random point on it is like if you tried to. Like if you consider an asteroid hitting like the moon or the plane hitting the World Trade Center or something like that, and you're wondering like what kind of impact would that be? Let's just use an asteroid on the moon. The impact, like you can do the equation for the total amount of energy that is holding the rock together, the asteroid, and you can do the energy of the asteroid hitting the moon at the speed it's traveling, and you can see that the energy that that impact is actually greater than the molecular bonds holding the rock together. So that's why they explode on impact and create like a circular crater. It's a fun fact.
So you were saying like the energy within bonds of the diamond have much more energy in them than other materials.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, maybe they're more. That's more of a what do you call it? efficient. It's like more of an efficient structure. So the actual structure of a diamond is stronger. But I guess there would be more energy in it. I don't know. I know, like I said, the actual structure of the diamond crystal is almost perfect in geometry. So like stable on all sides.
In the lattice, sort of.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because it's like carbon, and it's got, if you were to see it, like
the molecular structure.
Yeah. Which is why it's so strong.
So you wouldn't say that they have more energy in the bonds?
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that, but I don't really know. I'm not really a chemist.
It's more so the structure that makes it strong. Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
Not the energy in the bonds this time.
Yeah, it certainly is the structure. I'm not sure. I'm not going to speak on it, whether it has more or less energy. I mean, it requires less energy to keep intact, and so I think that's why it's stronger. Like it's like the lowest energy state, so it's almost perfect.
So sorry, what was it? I was in the toilet. What was you saying about the moon and the World Trade Center?
No, I was just it was a side note just about the energy of the intermolecular bonds of the rock. So if you imagine a rock and you try to calculate like all the energy of the intermolecular bonds of them holding together, and what it would require to break all those bonds. So basically to disintegrate that rock, if you try to calculate that, and then you calculate the force, the energy of the impact of that rock hitting the moon or some object at a very fast speed, you'll see that the energy is actually greater in that impact
Than the bond.
Yeah, right. So as soon as it impacts, it basically disintegrates into little tiny pieces, which is why most of the craters on the moon are circular shaped.
Oh God, fucking craters on the moon. Right. So say if we were to bring this back down to Earth, and then like you were saying about, so say what's the softest material we know of on Earth? So maybe aerogel.
You mean the softest solid or the soft? What do you mean the softest
solid? Yeah, like if I was to fire something at a diamond, the softest material we can find. But how fast would we need to fire it at a diamond for it to penetrate the diamond?
That's funny. Well, the material itself, like if you have the same mass and it's going at the same velocity and it hits the same amount of space, like you have it concentrated to a point or something, it's going to have the same exact force.
Impact crater. What? No matter what the material.
Yeah, but the question is, how do you get it to have the same impact surface area? So it needs to be almost as dense. So
well, the same shape. It has to be exactly the same shape. That's not really a problem.
At least at the point of impact, yeah. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. The softest material, I don't know. Aerogel, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I think it probably would be aerogel or a feather or something like that.
Yeah, sure, that's all right.
But no, I know that, if you up the speed and you fire something so soft at the hardest material we know of on Earth, diamond, all you have to do is up the speed. At some point, you will be able to penetrate or scar.
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah. So actually, that makes sense. What you were asking before about how much energy.
Yeah, how fast would that softest material need to be projected at to scar or penetrate the diamond?
Yeah, so I guess there is more. I mean, I guess based on that, I would assume maybe there is more energy holding together like a diamond. I mean, that's how I would think about it, because it will require more energy to break those bonds. So that's a good point, Jim Jam.
Yeah, I just remember years ago watching these guys in a lab where they've got this fucking gun that's like, I don't know, it's like 16 meters long. It's huge, right? But they shoot things faster than the apparent speed of the ISS. You know what I mean? The projectiles that come out of this gun is ridiculously fast. So you could probably shoot a ball of polystyrene and penetrate titanium, you know, at the speed that they're shooting at.
Well, I've seen some of those impacts, and because first of all, I just got to preface that 9/11. I don't believe the official story or anything like that. I think 9/11 was done by different people than what they said. But regardless, sometimes people bring up silly arguments when they talk about it, and so even though I used to have opinions about different things than the planes hitting the building, like maybe it was a rocket and it was a demolition and all that kind of stuff. But the truth is, if you just look at the physics of the actual event, and just like we talked about, like the impact of a plane hitting the building, everything was on par with
I really don't. Yeah, I completely agree. If a plane, even if that plane was made out of polystyrene, it would still have broken into that building, but it wouldn't have fucking broken the steel beams at the center of that building. That's what I can't understand, because those steel beams, as soon as it hit into the building, it's already slowed most of its momentum down. It's not touching the core of that building, and that core of the building was made with steel so thick. There's no fucking jet fuel was melting that shit. I'm sorry,
the plane would have partially bounced off the side of it. Like part of it would have penetrated into the building a bit, but yeah, it wouldn't have just diced through the steel beams like butter. It would have partly bounced off. The wings would have exploded and fractured everywhere. Those wings they're very light. Those wings, the metals, are very light. Like, even like a bird, when a bird hits a wing and it dents it and whatnot. The wings would have exploded. Half of the plane would have been on the ground. And it would have penetrated the building somewhat. It would have poked its nose in a little bit, but it would have been a mess all over the ground. It wouldn't have diced in there perfectly and then erupted in perfect timing. What it does look like is a missile hit. The way that it diced in and then instantly blew. If you look at like video footage of like these missiles, that's exactly what they're due, because they're timed to explode upon impact in precisely the way that it did on the 9/11 towers.
Yeah, I completely agree but with the whole wing thing, if it was traveling fast enough, I think the wing would penetrate the building. But as soon as the majority of the plane is slowed down by the building, all that momentum is lost. You don't have that penetration force anymore. Everything will halt after that.
A couple of things. I want to first say, like I said, because there was a time I believed something different, and I've also seen like the buildings being built like on what's it called, Modern Marvels, or one of those shows, and it's fascinating, to see it built. But it was like, I think each day they built a floor or something like that, and they would build the center column, and then they would build, it's a single floor, would just be like a plate basically around that center column of like 8 elevators or whatever. And so when I first was, because I believed in this theory for a long time, like the conspiracy theory or whatever. But even back then I was thinking, like, even if it fell like pancakes, there would probably still be a center column, like that would be visible there somewhat. But like I said, now the more that I know now, so what you said about the plane hitting the building, just like we were saying before, the impact alone would create this massive explosion. And I think what you're seeing, I have no idea what happened to the plane as soon as it hit. It could have destroyed most of it. It could have whatever.
Well, most of its momentum is going to be slowed down, so it's
I think it was, because what you see it, you almost see it come out the other side of the building, but what you really see is that same explosion. You're seeing the explosive, a concentration of that impact coming out the other side of the window. So I think that it didn't. I don't think it just pierced through the center column. It definitely pierced through the windows and the walls and stuff, but I think that the center columns did stop whatever it was, just not the explosion though.
Yeah, I don't think the center columns were affected at all by any plane hitting that. There was no way that the center columns were at all affected. Yet that's what would have had to happen. But a lot of theories are saying that, oh no, it's just that the top floor gave way, and then that fell onto the next floor, and then dominoes.
Well, again, like at first, like I said, I wouldn't have believed that either, but I did. I was doing the math one time, and if you think about the impact of, I think it was like 15 floors or 20 floors. I don't know how many floors above the impact. So I think it was like 90, like floor, like there's a 90th floor. So there's like 15 more floors above where it hit. If you do the math and see how much force that is of 15 floors of the World Trade Center falling 10 or 15 feet. So once the first once that floor gave in, that impact alone would do damage.
But you'd have to prove that the upper floors were relying on that floor to keep afloat and not built around the central column.
Hey man, of course they were. I don't know what you mean by that, because it's a building, so it's like if that floor gave in, everything above it would be relying on it, right? Using the bathroom again, Jim?
No. I'm just thinking about it. But it would have to break that one floor would have to break in such a way that it would be so linear that it would cause. Otherwise, you'd have more weight on one side. Where more computers and desks are. You know what I mean? Like it wouldn't be linear. It wouldn't fall flat straight down. You'd have more weight at one part of the floor.
Yeah.
It's not equally arranged in each floor to have the same amount of weight on each square foot. Do you know what I mean? So
I'm not arguing that it didn't go down the way that Gio said with the bomb, and that it wasn't an explosions in the building, because the truth is, like I said, I used to believe that, and I don't have an argument against that, more or less, but I'm just arguing that that's not necessary. That's not the only, like it could have been a plane hitting it that made it go down, is my argument. But yeah.
But I thought it was made. I thought the building itself was made to sustain such an event.
Yeah, I don't know because honestly, like I said, the part that would have made it collapse would be the damage in that where the plane was.
The central columns buckling. That would be what it was.
Basically, like not melting, but softening enough to lose its integrity. Yeah. But here's the thing. I'll tell you what I do, because I argue, I don't get a chance to argue for the real truth of it, because that's a part of, like, people don't talk about the real evidence. People talk about stuff like that, and it's like goes in circles forever. But truthfully, the crazy thing is there were so many Israelis that were picked up by the DEA, and they were all art students, except for the dancing Israelis. That whole team that was in New Jersey, they were a moving crew, but they were affiliated with the art students. And
I also heard it was a Jewish holiday, and there was no Jews in the building at the time.
Well, there were a lot of Jews.
Actually. They don't like Israel.
There were a lot of
Jews. Anyway.
And there were a lot of Jews, including like there was a whole farm above where the plane hit. So you imagine that almost everyone who works there was killed, and it was actually a very successful financial firm. But the thing is, the owner, like the I guess chairman or owner or whatever, or CEO, he had to take his kid to school, like his first day of school, but his brother was in the building. And so it's like one of those things that, it is suspicious that there was a bunch of people who weren't like not a bunch of people like all Jews, but a bunch of people who are like bigwig people that were.
Yeah, I don't put much credence on that. Apparently, it was a Jewish holiday and there was no Jews in there. I've just heard that, and I'm just replaying that that rumor. But what I was going to say, what was it? Oh, shit. I can't remember the point I was going to make.
Well, the point is, I mean, I'm just saying that there was a bunch of Israelis that were living around the terrorists, both in Florida and in, or the supposed terrorists in Florida and New Jersey. Like, they were living right on top of them for over a year. And it was actually these Israelis that were being surveilled by the DEA. And the DEA has over 100 and something reports or arrests, basically, arrests, detains of Israelis leading up to, like, a year leading up to 9/11. And so, like, a lot of this information just got swept under the rug. And it's weird. The only other thing is the FBI, who I think was instrumental in covering this up, because, you know, like the NYPD was the ones who arrested the dancing Israelis, and the FBI is the one who released them for whatever reason. But as that guy who was investigating Trump while he was president, I forget what his name was. He was like the lead investigator. But he had got made head of the FBI like a week before 9/11 as well, which is kind of suspicious.
Well, when you said the owner, I thought you were talking about the owner of the building who
Silverstein?
took out terrorism insurance a month before it happened. Yeah. So it's a lot of suspicious stuff, and also the majority of the building was full of asbestos as well. So it kind of needed destroying, and it was like a perfect weight. And then the owner of the building also got paid for the cleanup because he ordered the contractor in to clean it up. So the guy that insured got a big payout against a terrorist attack. Yeah. Also got paid for all the people that were cleaning up the aftermath.
Yeah,
That
it's a little
that
sick.
is fucking really questionable, isn't it? That's like what the fuck?
It's a little sick if you consider who would have to be involved, but that's why, like, you know, because I'm Jewish and I don't have anything against Jews at all, but I can admit that the Israeli government was very much involved in that event, apparently. And at the very least, even if you had this for some reason, say it was the main narrative story or whatever is what happened, they had to have known about it for at least a year leading up to it, because, like I said, they were living basically with the
Well, they had a bloody drill going on for the same thing that was just happening. Like, what the fuck? And then the same thing happened in England with the 7/7 bombings. We apparently had a police drill that was going on for the same thing that happened, and they still thought it was a drill, so they didn't act in time.
Well,
How fucked up is that?
You know what I think, dude? I think so this is like a big picture thing. Like, I think the Cold War happened after World War II. World War I and World War II were these big consolidations of power, and the end of World War II was the world's greatest powers going at it, and what was left over was, you know, the aftermath of Europe. Europe was kind of just, you know, strengthening back up and actually consolidating themselves. But then you had like U.S. and USSR as like the two main powers, you know, trying to gain as much influence over the rest. And so, anyways, that was going on. And then you have the end of the Cold War, which seems to be like an obvious result. You have one big umbrella, and you have the dissolution of the USSR, and then
one country making it to the moon first.
Yeah, and then that whole thing. Yeah. But then at the end of the Cold War, though, it wasn't over, because you still have all these loose cannons. Like you have a bunch of just basically just some like messes to clean up, like to consolidate the rest of the world. And so there's probably some agenda at the end of the Cold War to consolidate everybody else. And, you know, when George Bush Sr. didn't win the second election, you know, basically he had to wait, you know, just, you know, until his son was president. And then they had this plan, it looked like, to have some event happen to where they can finish the consolidation of the rest of the world. And
dialectic.
Yeah, but I don't think it worked the way that they wanted it to work. Like, a lot of shit got fucked up here and there, and it's still to this day not successfully have happened. Have you ever heard that one speech by Wesley Clark or whatever? His General Wesley Clark, not a speech, but he had an interview and he was saying how there was a memo going around and somebody had told him that it was right after 9/11. He said it's not just Iraq and Afghanistan. He's like, we want to go into 7 countries, and they listed basically the 7 countries that would be basically
Yeah, they listed that before, didn't they? Didn't they list that before 9/11? Am I right? Syria, Libya, all of that, all of the Middle East that they want.
I'm sure it's been listed before, but
without an IMF, sort of thing.
Yeah. No, yeah, because it was Libya, Sudan, Iran, Iraq, Libya, all of them. And basically all those countries that at this point have been rebelled and like regime change and all that stuff. The only country that is on that list still is Iran, maybe. And I think at the end of that list, it would have been just to, to basically put Russia in checkmate. Would probably have the solution or the plan, but like I said, their plan seems to have gone awry. So it's hard to say.
So what you think, it was just trying to get ground closer to Russia? Is that what you think?
Well, no, not just get closer, but if you think about it like a game, Russia wasn't defeated after the Cold War. They were just sort of weakened. In order to completely defeat them, you have to immobilize all of their allies first, and then isolate them, and then probably without going to war with them, just make them surrender, basically, financially or whatever else it is. But at this point, they do have allies. They have plenty of allies. So,
who's they? Who's they have allies?
Russia has allies.
Of course, China.
China, and like I said, at this point, this is 20 years after 9/11. I mean, the whole battlefield's changed, politically, so it's not even the same game anymore. And I think some people in politics are playing the same game, but I don't know.
Behind.
It's hard to say what the future holds now. But I know people in here that they think that it's already been consolidated, and they basically agree with each other and stuff.
Well, the whole Ukraine thing that's going on now seems a bit, I don't know, American started. With back in 2014 when they tried to change the prime minister there in Ukraine. Look what happens.
It's all about political position. I mean, like military positioning for that same consolidation.
Buffer zone, yeah. They want to get rid of the buffer zone, isn't it?
If they get Ukraine into the NATO,
European Union.
Yeah, then we have an ally right on the border, and so it's like all those sort of like loose.
Yeah, most of those people in Ukraine are fucking Russian anyway. It's like they're just getting people to fight against themselves, just so that they can localize power. They can have a power elect almost over the world. That's it. That's all they want.
Well, the crazy thing is that Russia actually provoked it. At the I mean, they probably got a head start on what they thought was going to be a provocation, but to me, I think that they've made pretty smart moves politically. And I think that was kind of a dumb one, but it's hard to say.
I just don't understand it for the Ukrainian and the Russian people, because they would probably find more similarities between themselves than anything else. Yet you've got this war going on just because governments tell them to. It's fucking stupid.
That's how it works, man. It is stupid. When I was in the Navy in 2013, it was when we were fighting in Syria. There was this, and Russia was helping Syria, of course, because they're allies, and we were helping the terrorists, of course, because for some reason the terrorists were our allies.
So I'm in the rebel. Always the government, always the Americans' prerogative.
Yeah, the rebels, but like I said, 15 years prior they were terrorists because it was Al Qaeda. But all of a sudden they're
But then again, 15 years later, they become terrorists, and
the next
America was
year.
the one that funded, like, gave them all the weaponry. You know,
Yeah, the very next year, those same people, the rebels, were fucking beheading journalists and shit, like the American journalists and stuff like that. So, but yeah, this is the year before ISIS blew up, while we were still bragging about funding them. And yeah, so there was like a red line thing where Obama or John Kerry or whoever it was had said, you know, they can't drop any more, or they can't, if they get caught using another chemical weapon, that's it, we're going in. And that was basically us.
that was Syria, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was in Syria. Yeah, and I was in the Navy at the time, and I remember when that happened because supposedly they let off another chemical weapon, which would have been suicide. I don't know why they would have done that, and I don't think they did. But like the military was actually literally prepared to go in. Like everything.
So wait, you say you don't think that the Syrian government themselves actually did use chemical weapons on their public?
That would have
It
been
was just, it was just
literally
it was just
retarded.
a whole other weapons of mass destruction bullshit. Yeah.
Kind of. I mean, it was. I mean, it's kind of like a he said, she said thing. Like it's somebody let it off, or somebody got caught using it, and it was just blamed on the government. But the government already knew,
Right, but then again,
if they did, America was going to come in. So I don't know why they would have done that. Doesn't make
well,
any sense.
but then again, you've also got to ask the question: where did the chemical weapons come from? Were they supplied by America or UK, for that matter? You know.
Actually, I remember
Because
that.
we supply a lot of arms to Saudi Arabia still to this day. So
There was some conspiracy with that too. I forgot. It came from somewhere. I forget. I can't remember now. But there was some conspiracy around that too. But regardless, we were getting ready to go in, and I had talked to this dude later who was like, he's a guy who drives the ship, like it's a quarterman or whatever it's called, and he was he told me that his captain told him to get as close to the shore as possible, and even though he knew that they were going to fire at them if they got too close to them. And the whole reason he was doing that was so they could fire at him, so we could have
an excuse to trigger a war, basically.
Yeah, I was like, holy shit! But the Russians were smart though. Like, because John Kerry said we were going in. Like it was a week of this, like prepping to go in, and then the Russian foreign minister he said, "How about we just ask them? We take away their chemical weapons and ask them not to do it again. And if they don't, then you guys don't have to go in." And he's like, well, fine, I guess. I was like, fuck, man. I mean, that was kind of a smart move because it's,
again, I'm not sure. Like, were they their own chemical weapons, or were they supplied them by the West?
They denied using them, first of all. So they deny even using them. I don't think they did.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about whether they used them. Like, how did they get them? Did they make them themselves?
No. They came from somewhere foreign. I remember, like I said, there was some conspiracy around that. I think, most likely, what really happened was the rebels had it, and the rebels got supplied it from somebody. But yeah, it didn't come. It didn't come from them. Like it wasn't.
Right. Yeah, they didn't manufacture it themselves. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, and yeah. So, but yeah, that's the whole thing. Is we were always, provoking that kind of shit. And during that 4 years I was in, like during the Arab Spring, where there were all these Muslim uprisings in these Muslim countries, all the countries that we were already allies in, we gave like riot vehicles and all this type of stuff to like help suppress the uprisings. But in all the other countries, the ones that we wanted to, see regime changes, we literally funded and armed the rebels to the point of like, overthrow.
That sounds like America is doing a lot of Israel's work.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that one works for the other. I think that we work for the same agenda most of the time.
Oh yeah, I agree. Like the UK is involved as well. They're fucking just as much as a supplement to it, if you know what I mean.
Well, yeah, I think we're all under the same. We're all under the same umbrella. I think that America is like the muscle of the umbrella, and a lot of the money too.
Yeah, for sure. It used to be England. It used to be the UK, but it's changed hands now. But it's still the same chief and commander, isn't it?
I think the people who pull the strings aren't loyal to America or UK. You know what I mean? So
It just seems like the Romans are still ruling.
Romans.
Well, yeah, I would consider any British Empire basically Roman. It was, you know, they just carried on where the Romans left off. You know, it's just infiltration. That's all. Under a different label. It's not Romans anymore. It's the British, but it's the same shit because they use the same coat of arms and all of the same shit. You know.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, technically, there is some truth to that because the Holy Roman Empire that the Pope was, he was basically running most of Europe, no matter what country, up until England.
Right, basically with laws, but not with physicality, you know, with papal bulls and shit like that. Creating certain trust funds.
You know, I was, you know, when Kanye West had come up and said all that stuff recently, I thought he was crazy. You know, I thought he was going to be president, though. I thought he was going to be a flat earther pretty soon, become president. But
no way, bro. He's a fucking celebrity. There's no way. He's just a fucking puppet. I don't understand why people want to follow this guy. Like he's some fucking
puppet.
Of course he fucking is. Of course he is. Like he might want to try and.
Have you heard all the stuff he's been saying?
Yeah, I've heard all the stuff he's saying, but he's not been killed yet, has he?
Yeah, they wouldn't kill somebody who's been saying they would not kill somebody who's that.
What, like Michael Jackson?
Michael Jackson wasn't saying stuff like that, dude.
Yes, he was. He was saying like all the shit you listening to, all the stuff they put on the news is bullshit, and then not long after that, he's killed off.
Yeah, but he wasn't saying what Kanye West is saying. Is what I'm saying.
What's he saying?
Well, you just he wasn't wearing a mask going on Alex Jones' show and saying that Hitler was cool and shit like that.
Right. But how would that be an offense to the ruling class?
Well, it's not just that he said that Kanye West was saying directly.
Compared to what Michael Jackson said, is like what they're saying on the news isn't true. You know, I don't hear Kanye West saying any of that truth.
Yeah, but that's ambiguous. You know what I mean?
That's what tells me he's a puppet.
Yeah, but that's ambiguous. Like,
yeah, but he don't want to tell no truth, does he? Because if he told truth, then he'd get fucking deaded, and he's still alive because he don't want to tell no truth, right?
You know, he's listening to people like Owen Benjamin and shit like that. Like,
yeah, he's trying to pretend that he's in with the right crowd, yeah, but he's just a fucking billionaire, Mr. fucking, you know, like misinformation. That's it. That's all he is. Is just a fucking, just like Donald Trump. Everyone thought Donald Trump was the savior. He's gonna come and save us. He's gonna drain the swamp. Yeah, all right. Fucking idiots.
but Kanye West was saying like the same kind of stuff you guys say. You know what I mean? So it's like,
yeah, of course, because he wants to sound like he's for the people, yet he's not, because he's a billionaire.
But the people aren't saying that stuff though. That's what I'm saying. It's the stuff. It sounds like
But you
sounds
just
like
said
he's in
that
this
he's saying
community.
the stuff that the people are saying, and now you're saying that
No,
he's not.
I'm saying he's saying the stuff you guys are saying, right? A very, very small part of society, not at anything close to what the people are saying.
Yeah. Of course, you can say the right stuff and be on the wrong side. It's not like it's never happened before. It's just whether people are stupid enough to believe it.
I'm just saying that it doesn't make sense that he's just saying stuff to sort of look like he's part of people when most of the people aren't saying this stuff.
Himself, maybe he realizes that he's chosen the wrong fucking choice, and he's trying to backtrack now.
Well, regardless, I forgot what I was going to say about him, but right, no, but I was starting to sympathize towards his position because he had said something recently about his trainer. His trainer, who actually is like a Canadian intelligence agent or ex-intelligence agent, and he like basically threatened to medicate him and you know, hospitalize him and that kind of stuff. if he doesn't like stop.
Yeah, we heard this with Martin Lawrence years ago. We heard this with many people years ago.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's startling. Is because
story. Do you know what I mean? It's like they're trying to use the same trick, but people surely are waking up. I hope.
I don't understand. What's the trick? I don't understand.
Finding someone that the people actually like, and then turning them into a propaganda tool, basically, is like even promoting this side, if you want to call it that. You know, have you never heard of the double bluff? I mean, it's the oldest trick in the fucking book.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like there's people probably in this room. I don't know if they're in here, but there's people who believe that because
there's
Kennedy.
Probably people in here that pretend to be flat earthers. Do you know what I mean? It's just like Kanye West pretending to be a good guy, yet he's raking in billions off of pedophilia bullshit. Do you know what I mean? Right, hey,
he's got no advantage.
It was a bit fucking late.
Yeah, but that doesn't give him any advantage to do that. Like if Kanye West came out as a flat earther,
it doesn't give him any advantage to be fucking to have a bit of what's the word? What's the word? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What do they call it?
People trust him and shit.
Yeah, what do they call it though? Integrity. He doesn't have that. He's already chosen to want to be a rich cunt. Yeah. That doesn't vibe with me. I don't vibe with people like that.
I know, but my point is though, that's true. Given the whatever, I'm not saying he's got good character at all. I'm just saying that his fallout from being a celebrity and the whole crazy things he's doing, and him chilling with Owen Benjamin and taking advice from him or whatever. I don't think this is some kind of ploy to gain any thing at all, because it does. I don't see what this wouldn't give you any advantage.
I see it as an infiltration attempt. That's all I see it as.
Yeah, but infiltrating what? The fringe, the few people,
the truth movement. Yeah, and then when Kanye gets found out to be a fucking puppet, then Flat Earth looks shit because he was a part of that, right?
You want to know? A lot of people have said this. Well, not a lot of people, but I've said this, and Grim has said this. So I've heard two of us say it, but regardless, I've was suspected for a long time that the Flat Earth itself was an infiltration movement. To infiltrate.
I think definitely it was given to us. There's no doubt about that. Like this whole, but I think it's something that the owners or whatever, the controllers of the world at B, whatever they are, right? I think that we're so behind that they needed us to catch up with their bullshit. So they needed to tell us. That's
it. What? What is it? That doesn't make sense, man. That's like, what? The funniest.
If they're so behind, right? How do you manipulate someone for manipulation that worked 70 years ago, but it doesn't work now?
What's one of the funniest things that some of you guys say is that the best hiding place is in plain sight. Like, hiding stuff in plain sight is not the best hiding place. It's like one of the worst ones. You know what I mean? It's really one of the worst hiding places.
Look at all the films you watch, yeah, and you still don't see it. You know what I mean?
But that just means that you were good at hiding it in plain sight. But it doesn't mean that hiding it in plain sight was the best place to hide it. I don't know, man.
Oh, for sure. It's not the best place to hide it. But there's also that idea of that they're sort of benefiting their karma by telling you, that's why they put it in plain sight. It's not because it's the best place to hide it, yet in some cases it can be. If the police are looking for you and you're hiding in the police station, they're probably not going to be finding you there, are they?
Yeah, that's kind of true. It's just a funny story to tell too. But I tell you what, I wouldn't be hiding in the police station. But I see your point. What was I going to say though? Fuck it. What were you saying? Hiding in plain sight.
Yeah, you were saying that hiding in plain sight isn't the best place, and I agree because it's not really. But it's just the sort of arrogance that they have as that how
Oh,
stupid we are that we don't know what they're hiding in plain sight. We're so stupid. That's what it is. It's that arrogance of knowing how stupid the general public is, that they don't know that it's hiding in plain sight.
Yeah, I know, but like they say, Duper's delight in this whole thing, or they like you said about karma. Here's the thing, because I was thinking about this not that long ago, but you imagine if there was an end game, like to let's say the end game is to sacrifice, if you will, or kill off most of the population, so that like there's this new world can have a smaller amount of people or whatever.
New world order.
Yeah, and you think of this idea as very sick and evil, and I think so too. But I try to imagine, put myself in the perspective of one of these people, and it's very possible that these people, they don't need anything like Duper's delight or karma, because it's very possible that they already consider if that is a goal, they probably consider that an altruistic.
Right, yeah, I get what you're saying. Like the actual idea of killing off most of the population is a good thing, and they're actually doing a good thing. They don't need karma. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's kind of like the plot to Watchmen, kind of, except for a little bit less, because.
But that's if we agree with the limited zone of the Earth, yeah. Because
it's not just that. It's like if you consider
unlimited resources, apparently.
If there was a one world government, and you didn't have to have any resources for war. Okay, so that cuts off a lot of money and resources for good things, for other things, right? But then you also have the resources that are not being wasted anymore, and the people, like most of our budget, a lot of it goes to just giving people money, free money, like entitlement here in America. Like most of our budget goes to entitlement spending. And
yeah, but they create money from thin air anyway, so what does it bother them?
Yeah, but that's not entirely true. Like, it's true that the money is created, but it gets borrowed.
I mean, it is, yeah, but they create a debt from it. I understand what you're saying.
We're liable to the debt, so
yeah, there is a consequence. Yeah.
Yeah, so regardless, though, there's resources that could be. So it's like these people, they're probably thinking like, if we have this altruistic utopia future where everybody's kind of free to do all this, like good science. We were just doing this great science and great technological advances. So like in their minds, it makes sense to get rid of the wasteful people. As I was saying this yesterday, or people were making fun of me because I said this. I consider some people to be useless eaters, but it's not because it's not like I would do anything, to them because of that. But
I've heard that before as well, and I would probably consider myself one. But it doesn't mean that like I've thought about a world where you have like. Have you ever seen the film Divergent, where you have these people that live on the outskirts that they can live? It's not like they're killed off or anything. It's like if they can live by their own means, they can.
Oh yeah, well that'll be the future. That'll be a future of humanity as well, because like there'll be people who do like transhumanism, or people who are part of society, but then there'll be people like probably they were like flat earthers and people who just live on the what do you call it? Well, yeah, in the outskirts, but then they also have self-sufficient, all that type of stuff. I might be one of them for all we know.
Only if they're allowed to be, though, isn't it? Like, because
that
wouldn't be such a bad world if it's like, all right, the new world order want to take over, but they say, well, those people that don't agree with us, they can fucking live on their own on the outskirts. I'm sure most people would be happy with that and like, fuck, great, I'm not under their rule. It's just where I choose to go now.
No, it's not going to be on the outskirts. It's not going to be anywhere great. It's going to be whatever places suck so bad that haven't been,
I don't think so because I think they want to create mega cities where they don't have to convey much of the earth. They don't have to survey much of the earth then, because they have most people in a tight little spot where they can survey everything.
Have you seen Saudi Arabia's line that they're building? It's called the Line.
I think I did see a video of this actually the other day.
It's building. It's taller than the tallest buildings, right? So it's like I think taller than the Empire State Building, and it's 170 kilometers long. So 170
One building.
kilometers. Yeah, it's a building. It's two buildings, two twin buildings side by side, 170 kilometers long, and so they're supposed to be they're supposed to be starting construction pretty soon, but it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I did think something about that. They're digging up a lot and they're doing this sort of line. Yeah.
Yeah, it's and then I mean ultimately it's gonna house.
But I didn't know it was one or two buildings. I
It's
thought
it's two twin buildings side by side, 170 kilometers long. So that's I don't know, fucking. It's pretty long, and it's gonna be just so it's gonna be like a mega city, like a mega city in a building, basically. And
right. So there again, like they're going to try and like accumulate most of the population in small areas where they can survey most people.
yeah, I mean, most likely. Let me see if I can pull this up. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know if I would. I mean, I would go visit there for sure. I think that's one thing that they're hoping to get is tourists and stuff. But I mean, Saudi Arabia is not really the greatest place.
Well, it's quite a good feat that they're pulling off. The amount of work that they're doing. Their ambition. Is quite large.
Qatar, like the whole what is it, the what do you call it, the FIFA and all that, like most of the stuff that's built in Qatar is built off slaves. So
I heard a lot of bad things about Qatar way before the World Cup. So
yeah, exactly, yeah, I was there way before the World Cup. I mean,
really?
Well, yeah, I was in the Middle East. I was in Bahrain and Qatar and
just a holiday, or
no, I was stationed over there for 2 years almost.
Oh, Navy.
I was in Navy in Bahrain. It was fun. It was fun in Bahrain. Bahrain is where the Saudis, like, that's one thing I learned over there. Is like even they seem really pious, like really religious, the Saudi people, but they're not. They're very what do you call it?
So you break a lot of cultures, at least, yeah.
Well, I mean, Saudi Arabia or Bahrain is mostly foreign people, but the thing is, in Bahrain, you can legally drink alcohol in 4 and 5 star hotels. So basically, most bars there you can drink, and so basically on the weekend, all the Saudi dudes just go to Bahrain and fucking get whores and party. Most of the chicks, if you go out to the club, almost all the girls you meet are going to be whores. So it sucks.
Well, yeah, like because it's not that accepted in Dubai. So I'd imagine a lot of people from Dubai go over there.
Well, maybe in Dubai, but yeah, definitely in Saudi Arabia. It's funny that because, like I said, in Saudi Arabia they go to Bahrain on the weekends. But my buddy in the Navy, he was on this dating website, and he would go banging this Saudi chick. He would go over there and bang her on the weekend because her husband was coming to Bahrain. Yeah, so it was funny because
these hoes ain't loyal. I'm telling you guys.
well, I mean, I think we're all people. I think we're all the same. We're all the same. Like there's tradition and shit like that, and that's kind of what separates us. But I think like the newest generation of people, you're going to see that.
You think the internet has created the culture for the whole world in a sense? Like there is no separation of nation now. Like the culture is created by the internet, and that's worldwide.
For the most part, yeah, and the media and stuff like that. And so I think like maybe my age or like maybe 10 years older than me, like people who are older than, so like I'm 33, but people who are probably 55 and above, once that whole generation is sort of gone, like there'll still be remnants of past tradition and stuff. But I think that at this point, people who are our age and stuff, that it's going to be a totally different world in 20 years or something like that, just because of the people who are like my age.
It depends how much of the qualities, the values that this generation pass on to the next. That's all it depends on, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like when I was over there, I was hanging out with this guy Osama. He was like my buddy, and he didn't drink and he was pious and stuff. But he was the same way I was.
Tour guide.
You said what?
Your tour guide, yeah.
Oh, no, but basically that was cool. He didn't drink, so it's like, yeah, he would just always be my DD. Like we would always go out, and I always had a DD every time. But yeah, but I mean, like that's one thing I realized. Like we weren't that different. Like our interests and stuff like that. And I just think that his traditions and stuff are based off of how he grew up. So I just think like next generation is probably going to be a lot less differences.
But that's the thing. But that's the thing, though. Those places that still have their traditions are going to keep them. Yeah, like you were saying with that guy in Bahrain. How many generations can you go back that has been embedded into him as well, right? So it's not like that generation dies and then it's died, because in those sorts of places the tradition is passed down. Yeah, it's in the Western world where we completely don't respect our parents. We don't uphold the traditions. Do you know what I mean? It's in the West where everything is going to shit, right?
No, but I think even like say like racism or something like that. Like in America, there's still people who are racist behind closed doors, maybe, and maybe there's people who like they're just fewer and fewer though. So that's not non-existent. But at the same time, it's definitely different. Like even people who still have grandparents that might be really racist or something.
But this is again like what I'm saying is anything in the West, the culture is almost manipulated. It's not natural. Whereas in those other countries, it is traditional, right? They keep their tradition. Whereas ours have been stolen away from us, and we've been made for men to hate women and whites to hate blacks and all that stupid shit, right? Yet in these other countries where they keep their traditions, it's not changed so much for 50, 100 years.
Are those traditions bad? Traditions that
not really, because here's the thing, right? I don't know if you've heard about the whole red pill thing, and I see it as quite a bit of a reason to create hate between men and women, right? The whole red pill thing. Do you know what I'm on about?
Well, I know what a red pill is, and I know I don't.
Yeah, but not in this. But not in this paradigm. Not in this flat Earth, globe Earth. I'm talking about women, men. Women. The modern woman wants a traditional man, but they're not traditional women. All that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what we'd call red pill. That's the red pill sort of bullshit at the moment, right? But the thing is, like, there was this thing about what's his name? Oh, what's his fucking face? You know the army guy from England. What's his name? Oh, I can't remember.
Are you talking about Andrew Tate, or that's probably not him?
No, not Andrew Tate. What's the guy from England? The army guy that does all the survival shit. Bear Grylls.
Oh yeah. Okay.
He done this thing where it was like survive on an island, men versus women sort of thing, right? Now the women just after a while they just couldn't. They needed bailing out so many times. But what I'm saying is, if you got a group of women from the East, I bet you they would outdo the men from the West. That's what I'm saying. Like we've had
maybe,
it.
Yeah.
Like
maybe in Israel.
The women in those sorts of countries do fucking everything. Yeah. Yet here in the West, they don't want to do fuck all. Right? They want a man that has £1 million fucking, income and all that shit. Yet you go to these other countries, the woman does fucking everything. They do absolutely everything. They don't moan about shit. And again, this is why a lot of men are going overseas to find a woman. But it's just like, it just shows like they have a tradition. They know about hard times compared to the Western world, and we're so fucking weak because of it. Because we all rely on our governments more so than anything else, more so than our own fucking skills to survive, right? Which would make you a valuable human in the real sort of world, not in the fucking economic shit that we live in the West, right? Like, your ability to survive would be your survival skills, not how well you can make money and how well you can make someone pay for something that they don't really want to fucking pay for. I don't consider that a skill. I don't consider that success. I'm sorry, but that to me, that's not success. But if you know how to fucking survive on your own, that to me is success.
Yeah,
But
but
yet we're sold this idea in the West that you have to have a career and you have to, you know what I mean? You have to make poor people spend money they don't want so that you can get a nice bank balance, right? And that's so
yeah, right, I
moral
see
and so good and such an achievement. Fuck off, is it?
yeah, but I mean, it is nice though too, right?
Not really. Not
Like
if
it's
you
better.
care about other people and you care that the people that the money you're making is off people that can't afford shit, but you're forcing them to buy shit. That's
Yeah, that's
such
if that's
an
what you.
achievement. I'm so good. Look, I've made someone poorer even poorer. Someone poor even poorer. I mean, I don't get that. I just don't understand that. How people can see that as an achievement.
Yeah, but there's more jobs than that, right? It's not the only job.
I understand if you've got a good product that actually does well, does what it's supposed to do, and doesn't break after 2 years, so you have to buy it again. But that's not the world we live in the West, isn't it? We want shit to break, so they have to buy it again. There's no care in the product we create that the customer buys because we want it to break, so the customer has to buy it again, right? That's the West. That's business, right?
No,
Planned
yeah, I'm
obsolescence.
listening. I'm listening. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm doing something real quick.
No,
I'm
no,
listening now.
I don't need a reply. I'm just saying, like this. I don't understand how people don't see this as stupid, yet other people see it as success and achievement. That I've ripped money out of people that they didn't want to spend. Makes me feel so good, you know. Fuck that shit. Like, fucking live that life if you really want to, but it's not for me. And yet you see these developing world countries where the fucking women can do fucking everything, yeah? Yet the women in these Western countries expect everything. And like, this is the thing
Like
this is the point I
what
was
countries?
making with the... Sorry, go on.
What countries do you mean? Which countries have the good women? Are you talking? Which is good?
The Philippines, for one, the women do so much. I already see that. But any developing country that doesn't have this idea of fuck the other person for their money, you know, which is the Western world, they've not got there yet, luckily, happily. Fair play to them. Don't go there. Keep developing. Don't be a developed country. It only turns into fucking bullshit. You know, have you not seen some of these women that do fucking absolutely everything in these developed worlds? They literally have to make their house say, especially if they don't have a man, you know.
No, I agree with you to
It's
some
a
extent,
contrast.
but
It's a complete contrast to the West, you know, where they expect to find a man that has £1 million income, you know. Women in the East don't expect that because they're a bit more based in the fucking real world, yeah. They don't have daddy's pocket to worry about, you know. If they want to drink, they have to fucking walk miles to get it or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, and I think all of us, anyone in the West, has kind of been weakened by that. And it is all because we rely on the government. Anything we can't do ourselves, it's the government that supplements us, or we have to pay the government for something. And I'm not saying that we don't. I'm saying, like, of course, there is control needed. You need some sort of control, but we've got to the extent where we rely on the government for absolutely fucking everything. And yet, you see in the developed worlds where they could actually last. They could actually survive without the government because they have it so hard. They live hard, and they know what to do in those times because they don't get supplied everything from the government. They have a slight bit of more freedom because of it.
Yeah, but you know, in America, at least, like we have like hot sluts, you know, and like
Do you
really
think they
hot.
don't have that in developed countries? The
Yeah, but they're
developing
not.
countries?
It's not the same thing though. Like we got really easy ones that, you know, are kind of like they think it's cool to be slutty, kind of a little bit. Where over there, you could find a prostitute. That'd be nice, but you know, other than that,
Wait, I don't know. What? Where are you jumping? Were you saying you can't find a prostitute in the West?
no, I'm saying that if you find a woman who's banging here, it could just be just a dumb or promiscuous girl or something, right? Over there, if you find a chick who's like dressed to the nines or whatever, most of the time she's a prostitute.
Yeah, but I don't care about like what they're wearing and shit. It's more about what how they want to live is what makes me want to choose a partner. It's not about what fucking dress they're wearing, is it? That's not long term thinking, is it?
Yeah, right. You're right. It's short term thinking, but that's what I'm saying. We have those benefits here. That sort of benefit of short term.
What do you mean you have? What benefit do they have? What I don't understand what you're saying. Benefit what?
I don't
What
know.
you
I don't
think
know
a
how else
man
to say
can't
it.
find a prostitute in a developing world?
No, I'm saying like there's a benefit to being able to go out, get a drink, and you know take home a hot babe. There's a benefit
Yeah,
to that.
yeah. There's a benefit for that not being reliant on the government as well. Did you know that?
Yeah, but I
There's
think
no
it's
tax.
different in the
There's
UK.
no tax. Then there's no tax involved. There's a freedom to it. There's an achievement in it, knowing that you've done it yourself, not
There's a
having.
difference here. I think it's different in America though, because we're not as reliant on the government as they are you guys are in Europe.
No, but you are though.
Okay.
Like a lot of you are. I mean, I'm not saying there is spots like I heard about in California. Was it called Slab Town or something? You heard about
I
that?
never,
I don't.
I
It
never
might,
heard of
not
it.
be California. It might be somewhere else.
I gotta
But
be
it's like,
silent for a second, but yeah, I'm listening. Yeah.
but yeah, that's like a community where in America where they don't rely on the government and they rely on each other. And fair play to it. It's a big area though, the America. You'd expect there to be some communities breaking out to say, I don't want to fucking rely on the government. Fuck this shit. We can do it ourselves. And that's good to know that that happens in America. I don't hear about it much in England. I'm sure there is small towns that are trying to do it. I'd love to move there. But I just think that the East is so much more capable of surviving if the government were just to fuck off. Yet the Western
I think
world would
the
be so
East.
like, oh, where's the
Hold on one
supermarket?
second.
Where's the
Hold on.
supermarket?
Hold on. Hold on.
On hold. Holding on. Holding on tight. I'm slightly letting go. One finger holding on.
Are you rapping?
No, I was just making it out as if I was falling. You said hold on, and I was like
making it out as if my grip was failing me.
Here, Florida, they tried to lock shit down. They fucking trashed the fucking courthouse, and then they tried to announce like the closing of the beach, and everybody went to the fucking beach, dude. It was fucking.
I can't
crazy,
hear
like-
who that is talking. Your mic is really low.
Is
that Brian?
Yeah.
Yeah,
me
your
drop it
mic is
down.
really low, bro. Be nice to hear you.
That any better?
Yeah, that's a bit better.
Yeah, when they tried to, they announced that they were closing the beach during all the lockdowns and shit, and everybody went to the beach like that the first weekend. And then when they tried to announce lockdowns, like they went and trashed the fucking courthouse, like just destroyed the landscape. Like they didn't like burn it or nothing like that, but they trashed it into donuts and freaking just trashed the place, man. Like they wasn't happening around here, bro.
It shows you who's in control, really, doesn't it? The people.
It made me feel good, man.
But
That it
we've got
was
to
just
use better
it wasn't
effects,
just
though,
even there's a lot of awake people around here to even respond like that, man. Is the way it made me feel. Like that's good.
That is really good, though, to know that a community is together like that.
Yeah,
It's powerful. Makes
We
you
got a
want to
pretty good.
belong to something like that.
Yeah, yeah. We got a pretty good governor. You know, I don't really get into all that shit, but he's the one who spearheaded. Yeah, I mean, I don't know the truth to any of this shit, but he's the one who definitely on the news, whatever, or the word going around. He spearheaded when they tried to implement the mandatory shit. Like he spearheaded the fucking shutdown of that. I think his name is DeSantos or some shit, but he spearheaded they shut that shit down in the federal courts pretty quick.
But this is the thing that pisses me off. It doesn't need some dickhead in politics or something to fucking to make this happen. It just needs people to not comply. If everyone didn't comply with wearing masks, they can't enforce it. You know,
that's
if
right.
everyone goes to a supermarket and says "fuck you," keep your mask. What can they do? They can do.
That's what happened. See, I went to the beach if you look at one of my old videos, man, you can see where I went to the beach and a dude came up and he's like, sorry, man, I gotta, he's apologizing to me. It was just me, it was like a weekday. I think it was like Wednesday or Thursday morning and, it was foggy. It wasn't, but the next weekend, like everybody piled out. They were able to run me off. I mean, I probably could have made a stink, but I was like, I wasn't gonna give this dude a hard time. He was a young dude, patrolling. And but then that weekend, everybody went out, dude, and they couldn't do nothing, dude, because everybody went to the beach. It was loaded. Yeah, when you got 1,000 people or more, really more than that, but like a couple packed spots were it was packed, and yeah, what are you gonna do when the whole population, it seems like, is out there? You can't. Just don't comply. Yeah, I agree,
Right,
man.
exactly.
With unreasonable, with anything unreasonable, anyway.
Innit? What are they going to do? Put everyone in prison? I remember a thing here in Britain years ago, way before this COVID and all that stupidness, right? Some guy was about to get fined for not putting his bin out the day that the bins are collected. So do you know what happened? The whole village didn't put their bin out. What are they going to do? Fine everyone? Of course fucking not.
That's a trip.
I love shit like that when the community comes together and goes, fuck you, no.
Yeah, that's good, man.
Yeah, how many days, like let's say there was a Walmart in your town and everybody comes together and they're like, yo, we're not, they want you to wear the face covering and you're like, yo, we're not doing it. And nobody goes to Walmart. How many days before Walmart is going to be like, all right, guys, you don't have to wear the face thing. It's all good.
Not many.
Not many, right? Yeah. One day.
This is what a lot of people don't understand and don't really realize is that we make this shit happen by what we do. If we go in there and accept to wear a mask, of course they're going to keep putting it on us, aren't they? If every cunt went in there and said, no, fuck you, you wear the mask, like Jeremy said, it won't be long until they go, actually, no, don't worry, you don't have to wear a mask in here.
Yeah, how long? Walmart don't fucking play, dude. If you go to a different grocery store to get your food instead of Walmart, Walmart's is going to be like, holy shit, we're losing a lot of money. We better just say, forget this and just let them do it, you know?
That's what happened here in England. What's the name? Oh, I've forgotten their name. One of the supermarkets here completely got rid of the whole masks thing because they knew they were losing money for people not wanting to come in because they didn't want to wear a mask. Sainsbury's in England. Sainsbury's. They were one of the first supermarkets to say no. We're not enforcing any mask wearing in our supermarket. They caught on quick. That's the thing, man. A lot of people don't realize the power of people when all the people have the same opinion, in a sense. It's fucking powerful, man. It's almost unbeatable. But we're so fucking divided that we can't get together, can we? We can't fucking unify.
All they care about is the dollars. We have the dollar, like we can let the money talk. You know what I mean? Walmart wants our dollars. If we don't like the thing Walmart's doing, we're like, yo, you're not getting our dollars till you change this thing you're doing that we don't like. Walmart's gonna fold because they want the dollars. That's all they care about is the dollars. It's all this whole capitalistic thing is about the dollars.
Yeah, they have to. They can't survive without your money. This is the thing, like I remember being told this years ago, like, oh, you have the power. And I'm thinking, what do you mean I have the fucking power? I'm not in the government, I'm not this, I'm not that. But yeah, I get it. Because it's the collective people. Once the people realise, nah, I ain't taking this shit. No one can stand against it. I'm sorry. You can't do shit against the whole nation that go, fuck you. You can't tell them no. You can't say, no, not fuck you. They'll just be like, fuck you. They'll be like, shit, we've got to change something now. Fucking hell. It's the hardest thing, though, isn't it? Is getting people on side. Because a lot of people don't realise their power. And it's not just their power, it's a collective power. Because we're all subjected to what the government produces for us. Right? So we have to uphold them. We have to keep them honest. And when all the stupid little silly divisions that have been created by government, should I add, right, to divide us, because when the house is divided, you've all heard it before. But that is the fucking main thing, man, because when you all realise that you have the power, again, like, a lot of people don't understand this. Like, we actually have the power. It's just how hard is it to fucking make people unified? How hard is it to realise that it's all in our best interest? Because you can't do that to some closed off people that think, oh no, but the trust in the system.
Isn't that Shazam? I've got the power or something? Who says that?
No, it's probably just you Shazam the song. I've got the power, power, power. It's a good song as well. That was just the last song you Shazammed, by the way, Kosho. Kosho's like, what is this song? What is this song? I've got the power. Is that seriously the last song you Shazammed, is it?
No, I'm saying I thought that Shazam says that. I think you're thinking of the movie
No, that was the
Shazam.
last song you Shazammed. That was what it was. You were like, what's this song? I've got to know what it is, man. I've got the power. Can you just imagine Kosho in the club, like listening to "I got power"? And he had to get his phone out, and like, "I got to Shazam this, guys."
Oh, I forgot. That is the name of that app. What's the name of that superhero though? That's Shazam too, right?
Bro, why you
Shazam's like
sound extra nerdy right now? You sound extra nerdy.
I'm using a headset, asshole. Does it make me sound
Like
different?
super nerd. You got some super nerd shit going on.
Stop being an asshole. You've been an asshole all day, man. That made me
No,
upset.
you've been being an asshole all day. You know the games you were playing with me earlier.
You two have both been assholes to each other, all right? You can touch each
No,
other's
he was
arseholes
playing
later.
games. You should have heard it earlier.
I wasn't playing games. I got to be honest with you. I don't know what's up with Witsa, but he puts me in a mood now. It disrupts my whole aura.
I tell you what, though, I was actually quite surprised how annoyed Witsit got when you interrupted him. Like, it didn't take long, and then Witsit was like all on the defensive. I'm like, normally Witsit's quite calm about shit, and I'm like, whoa, calm the fuck down, bro. Like, chill out. It's only Kosho.
Well, I think he was. I thought you were saying when Jeremy was getting in, because I think Jeremy was in the right. I think that Zanuck was just talking. It's almost like I was almost racist against Zanuck. It was kind of messed up.
Dude, you know how I feel about Zanuck right now? I'm like, fuck Zanuck. Okay, that's how I feel about him.
Do you know how I feel about
Why?
Zanuck? I don't really care. I really don't care. I just don't like other flat earthers talking about Zanuck for ages. That's what pisses me off. It's not Zanuck, it's flat earthers talking about Zanuck. That's what pisses me off. Stop talking about fucking Zanuck.
I love talking shit about Zanuck.
Zanuck's one of my best buddies, dude.
It's flat earthers that talk about him. Like,
Dude, that video I made, bro, where
you're making a fucking audience for him. Like, what are you doing? Forget about fucking Zanuck. Leave him alone.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. Fuck Zanuck.
I was calling Zanuck out, dude, about fucking just saying he's involved in anything, and he was talking about fucking. He went to the Olympics, and dude called him out. Dude's like, "What'd you go to the Olympics for?" He said, "What I go to the Olympics for? Sports." I about fell out, dude. With the Olympic, what was the event? Sports.
He didn't want to be found out, dude.
Every event.
Yeah, well, he was basically there for like the coolest fucking event, dude.
I do everything in the Olympics. What are you talking about, bro?
I can confirm that he was in the trials or whatever, and it's probably the coolest sport in the Olympics. So,
What discipline?
In my opinion, I'm not gonna say, but let's just say it's
right, because it was
fucking
everything.
noodling. He's fucking noodling or curling or some shit.
Oh, that's hilarious.
You know who likes that fucking sport?
Fucking
Is
curling.
Chronic.
He's fucking scrubbing the fucking floor in front of the little puck.
So Chronic actually likes that. He actually likes that.
Scrubbing
That's
that flat
Chronic's
eye.
favorite. That's Chronic's favorite event, though, for real. Was curling.
Scrubbing that flat ice.
Is the ice flat, Kosho?
It should be the Zambino and all that.
It makes it flat.
Yeah,
So it's not
that's
level.
Right, 'cause if
So the
yeah,
ice is not
exactly.
the ice is not level then, Kosho?
Yeah, it's not level, because if it was level, then it would it'd be curved. So they had to make
It's flat and not level.
So it's
Right.
Well, it's
flat.
got to be
Hold on.
curving at some point from where they throw it to where it ends up. There's got to be some curvature in the way there, isn't there? However
if
many
we poured water, all on the ice, it would pool up in the middle, you think?
No, why would it do that?
That's what they say a flat spot on Earth would do. It would pull up the water on a flat spot on Earth, pools up in the middle. Where you been?
Oh, right. No. Yeah, no. Yeah, are you right? Are you wrong?
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
I'm
maybe
sure
you're
it's
right. I don't
so
know.
high at the moment. I love it.
Are you high as hell right
No,
now?
I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready to jump in the shower. And you guys can.
You're high
Are you
as fuck.
naked, bro? Are you naked
No,
right
not
now?
yet. Not yet. Not yet. I'm using my girlfriend's headset though. She has this new headset. It's way
So
better
I
than
know,
fucking your
I know when
shit.
you're smoking weed, and I know when you're sniffing coke. Because when you're sniffing
Yeah,
coke,
that's
you're
right.
arguing for the globe, and when you're smoking weed, you're just like, nah, fuck it.
I can tell when he
I
takes
know
an
I'm
extra
wrong.
Xanax. I can
I
tell when he
know I'm
takes an
wrong.
extra Xanax.
I'll be honest with you, dude. Like I was having a good day, and like seriously, one person just put me in this fucking weird mood, and it was this way he came in. I don't want to keep talking about it, but a lot of
Well, I
drama
have to be
involved
on.
with that guy.
Well, I have to be honest and say you were both seem pretty angry. Jeremy's much as you, Kosho. Kosho, you're normally a chilled out guy, and you were so angry earlier on. But mind you, so was fucking Witsit. I didn't expect him to react so badly when you
Everyone
interrupted
was
him.
amped up yesterday. It could have been my fault. I had a bad morning. Sorry. I got everyone all fired up. You know, if somebody in your house is like in a bad mood or at work is in a bad mood, then everyone's in a bad mood.
Oh yeah, dude.
Pages.
Like that morning,
dude.
Jeremy. Remember that morning that you just woke up and got on and Nate was you were trying to explain how water acts in the globe model. You're pretty much just reciting the globe model how it sticks and how level is curved and all that. And fucking, you're talking about a basketball, and Nate was fucking like, no, it would just run off. And you said you was gonna go out to the shed, dude. I made a video out of that, dude. He was so full of shit, dude. You could tell once he seen he was getting under your skin, he just pressed, bro.
Well, that's what he
Dude,
does. That's what Nate. That's Nate's thing. Dude. He's
a
the
bastard.
resident shit stirrer. He's a shit stirrer.
I tell myself every day, I'm like, yo, I'm not going to argue with the Globers today. Don't argue with the Globers today. And what do I do every day? End up arguing with the Globers.
You can't come
No,
on
but I know-
Discord and expect not to argue with Globers.
I know what you mean though, dude. Because my girl, she started a new job, and so she's been real stressed out, and it's been really stressing me out too, dude. Plus your girl, so it's I got two girls now. I got my girl, I got Jeremy's wife, and
Well, but Kosho,
I'm not getting any anywhere.
Nate was trying to say that that like a freaking like a system, like a above ground, like a channel system. Jeremy was trying to tell him, he's trying to explain to flat earthers the way the ball model works, and he's saying that it's level, and basically like the notches on the basketball. And Nate was like, no, it's not level. That's curved. And Jeremy, man, he's sitting here like that's equal elevation, right? Nate wouldn't agree. Then Nate wound up lying through his teeth, acting like he was agreeing with it the whole time, bro. I had to make a video out of that.
Nate's my buddy. I like to give him shit.
Yeah, he's all right,
my buddy, but he's wrong a lot. And I don't know why he goes.
He's a huge liability, huge global liability. I tell him all the time.
He's smart. He's
Yeah,
smart.
he
too at
sounds
times.
like a
I
flat
got
earther, bro.
conversations with him.
Yeah, I was just trying to explain how water works and how there was like no difference between the globe and the flat earth as far as water flows to a lower elevation. Like regardless if it's flat or a globe, the water will go to the lowest elevation. Right? Is that what I was on? Because didn't it start with like Pete Shea with aqueducts or something? I forgot that thing. That was a while ago.
Yeah, it was aqueducts. That's what the word I was just trying to look for. I said channels, but yeah, it was Pete Shea with aqueducts. That's it.
Yeah, they were trying to make some weird argument about how the water, like, dude, it'd be the same thing on a globe or flat. There's no difference. What's up?
You called him out, bro. And you called him out, and he was denying that shit. So I made a video because everything you said, he damn well did say, and then tried to take it back. Then, like the next day or 2 days later, he tried that shit with Austin, and Austin went and pulled it himself and said, "Okay, you didn't say this." Nate's like, "No, I didn't say that." Austin went and pulled it, and then he doubled down, and Austin went and pulled another thing. And then he tripled down, bro. And Austin didn't pull it up the third time, but I made a video about the first, second, and third time to show him.
Well,
just bullshit.
That thing with Witsit was over. That was over the word debunked, I think. Right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. But Nate was squirming. He was slippery. Anyway, I made a short video out of it. I'll post it in chat in case anybody cares to watch it.
Yeah. I was there. I made it.
just can't talk now because I'm jumping in the shower. But
dude, I know you're naked right
I
now.
got,
Get off
I
the
got to update.
Discord.
Yeah, I am. I got to update though on the 4 points, dude. 4 corners. Big news.
It's not like a talk when you're naked. Put some clothes on.
Earlier about that, we were all wrapped up in that time dilation thing. No.
Yeah, I'm hoping the shop's going to be open now because of time dilation, isn't it?
Yeah, I was about to get in, but I have to say this real quickly. Time dilation is very real, extremely real, and
extremely real. Is that more real
Extremely
than
real.
just regular real?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's actually.
What's the biggest mismatch in signals you've got then from not accounting for time dilation? What's the biggest error that's ever been found for not accounting for time dilation?
You're trying to drag him back into a time dilation. He's argument. He's naked right now.
No, he's trying to say it's a very real
My phone's
thing.
about to die too.
What is the
He's
sort
got
of
mad
error on
excuses.
it? That's what I want to find out. If it's such a real thing and the error's so bad that we have to account for time dilation, the error must be really big, right? Because we don't want that huge error. What's this huge error? What sort of number is on this huge error that we get if we don't account for time dilation?
Okay, last thing I'll say is I'm going to post something in the chat. Okay, so look in the chat. I know Jeremy won't.
Sounds like he doesn't want to respond to what I asked.
He's running
I
away.
got 4%.
Well, think about it, bro. You can't conserve momentum of the signals because that's light and it's massive. So it can't conserve momentum. So they have to consider us moving at a certain speed around the sun, and so they have to do that figure to keep us. It's all that time dilation shit is all to keep us moving around the sun. So anything that
Hence why
applies.
I'm asking for the biggest error when you don't account for time dilation. I want to know what the biggest error would be.
Well, it's the same, bro. Listen, bro. It's the same.
Do time dilation for a reason so that we don't account for these errors.
Bro,
right?
You're missing the point. You're missing. Let me say something, bro. It's a very important point you're missing. This is the whole point of time dilation is to keep the motion around the sun. In other words, it's the exact same as just saying that we're not moving. And hold on, bro. Listen, man, I wasn't done. Listen, it's the exact same as saying that we're not moving and not applying time dilation.
Why I'm asking for the error. Hence why I'm asking for the error, because we know the error. Then we know the error is going to be 0.00 some bullshit. Yeah. So
there is
come
no
on,
error.
And tell us why it's so important to use time dilation, because this
Yeah,
error
asking that, bro.
would really
There's no error.
He's trying to entertain the Glober story. That's why he's
I know, but
error.
But there is no error. They don't fucking when they say adjust, that's people who don't know what they're talking about. Look, it's there's no error. Okay, what it is to keep the figures. You got to do the time dilation. The Fitzgerald thing to keep us moving around the sun. It's the same as saying the Earth's motionless and not doing anything.
I think where he was going with that is he wants to know, because they're trying to say that if they don't account for it, it will be like some sort of big error. Well, he wants to know what would that big error look like.
Right. I want to know the size of the error. That's what I want to know.
That's it, hypothetically. That's all. He's entertaining their bullshit. That's all he's doing, bro.
Yeah, they say there's an error in the GPS reading, so they have to account for it. And that. Very small error, but when that little small error in the GPS reading will throw you off a lot in distance, because it's going by it's all a time thing. It's a time, how long the light takes to get to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, but the time dilation is basically, like I said, once again, it's basically relative formula. It's to keep us moving around the sun. Like I said, they can't conserve the momentum of the light. So so they say we're moving at this speed, and then they do the fucking they apply the time dilation, And it's the same as just saying we're not moving and doing nothing at all. It's the same. They say it's a correction, but it's really not. It's a fucking that's shady bullshit.
That doesn't sound like the Glober shady bullshit. Are you sure?
Is it more of them making words and terminology to prove their nonsense?
Yeah, that's all that shit is. You can't have fucking think about it. Think about it. If a interferometer just sits there and gets no result, then that's why would they apply time dilation? The same reason they say that the shit dilated in the first place, because we're supposedly in motion. So it's the exact same no result as if you don't do shit and just say we're not moving. So they act like it's a correction, but it's really not, man. It's misleading. I don't know if they are doing it on purpose or if they just haven't looked into it.
Brian, don't be naive, bro. You do that. This is on purpose, bro. This is exactly on purpose. This is exactly what they do. It's just like geodesic surveying. They made up an entire fucking system just to explain away their fucking nonsense.
Yeah, you're probably right because or anybody who understands the relativity, you're definitely right. Because think about it, why would they dilate time if the time is fucking if speed is the same relative in every fucking in every reference frame? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, it was a good talks earlier.